Chapter 1. I stretched lazily and turned to glance at the time on my computer. Is it only a little past 1? I murmured to myself. Casually reaching for a cigarette from the pack, I extracted a lighter, flicked it open, and lit the cigarette with a satisfying snap before turning back to immerse myself in a game titled Warring States History. As a self-proclaimed enthusiast of strategy games, I often found myself entranced by titles such as Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Nobunaga's Ambition. Being a history aficionado, I would frequently delve into historical materials whenever I encountered intriguing figures or events within these games. While I was searching for information on city-states, I stumbled upon this mini-game quite unexpectedly despite its modest size of merely a few hundred megabytes. This little game was surprisingly comprehensive. It not only presented the approximate locations of the various cities, but also featured a diverse array of generals that aligned with historical accuracy elements that games like Nobunaga's Ambition lacked. Furthermore, it boasted a recruitment system that was reflective of the era, and upon discovering it, I was utterly captivated, promptly downloading it to indulge. Since the moment I installed this game, I had been engrossed in it for nearly 10 consecutive hours, currently playing as a family known as the Shoni. My choice of this family stemmed from an earlier search for information on Ryuzoji Takanabu, which led me to discover that this clan had been active in northern Kyushu from the inception of the shogunate under Minamoto no Yoritomo. Through the Mongol invasions and into the Nambokuch period, they had faced annihilation several times, yet remained resilient until ultimately being vanquished by Ryuzoji Takanabu. I could not fathom why I was inexplicably drawn to this family. To say I was interested would be an understatement. I found their historical narrative rather tragic, having been dealt a promising hand only to have it squandered. I often found myself wanting to immerse myself in their story, and since this mini-game allowed me to select this clan, I readily chose it. Just as I was fully focused on conquering a city, on the verge of a breakthrough, a sudden crack echoed as the screen and lights dimmed simultaneously. What the heck? Power outage at a critical moment. And I haven't saved. I silently roared in frustration, feeling utterly helpless, before turning to take a shower and prepare for rest. To be honest, I felt a twinge of guilt. My parents had toiled all their lives, living frugally, and here I was at 30, still achieving nothing, working in a factory from 8 in the morning until 8 at night. I had yet to find a girlfriend. With my current salary and my parents' struggles as farmers, the prospect of buying a house seemed bleak. Without a house, I had no hope of finding a partner. I rented a small 10-square-meter room. Each day revolved around a monotonous cycle of work and home, and even on my rare days off, I merely indulged in various games. I had a passion for history during my school days, but after graduating high school, I dropped out to work, and even when I managed to get into university, I couldn't muster the motivation to attend. I often spoke eloquently about various historical studies, yet I felt like a half-filled bottle, lacking substance. After coming home from work, I would eat and then spend hours gaming, accumulating a wealth of theoretical knowledge about my interests, earning me the playful nickname of half a jar of soy sauce among my friends. Well, I suppose it'll just have to start over tomorrow after work, I consoled myself after a brief moment of impotent rage. After washing up, I lay in bed, still savoring the game and planning how to swiftly break through the next day. I drifted into a hazy sleep. I was unaware of when the dreams began, perhaps a result of my daytime thoughts in my dream. I found myself on a battlefield, surrounded by soldiers and samurai dressed in the garb of Japan's Warring States period, clashing violently, yet it seemed as though none could see me. The air was thick with fog, obscuring my surroundings, while the sounds of battle and the sharp clatter of bamboo spears filled my ears. As I stumbled aimlessly through this dreamscape, lost in confusion, a voice suddenly pierced the haze from behind me. This is a chaotic world, a time of relentless conflict where one family rises only to fall again. Even those whose ancestors were once illustrious cannot escape the fate of annihilation. When will this turmoil cease? It feels as though peace is a distant dream. I can no longer endure this. I am truly exhausted. I turned to see a warrior astride a horse, clad in the grand armor of the Warring States era. A hood obscuring his face, sunlight streamed over his shoulder, casting a glare that made it difficult to discern his features. I raised my hand to shield my eyes from the harsh light, and he continued, "Let us exchange places." "Who are you?" "Exchange what?" I began, but before I could finish my sentence, he swiftly raised his sword to strike my forehead. Instinctively, I crossed my arms over my head, just as my heart leapt into my throat. Suddenly, I awoke with a start, trembling under the covers, my heart racing furiously. Phew! Just a dream. I pressed my palm to my forehead, wiping away the cold sweat. The morning light flooded in, warming the quilt. Sighing at the vividness of the dream, I sat up, intending to head to the bathroom, when I suddenly sensed something was amiss. Habitually, I stretched my legs to reach for my flip-flops, only to find I could not place them down. Raising my gaze, I was struck with shock. This isn't my room. The bed I lay upon was simply a mat on the floor. No wonder I could not lower my legs. The bed was on the ground. I quickly looked around, taking in my surroundings. I was in a quintessential Japanese-style room, rectangular in shape, with wooden flooring covered by a straw mat reminiscent of my childhood. The quilt lay atop the mat. There was no ceiling. Overhead, wooden beams crossed above, and a small window near the beams allowed sunlight to stream in, illuminating the room. Glancing down at my attire, I realized I was clad in an ancient style, slightly yellowed sleeping robe. What the hell? Am I still dreaming? I shook my head, attempting to awaken fully, but to no avail. I stood up and spun around, discovering a sliding door typical of Japanese architecture. I slid it open with force, and sunlight poured in, momentarily blinding me. Before my eyes could adjust, I heard voices calling, "My lord." I turned to see two attendants, dressed in traditional garb, kneeling and bowing respectfully. A jolt of unease coursed through me, and I instinctively retreated into the room, hastily closing the sliding door. Yet the attendants pushed it open again, bowing and asking, "My lord, what troubles you?" My mind was a whirlwind of confusion, and I blurted, "Leave me alone." The attendants, startled, bowed once more and closed the door. Sitting in the room, I pondered. I must still be dreaming. I slapped my own face twice in a futile attempt to awaken myself, hoping that the pain would jolt me back to reality. However, the sting confirmed that this was all too real. Then I recalled the warrior's words about exchanging places. Could it be? Have I truly traveled through time? I cursed under my breath, stepping outside, with the two attendants trailing closely behind, urging me to change my clothes. Wandering about in my sleeping robe, I spent nearly the entire morning like a fool, confirming my surroundings. It dawned on me that I had indeed arrived in this era. The body I inhabited belonged to its former owner, with fragments of his memories mingling with my own, yet my consciousness remained distinctly mine. Is this some sort of cruel joke? How did this happen to me? And that person in my dream, did they consider my feelings at all? Who would want to switch places? Though I was merely a factory worker in the 21st century, at least I had a rich inner life, and I could occasionally indulge in small luxuries. But now, this was the Warring States period. Battles erupted every few days. At my current level of skill, I risked losing my head. Did they truly think so highly of me to simply exchange places when they grew weary? I sat on the wooden corridor, lost in despair, mentally cursing the figure from my dream 1,000 times over. I had no idea how long I remained in that daze when I heard another voice calling, "My lord." I turned to see a young attendant, handsome and delicate-featured. The thought crossed my mind that perhaps this charming young man had once shared a more intimate connection with my boat's former owner, sending a chill down my spine. He bowed and said, "My lord, currently our clan has the support of Hayama, Baba, Inazuka, and Kamishiro, along with skilled swordsmen like Tsukushi Yashimian, and the formidable backing of the Tomo clan. Given time, we will surely eradicate the treacherous Ryuzoji and restore the fortunes of the Shoni clan. Please, my lord, gather your spirit. Do you think I appear despondent? I am not your lord. I am merely a useless individual." I silently cursed, casting him a glance before inwardly lamenting. Who cares about your clan's fortunes? I want to go home. Furthermore, as far as I am aware, the only individuals among the so-called compatriots you mentioned who are somewhat reliable are the Hashikawa and the Mackin family. The rest are nothing but fickle opportunists, swaying with the wind, with no one to count on. Talk of revitalizing the family? Survival takes precedence, and I harbor no expectations from these people. I long to return. In this chaotic era of the Warring States, lingering here could very well lead to the loss of my own head. I silently raged within, ignoring him. I strode directly toward my chamber, my expression reflecting the melancholy wrought by the subtle shifts in my facial muscles. According to the fragmented memories of the original owner residing in my mind, it is now the 4th year of Iroku, specifically March of 1561, the Shoni clan, stands on the precipice of ruin. The only territory under our control is Shoni Mountain Castle and its immediate surroundings. While everything else lies firmly in the hands of the local lords, even the nearby Ayabe Castle falls under the dominion of the Ayabe clan. The various noble families support me, Shoni Masanobu, merely to exploit the righteous cause of vanquishing the treacherous Ryuzoji clan for their own gain. Revitalization seems an increasingly daunting task, especially with the formidable adversary known as Ryuzoji Takanabu, famously dubbed the Bear of Hizen. To survive, the only resources at my disposal are the Shoni clan's centuries-old reputation in northern Kyushu and our title as the Guardians of Hizen. Yet, in this era of upheaval and subversion, how much weight do these titles truly carry? Unbeknownst to many, the Guardians of Japan have been replaced, leading to the heads of numerous lords rolling in the dust. Even the Ashikaga shogunate, far removed in Kyoto, struggles to maintain its own safety. Let alone a single guardian. The sole reliance for survival rests upon strength. Only with formidable power can one safeguard their life at present. The Shoni clan resembles a fragile tower in the wind, teetering on the brink of collapse, boasting little more than a name, with scarcely any loyal samurai remaining. Historically, the Shoni clan's downfall stemmed from prolonged conflicts with the Uchi clan for supremacy in northern Kyushu, which led to a drastic reduction in our samurai and retainers, forcing us to resort to the recruitment of officials and branch families, ultimately culminating in our demise due to a lack of capable soldiers. It is widely acknowledged that after the fall of Shogun Temple and the subsequent suicide of Shoni Fuyoshi, the clan met its end. Currently, I, as Shoni Masanobu, find that the local lords continue to follow me solely to harness the Shoni clan's influence built over centuries in northern Kyushu and to gain a righteous cause for seizing more benefits in their own families through the suppression of the traitorous Ryuzoji clan. The support from the Tomo clan merely aims to extend their influence in a Hizen under the guise of righteousness. None of them are particularly benevolent. Sighing deeply, I lamented the dire situation to preserve my life. I must find a way to expand my own power. Currently, the retinue of the Shoni clan consists of only a handful of loyal retainers, while nearly all former officials have succumbed to the Ryuzoji clan. Defeating the Ryuzoji clan is no small feat, especially when faced with the notorious Bear of Hizen, Takanabu, who is reputed for his brutality. He is a figure of considerable historical significance. The thought of opposing Takanabu weighs heavily upon me. Lost in contemplation, I approached the window and gazed down from my elevated position. The Ayabe Castle, also known as Shoni Mountain Castle, is modest in size, perched atop a small hill that rises no more than 150 meters. Surrounding it is merely a rudimentary wall, as the memories of Masanobu suggest that castles of this era typically resemble this. Within the castle, the residences of the samurai are few, nestled on a gentle slope of about 100 meters. It overlooks the Ayabe Shrine, the lively town of Misakamachi, and the Chikugo River. Not far away on Asahi Mountain stands another Ayabe castle, governed by Ayabe Tayuki, which is distinct from my own, as it boasts two subordinate castles, Byako Mountain Castle and Ushi Castle. In stark contrast, my Shoni Mountain Castle has nothing to its name. Even this Ayabe Castle was once the stronghold of the Makin family, and I, as the head of the Shoni clan, have unwittingly usurped their position, forcing the Makin family to relocate to Nakano Castle. I cannot help but acknowledge the unfortunate state of affairs. On a brighter note, the nearby town of Misakamachi, being a vital conduit to Hakata Port, remains relatively prosperous. As the lord of the Shoni clan, I was elevated to my position after the fall of Shogun Temple, supported by the likes of Chikuzen and the Hashikawa and Makin clans. Wait, Hakata Port? A sudden realization struck me at this moment. Numerous European missionaries are present near Kyushu, closely associated with trade. The matchlocks from Spain and Portugal are indeed valuable commodities. Moreover, during this era, Spain's policies are sweeping across Europe like wildfire. Soldiers of the Warring States era are primarily farmers, serving as soldiers in times of war and returning to agriculture in peacetime. Their income hinges on warfare in favorable conditions. They advance with great momentum in adverse times. They scatter like birds and beasts, their combat effectiveness in question. If I could successfully recruit and train a standing professional army akin to Oda Nobunaga. While not aiming for grand conquests, it would likely suffice to secure my own survival. The standing army, dedicated solely to combat and training, would ensure combat readiness while being poised to strike at the enemy at any moment. I seem to recall that in September, Takanabu and Kamishiro Katsushige are slated for a duel. If I could train an elite force by then, it might be possible to deliver a decisive blow to Takanabu's rear during their confrontation at the Kawakami Gorge, perhaps taking a few chunks out of him. If I could defeat Takanabu even once, the local lords, known for their opportunistic tendencies, might swiftly realign themselves with me historically. The Tomo clan's campaign against the Ryuzoji clan unfolded in a similar fashion, with neighboring lords uniting to turn against the Ryuzoji clan. The sole drawback of maintaining a professional military force is its exorbitant cost. Thus, I must first assess my resources and train as much as possible, at the very least. Preserving my own life takes precedence. Moreover, I am merely an amateur military enthusiast. Though I have never fought in battle, I have observed enough to grasp the essentials. The most crucial aspect of a modern army is discipline. Once discipline is established, combat effectiveness follows suit. By emulating successful strategies, I can cultivate a formidable fighting force. For now, survival is my primary concern. With this in mind, I ordered that no one be admitted, focusing solely on devising my grand military strategy. During this period, I received reports from a few loyal retainers, Shni Motomori, Imezumi Kaku, and Tsukushi Iman, who sought an audience that I declined their requests, claiming ill health. Given the chaos of the current era, it seems unlikely that they would return home soon. Survival must come first, and perhaps in time, I might discover a path back. Presently, Ryuzoji Takanabu stands as a formidable adversary, not easily vanquished. Note, the protagonist is Shoni Masayuki, son of Shoni Motoyoshi, ranked third. Various parties have noted discrepancies in birth and death dates. Yet my brother Motomori is recorded as being born in 1535. It is estimated that in 1561. Masayuki is at least 25 years old. For narrative purposes, I will adjust Masayuki to 17 and Motomori to 16, while Matsuro will be 18 for Motoyoshi's ability to father these three before his suicide. I request the esteemed readers to overlook this narrative inconsistency. Please refrain from criticism. Thank you. After contemplating the situation all day, I awoke early the next morning, immediately calling for food that I had barely eaten anything the previous day. Subsisting only on a little water, and I was utterly famished. I am aware that food during the Warring States period is quite sparse. Yet when the meal was presented, I was taken aback. Only a small plate of pickled radish, a tiny bowl of miso soup, and a small bowl of rice. I silently resolved to invest more effort into my meals in the future, aspiring to become a culinary master of the Warring States period. For someone who had not eaten for a day and a night, this meager portion was akin to a drop in the bucket. However, the rumors of the exquisite sweetness of Japanese rice proved to be true. After consuming a few mouthfuls of rice, I eagerly called for the servants to replenish my bowl. To their astonishment, I devoured 3 or 4 bowls in quick succession, also requesting miso soup twice more. The servants and retainers looked on in disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost, and my voracious appetite. Once satiated, I set down my utensils and took a seat in the corridor, beginning to strategize. It is now the year 1561, the 4th year of Iroku, and in September, there will be a decisive confrontation between Kamaita Katsutoshi and Takanabu at Kawakami Gorge. This will be my first opportunity. Interestingly, prior to battle, both sides exchanged challenge letters to agree upon the location of their clash atop the Zenjigatake Mountains. Takanabu commands 8,000 troops, while Katsutoshi leads 7,000. Historically, Katsutoshi was undoubtedly defeated, with Takanabu emerging victorious. The following year, through the machinations of Nafa Nabukio, Takanabu's 3 sons wed the daughters of Kamaita Nagayoshi, thereby establishing peace. My second opportunity arises in the 6th year of Iroku, 1573, when with the support of Baba Kankor, I gather the forces of the Bando, Mura, Seg, and Tokuku clans to besiege the Ryuzoji family. However, they are swiftly routed by Takanabu, rendering our efforts fruitless. The third opportunity occurs in the 7th year of Iroku, 1574, when Takanabu lays siege to Baba Kankur's Nakano Castle. By this time, the Ryuzoji family has become significantly more powerful. Once Kankura surrenders, there will be little chance for resistance, and we can only submit. Afterward, I must wait until the Battle of Amayama in 1570, when I can seek support from Tomo Yashitomo, Minamoto, to rally the lords of Hizen against the Ryuzoji. Yet we still face defeat that, if I do not seize the opportunity to quickly train an elite force to strike Takanabu's rear during the confrontation at Kawakami Gorge, when the Tomo family is free to lend support, it will be too late. Currently, the battle at Kawakami Gorge has yet to commence, and the great conflict that will engulf all of Hizen is still 2 years away, that I can use this time wisely to develop my strength and train a capable force. For it is not the number of soldiers that counts, but their quality. With my advanced knowledge as an amateur military enthusiast, I can train a proficient army, while I may not achieve monumental success. Ensuring my survival should not pose a significant challenge. When the time comes, I shall strike Takanabu in the back during the duel with Katsutoshi, seizing the opportunity to gain a substantial advantage. If I can secure victory in the field against the Ryuzoji, given the fickle nature of the Hizen lords, I may yet find a way to turn the tide. With this plan in mind, I promptly decided to summon the retainers and Lord Iman from the castle, as I had urgent matters to discuss. The 2 retainers, having witnessed my despondency the previous day, assumed I had fallen into despair and even contemplated bringing a physician. But I declined their offer. To their surprise, I appeared rejuvenated today. Upon hearing my command, the younger retainer exclaimed, "Hi," and hurriedly departed. Soon after, the few direct retainers of the SHNI family gathered at the castle, including SHNI Motomori, Imezumi Kaku, and Tsukushi Iman, who arrived in succession at the main tower. Speaking of history, my half-brother Motomori has endured a tumultuous fate. He was raised in a household of the Hiyake family, enjoying a close relationship with its head, Hiyake Mototsun. After reaching adulthood, he adopted the character Moto from his father's name, Motoyoshi, as a personal name. Historically, he lived at Fukuminji in the Kawakubo district after Masayuki's defeat. Through the efforts of Imezumi Kaku, he sought permission in Kyoto to assume the name Motomori and restore the SHNI name, hoping for recognition from the court. Unfortunately, his request was denied. And feeling hopeless about the revival of the SHNI family, he entered the priesthood at Keiyasen. After completing his studies, he returned to reside at Fukuminji. His 4 sons served under Ryuzoji Takanabu, all of whom perished at the Battle of Okita. However, at present, I have the support of various clans and the Tomo family, all serving under me with the aim of assisting in the revival of the SHNI clan. Once they had paid their respects and taken their seats, I wasted no time and addressed them directly. "Gentlemen, I have gathered you today to discuss an important matter, but before that, I wish to pose a question. Let us be frank. Our family stands at the brink of collapse, teetering on the edge of disaster. How do you believe the SHNI family fell from its former glory as the overlords of northern Kyushu to this dire state?" The assembled retainers were taken aback by my sudden inquiry, exchanging bewildered glances. After a moment of silence, Imezumi Kaku spoke up. "My lord, the most pressing matter at hand is to vanquish the treasonous Ryuzoji and restore the martial reputation of the SHNI family. I am curious as to why you pose such a question." His answer was somewhat off base, and upon hearing it, the others quickly echoed his sentiments. I regarded Imezumi Kaku. He is undoubtedly loyal to the SHNI family. Yet his lack of historical significance is evident, as he has not left a notable mark in history. Were it not for the remnants of the original owner's memories in my mind, I might not even recall his name. However, talent is scarce in these times, and I must rely on him for now. But I did not respond to his query, but gestured for him to take his seat. I then posed another question to the assembly. In this chaotic world, which has been in turmoil for over a century, what must a family rely on to survive? After a brief pause, I added, "I pondered this matter throughout the day yesterday, and wish to hear your insights." The retainers, perhaps unprepared for my rapid-fire questions, began to murmur among themselves, the hall buzzing with discussion that I had already formulated a plan and intended to inspire them with some enthusiasm. After all, do the Japanese not revere Hachiman Daibosatsu? I contemplated invoking a dream from Hachiman to initiate the proceedings. However, being a modern thinker, I merely sought to understand the perspectives of those in this era, which is why I summoned them. After a moment, I tapped the floor with my folding fan, and the discussion subsided. I focused my gaze on Imezumi Kaku and SHNI Motomori, hoping they would share their insights. Alas, talent is indeed lacking, and I can only rely on these few individuals. Seeing me gaze intently at them, Imezumi Kaku placed his hands on the floor, bowed again, and said, "My lord, in my view, the survival of the family depends on the support of the local lords, as well as the loyalty of the vassals. If you, my lord, and your retainers uphold the principles of the samurai and unite in purpose, the court will surely recognize us, allowing our family to survive and prosper." I responded with a non-committal having already formed my judgment. Indeed, Imezumi Kaku embodies the traditional samurai ethos, valuing loyalty and righteousness, yet lacks any particularly remarkable qualities. It is evident that he has not carved a name for himself in history, and he has not disappointed me in that regard, offering no unique insights. I then turned my attention to Motomori. Noticing me looking at him, he immediately bowed and said, "I believe that Senisa and Imezumi Dano share similar thoughts." That I acknowledged him with another closing my eyes to gather my thoughts before finally speaking. What Imezumi Dano has stated is indeed true, but it is not the entirety of the matter. Since the onset of the Unin War, the world has been in disarray, where the strong dominate. The SHNI family's decline to its current state is a direct result of this. Just the other night, I dreamt of a colossal armored figure who identified himself as Hachiman Daibosatsu, lamenting the state of the world and issuing a command for me to bring an end to this era of chaos. He also disclosed that I am not the only one chosen for this task. However, I, Zhengxing, failed to discern any distinctive features of the divine being. All I beheld was a golden giant, enveloped in radiant light that obscured its visage. I dared not ascertain whether it was indeed Hachiman Daibosatsu. Thus, I summoned all present, eager to hear if any among them had encountered such phenomena. I inwardly mused, "Hachiman Daibosatsu, may you forgive my impudence in using your name as a shield. I find myself at a loss, and in order to garner the support of my retainers, I must invoke your esteemed name. You are magnanimous. Please do not hold my petty actions against me." In truth, I claimed I was not the only chosen one, merely leaving myself an avenue of retreat. Should I find it impossible to return, I would have to yield to the likes of Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, or Tokugawa Ieyasu, none of whom I possess confidence to confront. Upon hearing my words, the assembly was taken aback, exclaiming that it must surely be a dream sent by Hachiman Daibosatsu, heralding the resurgence of the SHNI clan, and that our moment of revival was imminent. They disregarded my inquiry about the veracity of such events and instead inquired if Hachiman Daibosatsu had imparted any directives on how to proceed. I shook my head, stating that no specific guidance had been given, only that he would bestow upon me. Zhengxing, moreover, during my contemplations yesterday, I found myself beset by thoughts previously foreign to me, which I surmised must be the influence of Hachiman Daibosatsu. I seized the moment, denying them the opportunity for further reflection, and continued. After an entire day of deliberation, I have arrived at a conclusion regarding the revitalization of our clan. The foremost task for the restoration of the SHNI name is to vanquish the traitorous Ryuzoji family. I have also devised a plan, which I shall soon put into action. Upon hearing this, all present bowed deeply, proclaiming their unwavering loyalty and dedication to our clan. The military fortunes of the SHNI shall flourish. Though the fervor of their shouts resonated powerfully, I noted that some individuals, perhaps due to their lack of acting prowess, exhibited visible skepticism regarding the purported dream of Hachiman Daibosatsu. I paid them no mind, as their outward faith sufficed. I then cleared my throat and, after offering some words of encouragement, instructed Lord Imezumi, Shiro, and Lord Iman to remain, while the others were dismissed to attend to their duties. Once alone, I turned my gaze to the three, the only individuals I deemed reliable, at least historically untainted by betrayal. They understood I had words to share, and I began. Since the Unin War, over a century has passed, and few families adhere to the principles of samurai honor. The paradigm has shifted to one of subjugation. Survival favors the powerful, and the SHNI family has greatly diminished in stature. The Ryuzoji family has now amassed formidable strength, making it exceedingly difficult to oppose them. Our clan's power hinges upon our direct retainers, branches, and vassals. However, our continuous strife with the Dainai family over the past century has led to significant losses among our direct retainers, which in turn has spawned further betrayal from our vassals and branches that I then fix my gaze upon and Motomori. Do you comprehend the reason for this? Motomori's eyes welled with tears instantaneously. Such a wellspring of emotion. I thought to myself, observing his tear-streaked face, he choked out, Shiro does not understand. Our SHNI family has endured for centuries under the patronage of the revered Reiko. Yet we have faced relentless calamity. Why has our clan encountered such misfortune? Pray, enlighten me, brother. I wave my hand dismissively, saying there is no need to dwell on past events. However, I have discerned the root of our clan's defeats against the Dainai family. It lies in the significant losses incurred among our direct retainers during our century-long conflict with them, which has only led to further betrayals. Our old retainers have scattered, and our branches have withered. Only the Baba, Yokoyama, and Kamidate families remain as potential allies. The likes of Oda, Egami, and others have already submitted to the Ryuzoji family. Even now, among the Baba, Yokoyama, and Kamidate families, I wonder if they too would turn against us in our hour of need. Our clan has repeatedly faltered in its struggles due to an obsession with the Dazai Tenmanga Shrine. Indeed, our rise has been closely tied to it. Yet, circumstances change, and our repeated failures to secure it have sapped our vitality. Presently, we are unable to contend with the traitorous Ryuzoji family, let alone consider other pursuits. However, I have devised a strategy for the future, and with the blessings of Hachiman Daibosatsu, our military fortunes shall undoubtedly prosper. Motomori looked up at me, hesitating to speak. I gestured for him to remain silent and continued. Currently, our SHNI family comprises only you, me, and Goro, and my younger brother's legitimate son is sheltered at Kamidate Yamato's stronghold in Sans Castle, while Fuyuki resides at Yokoyama's right flank in Nishijima Castle. Goro has been adopted by the Matsuura family, and the only remaining descendants are the children of my late brother, Chiba Yasunori, at Kamidate's side. Our ranks are dwindling. Therefore, I intend to promote a select group of warriors from among our subjects, even elevating a Shigeru to samurai status, as our clan requires a robust retainer corps. This endeavor necessitates the martial prowess of Lord Iman. Moreover, I have recently perused military texts, which have profoundly inspired me. Yesterday, while pondering, I suddenly conceived of military formations previously unknown to me. I believe they must be a gift from Hachiman Daibosatsu. I shall soon organize these new military strategies for our SHNI forces. In the coming days, I will initiate this endeavor. Shiro, please take the time to organize our provisions and armaments, as I have great need of them. Our clan's revitalization hinges upon this bold action. I implore you all to support me wholeheartedly in this endeavor. SHNI Motomori, Tsukushi Iman, and Imezumi Asaka simultaneously pledged their allegiance, vowing to aid in the restoration of our family. Among them, Motomori was particularly moved. Tears streaming down his face as he emphatically declared, Shiro Motomori will expend every ounce of his being to support my brother in revitalizing our SHNI name. I internally mused, is it truly necessary to be so emotional? While I thought this, I maintained an outward display of enthusiasm, repeatedly exclaiming, excellent, excellent. Thus, I appointed Lord Iman as our family's martial instructor and Lord Imezumi as the commander of the Ishigaru, expressing my gratitude for their assistance. In truth, they might be acting, and I too was merely playing along. The revitalization of our family name is no simple feat. The former Ojungxing found himself at an impasse, and now I. This modern half-hearted version of him must confront the historically renowned bear of Heizen, Ryuzoji Takakuni. To be frank, I have little confidence. Yet I have no choice. I am now SHNI Zhongxing, and my existence will undoubtedly alter the course of future events. Should I fail, given Takakuni's notorious brutality, I seriously doubt he would merely exile me as history suggests. However, if I can successfully cultivate a formidable force, drawing upon my extensive knowledge of military strategy and history. Surely I can surpass the peasant armies of the current daimyos, can I not? With this thought, I felt a surge of eagerness. Nevertheless, I must remain vigilant, constantly reminding myself not to underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. When I mentioned Hachiman Dosatsu's dream, I sensed skepticism among some my understanding of military matters is limited to theoretical knowledge. Thus, I must approach this with utmost seriousness, for failure could cost me my head. 2 days later, Sichinai Motomori and Imezumi Asaka sought an audience with me that I knew they must have assessed our resources as expected. After their respectful bows, Motomori spoke. Brother, I have meticulously reviewed our stores. We currently possess 1,316 gold coins and over 2,000 silver coins, along with 9,695 Irika coins and nearly 70,000 koku of rice. Our secondary stores hold sufficient grain to sustain our entire army for nearly a year. Additionally, there are 1,736 long spears, 683 sets of Shigeru equipment, 37 bows, over 30 firearms, and 16 horses with gunpowder, bullets, arrows, and fodder in abundance. Such a fortune? I exclaimed in surprise. Motomori looked at me quizzically, saying, Brother, were you not aware? The SHNI family has thrived for centuries, and this is merely a fraction of our wealth. During the siege of Chijiyama Castle, we suffered significant losses, and when Fukuzumi Castle fell, the Ryuzoji family acquired even more treasure. This truly represents our family's last remaining assets. I realized I had underestimated our situation. The SHNI family had dominated northern Kyushu for centuries, so it was implausible that we lacked savings. Even after numerous calamities, we retained such substantial reserves. According to Motomori, during the fall of Fukuzumi Castle, the Ryuzoji family must have seized a considerable portion of our wealth, explaining their rapid rise in history. In this era, currency consists primarily of copper coins, with Irika coins as the main currency. Japan also produces its own copper coins, but their quality is poor due to manufacturing limitations, earning them the moniker bad money. 1 Irika coin could exchange for 4 bad coins. Based on my recollection of the ratios, 1 gold coin equals 10 taels, or 44 mami, which is equivalent to 10 Irika coins. 1 silver coin equals 10 taels, or 43 mami, translating to 2.5 Irika coins. Thus, 316 gold coins amount to 13,160 Irika coins, while 2,000 silver coins equate to 20,000 Irika coins. Roughly calculating in my mind, I realized I possessed a total of 42,855 Irika coins. This revelation astounded me. Although it pales in comparison to the fortunes of the great daimyos, it remains a considerable sum. It is no wonder that Toyotomi Hideyoshi could leave such a vast fortune for Toyotomi Hideori. Even amidst the chaotic exchange rates of currency, this wealth is undeniably substantial. With these resources, I felt a surge of confidence and formulated a plan. I turned to Imezumi Asaka and instructed, please take 500 silver coins to Hakata port to procure as many southern barbarian firearms as possible. The more, the better. Simultaneously, send trustworthy warriors to Hirado to do the same, acquiring as many firearms as we can. Upon hearing my words, Izumi Kaku expressed his confusion as to why the Lord required such an abundance of iron cannons. Although the cannons were indeed formidable, I had my own calculations regarding this matter. Do not concern yourself, Lord Izumi. I interjected before he could finish. Is it that you harbor doubts about my intentions? Izumi Kaku quickly denied any such thoughts, acknowledging that the Lord's insights into the present state of the SHNI clan were remarkably profound. He professed his respect for the Lord's martial prowess. In that case, I continued, do not question. Simply execute the plan, and in due time, you shall understand its significance. Kaku responded with a respectful hi, preparing to take his leave when, unexpectedly, Motomori spoke up. Brother, there is no doubt about Lord Izumi's martial capabilities. However, he may lack experience in the matters of trade. As your humble fourth brother, I possess some knowledge in this area. Please allow me to undertake this task. I assure you, upon my return from Hirado, I shall not disappoint you. With that, he immediately knelt, pressing his hands to the ground in earnest supplication. Oh, I did not realize you possess such skills, I thought to myself. Casting a glance at Ch. Kaku. I decided to grant him the opportunity, as such a significant sum of money should be entrusted to someone within our ranks if he believed himself capable. I saw no harm in allowing him to try, for he was indeed one of our own. Although the amount was not vast, it still amounted to over 1,000 kan, a sum that could accomplish much. After consulting with Izumi Ch. Kaku, I addressed Minamoto Mori. Since you are eager, I shall entrust this matter to you. Take a few warriors from our household and carry with you 1,000 pieces of silver. Acquire iron cannons, ammunition, and necessary equipment. While we may procure fewer cannons, we must ensure an ample supply of gunpowder and bullets. Exercise utmost caution. Return before the assessment at the beginning of the month. This acquisition of cannons is of great significance to me, and we cannot afford any missteps. Even if we must purchase fewer, we must ensure we acquire what is necessary, should you succeed in this endeavor. As a member of our clan, I shall have many more tasks to entrust to you. Above all, prioritize safety. Yes, my brother, I shall not fail your expectations, with the issue of the cannons resolved, even if the quantity procured was modest. Combined with our existing stock, the next step would be to organize our troops that I needed to train a standing army. Even if such an army were to consume our resources like a gold-devouring beast. It was a necessary investment, for my very life depended on it in the days to come. Note, due to narrative requirements, the Maba family is to be relocated to Nakano Castle and Gionji Castle. The protagonist, Shni Masanobu, is situated at Ayabi Castle, Shni Mountain Castle. Such alterations will be infrequent henceforth, with perhaps one or two more in the early stages that I appreciate your understanding. Once they departed, I took a moment to reflect on the significant events of the year 1561, the 4th year of Iroku. Despite my contemplation, I could not recall any particularly useful information, aside from the imminent attack by the Tomo clan on Bungo province in April, which promised substantial gains. The marriage of Toyotomi Hideyoshi, then known as Kinoshita T. Kitcher, to Nene in August, and the battles of Majiko between the Tomo and Emri clans, as well as the 4th Battle of Kawanakajima in September. None of these events seemed to provide substantial assistance to my current predicament. Useless, I muttered to myself in frustration, rising to venture into the castle town. In this era, Japanese castles primarily fall into 3 categories: mountain castles built atop hills, flat castles situated on level ground, and flatland hill castles. The Shni Mountain Castle, where I currently resided, is classified as a flatland hill castle, constructed primarily on a small hill. Originally the main stronghold of the Maba branch family, it had now been entrusted to me. While not grand in scale, this flatland hill castle combined the defensive advantages of a mountain castle with the accessibility of a flat castle's town. Nearby, Misaki Town lay along the crucial route to Hakata Port, lending it a degree of prosperity. Having never visited Japan in my previous life, I found myself in the midst of the tumultuous Warring States period and resolved to explore the area. Summoning my retinue, I changed into appropriate attire and descended from a main keep to the inner citadel. On my right was the armory and granary, housing all of my current assets, weaponry, and provisions. It was also a heavily fortified area, with guards stationed every few steps. In the center stood a large water reservoir, filled to the brim, serving as an essential backup supply in case of siege. From the outside, the main keep was unimpressive, almost shameful in its stature. It was little more than a small structure, better described as a watchtower than a castle. This would be my stronghold, and I would exert every effort to prevent the enemy from breaching it. Should they succeed, it could lead to disaster, perhaps even a fate akin to that of the great Oda Nobunaga, who once hosted a notorious barbecue of his adversaries. Descending further, I came to the second bailey, which served as the residence for the defending warriors and the stables. However, there were hardly any direct retainers left of the Shni clan, with only a few scattered houses occupied by the remaining warriors. A winding path connected the main gate to the foot of the hill, designed as an equestrian route. Numerous obstacles were placed along this path to slow the enemy's advance and prevent them from launching a direct assault on the inner citadel. The defending troops could attack from above using arrows and cannons through the strategically placed arrow slits within the inner citadel. As the brilliant sun shone down, it was now March, and the weather was pleasantly warm, quite unlike the biting cold of March in my homeland. This warmth lifted my spirits considerably. Exiting the main gate, a large wooden frame served as the entrance, with two substantial wooden boards acting as the door, surrounded by wooden walls that extended along the hill. There was hardly even a proper moat. Instead, a mound of earth had been piled up about 2 meters from the gate and walls, with sharpened wooden stakes inserted to serve as caltrops. Designed to disrupt any advancing enemy formations, a few Ishigaru stood guard at the entrance, and only one samurai accompanied them, a clear indication of the dire state of the Shoni clan's retainers. With merely 6 or 7 men, I doubted they could swiftly close the gate in case of an alarm. Upon noticing my approach, they all bowed in unison. I nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded towards the town of Misaki. From a distance, Misaki town appeared modest in size. Yet upon entering, it was surprisingly expansive, with an estimated population in the thousands that I was soaking in the ambience of a Warring States-era castle town, when suddenly a retainer whispered, "My lord, Lord Chikuzen has arrived." I looked up to see Chikuzen Yashimian approaching from a distance. Lord Chikuzen, you have come at just the right time. I was just thinking of taking a stroll around town before seeking you out. Yashimian seemed taken aback. "My lord, you should always bring more guards when leaving the castle." I felt a twinge of irritation at his concern, thinking that how could I perceive the true state of affairs if I were always surrounded by guards? However, recalling that he only wished to look out for my safety, I replied, "There is no need for worry, Lord Chikuzen. While the Ryuzoji clan is formidable, we are situated at a considerable distance from their stronghold, Sakaguchi Castle, and are further protected by the Maba and Ayabe clans that we are not in grave danger." Seeing that he wanted to say more, I interrupted him. "The Shoni clan's direct retainers have dwindled. I have come to town to scout for wandering warriors to recruit for our cause. Moreover, I have devised an entirely new military strategy that requires the enlistment of foot soldiers. I shall be relying on your support." "Lord Chikuzen, in that case, I shall accompany you. My lord, in the future, whenever you leave the castle, please allow me to join you. Your safety is paramount to the Shoni clan, and we must not be complacent." I quickly replied, "Very well. I shall ensure that you accompany me in future excursions. Lord Yashimian, I am also aware of your exceptional swordsmanship, and I would be grateful for your guidance in this matter." Chikuzen Yashimian agreed, and together we explored Misaki town, though we soon found ourselves at an inn, for it is customary for travelers and wandering samurai to rest at such establishments. Here, news from all corners of the land would be exchanged over drinks. Allowing wandering warriors to broaden their horizons and understand the shifting tides of power among the daimyo, thereby determining their own future paths, Yashimian and I listened to the tales of travelers. The most frequently discussed topic was the Battle of Nagakut that had transpired last year in Owari province. The name of Oda Nobunaga was already spreading far and wide, and I knew that the Oda clan would soon embark on an aggressive campaign against Mino, poised to sweep through the land thereafter. After some time, I realized that I had not heard any particularly useful information, merely rumors concerning distant daimyos, indicating that valuable intelligence was elusive. I turned to Yashimian and spoke in a hushed tone. "Upon our return to the castle, I want you to approach the local magistrate here to recruit warriors. I intend to bolster our household retainer force with these newly enlisted foot soldiers. However, be sure to exercise discernment in your selection." I was confident that he understood the criteria for discernment in this matter. 1646.5600 683 36 36500 500 1000 1600 in an instant. The entire training ground was filled with a cacophony of chaos, bustling with activity. After a considerable wait for these foot soldiers to assemble, I stood atop a makeshift platform, scrutinizing the future standing army of our clan. They were generally not tall. Some donned self-made bamboo armor, while others wore samurai suits, all uniformly shouldering long spears several times their own height, with a few wielding bamboo poles. Some were equipped with headgear, while others wore nothing upon their heads, gazing at me with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Clearing my throat and surveying the crowd, I began, "I am your lord, Taizai Masanobu. You, for the next 5 years, shall serve as the standing foot soldiers of our clan, fighting for our cause across the realm. Perhaps when you were summoned, you were not fully apprised of the situation. So let me reiterate. As standing foot soldiers, Each of you will receive an annual salary of 6.5 ken of Yongla coins, along with a ration of rice. However, you are not permitted to return to your homes for agricultural duties. You shall train here daily and fight in times of war. Any who return home without authorization shall be pursued and executed by samurai. If you are slain in battle, your salary will continue to be dispensed to your family for 10 years. Those who distinguish themselves will be rewarded with promotion to samurai rank. I now grant you a moment to deliberate. Should you wish to leave, you may do so freely, and our clan shall not impede your departure. However, if you choose to remain, you will commit to serving our clan henceforth. With that, I turned and sat upon a stool, observing them in silence. Kimura Asaka approached me and whispered, "My lord, promoting foot soldiers to samurai is unprecedented. It could disrupt the hierarchy of our clan. I implore you to reconsider. Presently, our clan's samurai numbers are dwindling. We are in dire need of capable individuals. While they may currently be foot soldiers, they are not devoid of potential talent. Furthermore, our stipulation is that promotions will be based on merit, not granted frivolously." Yet before he could elaborate further, I interrupted him with a sigh, saying, Lord Kimura, I am well aware of your loyalty to the Isichinai clan. However, there is no need for undue concern that we understand that promoting foot soldiers to samurai is a rarity, potentially unsettling the code of the warrior class. Nevertheless, should this contingent prove themselves in the future, elevating even one or two to samurai status would inspire greater dedication to our clan. Moreover, it would exemplify our clan's commitment to recognizing talent without prejudice. Hearing my reasoning, Kimura ceased his objections. To quell the restless thoughts of this loyal servant of the SHNI family, I hastily offered him some words of reassurance. As time passed, a number of foot soldiers departed in groups. This was likely due to the high salary offered, yet the understanding that this was a fully committed military force caused some to worry about their farms. When the departing foot soldiers were momentarily halted by the guards at the training grounds entrance, I swiftly gestured for them to be allowed to leave, and they promptly exited. After some time, it became apparent that around 700 individuals remained, a number not far from my expectations, as I had originally planned to recruit no more than 600. Seeing that no one else wished to leave, I instructed a thorough registration of each individual, their names, the provinces they hailed from, and their respective villages. That I also ordered that all weapons be laid down and armor removed, to be assessed for value and either stored in our arsenal or sold if deemed unusable. Anything unsellable was to be destroyed. The foot soldiers were informed that henceforth, all armor and weaponry would be provided by our clan, requiring no personal supplies. The following day, training commenced. I named this contingent the Heisen Reserve and appointed Kimura Asaka as the chief commander responsible for their training, albeit with the stipulation that all methods must adhere to my directives. The 743 remaining soldiers formed the backbone of the Heisen Reserve in a grand formation, comprising 100 in the front row and 7 rows deep. Once the SHNI family procured iron cannons, those skilled in their use would be organized into a cannon unit flanking the formation. The spearmen were to be arranged with a 1-meter gap between them, while cannon operators would align parallel to the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th rows. During an offensive, the first row would fire and remain stationary to reload, while the last row would advance to the front for firing. Continuing in this manner, they would progress alongside the spearmen. Conversely, during defense, the spearmen would hold their position, moving forward to align with the last row, while the foremost cannon operators would retreat to reload behind the last row, allowing the second row to fire, and so forth, ensuring continuous cannon fire. Upon engaging the enemy, the cannon operators would shift to the flanks to maintain fire output or draw their swords to assist in combat. That I in my vision. A grand formation ideally consisted of 3,000 troops, but with the mountainous terrain of Japan, such numbers were impractical. The typical size for a reserve unit hovered between 700 and 800, therefore. My immediate goal was to train these individuals, laying the groundwork for future recruitment. This initial 700 would serve as seeds for growth. In times of conflict, it was also essential to continue recruiting foot soldiers. Should a battle arise, the forces from various clans would flank on either side. With my Heisen Reserve leading the charge, if I could expand and strengthen this force, I could establish additional smaller reserves. which could then be combined into larger formations on the battlefield, greatly enhancing our combat effectiveness. Initially, I instructed the soldiers to practice standing still, forbidding any unnecessary movements without command, and strictly prohibiting unauthorized departures. Each row was assigned a samurai to oversee them, and we began practicing marching in unison to ensure the integrity of the formation during movement. I understood that creating a modern military in the truest sense was unattainable. I could only strive to emulate what I could. This military formation was inspired by revelations from Hachiman Daibosatsu, which had been conveyed to the soldiers by informed samurai, igniting their enthusiasm. After several days, Senai Motomori returned with momentous news. He had visited Hakata port to investigate cannon prices, discovering they reached as high as 86 kin each. He then traveled to Hirado port under the Matsura clan, where prices were similarly steep but marginally lower. Despite the exorbitant costs, purchasing was imperative. He ultimately acquired a dozen cannons along with tenfold quantities of ammunition. Aware of the steep prices, I refrained from reproaching him, offering words of encouragement instead, and instructed him to distribute these cannons alongside our existing stock. I issued further orders for Kimura Asaka to expedite training for the Heisen Reserve while dispatching ninjas to closely monitor the movements of the Ryuzoji clan. In the modest main hall of SHI Castle, I presided over a formal evaluation for the first time since my arrival in this era, since my crossing into this world in early March. I had initiated recruitment, established a training ground, tasked SHI Motomori with the acquisition of cannons, and organized the Heisen Reserve. That I had also covertly ordered the recruitment of ninjas and had been diligently honing my martial skills alongside Tsukushi Imandale. As I prepared to conduct the evaluation, a mix of anticipation and nerves coursed through me. This was not a mere game where I could click a mouse to progress. Gripping my katana, I approached the central position, symbolizing the head of the family, flanked by two attendants. The assembled retainers and clansmen bowed in greeting as I entered, handing my katana to one of the attendants. I took my seat and surveyed the array of my loyal retainers. Drawing a folding fan from my waist, I opened it with a flourish, fanning myself in the chill of the air, momentarily chastising myself for being foolish enough to wield a fan on such a cold day. That I closed the fan and instead tapped it rhythmically against the floor to ease my tension. The vast majority of my subordinate lords and retainers were present, save for Kamishiro Katsutoshi, who had sent a messenger with a letter explaining his absence due to illness and the pressing need for spring planting. I suspected this was merely a pretext. At this juncture, he likely had an arrangement with Ryuzoji Takanabu for a confrontation at Kawakami Gorge. He was astute enough to send along 10 pieces of gold as an apology. And I, recognizing the gesture, chose not to pursue the matter of his non-attendance any further. Seated in the front row was the current head of the Maba family, Maba Kaninabu, whose domain was in Nakano Castle within the Sanjin district. The Maba family is a cadet branch of the SHI clan, with their ancestry tracing back to SHI Masazune's son, Yoshinobu. Maba Yashizu, his grandfather, had been unwaveringly loyal to the SHI clan. However, the downfall of the SHI family cannot be absolved from the responsibilities of his grandfather. Although his grandfather orchestrated strategies against the Ryuzoji, the ultimate failure led to the demise of the SHI clan. Yet he provided substantial support during our family's decline. After my half-brother, SHI Fuyoshi, committed seppuku following the fall of Shifukuji Castle, he allied with those who had yet to be absorbed by Ryuzoji to support my efforts to revitalize the SHI clan. Thus, I appointed him as the chief elder of the SHI family. Joining Maba Kaninabu in the front row was Yokoyama Saisen, also of the Yokoyama family, a branch of the SHI clan, currently residing in Nishijima Castle within the Seiniki district. Like Maba, Yokoyama Saisen had remained steadfast in his dedication to the SHI clan, fighting valiantly for our cause, even after the fall of Shifukuji. I briefly sought refuge with the Otomo clan, only to be later proclaimed as the head of the SHI family, whereupon Yokoyama Zisei promptly pledged his loyalty. Beside them, I was accompanied by the likes of Chikuzi Iman and a handful of other retainers, such as SHI Motomori. The rest were largely obscure minor clans. Beyond that, there were not many left, primarily the younger generation of the former direct vassals of the SHI family and various lesser clans. Once the assembly was settled, I, lacking experience in presiding over evaluations, could only rely on the fragmented memories of my predecessor that lingered in my mind, that I began by summarizing the previous assessment of the various retainers and clan heads regarding the completion of their assigned tasks. In order to facilitate rewards and penalties, that I found it challenging to distinguish the quality of their completions, so I relied on my instincts to determine the rewards and penalties based on their performance levels. When necessary, I would seek the opinions of Imezumi Asaka and Baba Kanamasa. Subsequently, I placed significant emphasis on rewarding the newly emerged loyal retainer, Minamoto no Michitake, whose exceptional organizational skills and the military preparations left a profound impression on me. I arranged for him to join the ranks of the retainers while continuing to serve as my direct vassal, augmenting his annual stipend and rice allowance. Minamoto no Michitake, as a direct vassal whose ancestors had fought to the death for the SHNI family, was finally granted a family name, expressing his profound gratitude and vowing to double his efforts in service, even pledging his life for the SHNI cause, just as his forebears had. Additionally, I tasked SHNI Motomori, as a retainer, with procuring firearms, a task he completed admirably, earning him monetary rewards that, of course, amidst the joy, there were those who faced disappointment. I also deemed it necessary to penalize several warriors whose task completions were lacking, some of whom suffered deductions from their stipends due to significant gaps in performance. Naturally, I would also offer some encouraging words to comfort them, lest their loyalty wane. After concluding the summary of the previous evaluations, I cleared my throat and spoke solemnly. Now, let us establish the strategy of our house. The assembled retainers promptly bowed in respect, collectively exclaiming, "Oh," to signify their readiness to heed my directives. The strategy of our house remains focused on the paramount task of subjugating the treacherous Ryuzoji clan. Furthermore, as you all have likely observed, a new military formation is currently being trained below the castle, which shall serve as our standing reserve force. Additionally, with the spring planting season imminent, it is imperative that each household does not delay. I implore you all to continue your loyal contributions to our house. May you pledge your lives to our Lord. I then assigned tasks, primarily focusing on the procurement of military provisions, military training, and the spring planting. The responsibility of gathering military provisions was entrusted to SHNI Motomori. And given the urgency of the upcoming planting season, I did not set overly ambitious targets. Recognizing Minamoto no Michitake's organizational capabilities, I assigned him the oversight of the spring planting, with several retainers experienced in this area to assist him. I trust he will deliver satisfactory results as for the training of the Heisen troops. I took personal charge, with Imezumi Asaka assisting me, that I also issued directives to the noble clans across the lands, emphasizing the importance of developing the local economy while ensuring that military training does not fall by the wayside. Following the summary, we shared a meal and concluded the meeting. Time flew, and before I knew it, June of the 4th year of Iroku had arrived. During this period, I adhered to a disciplined routine, rising early and laboring tirelessly to hone my martial skills and manage state affairs. The pressing urgency stemmed not only from the dire situation, with the looming threat of the so-called Bear of Heisen, Ryuzoji Takanabu, but also from my own ambitious aspirations as a time traveler, eager to achieve great deeds. Thus, I would rise around 5 in the morning, after washing up, to either engage in strength-enhancing exercises or conduct sparring drills with the warriors of Chikuzi Aiman and the Baba clan, using wooden swords and other wooden weaponry to sharpen my martial prowess and increase my odds in battle. At times, I would also take the Baba warriors outside the castle to practice horsemanship and archery skills. After approximately 2 hours of training, I would return for breakfast. Of course, what I referred to as breakfast was merely my insistence on substituting white rice with rice porridge, accompanied by a selection of pickled vegetables, such as pickled radishes, enjoying a steaming bowl of rice porridge. Following that, I would head to the castle to address matters that required the attention of the retainers or otherwise unresolved. If there were no pressing state affairs to handle, I would engage Imezumi Asaka, Chikuzi Aiman, SHNI Motomori, and other retainers in discussions about the current situation, that we would frequently deliberate on tactics, and I imparted many methods of warfare simulation from the future to them, engaging them in exercises alongside me. After a busy morning, I would take a brief nap before heading to the training grounds to observe the drills of the Heisen troops. Occasionally, I would be inspired to join the training personally. Considering that the Japanese of this era generally abstained from meat, yet high-intensity training necessitated ample nutrition, I devised a plan that adhered to the meat-eating prohibitions while incorporating fish into the diet for the foot soldiers and warriors. I also took the bold step of arranging for the breeding of rabbits and pigs, noting that in Japan, pigs refer specifically to wild boars, while domesticated pigs are called buta, that I assigned the retainers a new procurement task to acquire meat from hunters. The foot soldiers received 3 meals a day. Breakfast consisted of pickled vegetables and rice porridge, occasionally mixed with coarse grains like millet and wheat. Lunch was mandatory meat, typically a stew of meat mixed with vegetables served with rice, with a requirement of coarse grains for 1 meal every 10 days. This consideration stemmed from the historical prevalence of beriberi among soldiers due to a diet solely of white rice. As evidenced during the First Sino-Japanese War, where a large army composed of farmers suffered significant non-combat losses due to this issue. Dinner consisted of a porridge made from bones of pigs or other animals mixed with vegetables and rice. This dietary regimen ensured the foot soldiers received adequate nutrition, arguably superior to that of many daimyo. The cost of such provisions, however, meant that my monthly expenses on the foot soldiers' diets could nearly fund the recruitment of an additional reserve force. Despite the strong opposition from high-ranking retainers regarding the lavish meals for the foot soldiers, with some warriors even resorting to seppuku as a threat, I earnestly defended my position, ultimately persuading them by claiming it was a divine message from Hachiman Daibosatsu, who had instructed me in a dream regarding the formation of a new reserve force. I insisted that this was Hachiman's decree, which could not be contravened, thereby compelling their reluctant acceptance. However, the effort to ensure the nutrition of the foot soldiers significantly depleted my family's resources each month. I deliberately arranged for the news of my divine instruction from Hachiman Daibosatsu regarding the establishment of a new reserve force to be disseminated widely, leading to the foot soldiers regarding me with awe and fervor whenever I appeared at the training grounds. Their enthusiasm for training significantly heightened. Upon learning that their diet was a result of Hachiman's decree, their initial resistance to meat lessened considerably. Concurrently, I employed merchants and travelers to spread the word that I had been chosen by Hachiman Daibosatsu to end the chaotic times. Regardless of others' beliefs, I prioritized the dissemination of the message that my commitment to the training of the Heisen troops was unwavering. After ensuring the foot soldiers' nutrition, I instituted rigorous training regimens. First, the spearmen underwent a series of formation drills, ensuring they could respond appropriately to the sound of the conch shell signal for advancing, halting, and assuming defensive positions. I then had them don their armor and wield their long spears for training. Given that long spears of this era were typically quite lengthy, measuring between 2 and 3 shaku, the act of thrusting them straight forward became exhausting, leading to most opting for striking attacks instead. In designing the training program, I primarily focused on allowing the Heisen foot soldiers to practice striking attacks while supplementing their training with thrusting techniques. During striking drills, the first rank would engage in striking attacks while the second rank would hold their spears at an angle between the gaps of the first rank. Should enemy forces approach, the second rank could provide support to the first rank from a mid-range distance, while the third and fourth ranks would hold their spears at an angle, and those in the rear would hold their spears upright. Should any frontline soldiers fall, those behind would step forward to fill the gaps, and so on. Uniformity of movement and maintenance of formation integrity were paramount. The gunners operated under standard Morse principles, regularly practicing forward and backward shooting drills alongside the spearmen. However, every 3 days, they would engage in live fire exercises with 2 rounds each. Consequently, the consumption of ammunition was significant, necessitating an increase in the procurement of firearms. Currently, firearms were scarce. Thus, I had to augment the rear of the gunner formation with some bowmen for collaborative training. The primary role of the bowmen was to defend the gunners should enemy forces approach, assisting them in repelling attackers, or to fill any gaps in firepower if the gunner formation experienced a lull in fire. Each foot soldier was issued a wooden plaque, inscribed with the family crests of Heisen and the SHNI clan on one side, and their names and villages on the other. Each foot soldier also bore the insignia of the SHNI family on their armor. Even so, the situation remains unchanged amidst the fervent training in Heisen. The clandestine recruitment of ninjas that I have undertaken has begun to take shape, and I have received the first reports. Historically, true ninjas do not resemble the extraordinary figures depicted in films and dramas, each possessing remarkable skills that in reality, genuine ninjas often appear unremarkable. Among a crowd, they resemble harmless farmers or wandering merchants. This very inconspicuousness facilitates their role in gathering intelligence. The portrayal of ninjas in media, frequently engaging in assassination or infiltrating cities alone to eliminate their targets, only to escape unscathed from pursuing defenders, is sheer fantasy, setting aside the question of whether they possess the capability to enter a city. Even if they do, the presence of sentries every few steps, along with the city's own covert defenses, renders the approach to the target a significant challenge, let alone exiting after the deed. In contrast, authentic ninjas seldom accept assassination contracts. Their primary function revolves around intelligence gathering, occasionally taking on some robbery assignments. Typically, they traverse mountains and valleys to relay information swiftly, and when not on missions, they lead lives of farming and hunting, earning extra income when called upon. These individuals are cost-effective and of low status, possessing extensive knowledge of both mountainous and plain lifestyles, allowing them to adapt well to various environments without attracting attention. Furthermore, the unrealistic portrayal of ninjas as exceptionally skilled fighters is far from the truth. Their affordability, fearlessness, resilience, and the unique system of trust and communication developed through undertaking contracts define the essence of a ninja. Of course, by the late Sengoku period, numerous factions of ninjas emerged, but that is a topic for another time. The group I have recruited is a small ninja faction from Hizen, particularly around Shikuzen and Shikugo in northern Kyushu. Led by a chief named Hirosuke, I have hired his group as my direct ninjas tasked with intelligence gathering and letter delivery, providing them with monthly salaries and rice allowances. They're to assist me wholeheartedly in my campaign against the Ryuzoji clan. And upon my successful conquest, I have promised to grant them land, liberating them from the status of mere wanderers, allowing them to settle. I will also bestow upon them surnames and samurai status, formally integrating them as direct ninjas serving the Shoni clan. To demonstrate my sincerity, I granted them a month's salary and rice up front, as well as 200 coins in silver as initial operational funds. My strategy involves taking advantage of the chaos during the battle at Kawakami Gorge, where Ryuzoji Takanabu and Kamishiro Katsumasa are engaged. If possible, I aim to seize the opportunity to also take down the Nishichiba clan. Consequently, the reconnaissance activities targeting the Ryuzoji and Nishichiba clans have commenced. Similarly, the efforts to persuade the Egami clan to realign with me have also begun, alongside operations to sway the lord of Kajitsun Castle, Oda Tadamitsu, who is currently under Ryuzoji's influence, as well as the son of Takagi Kaniyasu, Takagi Moriyasu. Presently, Egami Munetaka is stationed at Shifukuji Castle, and persuading him presents a considerable challenge, especially under Ryuzoji Takanabu's significant power. To reclaim this former vassal of the Shoni clan, I must execute the strategy with utmost care. The execution of the Takagi clan strategy is similarly challenging. Takagi Kaniyasu, a retainer of the Shoni clan, was beheaded by a vassal who had already pledged allegiance to Ryuzoji while at his castle, Takagi Castle. Takagi Moriyasu has spent a considerable time as a hostage within the Ryuzoji clan, naturally fostering a closer bond with them. At present, I stand atop the castle keep, gazing down at the training grounds where the soldiers of Hizen are exercising, and I turn to Hirosuke, who is kneeling beside me, to inquire, are there any unusual movements from the Ryuzoji clan? Hirosuke bows his head low, responding in a hushed tone, "My lord, the Ryuzoji clan is currently dispatching individuals to procure firearms, according to the reports from our infiltrating ninjas in Saga Castle." At the beginning of the month, Ryuzoji Takanabu announced at a meeting the agreement with the Kamishiro clan to engage in battle at Kawakami Gorge in September, and preparations are already underway. The acquisition of firearms appears to be for this impending conflict. What has been the Ryuzoji clan's reaction to our gathering of troops? I continue to inquire. Lord Ryuzoji has shown no reaction to your recruitment efforts. My lord, no reaction? I am taken aback. This indicates a complete disregard for me. Well, it's better this way. Their indifference allows me to train my Hizen troops with peace of mind. when the time comes to face them, I will deliver a grand surprise. How are the negotiations proceeding? Currently, we have made contact with the executioner, Takagi Kinmitsu. He has expressed a desire to return to his original clan. However, as per your instructions, the ninjas conveyed to him the need to remain hidden within the Egami clan for the time being, while persuading Egami Munetaka to return to his original clan. We have instructed Kinmitsu to assure Munetaka that his safety will be guaranteed upon his return, and that he will be reinstated as a senior retainer of the clan Dada. I respond. And what of Oda Tademitsu and Takagi Moriyasu? Hirosuke lowers his body even further, stating, Lord Oda has clearly rejected our overtures and has executed the ninja we sent to make contact. As for Lord Takagi, he has not outright declined our advances, but he has not made things difficult for our ninjas either. I feel I have failed in my duty to you, my lord, and I humbly accept any punishment you deem fit. Ditto. I am surprised to hear that Oda Tademitsu has slain my envoy, that I end my expectations, given Ryuzoji Takanobu's past betrayal of the Oda clan and the assault on their castle. Tademitsu, despite his allegiance to the Ryuzoji clan and marriage to Takanobu's adopted daughter, should harbor no fondness for the Ryuzoji, that I did not anticipate such a complete rejection of my olive branch. Culminating in the execution of my messenger, it appears he is committed to following Ryuzoji to the bitter end. Ironically, it is Takagi Moriyasu, whom I expected to be less accommodating, who remains non-committal. Thus, I will cease further attempts to contact Oda Tademitsu and instead focus on reaching out to Takagi Moriyasu. Moreover, for the loss of my ninja, I shall provide a compensation tenfold his salary and ensure his family is well cared for. Thank you, my lord, Hirosuke replies. After a moment of contemplation, I continue. The future focus of our clan lies in Hizen. Remember, you are the sword of the Shoni clan hidden in the shadows. Wherever our clan aims to expand, you must direct your efforts there. Our infiltration of the Ryuzoji clan is still insufficient. We must intensify our efforts against them. Currently, the strength of my ninja forces remains quite limited, and I must divide our focus into 3 parts. The first part involves gathering intelligence and monitoring our own retainers to prevent any covert persuasion or betrayal. The second part is the collection of intelligence on the Ryuzoji clan and their retainers, which is of paramount importance. Any movement from the Ryuzoji must be reported to me with the utmost urgency. The final part involves collecting intelligence on the various daimyos of northern Kyushu, enabling us to prepare for future developments and respond promptly to any changes in the surrounding situation. Hirosuke ponders for a moment before stating, I vow to fulfill your mission, my lord, but our current manpower is insufficient. Dividing our forces to monitor our key retainers and surrounding daimyos while covering the Ryuzoji clan presents a significant challenge. I nod, replying, I understand, which is why I have decided to expand our clan's ninja forces. If I recall correctly, we currently have fewer than 60 members. Let us set a target of 200 to remember to recruit more locals from our targets. I will not impose restrictions on your methods, but loyalty must be ensured that I will specifically allocate funds for your ninja forces. Let us start with 2,000 RYO.MY ninjas are to be my secret weapon. Aside from me, no one else should be aware of their existence. Not even a lone member of my retainer group, Shoni Motomori. It is best to keep this secret weapon under my control. However, maintaining this group of ninjas is proving more costly than I had envisioned. Even at this small scale, I have already expended 2,000 Ryo, not including the initial recruitment expenses, if this money were used for regular troops. I could have easily recruited over 200. Yet, I believe that my ninja forces, regarded as my secret weapon, will undoubtedly yield unexpected results. Intelligence is paramount. Once information is in place, it is akin to having access to the entire map in a game. Yielding undeniably different outcomes, I lightly touched my ribs and continued. I desire a specialized team of elite ninjas dedicated to stealthy assassinations from the newly recruited cohort. They must possess the capability to accomplish seemingly impossible tasks when necessary. Additionally, I require a separate elite squad tasked with countering enemy ninjas, specifically to root out those hostile ninjas from rival clans within our territory when a need arises. However, the assassination team need not be overly numerous. It suffices that they can fulfill their missions. Hage pondered for a moment and replied, Yes, my lord. However, if you intend to employ them at the Kawakami Gorge in 2 months, we may not have sufficient time. You possess quite the audacity to speculate on my intentions. I muse, indeed. I had planned to utilize them at that time. But since you have deduced my thoughts, I shall refrain from allowing my subordinates to read my mind. I waved my hand dismissively and stated, the target of the assassination team is not Ryuzoji Takanabu. Train them diligently. I will notify you when the time for action arrives. Furthermore, do not attempt to guess my thoughts in the future. Page, sensing the sternness in my tone, quickly interjected, I would not dare, my lord. Please punish me as you see fit. It is of no consequence. Just do not repeat the offense. Page acknowledged with a simple understood. He then added, as the number of ninjas expands, my capabilities are limited, and managing them has become quite taxing. Therefore, I kindly ask you to oversee the families of our ninjas. I narrowed my eyes, reflecting on Hage's apparent understanding of propriety. With the growing scale of the ninja contingent and no reliable individual to oversee them, placing complete control in his hands was indeed concerning to my surprise. He wisely proposed to entrust all the families to me, effectively providing me with hostages. The families within the entire organization would now rest in my hands. If anyone were to betray us, they would first need to consult the others. This gesture significantly bolstered my trust in him. Very well. Expedite the transfer of the families, I commanded. Understood, Hage replied, after discussing further intelligence matters and the expansion of the ninja force. Hage took his leave. I had intended to seize the opportunity before engaging in warfare with the Ryuzoji clan to visit Tomo Yashitomo at the Tomo residence in Toyoho, seeking greater support from the Tomo clan, while also hoping to meet the illustrious clan head known for his notable reputation in history. However, just as I was preparing to depart, Tomo Yashitomo took the initiative, leading an assault against Harada Yashitane, the chief priest of the KSH shrine, with Kitsu Kajinori and Tahara Chikakyo as his main forces. They were besieging KSH Castle, but had yet to succeed. In addition, Tomo Yashitomo was preoccupied with suppressing the rebellions of Akizuki and Tajiri. Left with no choice, I penned a letter and dispatched a ninja to deliver it to Tomo Yashitomo. Naturally, I did not forget about my nephew Chiba Waisei, who was still at Sans Castle under Kamishiro Katsuaki's protection. Chiba Waisei is the son of my elder brother, Shni Masanobu, and is set to inherit the East Chiba family estate. While Chiba Wairun of the West Chiba family has allied himself with Ryuzoji Takanabu during the conflict initiated by my elder brother Shni Fion against the Ryuzoji clan. He provided substantial support to the Shni family. Unfortunately, they ultimately fell to Ryuzoji Takanabu, and after Takanabu breached Fukuji Castle, forcing Shni Fion to commit seppuku, Wairun was also compelled to take his own life, leaving behind the orphan Chiba Yseat present. The Shni family's retinue is dwindling, and the clan is nearly extinct, prompting my interest in him. After the fall of Gyeonggi Castle, Chiba Waisei sought refuge at Sans Castle. Thus, once my preparations were nearly complete, I instructed Hage to send several capable ninjas to Sans Castle to retrieve Chiba Waisei and assist the Shni family. I also wrote a letter expressing my gratitude to Kamishiro Katsuaki for sheltering my brother's son, Chiba Waisei. Currently, I, Masabu, possess the confidence and capability to provide protection for Waisei, and our family also requires his loyalty. To demonstrate my sincerity, I instructed the accompanying ninjas to bring 100 cannon military funds, hoping that the Kamishiro clan would contribute diligently in our efforts against the rebellious Ryuzoji clan. Once I had taken care of everything, I began to fret over financial matters. Previously, the inventory audit conducted by Shni Motomori had already consumed around 10,000 can. While nearly 30,000 can in wealth still remained, I could not afford to deplete it recklessly. Yet, I found myself without viable methods of generating income. I had contemplated establishing a small food venture, akin to those found in time travel novels, to earn some supplementary income. However, I soon realized the naivety of such aspirations. Not only was it impractical for someone of my status as a daimyo to engage in petty trade, but even my retinue would find it shameful, thereby affecting their loyalty that in this era, the means for a warlord to increase revenue are quite limited. The primary source is taxation, which serves as a principal income for warlords, levying annual tributes on agricultural income within their direct territories as well as on land grants given to vassals. Various forms of taxes are collected, such as those on rice paddies, dry fields, and residential properties. Additionally, there are taxes on the affluent, taxes on private storage facilities established by moneylenders, and market taxes on commercial activities. In times of urgent military funding, archery taxes may also be levied, along with tolls collected from passing merchant caravans. Another source of income is commerce and trade. Profits from trade can be substantial and swift. Owning a port attracts merchants from distant lands and allows for trade with the Ming dynasty. IT also enables the transportation of Kyushu specialties to nearby regions while bringing local product from the Kanto area to Kyushu. Despite the risks of maritime ventures, including disasters and piracy, the potential for immense profits often outweighs these dangers. Some warlords, lacking ports, exploit mineral resources to generate additional income, much like Takeda Shinjin, who leveraged the gold mines of Kai province to elevate the Takeda clan. Should one find themselves without a port or a mine, the answer lies in extracting loans from the impoverished populace. This involves lending money or seeds to the subjects, thereby collecting interest for those in need. This constitutes benevolent governance. However, some warlords coerce those who do not require loans into accepting them solely for the sake of interest. Lastly, warfare serves as a source of income. For instance, peasants may pay tribute to avoid plunder. States may offer monetary rewards for aiding their forces, and conquered enemies may surrender tribute. During the siege of Odora, Toyotomi Hideyoshi mandated that large villages pay 3,000 copper coins, medium villages 2,000, and small villages 1,000, effectively profiting from the war. Oda Nobunaga similarly amassed thousands to tens of thousands of kin in funds, not only compensating for the cost of warfare, but often resulting in a profit. The battlefield also witnessed the abduction and sale of slaves, a practice that continued until the late Sengoku period before being prohibited. I initially intended to emulate Oda Nobunaga by establishing a lively market. However, the longer I remained, the more I recognized that the timing for such an initiative was not yet ripe. The as of now, I lack a stable castle, and without one, a thriving castle town is unattainable. Without a prosperous castle town, it is futile to consider implementing a lively market to attract more merchants. Thus, I have set aside these thoughts for the time being, reserving them for a later date. In August at Shni Mountain Castle, while I was practicing with Tsukushi Iman, I suddenly heard the urgent sound of galloping hooves. I inwardly cursed the audacity of anyone daring to ride within my castle. Moments later, Hage, the leader of the ninjas, burst in, exclaiming, "My lord, according to reports from our ninjas in Sakaguchi Castle, the Ryuzoji clan has issued a total mobilization order, targeting the Kamishiro clan. What is the meaning of this panic?" I reproached Hage, my brow furrowing. That wasn't the battle at Kawakami Gorge between Ryuzoji Takanabu and Kamishiro Katsuaki scheduled for September. Why were they gathering forces so early in August? I handed my wooden sword to an attendant and inquired of Hage, "Is the information reliable?" After my reprimand, Hage promptly replied, "My lord, it has been confirmed. Our ninjas intercepted the message and witnessed the Ryuzoji clan dispatching messengers to convey the mobilization order. Then it is confirmed. Continue to monitor the movements of the Ryuzoji clan closely, including the mobilization status of their various houses. Report back immediately with any updates. Understood." What is the Kamishiro clan's response? Lord Kamishiro has likely not received the news yet, but he should be informed within a day or two and will likely initiate his own mobilization. Convey to Kamishiro Katsuaki that the Ryuzoji clan has mobilized, and ascertain the total strength they have gathered. Identify their gathering locations. Make sure our ninjas remain undetected. They may withdraw if necessary. Understood. Thank you for your consideration, my lord. After Pengju made his swift exit, only then did Zhu Shirongman speak up. "My lord, shall we mobilize our forces?" "Not so fast," I replied. "The target of the Ryuzoji clan is the Kamishiro family, and even if they turn their sights upon us, we shall await their exhaustion. Once the Ryuzoji clan has gathered their strength, we can mobilize then. There will still be time to—" I then turned to my retainer and commanded, "Summon the council." At the council, aside from the vassals within their own territories, all members of my retainer group had gathered. Upon announcing the news of the Ryuzoji clan's mobilization, The reactions among the vassals varied, turning the council chamber into a veritable marketplace of chatter. My lord, the Ryuzoji clan is formidable. In this critical moment, we should unite with Lord Kamishiro to strike down the Ryuzoji forces and seize the opportunity for a counterattack. Jushi Rongman proclaimed loudly, with several retainers voicing their agreement. Such a notion is ill-conceived, countered Shoni Yuan Sheng and Qin Yin Sheng. Currently, the Ryuzoji clan's target is Sans Castle, not our Shoni Mountain Castle. If we join forces with Lord Kamishiro and succeed, all will be well. However, should we falter, we would only incite the wrath of Ryuzoji Takakatsu, exposing our clan to their military might. The retinue was abuzz with commotion. Their sentiments boiled down to two main ideas. One advocating for an alliance with Kamishiro to collectively resist Ryuzoji Takakatsu, and the other suggesting a defensive posture within our own stronghold. It appeared the Ryuzoji clan had instilled such fear that any spirit of initiative had vanished. The cacophony was wearing on my patience. And as no resolution emerged from the discussions, I decided to temporarily dissolve the council. I dispatched messengers to summon the lords of various castles for further deliberation. After that, I returned to my chamber. In truth, I had already devised a strategy. The reason I withheld this from them was my uncertainty regarding potential informants within our ranks. Thus far, the monitoring ninjas had reported no suspicious activity, suggesting loyalty among my vassals was largely intact. Nonetheless, caution is the mother of safety. I could always reveal my plans upon the time of engagement. I was also curious to observe the reactions of my retainers during this interval for future assessment. Yet, the subsequent council yielded no new conclusions. Ultimately, the discussions among the lords and vassals revolved around the same two proposals. The prolonged debate had drained my patience, and I found little desire to listen any longer. They had been so thoroughly demoralized by Ryuzoji Takakatsu's previous assaults. However, if they could achieve just one victory, their fighting spirit would surely be rekindled. With a swift motion, I opened my fan, and only then did the assembly seem to remember my presence. Bowing in unison to seek my final decision that I have no time for further discourse, I stated, "The hour is late. You may all return. Upon your return, gather your forces. Each lord shall await orders in their own castles, while the remainder shall assemble here at Shoni Mountain Castle. As for whether we fortify our defenses or assist Lord Kamishiro, that shall be determined by our clan." Upon returning to my chamber, the head of the ninjas, Pingzhu, had been waiting for some time that I inquired, "What is the current status of the situation?" Pingzhu replied swiftly, "At present, the lords of the Ryuzoji clan have gathered their forces, with troops assembling at Saga Castle. They are expected to depart within the next day or two. Based on our analysis, their route should lead north from Fukuzumi Castle towards Yamauchi, with an estimated strength of around 8,000. Lord Kamishiro has also fully mobilized, with nearly 7,000 troops gathered, including those from Yamauchi. Shall we deploy our ninjas to disrupt the Ryuzoji forces?" "No," I answered. "Our ninjas are needed solely for intelligence gathering. Maintain close surveillance on the movements of the Ryuzoji clan." Suddenly, the sound of footsteps interrupted, and I turned to see Shoni Yuan Sheng and Qin Yin Sheng. Both were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Pingzhu. And Yuan Sheng promptly spoke, "Brother, the Ryuzoji clan has mobilized their forces. Our clan must respond accordingly." Qin Yin Sheng attempted to interject, but I raised my hand to silence him. I understood his intentions. Having sought refuge with Lord Kamishiro during the fall of Jianji Castle, it was only natural he wished for my support now that Kamishiro faced adversity. However, I had already formulated my plans. I introduced Pingzhu to the two of them and continued, "I have determined our clan strategy, although it has yet to be announced. You both shall relay orders to your respective vassals to prepare provisions and ready the troops for battle." They complied, and I then instructed Pingzhu, "If the Ryuzoji clan's march proceeds as predicted, inform Lord Kamishiro immediately after they depart from Fukuzumi Castle. Our clan will coordinate with him for the forthcoming engagement, but ensure the message arrives on the day of battle." Pingzhu was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the implication of my orders. This was my strategy to keep the Ryuzoji clan's main force occupied while planning to flank them. I then inquired, "What of our dealings with the Egami family?" Currently, Lord Shuki has persuaded Lord Egami to return to our clan. However, Lord Egami insists on remaining the lord of Fukuzumi Castle, even upon his return. Allow him that, I replied. Let him accompany Ryuzoji Takakatsu into battle for now, preserving his strength, as he may prove useful later. Pingzhu continued, there has been no response from Takaki Morifusa. Maintain contact, I instructed. I am aware he is merely observing. Once I establish an advantage, he will surely align with us. After Pingzhu departed, both Shaoni Yuansheng and Xianyi Yinsheng appeared astonished. It seemed my earlier display of indecision during the council had been merely a fade. I refrained from divulging any strategic details to them, instructing only that they ensure the gathering of our forces upon their return, and subtly alluding that I had a plan in place to reassure them. History had already taken a different course here. Originally, it was Kamishiro who was to emerge and engage at Kawakami Gorge, not far from the northern outskirts of Saga Castle. Now, Ryuzoji Takakatsu was launching an offensive against Sans Castle. Who had instilled such confidence in him to dismiss me and lead his forces directly against Sans Castle? 10 days later, the ninjas delivered news. Ryuzoji Takakatsu's 8,000 troops had completed their assembly and were marching towards Fukuzumi Castle. Departing from there towards Sans Castle, that I placed my hand upon my katana, gazing at the assembled troops within the castle, that I then issued orders. All lords, your forces must converge upon Shoni Mountain Castle immediately. No delays. At last, the time had come to commence our first battle in the Warring States period of Japan. Within the council chamber of Shoni Mountain Castle, all vassals and lords had gathered. Aside from a standing army of over 700 men, we had also recruited nearly 1,500 additional troops. Ba Kensha brought over 1,000 troops, while Yokoyama Tsuchiyo contributed nearly 2,000. The combined forces of various minor clans amounted to nearly 5,000. Fully armored. I stood in the council chamber and proclaimed, our clan has long been in conflict with the Ryuzoji clan, who have persistently suppressed us. Now that Ryuzoji Takakatsu's entire army is advancing towards Sans Castle, leaving their own territory vulnerable, we have been granted a divine opportunity. Our clan has resolved to take action against the Ryuzoji clan. I hereby announce our strategy. All vassals knelt on one knee in submission. Prepare to heed my commands. The objective of this campaign is to restore the Chiba family. However, Ryuzoji Takakatsu will not remain idle. Therefore, I have dispatched ninjas to inform Lord Kamishiro, urging him to delay the Ryuzoji forces for as long as possible. Ayabe Town is tasked with guarding Shoni Mountain Castle, while the remainder of our forces shall march with me. Our immediate target is Jianji Castle. Let us depart. The generals responded with a resounding yes. Rising to prepare their troops for departure, I did not place blind faith in Lord Kamishiro's ability to hold off Ryuzoji Takakatsu. Historically, he had been defeated within a day. Though history had shifted, I could not overly rely on Kamishiro's forces that I was playing for time. The Ryuzoji clan had only just departed Fukuzumi Castle, and upon reaching the battlefield, they would require at least 10 days to return for a decisive confrontation. I intended to seize this 10-day window to capture Jianji Castle and then swiftly return to engage Ryuzoji Takakatsu's army. Egami Takazumi had agreed to rejoin the Shoni clan, and I instructed him to lie low within the Ryuzoji clan while seeking an opportune moment. Regarding intelligence, I commanded my ninjas to intercept any messengers en route from the Ryuzoji territory to their army. Once I committed to battle, Ryuzoji Takakatsu would undoubtedly realize my intentions, so preventing any messenger from passing through is crucial to rendering the Ryuzoji forces deaf and blind. Under normal circumstances, I would be more than willing to obliterate the Ryuzoji clan, but presently, the Shoni clan merely bore the title of protector of Hizen, possessing very limited strength. To truly vanquish the Ryuzoji clan with my current capabilities was simply unattainable. I could only gradually weaken their forces, meticulously clipping their wings until the right moment arose for a decisive confrontation. The stance of the Otomo clan was also of paramount importance, given the historical ties between the Shoni and Otomo clans. The Otomo clan was primarily focused on countering the Muri clan in Shikuzen and Toyo. Although they wished to intervene in Hizen, their resources were stretched thin, compelling them to support the Shoni clan against the Ryuzoji. As for me, I have consistently maintained a demeanor of utmost humility in my correspondence with Otomo Yashitun. hoping to instill in him the illusion that the SHNI clan is inclined to submit. This, I believe, would encourage him to continue his support for our family. However, my excessive flattery towards Otomo Yashitun is not without ulterior motives. It serves as a contingency plan in case we should fail in our confrontation against the Ryuzoji clan, providing me with a means of escape. Historically, Ryuzoji Takanabu adopted a similar strategy, dispatching envoys to Otomo Yashitun to report after conquering new territories. It was only after the defeat of the Otomo clan at the Battle of Ear River that they publicly severed ties. As our forces advanced near the Tin-Man Shrine, at the foot of the Nishiyama, our ninjas reported that the Ryuzoji army had set out from the vicinity of Sufukuji Castle, passing through the Nibi Mountains and directly heading towards Sans Castle. The message indicated that they would arrive at Sufukuji within a day's journey, and by tomorrow evening at the latest, they would reach Sans Castle. This meant they were likely already approaching Sufukuji, with their vanguard possibly clashing with the Kamiyoshi troops. That I needed to expedite our actions, that I promptly ordered our army to hasten their pace. After establishing camp near close to Nishiyama, I convened an urgent military council. I then commanded a swift march towards Saga Castle, which astonished the assembly, as they had anticipated an assault on Gonji Castle. That I clarified that our intention was not to besiege Saga Castle, but merely to feign an attack, alerting the garrison within of our advancing forces to alleviate some pressure on Lord Kamiyoshi. Upon hearing that our aim was not a genuine siege, but rather a raid on the town below, the warriors beamed with delight, exclaiming my brilliance. Silently, I derided them. They were eager to bully the weak but hesitated against a formidable opponent. The mere mention of a siege, they appeared as if their lives were at stake. Yet when it came to plundering the town, they were all smiles. I then commanded a forced march, and finally, after midnight, we reached the foot of Saga Castle. Saga Castle, as its name implies, is a flat castle built upon the plains. Yet it boasts a sophisticated structure for defense, including a fortified trench. It was evidently a daunting fortress to conquer. No wonder Otomo Chikazane had once failed to take it with tens of thousands of troops and lost his life in the process. Ah, the illustrious Saga Castle. I shall claim you as my prize sooner or later. Realizing that an immediate assault was impractical, I schemed inwardly that I subsequently commanded Yokoyama Zisen, detach a portion of your forces from the eastern side of the town, and Maruba Kanzu, do the same from the west. The main forces of our house will gather from the south to raid the town below. The forces from our home in Hizen, alongside others, will mount a night assault on Saga Castle. Firearms and archers, prepare to shoot into the castle and commence the siege. After receiving my orders, each commander arranged for their subordinates to act, since we were not genuinely intending to besiege the castle, but only to present the fade of an attack. The defenders had already spotted us upon our arrival at the town. The distant sound of conch shells echoed, followed by the illumination of torches atop the castle walls. Once the artillery was assembled, a cacophony akin to popping beans resonated as our cannon crews opened fire upon the castle as defenders. After the first volley, scattered cries of distress emerged from within the castle, and soon the archers ignited their arrows, launching them into the stronghold. Before long, flames erupted in various locations within, likely ignited by the arrows. The looting of the town commenced, and the Ishigaru rushed into the streets, causing chaos. Shouts and curses filled the air, with townsfolk frantically fleeing. Suddenly, a conflagration ignited from various scattered sparks, coalescing into a significant blaze. Damn it, who allowed them to set fire? How shall we govern this place once our house seizes it? I fumed. Our forces maintained a formidable posture for the siege. Moments later, an unexpected turn of events unfolded, that a commotion erupted from the main gate of Saga Castle, followed by cries of battle, and to my astonishment, the gate swung open. Seizing this opportunity, I immediately commanded the Hatamoto troops to charge into the castle, followed closely by the Hizen forces. The reason for sending the newly formed Hatamoto squad first was that they were recently recruited. Should they falter, their loss would not weigh heavily on me. These warriors, having wandered for years, were eager to prove their worth and secure a significant victory for their lord, charging into the open gate with fervor. After the sounds of battle echoed for some time, I was approached by Izumi Kaku, accompanied by 5 Ishigaru, disguised as Ryuzoji troops. He reported that the unrest within the castle had been orchestrated by the ninja leader Hirakawa. As per my instructions, to infiltrate the Ryuzoji ranks, Hirakawa was currently stationed on Mount Saburi, intercepting Ryuzoji messengers. My initial strategy had never intended to seize Saga Castle. The infiltrators, upon witnessing our army's arrival, assumed we were genuinely besieging the castle and thus instigated the chaos that opened the gates. However, the battle within was fierce, and many had perished in the fray. Seeing their injuries, I refrained from chastising them for their unsanctioned actions, attributing the miscommunication to my failure to convey my strategy clearly. When initially formulating the plan, I had intended to keep it under wraps. Even the raid on Saga Castle was a decision made en route. I addressed them, no matter. The intent was merely to intimidate the Ryuzoji clan, and the breach of the main gate is an unexpected boon. You may rest for now and, upon returning, collect your rewards from your leader. I felt a pang of regret for the losses among the ninjas due to our lack of communication, as we had squandered valuable infiltrators within the Ryuzoji ranks. Had we established prior communication protocols, capturing Saga Castle could have been within our grasp. Alas, once Izumi Kaku had concluded his report on the ninjas, he spoke up. My lord, our assault on the Ninamaru has encountered resistance. However, we have entered the castle. Shall we rally the forces from the town below and launch a concerted attack on Saga Castle? I gazed up at the castle keep, then shook my head and replied, no need, since the ninjas' efforts in the Ninamaru have failed. The castle's defenses will only be heightened. We have already stirred the hornet's nest. Any further assault would be futile. Nonetheless, we must maintain our posturing to convince the castle's defenders that we are indeed determined to continue our siege. Prepare to send a message, requesting the castle's commander to parley. Understood, my lord. Izumi Kaku bowed and promptly departed. After a while, he returned with a warrior who introduced himself as Ko Kaiohara. I mused, recognizing him as the father of the renowned Ko Naozumi. The Ko clan had historically served the Ryuzoji clan, having made notable contributions alongside his father, Ko Kiyohisa, during the Battle of Tanate for the SHNI clan. He had earned considerable trust from the Ryuzoji, yet he seemed displeased with Ryuzoji Takanabu's ascension as the clan's head. To gain his support, Takanabu had married his mother, KT, effectively binding them as kin. His capabilities were remarkable, particularly due to his illustrious son. Ko Naozumi, he spoke. Lord SHNI, has your clan chosen to launch a surprise attack on our Ryuzoji stronghold while my lord is away? Do you not fear the consequences? I chuckled derisively, replying, the treacherous Ryuzoji clan and I have reached an irreconcilable state of enmity. We are now in a situation where it is a matter of life or death. If I were afraid of your lord's words, I would not have led my forces to Saga Castle. Ko Kaiohara regarded me for a moment before responding. Your strategy is commendable, my lord, nearly achieving success. However, given that your internal support has been subdued, it is clear that today, Saga Castle cannot be taken. It would be prudent to retreat tonight and choose another day for a decisive battle. What say you? While I understood that capturing Saga Castle was currently unattainable, I needed to maintain our posture. Otherwise, how could I leverage this situation? It would indeed be challenging, but this was Saga Castle, the very stronghold of the treacherous Ryuzoji clan. Furthermore, with over 5,000 troops at my disposal, as long as casualties were not a concern, we could certainly seize Saga Castle and leave Takanabu's forces homeless. Ha! Ko Kaiohara laughed heartily, dismissing my words. He continued, Lord SHNI, you are aware that my lord is currently engaged in battle with the Kamiyoshi forces. Seizing this opportunity to strike at the castle is a clever strategy. However, you have made an error. Feigning contemplation, I raised an eyebrow and inquired, Oh, he continued, your plan hinges on the assumption that the Ryuzoji stronghold is vulnerable, allowing for a surprise attack on Saga Castle. Yet, time is of the essence. My lord is likely nearing victory over the Kamiyoshi and will be returning soon. I am confident that I can hold Saga Castle for 5 days. Once my forces arrive, you'll find yourself besieged and ultimately defeated. I deliberately furrowed my brow, projecting an air of deep contemplation to lead him to believe he had discerned my strategy. That I then asked, does that mean you, Ko, advise me to abandon the siege? However, Our military forces have already penetrated the city. While the situation in Saga City is precariously dire, I could easily disregard casualties and assault the city. Once we capture it, we shall consolidate our defenses. In truth, he has surmised that my strategy is not vastly different. He merely failed to discern that my primary objective is G Castle, and my foray into Saga City was intended solely for plundering the town below. Koda Kaiohara calmly stated, Lord Sich and I may wish to consider this. With me, Koda Kaiohara, present, this Saga City shall undoubtedly remain unconquered before our Lord returns. Even if it were to fall, the losses would be substantial. Once our Lord's forces arrive, Lord Seichni's troops will find themselves besieged, and the outcome is all too predictable. Pausing for a moment, he continued, If Lord Seich and I withdraws now, I, Koda Kaiohara, can assure you that I will persuade our Lord not to hold you accountable for the raid on Saga City. I cast a sidelong glance at him, feigning deep contemplation before finally revealing my reluctance, saying, The relationship between my house and the Ryuzoji clan is akin to fire and water. Such words are best left unsaid. That if you wish for me to retreat, very well. But my forces have marched forth, and we must secure some gains. He was momentarily taken aback, not expecting my bluntness and audacity. Lord Isich and I has already plundered the town below, and the inner citadel has also been ravaged. Is that not sufficient? Not enough, I replied softly. I demand 20,000 can. What? That is impossible, he exclaimed, enraged, as he sprang to his feet. Drawing his blade in surprise, I remained silent, waving my hand to signal him to calm down. I simply gazed at him. After a lengthy pause, I spoke again. Inside the city, there are perhaps only a few hundred soldiers left. Should I disregard casualties and storm the city? While I cannot guarantee its capture before Ryuzoji arrives, it is still Saga City. I'm willing to take the gamble. I shall bet on my full force assaulting the city and see if Ryuzoji Takakatsu can return before it falls. To say that a full force assault without regard for casualties could succeed is indeed plausible, though ultimately not worth the cost. Even if we were to capture it, holding it would not be guaranteed. Moreover, Koda Kaiohara could easily set fire to Saga City after its fall, thwarting my plan to consolidate our defenses. He regarded me in silence for a long while before finally saying, 10,000 can. Yonla coins, it's a deal. I leapt up without granting him a moment's hesitation. 10,000 can. I thought gleefully to myself, I would be hard-pressed to acquire such a sum from plundering the town below. He stared at me, astonished, as if he couldn't fathom my lack of decorum. The expression on his face was akin to someone who had swallowed a fly, and I relished the feeling, after a night of plundering. The streets of Saga City were left in disarray, with great fires still smoldering by morning. Smoke wafted everywhere, mingled with the scent of blood and charred remains, an unbearable stench. I had no intention of addressing this. Let Koda Kaiohara deal with the aftermath. Originally, I had planned to plunder the town and then lead my forces swiftly to the vicinity of G Castle for a brief respite before launching an assault. However, after a night of looting and battle, my troops were utterly fatigued. Reluctantly, I ordered them to rest on the spot beneath Saga City. I then commanded that all acquired goods be dispatched with a contingent of 500 men along the relatively safe southern route of Hinokuma Mountain to return the spoils to the mountain castle. Once we captured G Castle, we would then distribute the wealth uniformly. The forces within Saga City's inner citadel remained, primarily to guard against any surprise attack from Koda Kaiohara while my army rested. To give Ryuzoji Takakatsu something to ponder, I ordered the collection of pine oil from the town below, drenching the walls of the inner citadel in it and stacking flammable materials high. Upon our withdrawal, we would set fire to the walls of Saga City's inner citadel while driving the surviving townsfolk away and filling the moat with earth. During this time, Koda Kaiohara sent envoys to negotiate, all of whom I rebuffed under the pretext that we would only refrain from attacking the city. That I was abruptly awakened from my slumber by a report from my retainer, the leader of the ninjas. Hirosuke requested an audience. Hirosuke, shouldn't he be securing the route from Fukuji Temple to Sans Castle? I quickly realized that a significant change must have occurred, for Hirosuke's prudence would not typically permit him to come see me personally otherwise. As anticipated, upon Hirosuke's arrival, he bore grim tidings that, my lord, Ryuzoji Takakatsu has already learned of our family's mobilization. Before even reaching San's castle, he received news of our forces. The army is moving south from Kashima Shrine and is likely nearing Jiz-Z. Expected to arrive at Saga City within 3 days. He continued, I have failed in my duties. Please punish me, my lord. It is of no consequence. This is not a failure on your part. Ryuzoji Takakatsu could not have known of our march until my forces were already on the move. You have performed admirably. I pondered briefly and deduced that Ryuzoji Takakatsu could not have known of my intentions prior to the army's departure. The information must have been conveyed after our forces set out. By the time my army had begun its advance, Ryuzoji Takakatsu was en route to San's castle, and during that time, the Yamauchi clan's disturbances and my ninja's ambush would have impeded their march. The messenger sent to inform Ryuzoji Takakatsu would have had to pursue him relentlessly, and the only way he could learn of my raid before even reaching San's castle and without engaging the Yamauchi forces would be if there was a traitor within my ranks. Someone must have informed Ryuzoji Takakatsu of our plans. The most alarming part was that my ninjas, tasked with monitoring the retainers, had received no such intelligence. I looked towards Hirosuke, who was deep in thought. His brow furrowed. Who do you think conveyed the news of our army's mobilization to Ryuzoji Takakatsu? I inquired. Though reluctant to accept it, the possibility of a traitor was the most prominent. Without hesitation, Hirosuke replied succinctly, a traitor within the household. You even know there is a traitor. I entrusted you with the surveillance of our household as high-ranking retainers, and this is how you oversee them. I silently chastised him, maintaining a neutral expression. Seeing my silence, Hirosuke simply stared intently at the distant Saga City. It is my incompetence. I beg your permission to commit seppuku, he said solemnly, bowing deeply. How could I ever allow him to do that? I relied on him for many matters. Hirosuke and his family were all under my protection, and their loyalty was not in question. That it could not possibly be him. This matter is not your fault. The time spent monitoring our retainers has been brief, and their numbers are few. I know most of our ninjas have been deployed to investigate the Ryuzoji clan's activities, and nearly all of our strength has been dedicated to intercepting the messengers of Ryuzoji's forces. I was indeed negligent. However, the existence of an informant within our household that my ninjas remain unaware of is unacceptable. Now, you are to redeem yourself by uncovering the traitor, I reassured him. Yes, I shall ascertain who has betrayed you. My lord, also, be cautious not to expose your intentions. I do not wish for our household ninjas to be monitoring their own. Hirosuke acknowledged my command and promptly withdrew. I then called a meeting of my generals to deliberate. Upon informing them that Ryuzoji Takakatsu's forces had not engaged the Yamauchi clan in any meaningful combat and were approaching Saga City largely intact, my vassals were taken aback, some of the lesser clans appearing quite flustered. However, Horiguchi Masanobu, Baba Kanenobu, and Chiba Taniki managed to maintain their composure. As for Imezumi Tomasuke, a general of the Heisen forces, he expressed great confidence in his troops' training and was filled with fervor for battle. In light of this situation, I truly could not place my hopes in these lesser clans. Fortunately, I had not relied on them to begin with. That I regarded the panicked heads of the minor clans with disdain, thinking to myself how fortunate I was not to depend on them. Why true reliance lay solely with the Heisen and Horiguchi Baba clans. The histories of these two families, Shoni and Mingzuin, have already provided their answers. For the future, the only possibility of unity lies in sharing both fate and fortune with them. Therefore, the first battle upon my arrival in the Warring States period must not falter as of now. Although the situation remains unchanged, I raise my hand and brandish my military insignia, proclaiming, since the forces of Ryuzoji Takakatsu have arrived, there is nothing more to say. We can only engage in battle. I cast a cold glance at them and continued, at present, Ryuzoji holds significant power. If you are unwilling to fight alongside the Ryuzoji clan, my family will not compel you. You may lead your troops away. However, once you depart, I will regard you as enemies of the Shoni clan. You are free to join the Ryuzoji forces and become adversaries of my house. Seeing the assembled commanders remain silent, I further stated, though our Shoni clan is presently weak, we have experienced annihilation only to rise again time and again. The Ryuzoji forces may be formidable, but after a long march, they will surely be exhausted. My troops shall await their fatigue and seize victory. This battle marks the resurgence of my clan and heralds the counterattack against the traitorous Ryuzoji family. As warriors, we must always be prepared. I hereby decide to engage in a joint battle with the Ryuzoji clan. I promptly ordered, that night, to have Yokoyama Saisen as the vanguard, with the forces of Hizen and an additional 1,500 troops under my command, alongside the clans led by Baba Kanamasa, to advance towards Shinlanki, preparing to confront the Ryuzoji military. Of course, I did not forget the presence of Kurashima Kaiohara within the castle of Saga. I specifically instructed Haisuk to secretly seal off Saga Castle with our ninjas, forbidding any flies from escaping. Since Haisuk had learned of Ryuzoji Takakatsu's return and deemed the continued blockade of Seiki Mountain futile, he brought back the majority of the ninjas assigned to the task, who were now lurking in the vicinity, ready to be deployed. To create trouble for Kurashima Kaiohara and weaken the Ryuzoji clan. Flammable materials had already been piled high against the wooden walls and structures outside Saga Castle. Soaked in tung oil, with a single command, flames erupted skyward around the entire perimeter of Saga Castle. Even from a distance, one could feel the intense heat waves surging forward. The castle was bustling with activity, filled with figures rushing to extinguish the fire and cries of alarm. Yet the flames soaked in tung oil would not be easily quelled. Moreover, I had ordered the evacuation of nearly all flammable materials from the town below the castle into the castle itself, particularly in areas such as the oatman and horse paths. Extra care had been taken to stack combustible materials in a frenzy, in order to mislead the garrison within the castle. I also commanded my forces to march towards Jianji Castle. After covering a certain distance, we would then change direction towards Shinlanki. Even though a great fire raged within the castle, Kurashima Kaiohara might not be inclined to pay attention to my troop movements. Out of caution, I prefer to take a longer route rather than risk discovery. The following day, at midday, with the sun hanging directly overhead, after a night and half a morning of marching, my forces finally reached Shinlanki. After arranging the troops and ensuring they rested, I led my generals to the mountain of Daikawe to inspect the preordained battlefield location. Shinlanki is a small lake embraced on three sides by Daikawe Mountain. It is not large, generally diamond-shaped, with a small hill on the west side and a minor gap of no more than 1,000 meters in the center. To the north lies Seiki Mountain. In the narrow path between the two mountains is the route taken by the Ryuzoji Takakatsu's forces. The overall shape resembles a figure with its rear tilted eastward. The originally designated battlefield was at an intersection in the narrow passage between Daikawe Mountain and Seiki Mountain. However, upon closer examination, this location proved unsuitable. The reason being that Ryuzoji Takakatsu has nearly 8,000 troops, while my forces number less than 5,000, placing us at a severe numerical disadvantage. If we were to engage in a decisive battle at the intersection, we would have to allocate a portion of our forces to guard the passage on the right side of Seiki Mountain, which would be a fatal issue for our already outnumbered troops. Thus, I resolved to relocate the battlefield to Kawakubo. The terrain there resembles a gourd shape, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, that I planned to position my troops at the junction of the narrow and wide sections, with the battlefield situated on the small clearing to the north. Even in the event of failure, a swift retreat could be made through the eastern passage. The advantage of this location is that I can concentrate all my forces together without the need to divide them. However, the drawback is that Kawakubo is a large, narrow passage. Should the Ryuzoji Takakatsu's forces find their retreat cut off, they will have no choice but to fight through my troops to return. The pressure for this battle is immense. A council of war was convened, and it was ultimately decided that Chibi Yazunari would lead the direct reserve troops of my family alongside Yokoyama Saisen's forces as the vanguard to advance to Kawakubo and prepare the battlefield. As this battle is a defensive counterattack, their primary mission is to construct barriers, caltrops, and other defensive fortifications. Meanwhile, my main forces would remain in position, resting until the following morning when we would mobilize to the battlefield. On the next morning, as the sun began to rise, myriad rays of dawn illuminated the earth. The troops gradually departed towards the Kawakubo battlefield, and ninja reported that Ryuzoji Takakatsu's vanguard had reached Jisan and was expected to arrive at Kawakubo by noon. Upon entering the Kawakubo area, I maintained a vigilant watch. The scouts and the ninja leader Haisuke continuously provided me with information regarding the movements of the Ryuzoji forces as the great battle approached. Tension filled the air, particularly for me, noon. On the flatlands of Kakubo, my nearly 5,000 troops had assembled in formation, ready to greet the forces of Ryuzoji Takakatsu. I divided my troops into 3 formations. The 700-strong Heisen Reserve took the center, while to the right was the direct reserve of my family, led by Chiba Yasunari, numbering around 1500. To the left of Heisen was the Yokoyama Saisen force. Alongside Baba Kinamasa's troops and various smaller clans, forming a robust line to ensure they would not be easily breached. The main body comprised Heisen, flanked by weaker sides for protection. The front line was open, ideal for the phalanx formation of Heisen, allowing them to focus solely on the enemy forces ahead. In the rear, there were over 30 samurai as my banner troops, should any flank show signs of faltering. These elite warriors could be dispatched to reinforce the line, serving as a spearhead during counterattacks. My band of banner troops, composed of recruited werewolves, had left a deep impression on me by swiftly breaching the castle of Saga after an insider opened the gates. Behind them was the main formation, consisting of Tsukushi Aimen, Shoni Motomori, and over 40 direct samurai from my family, who could also serve as a spearhead or reserve as needed, after I had arranged the battlefield. Around an hour later, I saw the Ryuzoji family's 12 flags appearing along the narrow path between the mountains, followed by a steady stream of troops in succession, from the intelligence I had gathered. I estimated the Ryuzoji forces to be at an advantage, nearly 8,000 strong. However, the benefit of this number came with the toll of a grueling 3-day march. Leaving them wearied, it was almost certain they had rested before reaching the flatlands of Kawakubo. The Ryuzoji clan was not without their own ninjas to relay information, and their vanguard had arrived 3 hours prior to on my side. The advantage lay in the well-trained Heisen, who had undergone 3 to 4 months of rigorous training, likely surpassing the Ryuzoji in combat readiness. The nighttime assault on Saga Castle had proven effective, particularly the gunner unit, which managed to suppress the defending troops positioned above. Moreover, my forces were well-rested and brimming with energy. The most critical factor for victory lay with my hopes pinned on Heisen. While their training had been satisfactory and the skirmish at Saga Castle a small test, it was insufficient to confirm their success. Heisen needed to prove themselves on the battlefield. As the Ryuzoji forces emerged, my Heisen promptly transitioned from rest to combat readiness. Their commander, Imezumi Asaka, maintaining formation without needing to issue commands that in contrast, the disparity among the other forces became apparent. Upon the Ryuzoji troops entering Kakubo, they began to array themselves approximately 500 paces from my front line. They deployed around 500 men to maintain vigilance about 400 paces from my formation, likely anticipating a surprise attack while they completed their own arrangements. Once Ryuzoji had finished positioning their troops, I observed them from my vantage point. Their banners fluttered in the breeze, and their overall formation resembled an inverted triangle. At the forefront were various clan emblems, undoubtedly representing the local lords loyal to the Ryuzoji. Historically, it is noted that Ryuzoji Takakatsu favored deploying newly allied forces at the front, with his main army following behind. Indeed, behind them were the main forces of the Ryuzoji clan, marked by the 12 flags of their family. Shortly after, several mounted samurai burst from the main formation, charging towards the front line. Is it about to begin? Let me witness the prowess of Ryuzoji Takakatsu, I silently pondered. Indeed, it was not long before the first formation of the RZG army began to advance, as they pushed forward to within 30 paces. Our artillery unit had already leveled their cannons, ready to fire. Suddenly, a change occurred. On the far right of the first formation, the military forces bearing the plum blossom pattern of the Zaki clan accelerated swiftly, creating distance between themselves and the first formation. The 12-footed banner, symbolizing their lord, fell to the ground, only to be trampled underfoot by the rapidly advancing foot soldiers. After establishing a sufficient distance, they quickly formed ranks. Adopting a defensive stance, this unexpected turn of events caused considerable unrest among the advancing RZG troops. Yet it was too late to alter formations. The shock I felt was immense. The forces bearing the plum blossom insignia belonged to the Zaki clan, a betrayal I had never anticipated It is worth noting that in this era, turning against one's formation in battle is considered the most despicable act. Little did I know that the future war god, Keizuki Hidataka, would similarly betray his allies at the Battle of Sekigahara, earning the scorn of all the great lords, including those of the Eastern Army. Despite the turmoil, the Ryuzoji forces continued their advance to the rhythm of the taiko drums, while the front line consisted of 3 ranks of archers. Our strategy primarily revolved around a defensive counteroffensive. Thus, our gunmen remained stationary. The more than 70 gunmen from the Heisen Brigade had already moved forward to form a cannon line, arranged in 5 columns behind barricades, accompanying the advance of the enemy forces. The front rank had already leveled their cannons, awaiting the command of fire. The archers were also positioned on either side of the cannon units, ready to supplement their firepower at any moment. Other units had similarly positioned their archers and gunners at the barricades, waiting for the command to open fire. Take aim. As the enemy approached within 25 paces, the commander of our artillery unit's voice rang out. Though not at the front, it was evident to us that the first rank of gunners swiftly leveled their cannons in unison, a motion they performed daily with precision as the enemy's archers. Caught unprepared, slowed to a halt, the commander bellowed, "Fire!" Our gunners seized the advantage of range and fired first, with a tremendous roar and the plume of blue smoke that erupted from the cannons. Several enemy archers fell instantly, while a few unfortunate infantrymen were also struck down by the shrapnel. After firing, the first rank of gunners showed no hesitation, turning to the rear rank to expertly reload, while the rear gunners stepped forward, transforming the second rank into the new first. Take aim, fire. Another volley erupted with the sound of thunder. The remaining smoke from the previous shot was quickly augmented by a new layer. With each advance of the enemy, our artillery unleashed successive rounds of fire. As the distance between us diminished, the enemy's losses began to mount steadily. In other directions, sporadic cannon fire could be heard. Both our side and the enemy had sporadic shots, but the enemy's fire was sparse, unlike the relentless barrage from the Heisen Brigade. More of the enemy archers succumbed, as they had just arrived at their positions and had not yet drawn their bows when they were struck by 2 volleys of cannon fire, clearly thrown into disarray. Just as the enemy archers loosed a volley of arrows, our archers responded in kind. For a moment, arrows filled the sky, and both sides suffered casualties from the rain of projectiles. The Heisen Brigade, clad in full armor, also had a few unfortunate souls struck in the gaps of their gear, but the losses were minimal. The majority of the enemy's arrows merely struck their armor or helmets. In contrast, our losses were comparable to those of the enemy. As our cannon unit continued to unleash volley after volley, the enemy general, perhaps realizing that such exchanges were futile, ordered his archers to withdraw, subsequently positioning his infantry to charge. Our archers, having already fired several volleys, found themselves unable to draw their bows any longer. I shook my head. Even the most rigorously trained archers could typically only shoot 7 or 8 arrows before their strength waned. The lethality of arrows had drastically diminished with the widespread use of armor that I even observed several individuals with 3 or 4 arrows embedded in them, still charging forward without a hint of concern. At this moment, the infantry was commanded to advance, inserting their pikes through the gaps in the barricades, bracing for the impending assault. The artillery unit swiftly repositioned to shoot while moving towards the flanks of the spear formation, prepared to provide fire support during the infantry clash. Throughout this time, the cannon fire had not ceased. As the enemy's foot soldiers charged closer, our artillery's toll on them increased, with accuracy and impact growing stronger as the distance diminished. Following a terrifying barrage from our artillery, finally, one foot soldier broke ranks and fled, a harbinger of chaos. With the first collapse came the second, third, and fourth, and soon, dozens were in full retreat, triggering a domino effect throughout their formation. Seeing the retreat of the Heisen Brigade, Imagawa Kaku seized the opportunity and commanded the troops to push forward and breach the barricades. Meanwhile, other units still engaged in battle witnessed their comrades fleeing, exposing their flanks, leading to the collapse of an entire line in an instant. Amidst the continuous cannon fire, the battlefield was filled with the sight of fleeing foot soldiers. At this juncture, Shni Motomori, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother, I have never heard of a battle won solely by cannon fire against the enemy forces. Truly, the might of the Hachiman Daibosatsu's bestowed formations is unparalleled. Should we seize this moment and charge into the heart of the RZG main formation? I quickly surveyed the battlefield. Although the first formation of the RZG army had collapsed, their second formation was decisively driving back the fleeing soldiers, preventing any from escaping through their front. RZG's ruthlessness was indeed legendary. They showed no mercy even towards their own that I pondered. No, I doused his enthusiasm with a dose of reality to prevent any rash decisions. The RZG clan still possessed considerable strength. Charging now would only lead to a chaotic melee that if they managed to regroup and rally their scattered forces, our own troops would be in peril. Relay the orders. All units, reform their ranks, and advance toward the second formation of the RZG. Attack! I clasped the military insignia in my hands and spoke. Motomori responded with an acknowledgement and promptly ordered the drums to sound, signaling the troops to reform their ranks. Subsequently, I dispatched envoys, instructing the forces of the clan to swiftly follow the army's formation and advance towards the encampment of the Ryuzoji, observing the artillery units, which had either been reloaded or had their damaged pieces replaced. I took a moment to wait until the formations of each unit were fully restructured that I glanced at the remaining forces of Ryuzoji Takanabu, let out a cold snort, and declared, "Target the main formation of Ryuzoji Takanabu." Advance! As the drums of war echoed, the army marched forward with synchronized steps. Naturally, the other forces were somewhat disorganized, yet they maintained a cohesive pace, preserving the intervals between units in all of Japan during this era. Only my command possessed such formidable troops. My objective was simple: to leverage the high morale from our recent victory over their front lines and the oppressive presence of my forces from compelling Ryuzoji to either engage in a decisive battle or acknowledge defeat and retreat. As we approached the vicinity of the clan S formation, the opponent instinctively drew their ranks closer to our right flank, gradually advancing towards the forces of Ryuzoji. When we were within 30 paces, the enemy assumed a defensive posture. I then commanded to adopt an offensive formation, positioning the artillery units on the left and right flanks of the spear units for forward firing. The spear units advanced slowly, while I ordered the troops to move into the gap on's left side, ready to pierce through the enemy lines. As we closed in to within 20 paces, the artillery commander shouted, and the artillery units unleashed their fire. As the distance narrowed, the casualties inflicted upon the enemy grew increasingly severe. Anticipating an imminent clash, I temporarily transferred command to Asichinai Motomori, instructing him to act as the temporary commander. I then led my cavalry and others to the right flank, directly charging towards the main formation of Ryuzoji Takanabu. With leading the charge, our forces surged upon the Ryuzoji's ranks. The sounds of foot soldiers striking their long spears resounding like a drumbeat. This moment, I had maneuvered to the side of the unit. From a distance, I could see compressing the front line into an arc. While the center of Ryuzoji's forces fell into chaos, our line advanced. One after another, Ryuzoji foot soldiers were pierced and fell to the ground under the pressure of tightly formed ranks. The unit had also penetrated the formation, even breaking through to assault the heart of Ryuzoji Takanabu's lines. Victory was merely a matter of time. Ryuzoji Takanabu had no reserves left. I then turned my horse towards the standard representing Ryuzoji Takanabu's main formation. Galloping swiftly, the main formation stood atop a small hill on the flatlands of Kawakuo, merely a few dozen meters high. As I approached, the Surai guarding the formation rushed towards me with fierce shouts. Without hesitation, I led my cavalry into their charge. Before I could even swing the spear I held, I found myself surrounded by my comrades. Damn it, let me strike a few too, I cursed inwardly. Soon, my cavalry cut down several blocking Surai, and the bloodied unit rushed to join us. Although they appeared exhausted, their spirits remained high. With nearly 40 members, the unit had lost over a third, leaving around 30 remaining. This is the main formation of Ryuzoji Takanabu, who is willing to fight alongside me. How could they refuse when the imminent victory was evident to even the foolish? My inquiry merely served to inspire their morale. They raised their swords and spears above their heads, responding loudly. Target Ryuzoji Takanabu. Kill! I shouted, leading them towards the formation not far ahead. Kinoshita Masanari of the Ryuzoji clan has been defeated by my Kurigor. Hikita Masakan has been vanquished by my Shinji Tomoyuki. On our path, we frequently encountered renowned warriors, engaging in one-on-one duels, resulting in many famous retainers of the Ryuzoji family being slain, including Kinoshita Masanari and Hikita Masakan. Future members of the Ryuzoji's 4 heavenly kings. This dashed my hopes of collecting famed generals. After cutting down a dozen warriors, we surged into the formation, only to find chaos, devoid of Ryuzoji Takanabu's presence. I stood in shock, astonished that the man known for sweeping across western Kyushu and leaving a significant mark in history had fled, that I quickly drew my katana and approached the standard representing Ryuzoji Takanabu, striking it down. With the fall of the Ryuzoji standard, the outcome of this battle was no longer in doubt. That I turned, raising my sword high and shouting, "Hey, hey!" My subordinates mirror my actions, raising their swords high and echoing my call. Oh, oh! As the standard of Ryuzoji fell, their forces engaged in battle. Instantly crumbled, I beheld my troops pursuing the remnants of the enemy. With overwhelming excitement, I had achieved a remarkable victory, defeating Ryuzoji Takanabu, despite being outnumbered on the battlefield. However, after this battle, I was left with a profound sense of helplessness, and my initial intention had been to avoid a direct confrontation with Ryuzoji Takanabu, waiting for an opportunity when both he and Kamishiro would weaken each other, allowing me to strike further against Takanabu's forces and reputation. I had envisioned a well-crafted strategy before mobilizing. Yet upon implementation, circumstances always took unexpected turns. First, there were reports of someone in my household communicating with Ryuzoji Takanabu, relaying information. Then, Takanabu and Kamishiro did not engage in a decisive battle, forcing me to abandon my plans against Jianji Castle and confront Takanabu at Kawakubo. Each step had deviated from my intended course. Fortunately, my forces were formidable. Otherwise, I might have met a tragic fate akin to Sich and I Masakio in history. Still, my strength proved insufficient. Observing the scattered pursuit of the enemy's fleeing troops, I prudently ordered a retreat to consolidate our forces. As the call to retreat sounded, the troops, who had been hunting down the enemy, gradually ceased their pursuit and began to regroup around the main formation. Due to the recent battle, I had not yet seen or Shikize. However, with the battle won, they soon approached me at my retainers, including Baba Kinesh, Hashikage Masanari, Isichanai Motomori, Tsukushi Iman, Imezumi Ch Kaku, and Shiba Tansuk gathered around, observing these 2 originally important figures of the SHNI clan. After bowing, apologized, stating that his lack of support had led to the misfortune of our previous lord. He confessed that his grave transgression warranted his seppuku as atonement for failing to defend our house. He remained seated, awaiting my judgment. I understood he was merely performing a formality, as the true conditions had already been negotiated. What could I do, considering the immense power of the Ryuzoji clan, to regain his allegiance and increase my leverage? I could only acquiesce. Dano, there is no need for such drastic measures. The fall of Shifukuji Castle was due to Ryuzoji Takanabu's breach of the truce, resulting in a surprise attack. By the time you gathered your forces for support, it was already too late. You bear no responsibility for this. Now, Dano's willingness to return to our house despite such risks demonstrates your loyalty. The matter of seppuku shall not be mentioned again. Our house does not permit such actions. I still rely on the clan's contributions in the future. I reassured him. Thank you, my lord, for your generosity. However, I must insist that I have indeed surrendered to Ryuzoji, and the circumstances leading to our previous lord's misfortune weigh heavily upon me. Such a grave sin requires you to reclaim Shifukuji Castle and impose punishment. My clan harbors no grievances, insisted. Hadn't we agreed that Shifukuji Castle would be guaranteed for your safety? What is this sudden turn? I inwardly cursed. The entire assembly fell silent, awaiting my decree. I soon realized that he might be worried about the formidable combat prowess displayed by today and feared future repercussions if he were to grow powerful. Thus, he insisted I reclaim Shifukuji Castle. After pondering, I spoke. I understand Dano's intentions. Therefore, let the clan's residence be Sifukuji Castle. A.S. for punishment. Let us impose a fine of approximately 200 koku. This matter is settled. As for Shikizen, he should return to our house as a direct retainer. However, given Dano's eagerness to recruit talents, I propose that Shikizen temporarily serve as a vassal within the clan. How does that sound? I inquired, glancing at Shikizen. I am willing to serve my lord until death. Both men expressed no dissent, accepting their assignments. Once I had resolved their arrangements, I began the ceremony of inspecting the enemy heads. This ritual was customary among all daimyo of the era, where soldiers would present the heads of the enemies they had slain in battle. Moreover, there exists a military ledger meticulously documenting the beheading of enemies, ensuring that upon our return, each soldier is duly rewarded. Concurrently, I have received several valiant warriors within my ranks who have claimed numerous enemy heads. For instance, one individual, a hefty artilleryman from the Kawai clan, managed to slay 17 of the enemy's foot soldiers despite suffering an injury that left him blind in one eye due to his cannon misfiring from overuse. Recognizing his bravery, I elevated him to the status of a samurai, bestowed upon him a monetary reward of 200 koku, and granted him the name Chikyu Kawakubo in honor of his fierce valor displayed near Kiyu village. Thus, he became known as Kawakubo Chikyu, appointed as the leader of the foot soldiers. I also met with several others who had slain renowned enemy warriors, such as the one who defeated Shinji Ryo, and another who vanquished Kotomaru Kinoshita. These two, having been recruited as rogue samurai, fought heroically in the retainers' ranks and charged into the heart of the enemy's fortifications led by Ryuzoji Takakatsu. Consequently, I resolved to reward each of them with 200 koku and appoint them as leaders of the foot soldiers, dividing the retainer forces into two groups for future expansion upon our return. During this time, other warriors from various clans displayed remarkable courage, and I saw to it that each was rewarded handsomely. I am not a miser, especially considering the value of loyalty, hence the substantial rewards. Following this, a ceremony of celebration ensued, during which I expressed my gratitude to the valiant soldiers. I then proclaimed loudly that our recent conflict with the Ryuzoji clan had culminated in a resounding victory for the Shonai clan, to which the soldiers responded with enthusiastic cheers. Once all matters were concluded, I ordered the battlefield to be cleared, collecting any abandoned weapons and ensuring no corpses were overlooked. My clan's direct forces first salvaged any usable equipment, with the remainder being divided among us. I also commanded that the severed heads of the slain be buried in pits dug along the roadside to prevent decay and the spread of disease. The severed heads were neatly arranged within the pit before being covered with earth. Subsequently, I summoned high priests from nearby temples to perform rites for the fallen warriors. Once all preparations were complete, I ordered the forces led by Egami Bushimaru to return home, setting our sights once more on Saga Castle. Since we were returning triumphant, I did not proceed with the same caution as before, but rather boldly marched towards Saga Castle. Along the way, we encountered sporadic resistance from the enemy, yet they were easily routed. Upon reaching Saga Castle, we found that the flames had just been extinguished, and wisps of smoke lingered in the air. Many troops remained outside the castle, as the surrounding area had been completely ravaged by our fires, rendering entry into the castle pointless as my forces advanced. The enemy troops scattered in disarray. However, some regrouped under the banners of their respective lords and began a slow retreat. I chose not to rush the assault on the castle, instead ordering my forces to encircle it. From a distance, the castle appeared chaotic, with a notable increase in enemy numbers compared to my previous visit. After careful consideration, I felt that the time to conquer the Ryuzoji was not yet ripe, as they still possess considerable strength. Thus, I decided to alter our initial siege strategy to one of intimidation. Before long, the leader of the ninja, Hirashu, returned with news he had diligently executed my orders after my departure, intercepting 4 batches of messengers sent from within the castle. However, no further envoys were dispatched. Instead, waves of retreating soldiers emerged from the direction of Higashikama Mountain, confirming our victory. He promptly commanded the ninjas to assemble, allowing the smaller groups of fleeing soldiers to pass while launching surprise attacks on the more organized units, causing chaos among them. During this time, a misunderstanding nearly arose when the Egami clan's troops, marked by the plum blossom insignia, appeared. Initially, Hirashi prepared to launch an assault, but upon closer inspection, he recognized the emblem of the Egami clan, realizing they had defected. He also brought news that the direct forces of Ryuzoji Takakatsu had entered the castle. The small clans that had served Ryuzoji scattered in fear upon our arrival. Due to my forces incinerating the castle walls, these minor clans could not access the stronghold. To exert pressure on the Ryuzoji forces and enhance our negotiating leverage. I commanded my troops to prepare for a siege. As my orders were disseminated, preparations for siege equipment commenced, and artillery and archery units were mobilized for offensive maneuvers. Throughout the night, I issued sporadic commands for the artillery to bombard the castle, keeping the defenders on edge and preventing them from resting. The archers also intermittently loosed flaming arrows into the fortress to incite disorder within as anticipated. By the following morning, envoys seeking peace arrived from within the castle. Notably my old acquaintance, Koshima Kaiohira. After entering the encampment and bowing respectfully, he gazed at me for a prolonged moment before finally sighing and stating, "Lord Shonai, I have witnessed your military strategy firsthand." He continued, "Given the current state of the Shonai clan, it is remarkable that you have managed to surround us with such a formidable force. To wield military power with such expertise is an honor. But luck has merely favored me," I humbly replied. "However, I have long admired your prowess." Lord Koshima, undeterred, directly inquired, "What terms would convince you to withdraw your forces?" How refreshingly straightforward. I mused internally that I seized the opportunity to present my demands. The objective of this campaign is the subjugation of the Ryuzoji clan. Therefore, the conditions are their surrender to my clan, the relinquishment of Jianji Castle and Yokote Castle, the restoration of the Chiba clan, and the provision of 100,000 koku in military funds. Furthermore, I have heard that Ryuzoji Takakatsu's legitimate heir has come of age. Is named Chikyoshi correct? He must also be delivered as a hostage. With each condition I articulated, Koshima raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing my full list of demands, he promptly stated, "Forgive my candor, but any lord would find such terms utterly unacceptable." I was aware he would not acquiesce. However, I was merely inflating my demands, knowing they would negotiate down. "You may convey my conditions to your lord," I asserted, "and allow him to decide." Reluctantly, he took his leave. After waiting half a day with no emissaries returning, I suspected they were stalling. Enraged, I ordered an all-out assault on the castle. The sounds of artillery and battle cries echoed through the air. And our losses were considerable. I witnessed foot soldiers plummeting from ladders or being struck down by enemy artillery and arrows. These are my men. My heart ached. As evening fell and the fighting paused, Koshima returned once more. "Your forces are making little progress in the siege. Continuing this will only lead to the needless sacrifice of brave warriors on both sides, that I implore you to reconsider my clan's request for peace." How amusing, I thought, that he would use the word request. "What has become of your clan's previous conditions regarding Lord Ryuzoji?" I inquired nonchalantly. Koshima replied, "Forgive my frankness, but your terms are far too stringent for my lord to accept." "If they cannot be accepted, then what is there to discuss?" I retorted. The Ryuzoji clan was originally my vassals, having risen through treachery to their current status. Now that I have the opportunity to annihilate them, how could I let that slip away? If my terms are unacceptable, then return, and we shall meet on the battlefield. I feigned anger and rose to leave. Koshima, seeing my fury, hastily interjected, "Lord Shonai, please temper your wrath. My clan's request for peace is sincere. Might we hear your terms?" I fixed my gaze upon him, signaling that should his conditions fail to satisfy me, I would immediately resume the siege. "Our terms are surrender. The provision of 50,000 koku in military funds." Koshima stated cautiously, "I was not seeking mere submission from the Ryuzoji clan. I required the dismantling of their power." Thus, I reiterated, "I demand a surrender of Jianji Castle. I can forego Yokote Castle for now, that I require 70,000 koku in military funds and hostage." After extensive negotiation, we finally reached an agreement. The Ryuzoji clan would cede Jianji Castle, supply 10,000 koku in military funds, provide 10,000 koku in provisions, and surrender their 5-year-old heir, Ryuzoji Chikyoshi Masayoshi, as a hostage, establishing a truce lasting a year and a half. Upon the expiration of the truce, the hostage would be returned to the Ryuzoji clan. To ensure fairness, I invited several temple heads from nearby to witness the agreement. That night, I received the hostage from the Ryuzoji clan, along with the agreed-upon provisions and funds. Humming a contemporary tune unfamiliar to others as I led my forces back to the castle. This marked my first battle in the Warring States period, and it was an unequivocal victory. Special thanks to Kingdom for their support that on the way back, I summoned Hirashu and instructed his ninjas to disseminate news throughout northern Kyushu. The main narrative was that Shoni Masayuki faced the forces of Ryuzoji Takakatsu head-on with less than 5,000 men, defeating nearly 8,000, almost double my number, that I also tasked him with crafting several tales of valor from the battlefield, emphasizing my wisdom and bravery while highlighting my decisive mercy in halting the pursuit of the fleeing enemy. Finally, I had my forces encircle Saga Castle, compelling Ryuzoji Takakatsu to relinquish Jianji Castle for the revival of the Chiba clan, and I took away the protons. Thus, I could ensure my reputation spread throughout Kitakyushu, while also weaving several tales of the blunders of Ryuzoji Takanobu, particularly emphasizing the moment when Takanobu fled as I led the cavalry to assault his main camp. I embellished the narrative with anecdotes of my intention to challenge Takanobu to single combat. Yet he dared not accept that I then deliberately turned towards the direction of Jisufukuji Castle, to the foot of the castle. I earnestly paid my respects to Hachiman Daibosatsu, expressing gratitude for the military strategies bestowed upon me. Given that my current military campaign was being conducted under the banner of Hachiman Daibosatsu, it was indeed imperative to pay homage. After 2 days of marching, my forces arrived at the stronghold of Shni Mountain Castle. I ordered an immediate disbandment of the troops, sending 500 soldiers to take over Jianji Castle, while the troops of Hizen rested in place. Upon entering the castle, we promptly commenced an evaluation, tallying the spoils of this campaign, which was followed by a division of the loot. This expedition yielded 3 significant gains. Firstly, during the siege of Soga Castle, I extorted 10,000 koku of Iraku coins from Kojo Kaiohira. Secondly, after the victorious battle against the Ryuzoji clan, I extorted an additional 10,000 koku of Iraku coins and 10,000 koku of military provisions through a peace negotiation with the Ryuzoji family. This portion rightfully belonged to the Shni clan as the primary household. The third, and what excited the subordinate lords the most, was the plundering of the town beneath Soga Castle, amounting to a total of over 9,000 koku of Iraku coins, more than 17,000 koku of illicit currency, over 200 ryo of gold, and more than 500 ryo of silver, along with an incalculable array of various goods, as a result of this campaign. The wealth of the town beneath Soga Castle was nearly plundered to extinction, a truly devastating sight. Without robust policies in place, and relying solely on unregulated development, it would take at least 5 years for the area to recover to its pre-war scale and prosperity. While I felt a pang of guilt, I had no choice but to steel my heart in order to establish a foothold in this It was common for daimyos of this time to act thus. Raiding towns served to significantly weaken the power of one's adversaries. If I did not act, others surely would. I consoled myself. Originally, the lords of various territories had intended for me to take the lioness share, but as the primary household, I had already claimed 20,000 koku of coins and 10,000 koku of provisions that I considered that taking an even larger share would undoubtedly cause discomfort among them, even if unspoken, which could in turn affect their loyalty. Thus, I ultimately decided to distribute the Iraku coins among Yokoyama Yoshikazu and Baba Kanamasa, who had contributed the most troops. Baba Kanamasa had dispatched over 1,000 soldiers and received a total of 4,000 koku of Iraku coins, while Yokoyama Yoshikazu, with fewer than 2,000 troops, received over 5,000 koku. The remaining illicit currency of over 17,000 koku was divided into 2 portions. One portion of over 2,000 koku was granted in my name as a reward to the foot soldiers from each territory. The remaining 15,000 koku of illicit currency, from which I personally allocated 2,000 koku of Irika coins, was distributed to the lords based on the number of soldiers they had sent. The remaining gold and silver were retained by me, but I chose not to keep it for myself. Instead, I publicly announced the gifting of over 200 ryo of gold to the various families and divided the over 500 ryo of silver into two portions. One to purchase weapons that could be utilized post-battle by each household, and the other as additional rewards beyond military merit. The remaining plunder goods were to be evenly distributed among the families. In an instant, the atmosphere during the evaluation was charged with enthusiasm, and I, as the head of the household, was lauded as a benevolent benefactor, verging on being compared to the legendary Duke of Zhou. I was acutely aware that while my reputation soared among my ranks, it plummeted among the Ryuzoji clan. However, as the saying goes, better a friend than a foe, and I aimed to demonstrate that the Shoni clan was not a greedy household. Those who followed me would indeed have their fill. The formal rewards ceremony ensued, during which it was necessary to issue certificates of commendation and expressions of gratitude. The certificates were primarily intended for the reward of military accomplishments, granting direct territories of the household to the vassals who had distinguished themselves. Since this campaign did not significantly expand our territory, most rewards were dispensed in the form of gold and silver. For example, if a territory yielded an annual income of 200 koku, the corresponding monetary reward would be determined accordingly. Naturally, a few warriors were granted territories as well. The letters of gratitude served as an acknowledgement from the household to the vassals, akin to medals of honor. They typically contained commendatory phrases accompanied by tangible rewards. For instance, the newly honored warriors such as Kuriyama Goro, Shinshiki Yashitomo, and Kakubo Kayatomo each received one. The format was relatively standardized. For example, Shinshiki Yashitomo's letter of gratitude read, "On a certain day in a certain month, during the battle between Hizen Kokubo and Ryuzoji Takanabu, as a member of the Hatamoto contingent, I broke through the enemy's formation and slew many foes. Following my lord Masakatsu, I charged into the enemy's main camp, where I felled the enemy general Hayakabun Kajinari. His loyalty and valor deeply impressed me, fulfilling my long-held expectations that I hope he will continue to serve our house with the same dedication. Lord Yokoyama, I have a thought regarding our household that I wish to share. After the reward ceremony, I prepare to put my plan into action. The primary operation would be to minimize the distribution of territories in the future and to replace such rewards with gold and silver, thereby preventing the subordinate lords from growing too powerful. However, it was still somewhat premature to implement this plan. What was required now was to have each family send their heirs to Shoni Mountain Castle to cultivate their loyalty to the household, ensuring they would not act recklessly. That I chose to speak to Yokoyama Yoshikazu first, as I had particular plans for him. Seeing me address him, Yokoyama Yoshikazu promptly bowed and stated, as a loyal retainer of my lord, "I am at your service. I would not dare to refuse your commands." His response reassured me. I then turned to Chiba Yasukiyo and said, "The troops I dispatched to receive Jianji Castle have already set out. I hope my brother will support our household," referring to the Shoni clan, "until the castle falls into peril. Though a samurai must always be prepared, I cannot help but feel a profound sadness when I think of my two brothers. Now that Jianji Castle has been reclaimed, and you are the sole heir of my brother, I must take you under my wing. However, given the weakened state of our household, now that Jianji Castle is back in our possession, I have no reason to keep you by my side. It is time to restore the Chiba family estate. I believe that my brother, looking down from the afterlife, would take great comfort in seeing the revival of the Chiba family. This way, I can finally put my brother's affairs to rest. That I trust that you will support our household as your brother would." After speaking, I discreetly wiped my tears with my fan, feigning a few sobs. Chiba Yasukiyo, moved by my words, also wept and said, "As a member of the Shoni clan, I take great pride in serving our household. My father would surely be pleased. Please, uncle, make the necessary arrangements, and I shall comply without hesitation. I will serve our household with the same loyalty as my father." I wiped away the tears that had escaped and closed my fan, saying, "In that case, you shall become the head of the Chiba family. I shall lend you 2,000 koku from military funds, and the responsibility of reviving the Chiba family estate is now yours. Remember to gather the old retainers and recruit more vassal samurai." I look forward to your contributions to our household. Chiba Yasukiyo immediately affirmed, I will serve our household as my father did. I nodded and then turned to Yokoyama Yoshikazu, saying, Lord Yokoyama, our household wishes to request that you pass the position of head of the family to your legitimate heir. I, as the elder statesman of the SH&I clan, will go to Jianji Castle as a guardian and serve as a mentor to Yasukiyo in managing family affairs. What do you think? The decision to appoint Yokoyama Yoshikazu as the mentor to Chiba Yasukiyo was primarily due to his extensive experience and unwavering loyalty, having fought for the SH&I clan throughout his long career. The newly revived Chiba family would greatly benefit from his guidance. Upon hearing my proposal, Yokoyama Yoshikazu promptly accepted without hesitation, declaring that he would relinquish the headship of the Yokoyama family to his grandson, Yokoyama Tanahira, and thereafter serve the Chiba family in the capacity of elder statesman. With the affairs of the Chiba family arranged, I cited the dwindling talent within my household and requested that each lord send their legitimate heirs to SH&I Mountain Castle to join my cavalry. Effectively as hostages, the lords, having witnessed the prowess of our directly affiliated troops, expressed no hesitation and readily agreed. Among them, Egami Takamitsu, having no sons of his own, had been grooming his brother, Egami Sadamitsu, as a successor, and thus pledged to send both of his younger brothers, Egami Sadamitsu and Egami Nobumitsu, without delay. The other lords also concurred, agreeing to leave their heirs at SH&I Mountain Castle to serve our household. Of course, Shoni Masayuki would also need to send hostages, as he had not attended the evaluation. Consequently, I dispatched an envoy to convey the orders. I harbored some resentment towards Shoni Masayuki since my arrival in this world. He had never attended a single evaluation session. When the Ryuzoji clans sought trouble with me, he failed to pursue them, opting instead to watch as Ryuzoji Takanobu approached to attack me. Most troubling was that, as a retainer of this SH&I clan, he could muster a greater force than I could. I had mobilized fewer than 5,000 troops, while he managed to rally nearly 7,000. Thus, while the hostages from others were of varying importance, Shoni Masayuki's were non-negotiable. Finally, I paused and declared, now, let us establish a new design for our household's military banner. The original banner bore a white background with a black pattern of a hanging knot. However, now, blessed by Hachiman Daibosatsu, who has granted us military strategy, I have decided to embellish the original design by adding the esteemed title of Hachiman Daibosatsu. The assembled generals responded in unison with an exclamation of "Oh!" and subsequently invited several loyal retainers and lords from various provinces to partake in a tea gathering. The Warring States period is renowned as the epoch most fervently characterized by the popularity of tea ceremonies. The art of tea, which emerged during the latter years of the Muromachi shogunate, is thought to have been founded by Murata Juk, later refined and perfected by Son no Reiki. Thus, the tea ceremony, which had initially been a privilege confined to the imperial court and aristocracy, began to permeate broader society. Unlike our neighboring Ming dynasty, the Japanese tea ceremony possesses a quality that I would describe as torturous. The intricacies of the Japanese tea ceremony are exceedingly elaborate. Not only must the tea leaves be finely ground, but the utensils must also be meticulously cleaned, and the host's movements must be both precise and methodical. The choice of venue is of paramount importance as well. During this era, nearly every prominent daimyo would construct a tea room within their castle, each designed to embody a sense of waijin or profound grace. When receiving guests, the host assumes the role of the tea master. They kindle the charcoal, boil water, prepare the tea or matcha, and then serve it in succession to the guests. The guests, too, are bound by numerous protocols. They must respectfully accept the tea with both hands, express their gratitude, then rotate the tea bowl 3 times before taking a sip, all the while admiring and praising the host's utensils. They then gently taste the tea, a ritual known as shincha, before passing the bowl to the next guest. This practice is one I find particularly intolerable. The thought of drinking from a bowl that has just been sipped from by another feels akin to an indirect kiss. Each time I contemplate this, a torrent of exasperation floods my mind. As a time traveler, I am acutely aware of the fervent passion the Japanese of this era hold for the tea ceremony, or perhaps more accurately, their penchant for aestheticism. Thus, I diligently studied the art of tea, to foster good relationships with others. Naturally, I constructed a modest tea room within the confines of Shni Castle. Dedicating my leisure hours to mastering the intricacies of the tea ceremony, I have made some progress. While I dare not claim to have reached mastery, I can at least navigate its fundamentals with competence. Due to the limitations imposed by the castle's small size and my desire to conserve resources, my tea room is somewhat austere, adorned with tatami mats that cover approximately 4.5 mats worth of space. On the central wall hangs a calligraphy piece of my own making, inscribed with the characters and words attributed to Sen-no Reiki. I am uncertain if he indeed proposed these words in this era. Yet I have hung them based on memories from my past life, hoping that perhaps this act of homage might be considered a success. As a member of the warrior class, I feel compelled to display not only the trappings of aestheticism, but also a katana, typically a renowned blade. Lacking such a sword, I settled for a decent quality katana for display to signify its non-threatening nature. I positioned the hilt to the left, for had it been to the right, I could swiftly draw it with my right hand in a moment of aggression. In the center of the tea room, a small fire pit serves solely for boiling water. 3 walls enclose the space, with one side featuring a sliding door that opens to the castle's corridor and courtyard. Conventionally, a bamboo tube would be placed in the courtyard to collect spring water, which would flow into a reservoir when full, producing a resonant dong sound as the tube struck a stone, a delightful echo of tranquility when the courtyard is silent. However, due to my limited resources, I have only placed a large jar filled with spring water at the entrance of the tea room. As the host, I must also play the role of team master. The tea room is somewhat cramped. Accommodating 8 or 9 individuals creates a sense of crowding, yet we must make do. The tea ceremony serves to cultivate serenity and refine one's character. One must first quiet the mind, shedding all worldly distractions to become one with nature. This is particularly beneficial for us warriors who are entrenched in warfare, as the tea ceremony provides an opportunity for introspection. I do not shy away from imparting my unconventional philosophy, for my audience comprises rustic individuals who likely lack a deep understanding of the cultural nuances surrounding the tea ceremony. I commenced the ritual by drawing water from the jar at the entrance with a long ladle, carefully washing my hand before rinsing my mouth, explaining to them that this act symbolizes the cleansing of both body and spirit. Next, I prepared the spring water for boiling and cleansed the tea bowl. I offer my apologies, stating, I, Masashige, have not gathered any notable tea utensils to entertain you, and must resort to these ordinary items. My sincerest apologies for the lack of decorum. The assembly responded in unison, expressing their gratitude for the honor of experiencing such a grand tea gathering. As we awaited the water to boil, a respectful silence enveloped the room, as all present were cognizant that whispering during a tea ceremony would be deemed disrespectful to the host and incongruous with the refined nature of the occasion. Observing their earnest aids, as if they might glean profound enlightenment from this gathering, I felt a surge of disdain. Fortunately, their demeanor remained commendable. No one exhibited impatience or yawned that I held no interest in this ostentatious tea gathering. Yet I was compelled to pursue a reputation for understanding the tea ceremony, hoping to facilitate future interactions with the elite and expand my social network. For now, I must utilize them as practice for my inaugural tea gathering in this Warring States period. My retainers, however, held a deep admiration for the tea ceremony, a fervor that bordered on fanaticism. This obsession is reflected in their relentless pursuit of exquisite tea utensils. The prime example is Oda Nobunaga, who is fervently dedicated to collecting rare tea implements, to the extent that local daimyo would present offerings of tea utensils as a symbolic gesture of submission, in a bid to strengthen the bonds between lord and vassal. Nobunaga would bestow his prized tea utensils upon his retainers, permitting some to host their own tea gatherings as recognition of their martial accomplishments. Toyotomi Hideyoshi was once granted permission by Nobunaga to hold a tea gathering, during which he was so moved that he wept profusely. Nobunaga's enthusiasm for tea gatherings extended beyond mere enjoyment. He actively sought to collect renowned tea utensils, the value of which was further elevated when he began to use them as rewards for his retainers, intertwining their worth with the status of the samurai. Matsunaga Hisahide, notorious for his assassination of Sh-gun Ashikaga Yashitru, the arson of Buddhist temples, and treachery against his lord, was spared by Nobunaga upon presenting a hidden cache of 99 exquisite tea utensils. Later, when Matsunaga plotted rebellion once more, Nobunaga dispatched envoys demanding the surrender of the esteemed Hiragamo tea kettle in exchange for leniency regarding his betrayal. Yet, Matsunaga refused, choosing instead to ignite explosives while clutching the kettle. This illustrates the profound affection the people of this era held for the tea ceremony and its implements. After what felt like an agonizing wait, the water was finally ready. I swiftly ladled out hot water to preheat the tea bowl. At this juncture, I distinctly sensed a collective sigh of relief from my guests. This only deepened my disdain, leading me to question whether inviting them to this tea gathering had been a misstep, a squandering of my energy and tea. Yet the ceremony must proceed. I retrieved a packet of finely ground tea powder and gently poured it into the tea bowl. Then I added the boiled water and whisked the mixture with a bamboo whisk. Blending until the tea and water coalesced into a vibrant green tea. To be candid, I struggled to appreciate this method of consumption. Particularly after whisking, the tea is often adorned with a fine layer of froth, which I find somewhat unappealing, an aversion born from my previous life. This, indeed, is the celebrated manner of consuming matcha. Matcha has its origins in China, but flourished in Japan, tracing back to the Tang and Song dynasties. I recall that between 1168 and 1187, the Japanese envoy Waisai Zenji made 2 voyages to China to study the art of tea. Upon returning to Japan, he preserved, inherited, and expanded upon the practice of matcha. Meanwhile, in our neighboring Ming dynasty, the consumption of matcha has dwindled, with the current preference leaning towards the true fragrance of tea, a return to simplicity and harmony with nature, what we are familiar with as brewing tea. This tea gathering employs the DNH method, invented by Sun no Reiki. It is said that by sharing a single tea bowl, all participants can bond over the communal experience of sipping the same tea. I passed the tea bowl to the first guest on my right, Hekigaku Sash. He received the bowl with utmost reverence, cradling it as he rotated it 3 times to observe the color of the tea. Inhaling deeply and letting out a sigh of pleasure as he savored the aroma, he then examined the bowl carefully before taking a small sip. Thereafter, he passed the bowl to the next guest. Baba caned a tea this moment. I began to realize that they were not as ignorant of the tea ceremony as I had initially presumed. Thus, the bowl was passed from one person to the next until it had circulated through all present. After everyone had partaken, I washed the tea utensils and prepared another bowl, once again passing it to Hekigaku's Sash. This process continued for a 3rd round before we concluded the tea ceremony. Once I had cleaned the tea utensils, the customary procedure would dictate that I invite them to admire and praise my implements. However, having previously informed them that I was utilizing nothing but the most ordinary of items, they found themselves at a loss for compliments. Point 1 can only approach the matter from different angles, such as the characters hanging on the wall. When inquired about the meanings of the 4 characters, Jing, Qing, and Ji, hanging behind me, I feigned deep contemplation, closing my eyes for a moment before replying. These 4 characters encapsulate my understanding of the way of tea. He signifies the harmonious state of all things in heaven and earth. The balance within this tea room's arrangement and its utensils, as well as the harmony between host and guest. Just as one navigates the world, being in harmony with nature allows for coexistence and mutual prosperity. Being harmonious with others fosters humility and kindness, and being at peace with oneself facilitates a carefree and tranquil existence. Jing embodies reverence and Zen, a recognition of the inherent Buddha nature within all beings. It is in homage to this shared essence, a release from arrogance, allowing one to appreciate the insignificance of the self, thus embracing boundless possibilities. Qing denotes purity, exemplified by the necessity for cleanliness in this tea room's accoutrements. I equate this to the integrity and clarity of the human heart, a hallmark of a gentleman's demeanor. With a clear and tranquil mind, one can reflect one's true self, ensuring actions remain unerring. G signifies silence, stillness, and serenity. Amidst worldly chaos, my heart remains unperturbed, maintaining a calm and ordinary disposition within the tumult of life. T, much like life itself, is to be savored. In our endeavors, we must introspect and ask ourselves whether we can embody these 4 characters. Jing, Qing, and Ji. Upon hearing my borrowed yet profound insights on the way of tea, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. Among them, Wu Zhongjiang remarked, "I never realized that the Lord not only excels in the way of tea, but possesses such lofty understanding. Many masters of the tea ceremony cannot rival your wisdom, especially the notion that life is akin to tea. This level of comprehension is something we shall never surpass in our lifetimes." After this tea gathering, I shall have no regrets. The others echoed their admiration. Chiba Insheng and Baba Kenju even expressed their desire to become my disciples in the art of tea. I merely indicated that I could offer a few pointers. Following this tea gathering, my reputation as a master of the way of tea would surely spread soon thereafter. Subsequently, I prepared tea snacks for them, a small portion of grilled fish for each person, 3 types of sushi of my own creation, pickled radish, and a small bowl of clear soup. I, lacking expertise in sushi making, relied on my recollections to experiment a few times and found the taste quite acceptable, thus presenting it to them. The grilled fish was wrapped in glutinous rice balls, covered with seaweed, and drizzled with plum sauce. Although it did not compare to the delectable sushi of future times, it was still quite delightful. The pickled radish was sourced by my men from Hakodamaki, using a method from later times. Fresh radishes were sliced thinly, combined with minced chili, salt, vinegar, and a touch of sugar, and pickled for several hours. The result was a tangy and spicy treat. The clear soup was merely kelp broth, a simple concoction of water, salt, and kelp. Upon seeing the snacks I provided, everyone was filled with curiosity. Regrettably, I could only explain that these were my own culinary experiments. After tasting them, they were all effusive in their praise. This inspired me with the idea of opening a sushi and pickled vegetable shop in the town. While I dared not claim I would earn enough for military expenses as depicted in time travel novels, judging by their reactions, it seemed feasible to make a modest living. After enjoying the snacks, the atmosphere among the guests became lively. Shni Motomori suggested that we engage in a contest of waka. Waka is a form of Japanese poetry that evolved from ancient Chinese music poetry, developing through continuous Japanese adaptation. It stands in contrast to Chinese poetry and encompasses various forms, including long poems, short poems, and linked verses. Over time, the number of poets composing short poems has increased, with the term waka primarily referring to those who write short poems. A short poem consists of 5 lines with a total of 31 syllables, typically following a 5-7-5-7-7 structure. Initially, Japanese poetry was written using kanji, incorporating both meaning and phonetics, leading to the emergence of uniquely Japanese poetic forms. After composing their verses, they would recite them aloud. Lacking expertise in waka, I felt somewhat timid, and, after receiving encouragement from the others, adopted an observational mindset to witness their poetic exchanges. Once the waka contest concluded, the evening had grown late, and everyone dispersed. The following day, after bidding farewell to the various lords, I promptly summoned my direct retainers to the evaluation chamber to arrange domestic duties, this time without the participation of the subordinate lords. I opted for a less formal gathering. As soon as all my retainers had assembled, I proceeded with the arrangements. First, I addressed the Heisen troops. Their exceptional combat prowess during the battles had been impressive. However, maintaining such a force at its current scale would not serve my greater ambitions. Although training a standing army is costly, I had extorted over 20,000 mon from Ryuzoji Takakatsu during the campaign, which provided me with the necessary resources to proceed without restraint. I then announced plans to expand the Heisen troops. Currently, there are approximately 760 personnel, including over 50 matchlock gunners. The original plan was for the Heisen troops to function as an independent fighting force, comprising around 3,400 men, organized into 4 divisions of 850 each, including 100 matchlock gunners and 750 spearmen, supplemented by a 200-strong cavalry unit. However, given the present circumstances, sustaining a fully staffed Heisen troop is impractical, especially concerning the cavalry, which is unaffordable. Therefore, the cavalry's responsibilities will temporarily be assumed by the mounted archers. In this era, battles typically involve gathering subordinates, allowing for the flanks to be secured by allied forces. The Heisen troop is planned to be reorganized into 2 divisions. The existing personnel will be evenly distributed into Division 1 and Division 2, with recruitment efforts to fill the ranks. Armor and weaponry will be allocated from the spoils of war, with any excess retained for training or to compensate for wartime losses. The most significant gaps are in matchlocks and ammunition. Due to craftsmanship issues, the quality of matchlocks in this era is subpar, often leading to overheating and barrel explosions after a limited number of shots. During the recent conflict, the South Barbarian matchlocks procured by Shoni Masayuki performed admirably, while those in stock were less than satisfactory. The high-intensity firing by the matchlock units resulted in at least a dozen matchlocks bursting, injuring the gunners to varying degrees. Newly promoted Kawakubo Kayatomo suffered the loss of his left eye due to a barrel explosion. Thus, I resolved that, while the Heisen troop remains relatively small, we should utilize South Barbarian matchlocks whenever possible and later explore acquiring Tsushima or Sakai matchlocks as replacements. Next, I focused on expanding the Hatamoto units. The impressive performance of these warriors, composed of wild samurai, left a lasting impression on me. They charged head-on, penetrating the ranks of the Ryuzoji's direct forces with minimal losses, creating significant chaos among them. After breaching the ranks of the Ryuzoji, they followed my lead to assault the main formation, achieving commendable success. Consequently, I plan to temporarily expand one unit into two Hatamoto samurai divisions, each consisting of 50 members. With the current personnel evenly divided between the two, vacancies will be filled by recruiting Ronin and wild samurai from various towns in Kitakyushu. The current commander of the Heisen troops is Imezumi Asaka, who has received my personal training. Thus, he will continue to lead training and command in battle. The commander of Division 1 will be determined by Imezumi himself, while the commander of Division 2 will be entrusted to the heir of the Jiang family, Shoni Masayuki. Although he is a hostage, the Jiang family has historically followed the Shoni family into battle. Their submission to the Ryuzoji was a last resort to further consolidate my relationship with the Jiang family. I appoint him as the commander of the Heisen Division 2. When he returns to inherit his family's estate, I can easily find a replacement. As for loyalty, since this division is uniformly trained and belongs to the main house, I'm confident that the identity of the commander will have little impact. The commander's role is primarily to coordinate and direct during battle. Should a betrayal occur, it is unlikely others would follow. A rebellion at the front would likely result in a spear from the loyal foot soldiers binding their honor and ties to the main house. The Heisen troop will have a dedicated matchlock commander, with Kawakubo Kayatomo taking on the responsibilities of head of the matchlock unit and training. He is eager to accept this role, knowing that diligent service to the main house will ensure he secures this position in the future. Coming from a peasant background, his honor and disgrace are now tied to the Shoni family. Promoting him serves to demonstrate to all soldiers that through bravery in battle, one can become a samurai and earn rewards. Naihara Yoshitomo will serve as the commander of the 1st Hatamoto Samurai Division, while Kurigor will command the 2nd Division. Both individuals were recruited from the towns, and any Ronin samurai of good moral standing can be enlisted into my service. After achieving merit on the battlefield, they will assuredly be promoted within the main house. An military officer will be appointed for the time being. I will assume that role myself, that a new procurement officer will be established, with the Shoni Masayuki appointed to oversee the acquisition of matchlocks, ammunition, military supplies, and related transactions. Compared to the battlefield, Shoni Masayuki has exhibited an exceptionally keen interest in procurement matters. He has proactively sought to take charge of the procurement of iron cannons, demonstrating an extraordinary talent in this domain. Although this inclination somewhat diverges from my original intentions for him, I have acquiesced to his wishes since his enthusiasm for military formations appears rather lukewarm. As for the position I had originally tailored for him in diplomatic affairs, I must now seek another candidate. The role of overseeing internal economic development has been entrusted to the loyal Miyasaka Tadakatsu, whose exceptional management skills stand out. While his expertise may not align perfectly with economic oversight, his high execution capability assures me that I can simply convey my plans to him, and he will implement them without issue. As for Chikuzan, being merely a warrior devoted to the pursuit of the sword, he remains my close aide and serves as a demonstration of swordsmanship, ensuring my safety. The leader of the ninja faction, Hiresu, is also subject to my evaluation for recommendation that I publicly conferred upon him the status of a samurai. However, Hiresu graciously declined, citing an agreement to step forward only after the defeat of the Ryuzoji clan. As the Ryuzoji family has yet to be vanquished, he must personally lead the ninjas into action. Given this circumstance, I reluctantly awarded him a portion of monetary rewards and promised him a samurai title upon the successful subjugation of the Ryuzoji clan. Over a month has passed, and the 2 battalions in Hizen have been fully recruited and have commenced their training in an orderly manner. I began contemplating elevating the output of Hizen's iron cannons to a new level. The practical approach to achieve this is through the SG method. Due to the cumbersome loading process of matchlock guns in this era, their firing rate is quite low done on the battlefield. Untrained users can barely manage 2 to 3 shots per minute, with some capable of only 1 or 2 shots in the same time frame. This involves sequentially loading gunpowder and projectiles into the barrel, compacting them with a ramrod, opening the pan, pouring in the primer, and finally igniting it. This process must then be repeated. However, my Hizen troops, after rigorous training, can achieve 4 to 5 shots per minute through repetitive loading and firing exercises. This is already quite an accomplishment. The SG method allows for the simultaneous packaging of the necessary gunpowder and projectiles for a single shot, carried in bamboo tubes or paper packages. When used, the contents can be poured directly into the barrel, followed by compacting, thus significantly reducing loading time. Historically, the renowned General Tachibana D. Setsu researched the cumbersome pre-firing actions of cannons and developed a method to mix the required amounts of powder and projectiles into specially designed bamboo tubes, allowing for simultaneous pouring during use. Known as SK around 1570, the Kishu Saika group also introduced a similar device referred to as SG. Subsequently, the SG method became widely adopted and gradually evolved into a standard accessory for Japanese cannons. I am uncertain whether Tachibana D. Setsu has perfected the SG method, but I have already begun employing it. I dedicated an entire morning to designing the SG mechanism and shared this concept with the cannon master Kawakubo Kaitomo, who appeared thoroughly astonished. He immediately acknowledged that this innovation would elevate the firepower of Hizen's cannons to a higher tier. After refining the SG method together with Kawakubo, we proceeded to the training grounds and summoned 2 novices for practical testing. The live-fire exercises demonstrated that the SG-equipped cannons could achieve a shooting frequency at least 3 times faster than those without IT, that be by the time the second shot was fired from the SG cannon. The conventional cannon operator had only just completed their first shot and was still engaged in the reloading process. Witnessing this filled me with confidence, as it confirmed the success of my SG innovation. I immediately ordered the cannon unit to transition to the SG firing technique, with the necessary supplies to be managed by SH and I Motomori. Considering Japan's frequent rainfall, I devised a cover for the ignition pan of the matchlock gun, fashioned from bamboo or oiled paper. This small box can be affixed to the ignition pan during rainy conditions to prevent moisture from dampening the match and powder. This ensures that, barring torrential downpours, the matchlock gun can still function effectively. Having just passed the harvest season, the grain reserves for this year have been secured within the castle. At this juncture, Hiresu finally apprehended 2 individuals who had been secretly communicating with the Ryuzoji clan. These 2 were among the first batch of recruited samurai from the Hatamoto ranks, originally low-ranking samurai of the Ryuzoji family. They had infiltrated while attending to business in Miyasaka town, hearing of the recruitment of Hatamoto warriors. They intended to relay information swiftly after the main army deployed, as they were known members of their own clan. Thus, the military oversight did not raise suspicion. Following our victory over the Ryuzoji clan, they sought to return to the Hatamoto ranks. Having captured them, I promptly ordered their discreet execution. Naturally, this led to the addition of a new military regulation. No one, including members of the Hatamoto and cavalry, is permitted to leave formation without authorization. The military overseer has been instructed to tighten supervision, and any deserters without orders may be executed first and reported later by December, while observing the newly trained cannon unit employing the SG firing method. The leader of the ninja faction delivered an unexpected letter to me from Tomo S. Rin, the current head of the Tomo clan. At this time, Tomo Yashitomo had taken vows, prompted by the unfavorable outcomes of the ongoing conflict from June to November, which had resulted in significant losses, including the deaths of several key retainers. Notably, during the retreat from Ojik, they were ambushed by Kobayakawa Takakage, leading to severe casualties. The Tomo clan suffered the loss of notable figures such as Tanaka Tadao, Munakata Shigmasa, and Yoshiro Tiki, among others in a state of remorse over the defeats. Tomo Yashitomo renounced worldly affairs and took monastic vows, adopting the name Zuif in Denon Keijin, which we were familiar with as Tomo Rin. Observing their lord's departure from worldly life, several prominent retainers also followed suit, such as Yoshioka Nagitsune, who became Yoshioka 9's Kan, and H.J. Takanori, who transformed into H.J. 9 Rinpoche D. Setsu. The latter being the esteemed Tachibana D. Setsu, who at this time had not yet inherited the Tachibana family name and retained the H.J. surname. In his letter, Tomo Rin expressed his delight upon learning of the Sh&I family's victory over the traitorous Ryuzoji clan and their revival of the Gion Chiba family's fortunes. He regretted not having written sooner due to the relentless warfare faced by the Tomo clan since June, prioritizing military matters over timely congratulations. Therefore, he dispatched a gift of 500 ryo in military funds as a token of celebration, urging me to continue my endeavors against the Ryuzoji family. Furthermore, having heard of my exceptional tea ceremony skills, he expressed his own fondness for the art and his desire for me to visit his residence, the Tomo Hall, before the new year to share my expertise, which he would consider a great honor. Finally, he expressed his hope that I would emulate my grandfather, Sh&I Jin, in revitalizing the Sh&I clan, and he pledged his unwavering support, wishing for our families to stand united as in days of old. He concluded with heartfelt wishes for the enduring martial fortunes of the Sh&I family. I gazed in rapt contemplation at the elegant signature of Tomo Rin, pondering his intentions. The first half of the letter seemed relatively standard, but the latter part posed a significant dilemma. Requesting my presence at the Tomo Hall before the new year. With the holiday fast approaching, I would need to prepare for departure immediately to avoid being tardy. I surmised that the tight scheduling was intended to gauge my stance towards the Tomo family. Presently, the Tomo clan looms as a formidable presence over the Sh&I clan. Tomo Rin's support appears to be a means to extend his influence into Hizen. Receiving the letter necessitated my immediate journey. Reflecting the treatment of a vassal by his lord, should I hesitate to depart or fail to exhibit sufficient deference, I could foresee future complications. Moreover, he likened himself to Tomo Masakuni while positioning me as Sh&I Jin, implying that without the support of the Tomo clan, the revival of the Sh&I clan would be unattainable. This weighed heavily upon me, as if to say, look, your father Jin garnered my support through great humility. Without my backing, revival is impossible. The analogy felt particularly inappropriate, considering the fate of Sh&I Jin, who succumbed to suicide under duress during the siege by the Dainichi clan. Although the Sh&I clan was later restored, it ultimately fell once more under his stewardship. Compare me to my father, Jin, and draw connections to his tragic end felt profoundly uncomfortable, leaving me to suspect that Tomo Rin may have intended this. With these thoughts swirling in my mind, I felt a deep sense of resignation. After all, one must acknowledge the might of others, even as I had initially intended to adopt a humble demeanor before Tomo Rin. However, when I voluntarily adopt a submissive demeanor and am compelled to do so by you, my feelings are markedly different. It becomes quite uncomfortable that it is akin to being at home, intending to undertake a certain household chore, only to be abruptly commanded by an elder to instruct someone else to complete it. The desire to act vanishes in an instant, and even if I proceed to do so, my heart is undoubtedly filled with discontent. After gathering the vassals in the council chamber, I presented them with a letter from Otomo Sorin for each to read in turn. Once the last person had finished, I held the letter in my hand and invited them to share their thoughts, eager to hear their interpretations of its contents. The opinions of the vassals primarily diverged into two camps. The more traditional faction was represented by the elder statesmen of the household, including figures such as Shonai Motomori, Tsukushi Iman, and Ayabi Tadayuki. Their consensus was to proceed immediately to seek further support from Otomo. In contrast, Izumi Asaka's perspective was somewhat more radical. As a senior member of the household, he recognized the current decline of our clan. Yet he understood that the Ryuzoji clan's power remained formidable, necessitating our reliance on the Otomo family. Perhaps due to his extensive training in the past 6 months with the forces of Heisen. Where he served as a general, he had developed a profound confidence in the combat capabilities of Heisen's troops. Thus, he proposed that while we should indeed visit Otomo, there was no urgency to do so immediately. Instead, he suggested drafting a letter to Otomo Soren, explaining our household's pressing matters and requesting a delay until the new year. The newly appointed vassals, such as the recently promoted Kawai Hisatomo, Shinji Yashitomo, Kurigoro, and Misaki Tadao, were temporarily lacking in stature and thus hesitant to interject. Kawai Hisatomo, particularly, was illiterate. They were primarily there to observe and prepare for future engagements, as the discussions in the council chamber unfolded. The intensity of the debate escalated. The only supporter of the delay in visiting Otomo was Izumi Asaka. Although the newly appointed vassals had the inclination to back him, their lowly status rendered them powerless to voice their opinions. Kawai Hisatomo, unable to contain himself, spoke up briefly but was quickly reprimanded by Ayabe Tadayuki, silencing him thereafter. The cacophony of their arguments gave me a headache, and in irritation, I interjected, "Enough, cease the bickering." The room fell silent as everyone bowed in response to my stern tone. After contemplating for a moment, I sighed and stated, "The Otomo family's current stance towards us, while influenced by ancestral ties, is primarily motivated by a desire to leverage our reputation to exert control over Heisen and suppress it. Considering the tumultuous history of the Shonai clan, which has experienced both destruction and revival with the support of the Otomo family, our current weakness necessitates reliance on their backing to sustain our legacy. Although we have made some recovery, the treacherous Ryuzoji clan remains a formidable threat." That I paused, observing the thoughtful expressions on the faces of my vassals, then continued, "What I propose is to approach the Otomo clan in a manner that reflects our servitude. Even if Otomo Soren ultimately intends to incorporate the Shonai clan under his banner, we must present ourselves in a manner that allows us to negotiate our terms." As soon as I finished speaking, Shonai Motomori, who had advocated for an immediate journey to meet Otomo Soren, sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Brother, the Shonai clan hails from the noble Fujiwara lineage, having governed northern Kyushu for centuries since the reign of Sade. Are we truly to be reduced to vassals of another?" His voice trembled with indignation. Izumi Asaka, taking a few steps forward, lamented, "My lord, the revival of our clan has already shown promise. Within 2 years, we shall vanquish the treacherous Ryuzoji clan. Our newly adopted military formations instill confidence in our ability to defeat any invading enemy. How can we consider this course of action?" With that, he broke into tears. I rubbed my forehead in exasperation, thinking I merely suggested a possibility. I did not assert that we must submit to Otomo. Why such an overreaction? Surely, a wise man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. If this continues, I shall never be able to concede to anyone without being ridiculed by you straightforward folk. With a heavy sigh, I declared, "Gentlemen, I did not propose subservience to the Otomo clan. Rather, it is simply prudent to adopt a more humble stance for the time being, as I have failed to clarify this, leading to misunderstandings. However, we still have many matters that require the Otomo family's support. As the saying goes, when one bows to another, it is often because one has a request. Therefore, we must lower our posture in order to seek their assistance." Upon hearing that I did not intend to submit to the Otomo, the assembly quieted down that we swiftly resolved to compose a letter to Otomo Soren, informing him that I, Masanobu, would be departing immediately to pay my respects. The letter was dispatched without delay, and on the following morning, I set out for the Otomo residence. The entourage was kept simple, with Tsukushi Aimen providing close protection and 10 horsemen accompanying us. The leader of the ninja, Haisuk, dispatched his agents to provide covert protection. During my absence, Shonai Motomori would serve as the acting lord. Managing all affairs, I took with me a military fund of 1,000 can and 5,000 stones of provisions as gifts. Once the preparations were finalized, Tsukushi Aimen, who had remained mostly silent during the deliberations, suddenly spoke up. "My lord, our Shonai clan is in decline, and you, of an age to marry, have yet to take even a concubine, as you have been preoccupied with the campaign against the Ryuzoji clan. Now that they are being suppressed, it is time for you to consider finding a proper wife. I was taken aback, not expecting him to broach such a topic. Since my arrival in this era, I had been so consumed with managing affairs and honing my skills that I had not considered the matter of marriage. The notion of him proposing to find me a bride was entirely unexpected. As soon as Tsukushi Iman finished speaking, the other vassals chimed in, echoing his sentiment. Although our clan's power is not yet robust, for the sake of its continuation and to ensure the arrival of an heir, it is imperative that you find a wife promptly. I fell into a contemplative silence, my mind racing with thoughts. In this era, marriages often involve young brides. Who would be suitable for me? The only notable option currently would be Princess Ichiko of the Oda clan. However, I was acutely aware that the Shonai clan is situated in Kyushu, while the Oda clan is far away in Owari. Princess Ichiko undoubtedly holds significant value for the great warlord and is almost certainly not inclined to marry into Kyushu. Perhaps I should send someone to make inquiries? As I indulged in these daydreams, I was surprised to find my vassals already engaged in discussions about potential candidates. To my knowledge, there are numerous eligible princesses in the vicinity, including those from the Sagara, Shunhito, Otomo, and Aso clans. As Tsukushi Iman noted, I shot him a resentful glance, vexed that he had disrupted my fantasy of marrying Princess Ichiko. It suddenly struck me that he must have been contemplating this matter for quite some time to be so well informed about the eligible princesses. It seemed rather hasty to rush into this. I muttered. Shonai Motomori, being the chief representative of our clan, should not have been the one to voice opinions on my marital affairs, so I signaled to Izumi Asaka. Understanding my intention, Izumi Asaka stepped forward and asserted, "My lord, the matter is indeed pressing. You have reached a marriageable age and have been preoccupied with restoring our clan's fortunes, which has led to this delay. This is a matter of great importance for the prosperity of the Shonai clan, and we can no longer afford to postpone it." After much deliberation, I found myself unable to refuse their insistence on arranging a suitable match for me and reluctantly conceded. "In that case, which princess do you all deem most appropriate?" At that moment, Ayabitayuki interjected. "My lord, based on my analysis, the Shimazu clan is too distant, but the princesses from the Sagara, Ito, and Aso clans are all viable options. However, the most suitable choice would be a princess from the Otomo clan. I had not realized that you, Ayabitayuki, who usually remains taciturn, will become so animated over this topic," I remarked, though he was indeed correct. Given the current circumstances, the Otomo princess was indeed the most fitting choice. Presently, the Otomo clan has two daughters. One has already been promised to Kuga Kyuzan, and the other, historically betrothed to Kawai Hidemasa, is yet to be engaged. If I were to marry the daughter of Otomo Soren, the benefits would be substantial. Firstly, the Otomo family is nearby, and there are numerous lords in Shikuzen and Shikugo who are vassals of the Otomo clan. While they have a history of rebellion against the Otomo, they could provide a protective buffer for me as I pursue my ambitions in Hizen. Secondly, I could leverage opportunities to assist the Otomo in quelling dissenters, thereby gradually extending my influence into Shikuzen and Shikugo as I grow in power. If history remained relatively unchanged, the Otomo clan and the Mori clan would engage in warfare in northern Kyushu for several more years. I could seize this opportunity to join the fray and hone my soldier's battlefield experience. Thus, upon contemplation of his words, I discerned that marrying the daughter of Otomo S. Rin was, at present, the most prudent choice. After a thorough discussion with my vassals, I resolved to propose marriage to his daughter during my audience at the Otomo mansion. Should he decline, I would then consider princesses from other clans. Hence, Mr. Kobayakawa Hidekitsu, your bride may soon be snatched from you. Are you aware? As my departure drew near, I assigned the ninja leader, Hiryuzumi, to closely monitor the movements of the Ryuzoji clan. Any intelligence should be promptly relayed to Shni Motomori and, in turn, to me. As for the Ryuzoji hostage, ever since I brought him back, he has resided with me in the castle keep, having always had a fondness for children in my previous life. I found myself indulging in the company of Ryuzoji Tanshio Masayoshi, despite him being the enemy's hostage, that I frequently engage him in games beloved by children of later generations, often taking him on escapades, almost turning him into a little rascal. When I set out for the Otomo mansion, I entrusted his care to Shni Motomori. Subsequently, on a bright morning, I led my retinue towards the Otomo mansion. Kyushu Island enjoys a marine subtropical climate, nestled between the Tsushima warm current and the Kuroshio current, resulting in distinct seasons. Summers are characterized by high temperatures and abundant rainfall due to the influence of the Pacific High, while winters, affected by the Siberian continental air mass, can be quite harsh in the central and northern regions. The weather varies considerably, yet overall, it remains relatively mild. Winter mornings can be chilly and with fresh snow from the previous day. The roads were muddy as the sun shone brightly, that a gust of wind caught me unawares, chilling me to the bone, and I silently cursed Otomo S. Rin, the instigator of my winter journey. Below the castle, the troops of Heisen were engaged in winter drills, their shouts and the sounds of soldiers training echoing in the distance. However, there's a unique beauty to snowy days as I gazed around. The vast expanse of land was clothed in a blanket of white, the snow-dappled roads gleaming under the sunlight. In contrast, the nearby Mimasaka town was bustling with activity. The cold winter did not hinder the townsfolk's daily lives. I traveled light, journeying by day and resting in town by night. As we traversed the domains of various lords, predominantly under the Otomo's banner, our progress was unimpeded. Finally, after 10 days, we arrived at the Otomo mansion in Bungo province. By the time I arrived, it was already afternoon, nearing dusk. The town surrounding the Otomo castle was structured around the fortress, with the west and south designated for merchants and artisans, while the east was reserved for the samurai. As we approached the castle gate, I noticed a figure accompanied by several samurai, seemingly awaiting our arrival. The samurai around him moved about, but he stood resolutely, like a mountain, showing no signs of movement. I thought to myself, what a remarkably steadfast warrior. I silently admired him and promptly instructed my entourage to raise our family banner. My followers complied immediately, unfurling my Hachiman Daibosatsu standard upon seeing my flag. The mountain-like warrior quickly approached me. Recognizing his eagerness, I dismounted. The warrior reached me, and before I could speak, he bowed deeply and inquired, "Might I ask if you are Esichinidano? My lord has instructed me to await your arrival here." I praised him from head to toe. His face was chiseled, like a sculpted visage, though he did not appear particularly tall. Yet, an undeniable aura of strength emanated from him, indicative of a decisive warrior, exuding a natural authority that commanded respect. Clad in typical samurai attire, he bore a tachi and a tanto at his waist, with a blue-hued headband wrapped around his brow, observing the deference shown by the surrounding samurai. I recognized him as a loyal retainer of the Otomo clan, and thus did not dare to be remiss. I replied respectfully, "I am grateful for your lord arrangements. Forgive my impertinence. May I inquire your esteemed name?" He bowed once more. "I am Tachibana D. Setsu." My heart raced upon hearing his name. Tachibana D. Setsu. This was a legendary military god of Kyushu in history. I was profoundly astonished, though he bore an unremarkable appearance. Any who underestimated him on the battlefield would likely pay for their folly with their lives. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Tachibana. I have long admired your esteemed reputation, I replied. He regarded me thoughtfully and remarked, "My lord spoke of you just days ago, particularly regarding the Battle of Kakubo, where you decisively defeated the 8,000-strong Ryuzoji force with your own 5,000 troops. Truly, a remarkable general." Remarkable to receive praise from the military god of Kyushu was, to put it plainly, quite exhilarating. My heart soared with delight, though I maintained an air of composure. Tachibana D. Setsu, not wishing to linger on pleasantries, stated directly, "My lord has sent me to welcome you." Given the late hour, it would be inconvenient to enter the castle today. I must humbly ask you to stay at my modest abode. Tomorrow, my lord will convene a meeting and has instructed me to invite you to attend. It is an honor indeed, I expressed, feigning surprise, as one of the few trusted retainers of the Otomo clan. Tachibana's residence was situated in the samurai district and was notably substantial, albeit rather simple in appearance. The entire structure was wooden, elevated about half a meter on wooden pillars to avoid dampness. Upon entering, I found a small courtyard designed like a garden, featuring a lone pine tree and a few ornamental stones. Upon seeing this, I furrowed my brow, sensing something amiss, but quickly relaxed. Unbeknownst to me, Tachibana Setsu had noticed my reaction and immediately inquired what was wrong, that my frown was merely a habit inherited from my past life, having once been taught by a mentor that such designs were ill-omened. Thus, upon encountering it here, I instinctively recalled that notion. I suddenly thought of a remedy, a way to present myself to Tachibana as straightforward and devoid of guile. With a somewhat awkward expression, I said, "I apologize for my rudeness. Upon seeing this pine tree, I was reminded of a certain saying, and I could not help myself. Please do not take offense, Lord Tachibana." His interest piqued. Tachibana Setsu inquired, "What saying might that be, if I may ask?" I feigned contemplation for a moment before responding, "We must speak candidly. Even if it may cause displeasure, if it bears reason, one should voice it without fear." I immediately adopted a posture of humility, murmuring, "Forgive me, Lord Tachibana. It was my folly." Upon seeing the pine at the gate and the surrounding environment, I was reminded of a saying. In truth, planting pine trees in one's courtyard is a customary practice among the Japanese. Displaying pine trees at the entrance is known as kadomatsu. In Japanese belief, pine trees serve as vessels for the spirits of ancestors, allowing them to bless the household. I continued with an air of mystique. "Have you noticed, Lord Tachibana? The courtyard is enclosed in a square, which resembles the character for mouth in kanji, and with one tree inside, it symbolizes K. Thus, my earlier indiscretion is but a reflection of this notion." Upon hearing this, Tachibana Setsu furrowed his brow, glanced at the pine tree, and remarked, "I see. While we samurai do not believe in fate, if such a saying exists, I shall order it removed." "What? Removed? Why the haste? It is merely a pine tree." I hastily interjected, "There is no need for that. We can simply plant another tree in the courtyard." To my surprise, Tachibana Setsu remained resolute in his decision to remove it, realizing further argument would be futile. I conceded. After all, it was his tree, not mine. Climbing the wooden steps, I entered the guest hall, separated from the private quarters, with rooms for visitors to the side. Each room was partitioned with sliding paper doors, and the entire house was constructed of wood, a luxury in this era. Most people resided in grass huts with mud walls, and in rural areas, aside from the village samurai, few could afford wooden homes. This minor incident was swiftly forgotten by both parties. Later that evening, Tachibana Setsu invited me to join him for a drink. I had anticipated a hearty meal, but to my surprise, it consisted merely of a fish, a small portion of pickled radish, and a bowl of miso soup. In this era, people manage with 2 meals a day, foregoing dinner entirely. I cannot fathom how they endure such deprivation. For someone like me, accustomed to 3 meals, I was already ravenous. During the meal, I engaged in an animated conversation with Setsu. Our discussion inadvertently veered towards my intention to marry the daughter of Tomo Esrin. Frankly speaking, if Lord Shni wishes to wed the princess of my clan, it would pose some challenges. The Lord is contemplating a peace treaty with the Emri clan, which likely means the princess will be married into the Emri family. I shook my head in response to Setsu's assertion. That notion is misguided. Currently, both the Emri and Tomo clans' negotiations are merely a scheme devised by Emri Motonari, and such arrangements cannot last long. Marrying the princess into their family would yield no substantial benefit. Setsu pondered my words and inquired, "What leads you to say this?" "My lord Shni?" I gathered my thoughts, drawing upon information I had gathered from future accounts, and replied, "If I am not mistaken, this negotiation is a directive from the shogun, isn't it?" I then turned to Setsu. Noticing his silence, I continued, "The current ceasefire is due to turmoil within the Emri clan, instigated by Fukuwaki Takakani's rebellion in Iwami. Meanwhile, the Ichino's clan in Izumo is also poised to reclaim its former territories. Should a peace agreement with the Tomo clan not be reached, the Emri would find themselves embroiled in a two-front war. Thus, the only viable path for the Emri is to pursue a peace accord with you. However, I surmise your strategy involves an offensive towards you, hence your interest in negotiating, correct? On the surface, this agreement appears beneficial for both parties. Nevertheless, the Emri clan's handling of the Ichinos and Fukuwaki matters requires only land forces. Naval power is unnecessary. If your forces succeed in the U campaign, they would undoubtedly pose a threat to the Emri stronghold from the four provinces. Emri Motonari would be acutely aware of this and would not turn a blind eye to it. Therefore, it is inevitable that Emri Motonari will betray the agreement, leading to its collapse. That I predict this treaty will not endure. 2 months would be the utmost limit. Seeing he was about to speak, I raised my hand to halt him and continued. Moreover, the Emri clan has inherited the Dainichi family's territories in northern Kyushu. The families of Chikuzan and BSH are notoriously fickle. This year's rebellions by the Tomo clan in BSH, specifically in Akizuki, Tajiri, and T-Kami, serve as clear evidence of this. Although they captured Harakima Castle, it was swiftly retaken following the arrival of the Emri troops, resulting in the valiant efforts of your soldiers being rendered futile. It is truly regrettable. Once the Emri clan stabilizes their rear, they will undoubtedly reignite hostilities, should the subdued clans of northern Kyushu rebel again. Your forces will find themselves trapped in a repetitive cycle, with no respite in sight. After my analysis, HK no D Setsu appeared visibly hesitant. That I refrained from further speech, allowing him to contemplate the intricacies of the situation. After a considerable period of silence, he returned to reality and asked, "What, in your view, should the Tomo clan do to break this cycle? And how does this relate to your desire to wed our princess?" I did not keep him in suspense, but responded candidly. "If I, Masanobu, were to marry your esteemed princess, it would signify a solid alliance for the Tomo clan in the direction of Hizen. Should the Emri and your forces clash in BSH, while your rear remains vulnerable to Emri maneuvers, you could confidently engage the Emri in battle, with my clan deploying from Hizen in support of the Tomo Lord. While it cannot be guaranteed that this will ensure your peace of mind, it would certainly deter the rebellious lords from acting recklessly, allowing you to focus on the conflict with the Emri. The SHNI clan does not possess the strength to achieve all that you propose," he remarked astutely, but I quickly replied. "My clan will eradicate the treacherous Ryuzoji family within 2 years. At that point, you will be free to concentrate on your campaigns and be SH or U. What does the SHNI clan desire in return?" he pressed incisively. Realizing it was time to declare my stance, I stated, "I seek the entirety of Hizen. That if the Tomo clan ascends to power, my clan will offer unwavering support. The ambitions of the Tomo clan are also the ambitions of the SHNI clan." HK no D Setsu pondered for a moment before saying, "I understand your intentions, Lord SHN." He then raised his cup, signaling that the conversation had reached a point where I had articulated my thoughts clearly, and he recognized the path forward. Although the final decision was not his alone to make, as a trusted retainer of Tomo S. Rin, his voice would carry significant weight. As expected, we then engaged in a few discussions regarding the tea ceremony before taking a respite, awaiting the outcome of the following day. The next morning, after breakfast, I accompanied HK no D Setsu to the Tomo Hall to meet with Tomo S. Ri. To my surprise, Tomo S. Rin did not receive me, stating that he would first conduct evaluations and later discuss the tea ceremony with me. I understood that our serious matters would be reserved for the tea room, so I did not feel rushed. In the evaluation chamber of the Tomo Hall, the majority of the clan's high-ranking officials were present. Here, I encountered many renowned generals whose names have been etched in history. Aside from HK no D Setsu, there were also Takahashi S.H.Un, Yusuke Kinkatsu, Yoshiro Kenko, Yoshioka Minamoto, and Saitnobit Sina. Among them, as an outsider, I sat quietly to the side, listening attentively, and through HK no D Setsu's introductions, I became acquainted with the various dignitaries of the Tomo clan. HK no D Setsu explained that my presence was at the behest of Tomo S. Rin. While I was lost in thought, Tomo S. Rin entered the evaluation chamber, accompanied by 2 advisors, and took his seat in the main position. That I scrutinized the head of the Tomo clan, Tomo S. Rin. He was clad in resplendent clothing, with a fan tucked into his waist and a string of prayer beads in hand. His head bore the remnants of a recent shave, leaving his scalp somewhat pale. Due to the scarcity of historical accounts detailing Tomo S. Rin's character, I found him to be a figure of contradictions. His youth had shaped him into a cold and ruthless individual, driven to the frenzied collection of tea utensils and the lecherous pursuit of his vassals' wives. Nevertheless, as a daimyo of the warring states, he was undoubtedly competent, leading the Tomo clan to glory, recognizing and promoting talented retainers, and humbling himself to seek aid from Hideyoshi during the clan's perilous times, even parting with his cherished tea collection. His ability to engage in strategic maneuvers against the cunning Motonari without succumbing to defeat affirmed his capabilities. Yet, I perceived a lack of decisiveness in his actions. Had he been more ruthless at critical junctures, eradicating traitorous elements without hesitation, he could have prevented the subsequent betrayals of Takahashi and Akizuki, thereby sparing the Tomo clan from the burden of firefighting during conflicts with the Emri. Perhaps his limited vision also constrained the development of the Tomo clan. His greatest error lay in failing to swiftly expand outward after achieving dominance in northern Kyushu, neglecting to capitalize on his advantages and allowing momentum to build to an unstoppable force. In this chaotic era of the warring states, harboring a desire to merely maintain the status quo is akin to original sin.it. Is also possible that Tomo S. Rin was simply unfortunate. Encountering another clan at the height of their power, the Emri clan. During the evaluation, the Tomo clan deliberated on the peace negotiations with the Emri, with the overwhelming majority advocating for approval to free up resources for the U campaign. As an outsider, I adhered to the principle of silence, choosing to listen rather than speak. However, perhaps due to my successful persuasion of HK no Densetsu the previous day, he, while supporting the peace with the Emri, resolutely opposed launching an immediate campaign against you, reiterating the analysis I had provided him. Amidst the heated discussions among the dignitaries, Tomo S. Rin intervened to quell the discord and sought my opinion. Internally, I cursed, wondering why my input was required in the Tomo clan's evaluation. I replied, as an outsider, I am not privy to the intricacies of this evaluation and thus refrain from making bold statements. Tomo S. Rin feigned anger, stating, the Tomo clan and the SHNI clan have fought side by side since our ancestors' time, from our 2 generations of leaders. How can there be an outsider here? Furthermore, while you may be an outsider now, that may not always be the case. That we are eager to hear the perspective of someone outside the fray. An outsider now, but not later. Upon hearing this, I sensed a potential opportunity to secure the hand of Tomo S. Rin's daughter. Moreover, it seemed that HK no Densetsu had indeed conveyed something to Tomo S. Rin that I glanced at HK no Densetsu, who remained still, his gaze fixed thoughtfully ahead. Resigned, I spoke. In that case, I shall express my thoughts without reservation. Tomo S. Rin nodded, urging me to share my insights. That I cleared my throat and recounted the points I had made to HK no Densetsu the previous night, adding, currently, as far as I know, Doikiyoshi is allied with Sionji to take advantage of your conflict with the Emri, capturing your fortress, HK no Tsu and you. They have also seized their ancestral stronghold, Mori Castle, and their momentum is formidable. My clan believes that while the U campaign can proceed, it is imperative to act swiftly. Once the conflict ignites, the forces of Nishiyama Temple, Kano, and the Karushima Navy will undoubtedly rush to seek assistance from the Emri clan. Although the Emri's rear is currently unstable, this matter directly pertains to their safety, and with Emri Motonari's shrewdness, he cannot afford to be indifferent. However, as the Emri are preoccupied with consolidating the newly conquered territories of the Western lands, they can only dispatch a limited contingent of troops to provide support in Io. Thus, they are temporarily incapable of launching a significant offensive against your side. That I surmise that with Motonari's strategic acumen, he will likely resort to familiar tactics, inciting rebellion among the lords of Chikuzen, such as Akizuki, to disrupt the rear and hinder your advance in Io. Therefore, if you were to execute the campaign in Io, it must be swift and you should know when to withdraw. What does it mean to know when to withdraw? I raised my gaze to Takahashi S.H.on, who then remarked, to know when to withdraw means that after your forces capture 1 or 2 cities in Io, you should not aspire for further gains, but instead focus on exerting pressure. This would allow you to allocate resources to attend to Karushima, Kano, and the other naval forces. Why? Inquired Tomo S. Rin. I responded, from what I gather, in this engagement with the Emri, aside from the rebellion of the Akizuki and others, the considerable losses inflicted upon your forces by the Keizaki Navy, leveraging their maritime advantage, speaks volumes. The Emri clan requires a formidable navy to set foot in Kyushu, and if your side aims to penetrate the Goku region or Shikoku, a strong naval presence is paramount. Thus, my counsel is to first seize a foothold, establishing a presence in Io to exert influence over the local clans, chiefly focusing on the navy, compelling their forces to engage with the Emri. In this manner, the balance of power shifts. If the Emri lack a powerful navy, what is there to fear? Having concluded my remarks, I resolved to refrain from offering any further useful information. Subsequently, the retainers of the Tomo clan commenced a new round of discussions. After a lengthy deliberation, Tomo S. Rin announced that the evaluation would conclude at that point. Naturally, my suggestions did not stir much commotion, nor did they yield any decisive resolutions. The retainers of the Tomo clan then dispersed that I was treated to a meal of tea-infused rice and pickled radish before being invited to the tea room of Tomo S. Rin. Accompanied by H.J. Michiyuki and Takahashi S.H. on the tea room of Tomo S. Rin was evidently more exquisite than my modest chamber. Aside from the differences in detail, a significant feature was the water mechanism in the courtyard outside his tea room. When the bamboo tube filled with water returned to its position, it struck a stone, producing a resonant dong, creating an atmosphere of elegance and tranquility. Once seated, Tomo S. Rin took on the responsibility of presiding over the tea ceremony with utmost diligence. Boiling water and cleansing the tea utensils before preparing the tea, he then presented the first cup to H.J. Michiyuki. Following the proper etiquette, Michiyuki took a sip and passed it to me. How distasteful, I thought, yet my body instinctively performed the customary motions of accepting the tea bowl, turning it thrice, inhaling the aroma, and then lightly touching my lips to it before feigning a swallowing gesture. I hurriedly passed the bowl to Takahashi S.H. on my right. Once the intricate tea ceremony concluded, I felt a sense of liberation. To my surprise, Tomo S. Rin praised my tea ceremony skills, remarking, S.H. Rideno's tea-drinking actions are meticulous. You truly live up to the reputation of a tea ceremony master. I quickly replied, You flatter me. My tea skills pale in comparison to yours, my lord. Tomo S. Rin waved his hand dismissively, stating S.H. Ridano need not belittle himself. In the realm of tea, I concede that I am indeed inferior. I hope that in the future, S.H. Ridano will demonstrate your artistry, allowing me to experience your prowess in the tea ceremony. I did not wish to indulge in further flattery and directly stated, It is my utmost honor to host you for tea, my lord, but our next gathering should be at Sakaguchi Castle. Upon hearing this, Tomo S. Rin appeared momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. He smiled and shook his head, saying, I must admit, the battle at Kawakubo was indeed executed splendidly. However, while the Ryuzoji clan is currently subdued by S.H. Ridano, their strength still persists. How can you claim that I should join you for tea at Sakaguchi Castle? I met his gaze earnestly, stating, It is true that the Ryuzoji still possess strength, yet their current status stems from a rebellion against their own clan, rendering their foundation unstable. Presently, the main house is on the rise, and the surrounding lords are inclined to support them. Without the need for another major conflict, the allegiance of the surrounding lords in the event of war with the Ryuzoji remains uncertain. However, should the Tomo clan express support for my house, the Ryuzoji could be vanquished with a mere gesture. Tomo S. Rin remained silent, pondering my words, and then inquired, What gives you such confidence? S.H. Ridano. Because I am S.H. Masakatsu, because I lead the spear formations of the S.H. clan. I have defeated Takamasa once. I can defeat him again. To be frank, I am unconcerned with the attitude of the surrounding lords. In the battle at Kawakubo, my single spear formation of 800 men pierced through the ranks of the Ryuzoji army. Now, I have 2 spear formations at my disposal. If the Ryuzoji refuse to engage in open battle, so be it. Should it come to a field confrontation, I shall ensure they do not escape. I heard Tomo S. Rin's voice inquire, Is it true that the spear formations of the S.H. clan were bestowed upon you by Hachiman Daibosatsu? Indeed, they were granted by Hachiman Daibosatsu. I affirmed hastily. I then elaborated on the details of the dream in which Hachiman Daibosatsu appeared to me. However, Tomo S. Rin listened without offering any immediate response. After a prolonged silence, Tomo S. Rin posed another question. Michiyuki informed me that S.H. Ridano is not only a master of the tea ceremony, but also unparalleled in military strategy. Your grasp of the larger situation is exceptionally refined. The Emri clan and the main house are aware that their truce will not last long. Once hostilities commence, the lords of Chikuzen and Toyofune will inevitably be swayed by the Emri, preventing the main house from focusing on them. How should we counter this? I, S-Rin, seek your guidance. That I quickly adopted a humble demeanor, stating, "You flatter me. H.J.-Dono to break the impasse is simple. I propose 3 steps to resolve the situation." I then detailed the campaign plan for I.O. Further analyzing it, I continued, "The implementation could be divided into 3 phases. The first phase entails seizing the opportunity presented by the instability within the Emri's domain to select a general and form an independent army to invade I.O. Importantly, we must not be overly ambitious. Our goal is merely to establish a foothold in I.O., creating a base of operations. Once we have secured our position, we will initiate an assault on Moji Castle, striving to eliminate this thorn in the Emri's side and their foothold in Kyushu. However, the Emri will not remain passive, as Moji Castle is a critical location they cannot afford to lose. Therefore, a fierce battle is inevitable. Simultaneously, we will launch a threat from the I.O. direction, compelling the Emri to divide their forces. This will alleviate some pressure from Moji Castle, thereby expanding our operational space. The third step involves the SH-Ri clan. Once we have quelled the situation in Hizen, launching a 3-pronged assault. Our forces will threaten the Emri's rear from the I.O. direction, while the Tomo clan will engage the Emri's main forces, and the SH-Ri clan will manage the rear. Should any castle lord rebel or switch allegiances, the SH-Ri clan can dispatch forces from Hizen to threaten their stronghold, leaving them confined to a solitary castle. Thus, the Emri can be overcome. Upon hearing my extensive explanation, Tomo S. Rin instructed someone to retrieve a map, which he studied intently for a while before asking, "How long will it take for the SH-Ri clan to pacify Hizen?" I recognized this as an opportunity and replied with conviction, 2 years. In 2 years, it will be sufficient for your clan to pacify the naval forces in I.O. In truth, even 2 years felt somewhat exaggerated. But I was confident that I could stabilize Hizen within that time frame, as the defeat of the Ryuzoji would likely lead to the capitulation of the other lords. The nominal unification of Hizen would mirror the historical actions of Ryuzoji Takamasa. However, I envisioned the necessity of allocating time to consolidate the internal territories and weaken the power of local lords. Tomo S. Rin remained silent for a long while, fixated on the map. H.J. Michiyuki and Takahashi S.H. also held their tongues, noticing their silence. I added weight to my words. In the future, the military might of the Tomo clan will align with the banner of the SH-Ri clan. This statement implied an intention of subservience that I did not believe that the SH-Ri clan, with its centuries-old prestige, would exhibit a willingness to bow and yield, and hope to stir something within him. Tomo S. Rin looked at me with a hint of surprise, but remained reticent. However, it was evident that Takahashi S.H. and H.J. Michiyuki were somewhat swayed, likely due to their youth. As Takahashi S.H. shifted as if to speak, but ultimately restrained himself. "This matter requires further discussion among my retainers." Tomo S. Rin said to me. I understood that it was not the time to say more and took my leave. The following afternoon, H.J. Michiyuki indeed returned with favorable news that Tomo S. Rin had announced during the deliberations that he would betroth his youngest daughter, Tashaheim, KKO, to me, while also ordering preparations for the campaign in I.O., aligning with my strategic plan. After spending several days at the Tomo residence, I found myself enjoying a harmonious rapport with Tomo S. Rin, H.J. Michiyuki, and Takahashi S.H.U.N. Wide exceptional tea ceremony skills garnered immense admiration from Tomo S. Rin. Naturally, there were some disagreements, mainly regarding the era's reverence for fine tea utensils. In discussions about tea utensils, I conveyed my perspective. The pursuit of tea should embody simplicity, harmony with nature, and perfect integration with the surrounding environment. Even a humble thatched cottage and a simple porcelain bowl suffice for the enjoyment of tea. For me, the tea vessel is merely a means to partake in the experience of drinking tea. Even if I use the most unadorned tea implements, as long as I can embody the tranquil essence of harmony, stillness, clarity, and solitude, the choice of exquisite tea vessels becomes irrelevant. The essence of tea drinking lies in the state of mind, not the utensils themselves. Although I diverge from the views of Tomo S. Rin regarding the tea ceremony, he nonetheless holds a deep admiration for my adeptness in navigating the complexities of the situation. This stems largely from the perception that, as a person from the future, my actions may appear somewhat hasty to them. However, my ability to incisively identify issues, particularly concerning the overarching trends of the world, has gradually elevated my standing among the retainers of Tomo. This is evident in their increasingly respectful demeanor towards me, and I can distinctly sense their growing esteem. What surprised me was that during this period, the concept of Zauha had yet to be conceived by H. Kitsudi Setsu. When our conversation turned to the tactics of using firearms, I took the opportunity to introduce the idea of Zauha to H. Kitsudi Setsu. Providing him with a detailed explanation of its application, he immediately expressed his eagerness to promote it and mentioned that he had also been pondering ways to increase the firing rate of firearms. Little did I expect to have preempted his thoughts. Apologies, I mused, this was your invention. I merely appropriated your achievement. During my time at the Tomo estate, I recalled that there seemed to be a Western-style hospital and a missionary school established there. Thus, I specifically requested Tomo S. Rin to arrange a visit for me. This was, of course, driven by my ulterior motives. For the Japanese of this era, Catholicism remains a remarkably novel concept. However, thanks to 9 years of compulsory education, I am well aware of the benefits of engaging with Europeans. This period coincides with the age of exploration, as European powers navigate the globe, accompanied by countless missionaries and traders alongside their colonial endeavors. Engaging in trade with Europeans during this warring states period presents immense profit potential. Although I currently lack a port, I intend to secure prosperous harbors such as Hirado and Nagasaki in the future, ensuring trade accessibility. Presently, while I may not have a port, I plan to lay the groundwork in advance. Thus, at my request, H. Kitsudi Setsu accompanied me to the Western-style hospital at the Tomo estate. Good morning, esteemed lord. Welcome to my hospital that I extend my highest regards to you, greeted a gentleman clad in European attire. Please, there is no need for such formality, I replied with a N-O-D-I-K-T this moment. H. Kitsudi Setsu, as our mutual host, introduced us before we began our tour. Through H. Kitsudi Setsu's introduction, I learned that the proprietor of this Western-style hospital was a Portuguese individual named Almeida. As I toured the facility, my mind raced to recall his name, but the information I possessed was scant to the best of my limited knowledge. Almeida was a Lisboan who initially arrived in Macau as a merchant, subsequently joining missionaries to reach Japan for the purpose of evangelism. His proficiency in Western medicine, particularly in treating wounds and traumas, far surpassed the traditional Japanese practices of the time. Hence, with the support of the Tomo clan, he established Japan's first Western-style hospital and began training students in medical education, all while continuing his missionary work, traveling through Kyushu to treat patients. Setting aside the missionary aspect, his efforts in saving lives were indeed commendable, deserving of my respect. This contemplation sparked an idea. What if I invited him or his apprentices to form a medical team to accompany my troops, focusing on battlefield first aid? This would maximize the chances of survival for my soldiers. It is well known that during this era, the casualty rate from injuries sustained in battle was alarmingly high. Although the casualties during the Battle of Kawakubo were not extensive, had there been access to effective medical treatment, at least half could have survived. With this in mind, I resolved to take action and said, Mr. Almeida, I hold your contributions to the fields of medicine and Catholicism in the highest regard. I have a humble request. Would you or your apprentices be willing to come to my domain to share your medical expertise with the people there? Almeida appeared quite animated upon hearing my request, responding without hesitation, Esteemed Lord, it would be my honor to receive your permission to spread medical knowledge in your territory. However, I may not be able to come personally. I can send several excellent apprentices, and there are also a few physicians from my country at the missionary school, all of whom are certified and skilled clergy, that, if you permit our church to spread the gospel in your territory, I believe the missionary school would be more than willing to dispatch clergy and physicians to your domain as anticipated. He, being a member of the clergy, was eager to promote Catholicism and secure permission to evangelize within my lands. After expressing this, he gazed at me, awaiting my response that I found myself weighing the pros and cons currently. There are already numerous Catholics in Kyushu, so allowing him to evangelize would not pose a significant issue. My concern lay with the potential conflicts between Catholicism and indigenous beliefs. However, given the prevailing circumstances, engaging in trade with Europeans could yield substantial benefits, such as access to saltpeter, gunpowder, matchlocks, and even cannons. Overall, the advantages presently outweigh the drawbacks. With this in mind, I smiled and said, "Your doctrine promotes virtue. I have no reason to obstruct your desire to spread your faith. On the contrary, I would be quite willing to welcome your presence in my territory. Should you choose to come, I would even be inclined to personally contribute to the construction of a church for you." This declaration not only astonished Almeida, but also caught Kitsude Setsu by surprise. Though he remained silent, Almeida, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Really, esteemed lord, are you serious?" I chuckled heartily and replied, "Of course, I am serious. However, the church I can offer you now will not be grand in scale, as I must contend with a traitor in my territory and am thus limited in funds for the time being. Nevertheless, I assure you that if you come to my domain now, I can personally fund the construction of a small church, and after 3 years, I promise to donate a cathedral-level church. How charming. I thought, can you truly resist the allure of a church, especially one of cathedral stature? As expected, upon receiving my affirmative response, Almeida immediately said, "Thank you very much, esteemed lord. Please hold on a moment. I will dispatch someone to fetch Father Francisco from the missionary school." As he spoke, he gestured energetically to summon an apprentice, uttering a few phrases in Portuguese, prompting the individual to dash away. He seemed entirely unconcerned that such exuberance in front of guests could be deemed impolite. Shortly thereafter, a hurried figure clad in clerical attire entered the room. Almeida promptly introduced him, saying, "This is Father Francisco, the bishop of our missionary school." He then addressed Francisco. "This is Lord Shoni from Heisen, who has graciously permitted us to spread the gospel in his territory and is willing to donate a church." Father Francisco looked at me, and I nodded in acknowledgement. He then stated, "Indeed, if you are willing to allow us to send clergy and medical personnel to your territory, I consent to our missionary efforts and to the donation of a small church." Father Francisco made the sign of the cross over his chest and declared, "God bless you, and thank you for your generosity. Noble Lord, but what do you require of our church in return?" Quite astute indeed. "Since you are so direct, I shall not beat about the bush." Thus, I said, as I previously mentioned, sending medical personnel is one aspect. On the other hand, I currently lack a port. However, in 2 years, I plan to establish a port, and I hope the church can act as an intermediary to facilitate trade for merchants at my port. Additionally, my people will periodically present procurement requests to you, and I hope you can communicate with the merchants to provide me with fair pricing. That I assure you that in 2 years, I will donate a cathedral-level church within my territory. After pondering for a moment, Father Francisco replied, "Esteemed Lord, I can agree to your request. There are already our merchant guilds at Hirado and Hakata ports, and I will inform them of your procurement needs to ensure you receive fair pricing. That is certainly not an issue. However, as for allowing merchants to settle in your port, that is beyond my authority." That I looked him in the eye and stated, "No, you do have the authority. Allow the merchant guilds to enter my port." Currently, the guilds have declared that they will no longer dock at the Matsura family's Hirado port. I suspect that merchant ships will either head north to Hakata port or south in search of better harbors. Therefore, 2 years from now, they will undoubtedly be able to dock at my port. My dear interlocutor, the influence wielded by your missionaries within the mercantile circles is indeed substantial. Do you truly believe I am unaware of this?" He remained silent for a considerable time before uttering, "As you wish, most esteemed lord." Once the collaboration was firmly established, I, under the guidance of Father Francisco and Almeida, proceeded to visit the church school. The church school, established and governed by the church, first emerged in medieval Europe, with many universities of that era being church-operated. Even in modern times, numerous primary, secondary, and higher educational institutions in certain countries remain under ecclesiastical control. The regulations at this church school are exceedingly stringent, imposing not only academic standards on students, but also high expectations regarding their conduct. Although modest in scale, this church school exudes an aura of tranquility. Its architectural style bears some resemblance to European designs, yet all the materials are wooden, rendering it somewhat incongruous. According to Father Francisco, this institution solely educates children from Catholic families, while the subjects currently taught are limited. A letter has already been dispatched to the Pope requesting the dispatch of additional teachers and clergy to broaden the curriculum. He also shared with me his ambitious plans, sketching a promising blueprint. While I feigned fascination with his vision, inwardly I scoffed, pondering, surely you cannot foresee the impending prohibition on missionary work and your subsequent expulsion from Japan. But a few days later, my visit to the Otomo residence concluded, and it was time to return. Perhaps due to my impending marriage to the Otomo princess, nearly all the prominent retainers of the Otomo clan came to bid me farewell. Otomo Soren even dispatched 200 soldiers to escort me all the way to Shni Castle. To be honest, the grandeur of such an escort left me quite astonished. Accompanying me were 5 apprentices from a Western-style hospital. Almeida assured me that as soon as the apprentices arrived, they would immediately assist in establishing a battlefield first aid team. As for the missionary priests, Father Francisco had already communicated with Fathers Gago and Torres, currently stationed at Hakata, instructing them to lead their missionary teams to Shni Castle to oversee the missionary activities within my domain. Fathers Gago and Torres had long served as priests in the Hirado region under Matsura Takanabu, with Torres being the chief overseer of missionary work in the Matsura territory in the year 1561. A conflict arose at Hirado port between a Portuguese sailor and the local townsfolk, culminating in the townsfolk killing the captain and several sailors. Matsura Takanabu's judgment was perceived as biased, favoring the local populace, which incited discontent among the Portuguese, ultimately leading to Matsura Takanabu ordering the expulsion of the priest from his territory and the closure of the church in retaliation. The Portuguese Merchant Guild declared that if Father Gago was not recalled to his domain and those involved in the incident were not dealt with fairly, no merchant vessel would dock at Hirado port again. Presently, Fathers Gago and Torres have been dispatched to my territory, making it unlikely for Matsura Takanabu to welcome them back, which would severely impact Hirado port. The reason I informed Otomo Soren that he should evaluate the Ryuzoji house in approximately 2 years and stabilize the Hizen region within 3 years is that I must seize every moment to secure a seaport and harbor. Considering the recent upheaval at Hirado port, Portuguese merchant ships can only dock at Hakata port or venture southward to Yakasura within the Mura domain in search of trade opportunities. When the Portuguese vessels arrived, Mura Sumitada eagerly and amicably acquiesced to their requests, offering remarkably favorable conditions to open Yakasura. However, 2 years later, under the machinations of Gatadaki, a rebellion erupted at Yakasura, uniting the local Buddhist and conservative elders of the Mura clan, resulting in the destruction of the church and port. The magistrate appointed by Mura Sumitada, Asanaga Toshiaki, was also killed in the chaos, and even Mura Sumitada himself was attacked, forcing him to seek refuge in a nearby temple. It was not until 3 years later that he fully regained control of his territory. Following the destruction of Yakasura, Portuguese merchant ships had no choice but to shamelessly return to Matsura Takanabu's Hirado port. However, tensions between the Portuguese and Matsura Takanabu reignited in the 8th year of the Iroquois era, 1565, over missionary issues, prompting the Portuguese to again turn their focus to the Mura territory. Entering Fujiwara. Nevertheless, the waters of Fujiwara are notoriously tempestuous, making docking exceedingly difficult, and the Portuguese vessels frequently faced hostile attacks from Matsura's naval forces. Consequently, the Portuguese set their sights on deeper within the Mura territory, to what would later become the renowned Nagasaki port. Following a thorough survey, the Portuguese ultimately confirmed that the Nagasaki region was indeed an excellent harbor. Thus, in the first year of the Genki era, 1570, they petitioned Mura Sumitada for the opening of the port. Consequently, Nagasaki port was officially open to the world. My objective is to capitalize on the next 2 to 3 years to establish a seaport, preempting Mura Sumitada's Nagasaki port. I even aim to inaugurate my port just as Yakasura was laid to waste, thereby cultivating a beneficial relationship with the church and endeavoring to attract Portuguese merchant vessels to my harbor. As I approached the territory of the Chikuzen clan, nearing my own domain of SHNI, my steadfast companion, Chikuzen H. Mon, suddenly galloped alongside me, hesitatingly addressing me. My lord, he lingered momentarily, unable to articulate his thoughts. Curiously, I urged, if you have something to say, speak freely. There is no need for hesitation. He glanced at me before finally confessing, my lifelong pursuit is the way of the sword, yet I have devoted myself to the warrior class due to the frailty of our Lord's house. Hoping to revitalize the SHNI clan through my martial prowess. Alas, my swordsmanship has languished for far too long. Now that you, my lord, govern the SHNI clan with remarkable efficacy, and your training regimen for the gun formations is virtually invincible, Ryuzoji is unlikely to withstand our clan's next surge. Your grasp of the broader currents of the world is beyond my reach. Thus, it is evident that under your leadership, the SHNI clan's resurgence is inevitable. Therefore, I humbly request your permission to retire, to pursue the way of the sword as a wandering hermit, but a request for retirement. This was a notion I had never anticipated. He had stood resolutely by my side during the nadir of the SHNI clan's fortunes. And now, at this promising juncture, I was taken aback by his desire to depart. I tightened the reins and turned to inquire, Chikuzen Dano, are you dissatisfied with our clan? He quickly halted his horse and looked at me earnestly, saying, my lord has performed excellently. I harbor no discontent that it is simply that before he could finish, I interjected vehemently. Simply what? Is it that the resurgence of the SHNI clan has not met your expectations? Is it not sufficient? Is it because we have yet to vanquish the Ryuzoji clan? If that is the case, I shall return immediately and rally our forces to march on Sakaguchi Castle. The surrounding retainers overheard his words and glared at Chikuzen H. Mon with indignation. Why frustration boiled over. How could this Chikuzen H. Mon, who had supported me as the head of the SHNI clan long before my arrival, now wish to leave just as we began to see progress? My outburst stemmed from a mix of anger and humiliation, for as a time traveler, I felt utterly powerless, unable to retain even a single retainer. Since my arrival in this era, I had consistently maintained a composed demeanor, speaking gently and often engaging in light-hearted banter with my close aides and maidens, sometimes to the point of uproarious laughter. Thus, my followers had never witnessed me in such a fury. The atmosphere turned somber, marked only by the chilling winter wind and the occasional whinny of horses. Chikuzen H. Mon bowed his head, stating, my lord has already done remarkably well. I bear no dissatisfaction. After my fit of rage, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. So I gently inquired, while I understand your pursuit of the way of the sword, do you not see any conflict between that and serving our house? He was about to respond when I swiftly interrupted, asking, H. Mon, tell me, what is the true purpose behind your pursuit of the way of the sword? Chikuzen H. Mon pondered for a moment before lifting his gaze to reply. Naturally, it is to cultivate my spirit through the sword, to traverse the world and engage in acts of chivalry. As he spoke, a brilliant idea struck me, one that would allow me to keep him by undermining his aspirations, that I would elevate myself to the moral high ground, drawing him up alongside me. Thus, I proclaimed, if your aspirations are solely limited to this, then you may take your leave. This house does not retain those who are self-absorbed. However, allow me to share my perspective on the path. The way of the sword, the warrior code, the way of tea, and all paths of the world are interconnected. For you, practicing the way of the sword serves to cleanse your spirit for the world. You seek to enact chivalry. For me, they are one and the same. Do you comprehend how many have perished since the onset of chaos? Are you aware of how many noble families have been shattered due to the court's loss of integrity? My pursuit is to bring an end to this tumultuous era, enabling every individual to sleep soundly at night. Your vision is woefully narrow, merely seeking to cleanse yourself. What of the world? Shall they continue to perish at whim? As a member of the Wujia clan, I was born into this world with the expectation, articulated in the tongue of the Ming dynasty, to restore order to this chaotic realm and to return clarity to the heavens above. He muttered these words softly, yet I could not comprehend his further intentions. I gestured for the procession to continue onward. As my horse passed by him, I averted my gaze, instead fixing it upon the horizon. As if engaging him in conversation, I proclaimed loudly, "If you wish to depart, then do not cross my path. If you remain perplexed, continue pondering, or follow me and witness my actions." Having said this, I disregarded him and pressed onward through the ranks. After a considerable interval, just as I believed he had truly vacated and would not pursue us, the sound of galloping hooves reached my ears. I turned to see that it was Tsukushi Yashimian who had caught up, pulling on the reins beside me, exclaiming, "It is I, Yashimian, who has erred in judgment. From this moment forth, I wish to follow you, my lord, and restore clarity to the world." I remained silent, shouting skyward, "Behold this chaotic realm. Who shall bring it to a close?" To my surprise, the surrounding retainers had been privy to my exchange with Tsukushi Yashimian, and now they were aflame with fervor, each raising their clenched fists toward the heavens, collectively roaring, "Oh, united in shared exhilaration, we made our way back to Mountain Castle." Subsequently, I arranged for the proper accommodation of the escorting forces dispatched by Tomo S. Rin. The hostage of the Ryuzoji clan, Ryuzoji Kin, Masayoshi, burst into my embrace, tears and snot mingling as he lamented the cruelties inflicted upon him by Shah Motomori during his time under his charge. This was primarily due to my indulgence. I had often taken him along to partake in games, and we enjoyed ourselves immensely. Even when he stumbled into trouble, as long as it was not too severe, I would let him be, cleaning up after him. However, since he had accompanied me to Tomo's residence and had been compelled by Shah Motomori to rise and dine daily, he had begun to study literature, and in the afternoons he was forced to learn martial skills, leaving no time for play. Furthermore, as the hostage of an enemy clan, it was certain that Shah Motomori would not treat him kindly. Thus, this period had become a waking nightmare for Ryuzoji Kin, who harbored a deep loathing for Shah Motomori, feeling both hatred and fear for my benevolence towards Ryuzoji Kin. I had elaborated to my retainers. The reasoning lay in the aftermath of extinguishing the Ryuzoji clan. Obliterating their lineage would alter the disposition of surrounding feudal lords and create issues within the territory. Therefore, it would become imperative to seek a person with goodwill towards our clan to assume the leadership of the Ryuzoji family. Presently, by treating Ryuzoji Kin kindly, I aim to cultivate a sense of dependence on our clan within him, that in the event that no suitable candidate emerged, CH Kin might be the only one left to inherit the Ryuzoji legacy. Upon my arrival, my retainers gathered to welcome me at the castle gates and briefed me on recent events within our domain. During this interval, there had been no significant upheaval among the local populace. Including the Ryuzoji clan, Ryuzoji Takanabu continued his efforts to repair the outer fortifications of Saka Castle and sought to revive the town below. However, Kamishiro Katsunori had already transferred the headship to his son, Kamishiro Nagayoshi, while he personally came forth as a hostage, accompanied by his second son, Kamishiro Taniyoshi, and his wife. Upon hearing this news, I was indeed taken aback. I surmised that he may have initially harbored doubts regarding my prospects. Thus, while he endeavored to restrain Ryuzoji Takanabu from retreating during the war, he had refrained from participating in the Battle of Kawakubo. Now, however, my influence had grown significantly, and nearby, feudal lords were leaning towards my side. Perhaps he felt a sense of urgency. Given that he had not attended the evaluations at Shah Mountain Castle for over half a year, he may have feared that I would seek retribution for past grievances. Consequently, upon my summons for hostages, he hastily bequeathed the headship to his legitimate son, Nagayoshi, and personally presented himself as a hostage that, of course, my retainer Hachido S. Y had also accompanied me in the evaluation chamber of his Mountain Castle. I held Ryuzoji Kin in my arms as I met the esteemed Kamishiro Katsunori. His fate had been fraught with challenges, yet his capabilities were undeniably remarkable. It was no wonder that he had been jointly elected by the 26 noble families of Yamauchi as the Lord of Sanmai's Castle. Currently recognized solely by the Yamauchi clan as a vassal of the Shirue family, he had participated in nearly all the campaigns led by my half-brother, Shirue Tinari, most notably the expedition against the Ryuzoji clan, where he had slain those from the Ryuzoji family who had sought to defend themselves at Shifuku Temple, namely Ryuzoji Sh, Ryuzoji Terra, and Ryuzoji Yoshizumi, effectively decimating the Ryuzoji lineage. Later, he had also supported the rebellion led by Ryuzoji clan retainer Tsukuhashi Yasuhiro, resulting in the exile of Ryuzoji Takanobu. After Ryuzoji Takanobu's resurgence, he retreated to Sanmai's castle to fortify his position, engaging in a protracted struggle against Takanobu. Though he had faced defeat and exile at the hands of Takanobu, he consistently managed to rebound, while history ultimately records his surrender to Ryuzoji Takanobu. He fought valiantly until the end, earning a commendable reputation as a fierce warrior. Once all my retainers were assembled, Kamishiro Katsunori, alongside his second son Kamishiro Taneyoshi, knelt in the center of the evaluation chamber, refusing to rise that my lord. There is no need for such humility, as one of the few loyal and valiant retainers of our house. We shall continue to rely on your martial prowess, I remarked lazily. Observing him, upon hearing my words, he remained on his knees, stating, I, Katsunori, have not participated in evaluations for over 7 months due to internal affairs, which is a grave transgression. Furthermore, I have privately agreed to battle with the traitor Ryuzoji Takanobu. And after your forces were dispatched, I failed to restrain Takanobu's military might, which compelled you to confront him directly. My actions leave me unable to face you. My lord, I have now transferred the headship to Nagayoshi. He shall continue to serve our house. Please grant me permission to commit seppuku with my wife. I did not respond, casting a glance at Kamishiro Taneyoshi beside him. Is this your second son? Taneyoshi, I inquired, contemplating. Taneyoshi, do you realize that I saved your life? You were nearly slain by the Ryuzoji forces during the Kawakubo Gorge battle. Kamishiro Katsunori interjected. Indeed, he is my second son that I brought him here today in hopes that he might serve you in my stead after my wife, and I commit seppuku. I addressed him. Very well, Kamishiro-san. Acknowledging your errors is commendable. Henceforth, do not repeat them. Our house forbids your seppuku, since you have transferred the headship to Nagayoshi, and as we are currently in need of capable individuals. You shall serve as a senior retainer in our house. As for Taneyoshi, he shall join my ranks. However, Nagayoshi, you must attend all evaluations in the future, except when wartime exigencies prevent your attendance. You are required to participate in the quarterly evaluations. Therefore, our house grants you forgiveness this time, and I hope the Kamishiro family will continue to offer loyalty and service. Both Kamishiro Katsunori and Kamishiro Taneyoshi responded in unison. We shall serve our lord with utmost loyalty. As for Lord Hachido, he too shall remain as a senior retainer in our house. I instructed Hachido S.Y., who knelt beside me. Hachido S.Y. acknowledged the command. Having concluded matters with Kamishiro Katsunori, I then began to introduce the foreign visitors who had accompanied me. I issued orders for Miyasaka CHSA to coordinate the arrangements, setting up a battlefield medical team that I instructed Seichirei Motomori to take Father Francisco's letter to Hakata port to procure additional firearms, gunpowder, and linen, while also seeking to bring back Fathers Gago and Torres if circumstances allowed. I subsequently announced that we would recruit willing individuals to learn Western medicine, forming a dedicated battlefield medical team to care for soldiers injured in combat. Furthermore, I established standards for bandages for this newly formed medical team. Bandages were to be uniformly crafted from white linen, boiled in hot water, soaked in sake, then sun-dried and rolled for use. Each foot soldier would be provided with a package of bandages. Other matters could be addressed later. In truth, I preferred to seek out practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine, given the notorious unreliability of Western medicine during this era. The expertise in trauma and wound care among Chinese practitioners was notably high. However, locating Chinese physicians proved challenging. I would have to wait until we unified the territories of and later commissioned the Chinese pirates residing near the Goto Islands. Thus, I expended nearly 10,000 ryo on these initiatives, with the majority of the expenditure directed towards the procurement of firearms and medical equipment. I then assigned Miyasaka the task of allocating 1,000 ryo to construct a small church near Byako Castle, coordinating directly with the accompanying foreigners regarding the construction details. Additionally, a hospital would be established nearby to cater to those willing to seek treatment at a Western-style facility, while also allowing them to teach students within the hospital. I mobilized local farmers to work as laborers for the church and hospital construction, offering the same terms as before. daily meals, and a portion of rice for support. The accompanying Portuguese individuals were overjoyed at the prospect of a church being built and expressed their gratitude profusely. Finally, I announced a momentous development. Lord S. Rin of the Tomo clan had decided to betroth his daughter, Katsuraki-hime, to our family, with a wedding scheduled for the 18th day of the first month. I stated leisurely. "Congratulations, my lord." The crowd unanimously extended their congratulations. Subsequently, she remarked, "The Dato family has betrothed their princess to our Shogunate clan. Thus, the people of Hizen ought to recognize whom they should align themselves with." Kamishiro Katsutoshi concurred. Indeed, with the support of the Dato family, the neighboring clans should also choose their side. That I glanced at Kamishiro Katsutoshi, then at the others, and said, "Our clan indeed hopes they will choose to side with the Ryuzoji." Upon hearing this, the generals erupted in astonishment. That I smiled and added, "Our clan has given this considerable thought. The previous decline of the Shogunate clan stemmed from our limited direct territories. Even if we were to defeat the Ryuzoji, we could not seize all their lands. Therefore, we do not wish for them to side with us, as it would facilitate their reassignment, thereby strengthening our own power. Your rewards shall also be assured." Why just carried a double entendre. Currently, the Shogunate clan could be described as a strong branch with a weak trunk, possessing insufficient direct strength, while our subordinate clans were disproportionately robust. The most illustrative example was the Kamishiro clan, whose maximum mobilization reached over 7,000 troops, while our Shogunate clan could barely muster just over 3,000. This disparity was a result of historical circumstances, and I had no recourse but to focus my strategies on other adversarial clans. Upon hearing my words, everyone fell silent. I had no desire to dwell on this matter. So, I suggested, let us revisit this topic later. In 3 days, we shall celebrate the new year. For now, let us enjoy the festivities, and any pressing matters can be discussed after my wedding. The crowd responded with a resounding agreement. After the discussion, I summoned the leader of the ninja, Hirosuke, to gain a detailed understanding of the recent conditions within our territory. Subsequently, I instructed him, "You shall dispatch individuals across the realm to recruit willing gunsmiths and blacksmiths, focusing particularly on Kagoshima, Sakai, and Kyoto." Hirosuke evidently grasped my intent and nodded in affirmation, adding, "My lord, recruiting craftsmen poses no issue. However, renowned artisans are often content with their current situations, having established their own workshops and holding respectable positions. They will also consider their families. I fear few will be willing to." I pondered for a moment before replying. "We shall attempt to engage the famous artisans. Those who wish to come may do so, while those who do not need not be coerced. Focus on seeking out those who labor under esteemed masters. They possess the skills, yet have been stifled from rising. Inform them that if they are willing to join us, our clan promises them their own workshop, where they can take the lead. As for their compensation and families, we will ensure their remuneration exceeds their current earnings by half. That we will also arrange for their families to join them. Do not forget, when you find those willing to come, ensure their safe passage." Hirosuke responded with a simple, "Understood," and inquired, "My lord, do you intend to establish a workshop for crafting firearms and armor?" I nodded. "Indeed. Our clan's firearms have mostly been acquired through purchase as the numbers of firearms increase. So do the expenses that we are considering. That if we could manufacture our own firearms, we could significantly reduce military expenditures. Additionally, the armor used in Hizen is primarily procured or captured in battles, resulting in some being useful, while others are inadequate even for deflecting arrows. This cannot continue. I need to ensure we produce our own." Hirosuke assured me, "I shall fulfill your command." He then began to rise to take his leave. That I quickly stopped him. "Wait, there is one more matter." Hirosuke halted and looked at me, awaiting further instructions. I contemplated briefly before instructing, "Disseminate the news of my wedding to the Dato princess on the 18th of the first month. Additionally, send letters to the neighboring clans, invoking the name of our clan as the guardians of Hizen, to inform them that a grand evaluation will take place on the 15th. All clans must gather at Shogunate Mountain Castle on that day." Hirosuke questioned, "My lord, do you wish to teach the young ones?" I sighed inwardly, but nodded in agreement. He bowed deeply, stating, "In that case, Hirosuke knows what to do." Indeed, taking advantage of the wedding, I planned to make a significant move in the name of the guardians of Hizen. I would command the surrounding clans to attend the grand evaluation, especially those allied with the Ryuzoji. If they come, they come. If they do not, after the wedding, I shall raise an army against them and seize their territories to bolster our own strength. As for the matter of the peace treaty, our Shogunate clan's agreement was made with the Ryuzoji, not with them. Furthermore, I was summoning the grand evaluation in the name of the guardians of Hizen. If they do not come, what regard will they hold for our authority? This would provide the Shogunate clan with just cause to wage war against them. Though at this time, the title of guardian carried little weight. It still signified authority. Without strength, they would still be subordinate to us. Ignoring the orders of a superior would be foolish. Having a righteous cause felt exhilarating. I intended to shamelessly convey a message to the nearby clans. Look, I am about to marry the princess of the Dado family. My father-in-law is Dado Sounrin. I am invoking you all to a meeting in the name of the guardians of Hizen. Will you attend? Will you come to my wedding? How could you come empty-handed to a wedding? This was a blatant display of power, using the grand evaluation and wedding as leverage to compel the surrounding clans to choose sides. I fervently hoped that the clans aligned with the Ryuzoji would not attend. If they did, what justification would I have to wage war against them? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye. 9 months had passed since my arrival in March. Today was New Year's Eve, marking my first New Year celebrated in this war-torn Japan. Indeed, the Japanese also observe New Year festivities. It is noteworthy that nearly all cultures in the East Asian sphere influenced by Chinese traditions celebrate the New Year. On this New Year's Eve, I rose early, directing the maidservants and attendants to commence the grand cleaning for the new year, ensuring that the entire castle was spotless. Subsequently, I cleared the snow accumulated on the katamatsu that had been set up since the 28th and hung the shimekazari on the front gate. Shimekazari is a decorative item hung on the door for blessings, typically made of fresh rice straw and oranges, symbolizing longevity and prosperity for descendants. During this time, the mischievous child, Ryuzoji Tamakatsu, wreaked havoc, tossing around the oversized firecrackers I had crafted for him from bamboo tubes, staining his hands with blood after an explosion. Yet after crying and bandaging his hand, he continued his antics, hurling firecrackers around indiscriminately. Several times, they landed at my feet. Unable to tolerate it any longer, I reprimanded him sternly. Yet in a moment of distraction, he dashed off to the samurai district of the Minamoto, causing chaos among my warriors and their families. After a bustling morning, everything was finally prepared. I then rushed to the kitchen, personally guiding the cooks in preparing the New Year's feast. I was still unmarried. I invited a handful of my retainers and unmarried samurai in the castle to join me for the celebration, resulting in a need for ample food preparation. After my marriage, I planned to open a sushi shop and a pickled radish store in the town below, hoping to earn some pocket money. The cooks would serve as the head chefs, hence my personal involvement in the kitchen. As midnight approached, and everyone gathered. The atmosphere in the castle was lively, filled with nearly 50 or 60 single individuals. The initial ambience was somewhat restrained, but after partaking in some sake, everyone gradually relaxed, indulging in food and laughter. I could see the conclusion of the banquet, after consuming the tashikoshi soba, a traditional buckwheat noodle eaten on New Year's Eve. Symbolizing longevity, I stepped to the window, gazing towards the illuminated samurai district of the Minamoto, faint sounds of singing drifting in the air. Surely, at this moment, everyone was gathered with their families by the hearth, sharing a New Year's meal and laughter. Yet, I felt I did not belong here. My parents, my relatives, my friends, Shoni Masayuki. Oh, I would not wish to exchange places with you. Since we have, please take great care of my family. I have tended to your Shogunate clan well, that I murmured softly. Thinking of my family in the modern world, I slowly drained my cup, whispering, Mom, Dad, Happy New Year. I miss you. That I placed the cup on the railing. Exhaling into my hands and gently rubbing them together like tea that moment, I heard the voice of Shogunate Motomori from behind. Brother, what are you thinking about? I realized that my emotional state was somewhat off, and he likely noticed the change in my demeanor. Thus he spoke. Today marks the new year. How splendid it would be if both my esteemed father and mother, along with my elder brother and Sir Sure, were present. To my astonishment, upon uttering these words, Motomori began to weep. The SH&I family has endured relentless hardships. Both my father and elder brother were compelled to take their own lives. How profoundly unjust fate has been to our lineage. I had not anticipated his propensity for tears and could only offer solace, saying, as members of a warrior household, such tragedies are inevitable. Surely your father and brother were also left with no choice. Presently, only you, I, and sure remain, and he has long been adopted by the Matsura family. I imagine that he, too, must be facing difficulties there. When the opportunity arises, we shall bring Sure back from the Matsura household, and the 3 of U.S. brothers will gather joyously. Indeed, elder brother, I shall send someone to contact Sure tomorrow, replied Motomori, gazing into the distance. I responded softly, petit that moment. The sound of temple bells resonated from afar, marking the auspicious new year that I remained silent, standing there and listening to the chimes. Eventually, after about an hour of tolling, the 108th bell tolled, signifying the arrival of the first day of the new year. I turned to my vassals and declared, Gentlemen, Happy New Year! May our clan's martial fortunes flourish! The assembled vassals responded in unison with a resounding cheer. On the morning of the first day, the lords of various castles and their retainers, accompanied by their families, arrived at the castle keep to extend their New Year greetings. In return, I presented the retainers with a New Year cards that I had handwritten in the days prior, and I distributed some lucky money to each of their children. Subsequently, I led my retainers to the temple to pay homage to Hachiman Daibosatsu, praying for long-lasting martial success and a year filled with peace and joy. Upon returning to the castle, I conducted inspections of the Hizen province. In light of the new year, I arranged for the retainers of Hizen to take turns enjoying the holiday at home. For those who remained on duty, I provided them with additional rations and distributed small red envelopes to each. Finally, I returned to the keep to host a grand New Year banquet, celebrating together with everyone. In the 5th year of Iroku, 1563, I convened a grand assembly at Shni Mountain Castle in my capacity as the protector of Hizen. All the vassals of the Shni family were present, including the Lord of Nakano Castle, Babakins, the Lord of Nishijima Castle, Yokoyama Tadao, the Lord of Saibukuji Castle, Egami Takashi, the Lord of Jianji Castle, Chiba Insei, the Lord of Sands Castle, Kamishiro Nagayoshi, and the Lord of Ayabe Castle. Ayabe Tayuki, along with their families. However, the remaining fence-sitters, such as the Lord of Chinodori Castle, Inazuka Neashige, the Lord of Kiguruma Castle, Inazuka Tadao, the Lord of Kasagama Castle, Okawa Nobiyasu, and the Lord of Muta Castle, Moto Katamasekage, saw only Inazuka Neashige from Chinodori attend in person. The rest sent subordinates with wedding gifts instead. The loyalists of the Ryuzoji family, like the Chiba and Koizumi families, were even less likely to send representatives, merely sending congratulatory gifts in the name of their lord, Ryuzoji Takakani. Other feudal lords of Hizen, such as the Chikuzan family, sent representatives, while those from further afield, like the Mura, Arima, Matsura, Seg, and Hada families, only sent wedding gifts without attending the assembly. It was precisely their absence that I resented. Those from closer regions would certainly face my wrath after the wedding. That I sat in silence within the assembly hall of Shni Mountain Castle, and my vassals were equally hushed. I felt a tinge of embarrassment. As the protector of Hizen hosting such a grand assembly, it was disheartening that so few families from Hizen had come. I had hoped that the lords of the Eastern Hizen would show some consideration, but I was taken aback by their lack of attendance. That I collected my thoughts and turned to the only attendee, Inazuka Neashige, and said with a semblance of a smile, Lord Inazuka, this gathering is merely to ascertain how many of our compatriots are still willing to heed the Shni family's commands. Your presence brings me immense gratitude. Just as he was about to respond, I raised my hand to interrupt, continuing, the Ryuzoji family wields considerable power. It is understandable that you, Lord Inazuka, would seek to protect your family's name by aligning yourself with them. However, times have changed. Our family is intent on revitalizing this Shni clan, and I urge you to contemplate your future carefully. Should you wish to rejoin our ranks, I, Masakatsu, would welcome you with open arms, ensuring that I would never disappoint you. Yet, if you still perceive our house as weak and refuse to align with us, you are free to depart at this moment. That I swear by Hachiman Daibosatsu that I shall not hinder your exit. However, should we meet again, it shall be as adversaries, and I expect you to fight with all your might. just as our house will do without mercy. I was pressing him for a stance. To remain a fence-sitter, switching sides based on who appeared stronger, while ensuring the safety of one's territory, is an untenable situation. Upon my declaration, I could sense Inuzuka Nayashi's tension rising significantly. He remained silent for what felt like an eternity. I then said, "It is perfectly fine, Lord Inuzuka. Take your time to ponder. Our house shall await your decision. Once again, if you do not wish to join us, you may leave without hesitation. We shall not impede you." In that moment, the assembly hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, the only sound being the rhythmic tapping of my folding fan against the floor. After a lengthy pause, I noticed his brow furrow, as if he had made a decision. Finally, he took a firm step forward and bowed, stating, "Thus, my Inuzuka clan of Chinodori is willing to serve under your banner, my lord." A surge of joy filled my heart as I replied, "Very well. Since you wish to join our family, according to our customs, you must leave a hostage here at Shogunate Mountain Castle to be integrated into my retinue." He readily complied, stating that he had a legitimate son named Nobunaga, who had already come of age and could be sent shortly. That I had feared that he might leave. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been unbearable. It would have been one thing for no one to heed my assembly, but to have finally welcomed someone only to lose them would have left me feeling utterly humiliated. Fortunately, he chose to stay. Subsequently, I announced the division of my retinue into two parts, the first consisting of my direct samurai, and the second composed of the hostages from various lords who would wear black garments, thus being referred to as the Black Cloaks. The Black Cloaks included Yokoyama Yoshimasa, Baba Kins, Egami Sadatane, Egami Nobutane, Kamashiro Nagayoshi, Ayabi, Yukimitsu, and the newly joined Inuzuka and Nobunaga. The Black Cloaks would be stationed alongside me in the main camp and would charge in a battle with me when necessary. Though perilous, it presented significant opportunities for advancement, as they would be in close proximity to the lord. I was not a miserly lord. As long as they demonstrated capability, I would ensure their elevation. After discussing official matters, I, being wholly unfamiliar with the wedding customs of both my previous life and this one, found myself at the mercy of my married vassals and lords, who busily began preparing for my wedding. On the eve of the ceremony, a grand procession from the Tomo family arrived at Shogunate Mountain Castle, proudly displaying their banners adorned with the Tomo family as apricot leaf emblem. Leading the entourage was Tomo S. Rin's brother, Tomo Chinj. The bride, however, remained concealed within an ox cart, not making her appearance. After the dowry was received, I regarded Tomo Chinj, a figure historically linked to the Battle of Kimiyama, and said with a mischievous tone, "It is a great honor for me, Masakatsu, to have you personally attend." I remarked on the charms of Hizen compared to Bungo, noting a mountain named Kimiyama in the east, from which one could behold the breathtaking expanse of Hizen-S plains, a sight that brings tranquility to the heart. I hope, should the opportunity arise, that you will join me to experience it. Tomo Chinj seemed taken aback by my whimsical demeanor and was unclear about the implications of my words, providing only a perfunctory response and insisting on proceeding with the main business. This left my mischievous inclinations unfulfilled, casting a pall over my mood. The dowry provided by the Tomo family was exceptionally generous, comprising 100 gold coins, 500 silver coins, and 1,000 coins of Iroku currency, along with an abundance of other items. What astonished me most was that Tomo S. Rin had designated the territory of Kaizu Castle within Hizen as part of the dowry for his daughter, along with a note stating that all annual tributes collected would be allocated for her expenses. After the wedding, military forces could be dispatched to seize control of it. This unexpected turn of events revealed the depth of Tomo S. Rin's affection for his daughter. While it was presented as a gift to her, it was in essence a boon to me. Managing such a castle would require a dedicated official, as my new bride would lack the time or capability for oversight. On the day of the wedding, the sun shone brightly, and the skies were clear, with the warmth noticeably elevating the temperature. A rare occurrence in early spring in northern Kyushu, it seemed that the heavens were in our favor. The wedding proceeded according to the traditional customs of the Sengoku era, filling me with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. After a lifetime of solitude, having been single for 30 years in my previous existence, I was finally getting married in this life, in this era, Marriage is heavily influenced by social standing and family lineage. The SHNI family and the Tomo family both trace their ancestry to the Fujiwara clan, with our forebears having been granted dominion in Kyushu alongside Minamoto no Yoritomo, often referred to as the Three Lords of Kyushu along with the Satsuma Shin. Once again, during the tumultuous period of the northern and southern dynasties, both sides find themselves engaged in battle side by side. Each faction boasts a lineage of esteemed pedigree, essentially equal in status and prestige. The current union can thus be deemed a true match of social standing. The lords of the various cities under my command, along with my loyal retainers and their direct samurai, are all adorned in exquisitely formal kimonos, each embroidered with the crest of the SHNI clan on their chests. Collars, cuffs, and backs. Their heads are crowned with small, boat-shaped samurai hats. The sight of them donning these whimsical hats nearly evokes a chuckle from me. I barely suppress a laugh, resorting to a feigned cough to mask my amusement. As the protagonist of this affair, I too am obliged to wear a black formal attire, topped with a black hat. Early on, an image of Takasago no Jo has been hung prominently in the alcove of the Grand Hall, alongside a bonsai shaped like Mount Punlai, adorned with symbols of longevity, cranes and turtles. The bride, Owatamo Takako, is clad in a pure white silk wedding gown, symbolizing her purity. Upon first sight, she appears to be around 5 feet tall, strikingly petite from afar. Upon closer inspection, she wears a kakuboshi on her head, her face alabaster from the makeup, with her eyebrows shaved and replaced by delicately drawn, small, arched brows, her lips painted a vivid red. Hint at the inky darkness of her blackened teeth beneath. The kakuboshi, a white cotton cap, is intended to conceal her hair, signifying her commitment to becoming a dutiful and gentle wife after marriage, and the need to temper her youthful sharpness once wed. The officiant serenades blessings before the deity, followed by a series of intricate rituals. Each lord and retainer offers their well wishes and eloquent speeches, inscribed with flattering words. While most retainers can pen their own sentiments, those like Kakuo Kayatomo, who have ascended from humble beginnings, must seek others to write on their behalf. After the formalities, Takako retreats to change from her white wedding gown into a splendid J&I Hido, a layered garment comprising 12 pieces, while also removing the white face powder. Upon seeing her, I notice her fair skin and round, egg-shaped face. She is indeed quite lovely. My gamble has paid off. I have not been bestowed with a dragon, but rather a youthful maiden. How absurd it is that these Japanese people marry off a girl of merely 15, still in junior high, without even reaching high school. What am I to do at such an age? Seated beside me, Takako hosts a banquet to entertain the lords and retainers, who seize the opportunity to meet their new mistress. The etiquette is exceedingly elaborate. To pledge a lifetime of fidelity, we must partake in a staggering 339 cups of sake. Even though the sake is of low potency, consuming 339 cups would surely lead to inebriation. I am not inclined to let my first marriage in this life end in a drunken stupor. Thus, I, in my capacity as Lord, decisively truncate this segment, merely taking a symbolic sip. Despite this, amidst the raucous cheers of the retainers, the entire ceremony concludes as darkness descends. After the banquet, Takako retires to the bridal chamber a moment earlier, while I escort the guests away. As the maidens draw open the door to the bedroom, I enter to find my bride. As the saying goes, a beauty under the lamp appears more enchanting when intoxicated. And indeed, she is a blossoming young woman. Having changed from the J&I Hido to her everyday attire, Takako kneels beside the tatami mat, a tray by her side, holding a bowl of noodles, a flask of sake, and 2 cups. Upon my entrance, she bows her head respectfully, then lifts her garments to the side. I sit beside her, sensing her body tense slightly, her face soon betraying a hint of shyness. She softly parts her cherry lips and says, "I'm Takako, newly arrived. I hope my husband will kindly look after me." I merely nod in response. She is indeed attractive, yet the absence of her eyebrows feels quite peculiar. Noticing my silence, she gently implores, "Husband, would you say something, please?" I smile softly and reply, "There will be ample time to converse in the days to come. And please let your eyebrows grow back, just as they were before your marriage." Takako seems taken aback by my words. Her expression tinged with disappointment as she replies, "Drawing on the eyebrows is a symbol of a woman's marriage. Does my husband not favor me?" What has this to do with anything? I reach out to caress her head, but she flinches in surprise, drawing back instinctively that I stretch forward, finally managing to touch her hair, tenderly ruffling it as I whisper. "Indeed, it is true that married women draw on their eyebrows, yet your husband does not prefer that. Our family is different. We need not concern ourselves with others' opinions. Let us simply be ourselves. Shall we?" She nods, "Yes, I understand." Then she adds, "I've come alone to Hizen. I hope my husband will be understanding." With that, she pours sake into the cups that I chuckle heartily, feeling immensely gratified, having reached the age of 30 in my previous life without ever marrying. I never expected to find a wife within less than a year after arriving in this warring state. With this thought, I take the cup from her hand and down its contents in one gulp. Tossing the cup aside, I bend down and sweep her up in a princess carry, playfully tossing her onto the tatami. Her elegantly styled hair cascades down like a waterfall beside the pillow. I lean over her, gazing down at Takako, who gasps in surprise, her hands clasping in front of her chest, clutching the fabric of her garment. Resigned, she closes her eyes, her pearly teeth gently biting her lower lip. How could I possibly resist? I lean down and softly kiss her lips, enveloped in a fragrance of youthful innocence. The night passes in silence. The following morning, sunlight streams into the castle. I awaken to find Takako peacefully slumbering in my embrace. A smile escapes me. She must have been quite fatigued last night. I gently stroke her nose with my left hand, and to my surprise, she stirs awake. Upon noticing my gaze, her cheeks flush crimson, and she stammers, "Is my husband rising? May I assist you in dressing?" I shake my head, replying, "Continue to sleep." Then, with a mischievous grin, I add, "You must be quite tired from last night. There is no need to rise." Her face deepens in color as she turns away, wrapping herself tightly in the quilt. Falling silent, I laugh heartily and proceed to dress myself. In the 5th year of Iroku, just after the new year, I announce a mobilization order to muster troops to quell the surrounding warlords, the justification being that, under the pretense of guarding Hizen, I gathered the lords, who have audaciously disregarded my commands, that I shall take military action in the name of Hizen's protection to uphold the law. Simultaneously, I dispatch envoys to the Tsukushi clan behind me, clarifying that our family's expedition is solely against the Inazuka and Inazuka clans, as well as the Muta clan, who have failed to comply with the summons. This is to prevent any misinterpretation on their part. As for the Ryuzoji clan, I also send word, but merely as a formality, for I have no desire to bear the stigma of breaking our pact. I instruct the leaders of the ninja, Haisuk, to deploy their operatives to closely monitor the movements of the Ryuzoji clan, that I command Chiyoda Yasunori of Jioin Temple to secure the fortifications, exempting him from battle. Kamishiro Nagayoshi leads the Kamishiro forces to defend Fukuji Temple. The remaining lords, Yokoyama Sadakazu, Baba Kanj, Egawa Takez, and Ayabe Sachika each command their own forces to the field. Inazuka Naomasa gathers his troops to defend Chidori Castle. Awaiting the arrival of the main army, our family prepares 2 battalions, with the vassal forces forming 2 additional battalions. Additionally, I summon 1,000 peasant soldiers led by Kamishiro Katsutoshi to advance as the vanguard. Setting forth as the main army gathers at Shni Castle, marching boldly towards Inazuka Naomasa as Chidori Castle Point 3 days later. The journey proceeds without hindrance, and the army arrives at Chidori Castle. Given its proximity to the Ryuzoji Saga Castle, by the time my forces arrive, Ryuzoji Takanobu has already dispatched troops to besiege Chidori Castle. It seems my message to Ryuzoji Takanobu has had no effect, or perhaps he has discerned my intentions, unwilling or unable to stand idly by as I diminish his influence upon my army's arrival. The situation is dire, yet the vanguard led by Kamishiro Katsutoshi has already penetrated the castle to provide assistance. Given my apprehension towards Ryuzoji Takanobu and the existing treaty, I refrain from ordering my troops to engage directly in combat, but instead decisively command the entire army to establish our main camp at Daidaji Temple. Observing my forces' arrival, Ryuzoji Takanobu opts not to continue the siege, withdrawing his troops from Chidori Castle. Subsequently, The military formation was shifted, establishing the main camp upon a small hill in Chiyoda, with a great army positioned across the river from me. At present, the treaty with the Ryuzoji clan remains intact, and there exists a justifiable cause for the expedition against the neighboring states. Hence, I deduced that Ryuzoji Takanobu would not dare to violate the treaty and engage in warfare with me directly. Rather, he would likely opt for negotiations first. Indeed, that very night after setting up camp, Ryuzoji Takanobu dispatched an envoy to discuss matters. Upon seeing this, I nearly burst into laughter. The representative of the Ryuzoji clan was none other than our old acquaintance, Mr. Koishimamu, who this time was accompanied by a monk. Master Nei, the very one who facilitated the agreement between our two houses. After the customary salutations, I sought to seize the initiative, remaining silent in anticipation of Koishima Kaiharu making the first move. To my surprise, he appeared to share the same intention, equally waiting for me to speak first. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Ultimately, the intermediary, Master I, could no longer contain himself and addressed me. Half a year ago, I had the honor of witnessing the treaty between the Ri and Ryuzoji families. However, barely 6 months after its establishment, Lord Ri has raised an army to assault and thereby breach the agreement. Is this not somewhat improper? Nanny, is your allegiance to the Ryuzoji clan so blatant? I retorted, my expression darkening as I replied sternly, Master, your words are misguided. It is not my Ri family that has violated the treaty, but rather the Ryuzoji clan. Master Nei questioned, how so? Unexpectedly, Koishima Kaiharu, upon hearing my assertion, became exceedingly agitated. Lord Ri, it is you who has raised an army to attack the Ryuzoji clan. Why must you distort the truth? With intrigue, I regarded him and slowly replied, as the guardian of Heizen, I summoned the local nobility to convene on the 15th day of the first month. The Ryuzoji clan is my adversary. If they did not attend, that is their choice. However, if the local lords do not arrive, where lies the authority of my position as guardian of Heizen? Where is the law of the court? To my knowledge, the Chikuzan clan did not attend, nor did the Matsura, Mura, or Arima clans. Does Lord Ri intend to wage war against each of them individually? Koishima Kaiharu leapt up in protest. Observing his frustration, I decided to provoke him further. The Chikuzan clan is a branch of my family, and thus, it was specifically instructed not to attend as for the Western Heizen clans. I, considering the long journey and difficulties they face, have pardoned their absence. Yet, the local lords, so near to my stronghold, have disdained the authority of my guardianship and failed to comply with the summons. If I do not take action, shall I simply let this pass? My voice grew stern as I finished. Then, by that logic, my Ryuzoji clan's campaign against the traitor Inuzuka Naozumi has nothing to do with the Ri family. Why has Lord Ri's army appeared at this moment? Koishima Kaiharu expressed in resignation. He was fully aware that my campaign against the traitorous vassal was merely a pretext, aimed at curtailing the Ryuzoji clan's influence and forcibly drawing the neighboring lords, who had submitted to the Ryuzoji, to my side, that I harbored additional intentions to confiscate a portion of their fiefs for myself, citing their absence from the evaluation. Lord Inuzuka Naozumi has already submitted to my Ri family during the great evaluation, and your Ryuzoji clan's military actions against him will not go unnoticed. Moreover, the treaty was signed with your Ryuzoji clan, not with the neighboring lords. My family has not attacked Ryuzoji territory. We merely intend to punish the disobedient lords who disdain the law. I softened my tone slightly. Conversely, it is your Ryuzoji clan that, having signed a treaty with my family, has now turned its back and launched an assault against those who have submitted to us. Is this not betrayal? I continued, allowing my voice to gain strength. Koishima Kaiharu clearly did not expect me, as the guardian of Heizen, to adopt such an audacious stance, elevating myself to a moral high ground while denouncing the disobedient. He was taken aback by my argument, as the lords now under attack were my own vassals. Lord Ri, you are grasping at straws, he exclaimed, visibly agitated. Lord Koishima mistaken. When has my family ever attacked the vassals of the Ryuzoji clan? Have we ever clashed with them? This military action is to rescue Lord Inuzuka Naozumi, who has already submitted to my family and is currently under attack by your Ryuzoji clan. since the assembly of forces. My army has proceeded directly to Chitteridge without assaulting any fortresses along the way. It is your Ryuzoji clan that has breached the treaty. I stood up, fixing my gaze firmly on Koishima Kyo. The situation had developed beyond my expectations. My original plan was to gather at Chitteridge and then attack the fortress of Kazumura, confident in the righteousness of my cause. After capturing Kazumura, I intended to leave a portion of my forces to secure the location while monitoring the movements of the Ryuzoji clan, with the main force returning to systematically deal with the surrounding territories. Yet now, the Ryuzoji clan had unexpectedly launched an assault on Chitteridge, effectively tearing up the treaty themselves. This, Koishima Kyo evidently recognized the predicament his clan faced. I then turned to Master and Ei. Master, my family has not committed any acts of treachery against the treaty. It is merely that Lord Inuzuka Naozumi, the Lord of Chitteridge, has already pledged allegiance to my family. While the Ryuzoji clan audaciously breaches the treaty and attacks the vassals of the Sh family, how is this different from attacking my family directly? Master and Ei recited a Buddhist chant. Indeed, the Ryuzoji clan attacked Chitteridge first. However, the Inuzuka clan was originally a vassal of the Ryuzoji clan. Lord Shri's maneuvering against them has provoked Lord Takanabu to dispatch troops for retribution. In terms of cause and effect, it is still Lord Shri who bears the initial fault. What nonsense! Have you, old monk, received some benefit from the Ryuzoji clan to speak in their favor? Your bias is glaringly apparent. I seethed, my anger boiling over into sardonic laughter as I glared at him, gritting my teeth. May I inquire, Master, as the guardian of Heizen, when I summoned the local nobility for evaluation and none attended? Does my family not have the justification to deploy troops against those who disregard the call? While your reasoning holds merit, Lord Shri. Master and Ei attempted to interject, but I interrupted him, emphasizing my words. Lord Inuzuka Naozumi responded to my summons as the guardian of Heizen and participated in the evaluation, thereby becoming a vassal of my Shri family. The Ryuzoji clan, disregarding our treaty, has launched an attack. Is it wrong for my family to send troops in their defense? Master and Ei clasped his hands together, muttering Umitba before closing his eyes and falling silent. I turned back to Koishima Kyo. My family claims to be punishing the disobedient lords, yet to this day, we have had no conflict with them. Instead, it is your Ryuzoji clan that is attacking the Inuzuka Lord Chitteridge. Even now, despite my army's advance into the city, the assault has not ceased. How do you explain this? Before Koishima Kyo could respond, I continued to bombard him with statements. The Ryuzoji clan has already breached the treaty. Further discussion is futile. Moreover, my family has learned the full measure of your promises. Koishima Kyo, incensed, retorted. Lord Shri, how can you defame the honor of the Ryuzoji clan in such a manner? I replied furiously. What honor does the Ryuzoji clan possess? 3 years ago, they breached the treaty with a surprise attack on Sufukuji, leading to my brother's demise. Now, with a treaty in place, they attack my vassals. You expect me to remain silent. If you wish to negotiate a withdrawal, then let it be known that all of Heizen east of Yokobu Castle is of no concern to the Ryuzoji clan. I began to lay down my terms. Such a demand aims to destroy my Ryuzoji clan. We cannot accept this. Koishima Kyo was clearly anxious. Then, Lord Koishima, please take your leave. We shall meet on the battlefield tomorrow. Let the world witness how the Ryuzoji clan betrays its oaths. I issued my final ultimatum that my confidence stemmed from the fact that my forces stood strong against the Ryuzoji clan. The various families of Eastern Heizen, seeing my army mobilized, were fortifying their cities in defense. Meanwhile, the Ryuzoji clan had only summoned their own direct forces along with those from the Koishima and Chiba clans, totaling merely over 5,000 troops. After 2 days of continuous assault on Chitteridge, they would surely be wearied that in contrast, aside from the elite Heizen forces numbering 600, the lords of various cities had brought their own troops, excluding the Kamishiro and Chiba clans, amounting to approximately 4,000 men. Although they had traveled a great distance, their morale was high. Given the combat capacity of the Heizen forces, I was confident I had a 70% chance of winning the battle. The Ryuzoji clan would undoubtedly reject my terms, thus rendering our negotiations inevitably contentious. As a time traveler, I understood a fundamental truth. What one cannot obtain on the battlefield cannot be acquired through negotiation. If one desires something, it must be taken on the field of battle. After Koishima Kaiher departed, I immediately ordered increased vigilance to prevent a nighttime raid by the Ryuzoji forces that I had not forgotten the historical account of the Battle of Kamiyama, where Tomo Yashizane was ambushed by Koishima Naramesa, losing his advantage and ultimately his life on the following morning. As the formations were set, war was imminent. I observed Ryuzoji Takanobu a raid upon the small hill where his camp was established, choosing not to position his troops across the river from mine. This revelation brought a sense of relief to my heart. Had he positioned his forces along the river, it would have posed a considerable challenge. For the water was not deep, but at this early stage of spring, it remained exceedingly frigid. The military formation of the Ryuzoji clan appeared from a distance as a densely packed circular defensive line. The outermost layer was a mixed array of archers and artillerymen, indicating that Ryuzoji Takanobu had learned from previous encounters, refraining from placing the forces of his subordinate clans in the forefront. Instead, he arranged his troops from left to right, one after another, in layered configurations. On the far left were the smaller clans, followed sequentially by the Kazaki clan, bearing the banner of the Nine Radiance Crescent formation, and the Gojima clan, displaying the four-eyed knot formation. The Gojima clan hails from the Yuta Genji or Fujiwara Shoni, though there is no definitive conclusion. For this account, we adopt the Fujiwara Shoni lineage. At this time, their family crest had not yet been changed to the Otomo leaf, which was modified by Gojima Naramesa to commemorate the Battle of Amayama. But on the far right stood the direct forces of the Ryuzoji clan, marked by the 12 Sunfoot formation. Egami Takemeon informed me that this was the circular formation, a strategy designed to secure an invulnerable position before engaging in battle, highly advantageous for defense. However, I found myself skeptical. What was this circular formation but a mere fortified array? To prevent the collapse of their forces, they had arranged themselves in a circular formation, minimizing the attack surface at any given point to the greatest extent possible. Yet, this was a formation suited solely for defense, effective against enemy assaults, but hardly conducive to counterattacks. The lack of mobility was glaring. It seemed that Ryuzoji Takanobu had been left with a psychological scar from the Kawakubo conflict. Faced with an equally matched force, he dared only to adopt a defensive posture. This diminished my apprehension towards the historical figure known as the Bear of Hizen, Ryuzoji Takanobu, though it left me with a hint of disappointment. Since you, Ryuzoji Takanobu, only dare to defend, I shall not hold back. I promptly issued orders for our army to assume a formation favorable for a central breakthrough, a wedge formation. After deliberation, the strategy we devised was to position the two battalions from Hizen at the forefront, leaving a gap of approximately 10 meters between them for the artillery to retreat, allowing for a swift closure of the breach, while ensuring a gap of about 3 meters remained. Behind Hizen, 2 samurai battalions were positioned centrally. Should we become engaged and unable to maintain formation, they would serve as a wedge to penetrate the enemy lines. The left rear of Hizen was the force of Hiranaga from Hashiyama, followed further left by the troops of Sakai from Ayabe. To the right rear were the forces of Baba from Kanjuro, with Egami Takemeon's contingent positioned further back. The direct peasant soldiers led by Kamiyo Katsuyuki were stationed behind the samurai as a reserve force. All of my cavalry, nearly 500 strong, were divided into 2 units, one of over 200 men positioned behind the left flank, while the remaining 300, along with my mounted retinue and the mothercloth troops, formed behind Baba Kanjuro, poised to act when the opportunity arose. Inazuka Naomian led his own forces out of the city to maintain a defensive watch approximately a mile behind the battlefield, guarding against any potential encroachments from the enemy's forces. The overall assault formation took on a figure-8 shape, maximizing the effectiveness of the wedge formation aimed at breaching the enemy lines. The wedge formation sought a central breakthrough against the enemy, akin to the tip of a sword piercing skin. The vanguard would penetrate the enemy lines, while the flanking forces would exploit the breach to further expand our gains. The vanguard, as the most resilient element, would enter the enemy formation, leading the charge. Our subsequent forces would then encircle and annihilate the enemy. Like a sword, the blade must be sharp, thus Hizen would serve as the tip of the sword. If they could not breach, the samurai would advance next. The flanking forces would press forward in unison, with Kamiyo Katsuyuki's direct forces acting as the body of the sword, also prepared as reserves. My cavalry, poised for a powerful charge, would follow suit. Given that this operation did not seek complete annihilation, but merely aimed to shatter the enemy's resolve, we had not allocated many reserves for encirclement and extermination tasks. After crossing the river, our army rapidly arranged itself according to the predetermined formation. For my own amusement, I dispatched a messenger to the Ryuzoji forces to deliver an ultimatum, should they choose to relinquish all territories east of Hoko Castle. The battle could be averted as anticipated. Ryuzoji Takanobu refused. Thus, we prepared for battle. Shoni Masayuki bellowed, "Advance!" The sound of the war drums echoed forth. With the rhythmic beating of the drums, our forces began to slowly push forward. The selected point of attack was directly against the Ryuzoji clan's forces. My daring choice of the wedge formation aimed to breach their lines head-on and shatter their confidence, ensuring they would hesitate to engage in open battle with me in the future. At this juncture, all artillery units were positioned at the forefront of the formation. Kawakubo Kayatomo, upon entering the 30-bay range of the artillery, chose not to halt and open fire, but rather continued his advance. The opposing gunners began their volley as they reached the 30-bay mark. However, due to the distance, the casualties were minimal, with only a few Ishigaru and gunners falling. As we drew closer, our losses began to mount. Kawakubo Kayatomo still refused to cease his advance. That I grew anxious. With each volley fired by the enemy, my precious gunners were being struck down, although the enemy's reloading speed was significantly slower than that of my artillery. They could still unleash 2 or 3 volleys within this distance. Upon reaching a distance of 15 bays, Kawakubo Kayatomo finally chose to stop advancing. That I breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he intended to minimize casualties while maximizing the artillery's effectiveness. He positioned over 200 gunners in 3 ranks to a distance of 15 bays. The first rank of gunners quickly and methodically raised their weapons and took aim. Bang, 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 the thunderous sounds of cannon fire rang out, and many of the enemy's archers and gunners at the outermost edge of their formation fell. The first volley claimed nearly 20 lives by estimation at this range. They were perfectly within the optimal firing distance for matchlock guns, resulting in significant enemy casualties. It was evident that the opposing gunners and archers were thrown into disarray. After firing, the first rank reloaded while the third rank swiftly advanced to fill the gap and take their positions, raising their weapons once more. Another round of cannon fire ensued, and once again, a significant number of the enemy fell. The entire process lasted no more than a little over 10 seconds. The enemy's formation became increasingly chaotic, struggling to reload their cannons in the midst of the onslaught. Another volley was unleashed as the artillery advanced and fired. Our entire force moved forward in tandem, with Heisen spear units maintaining a distance of approximately 10 paces behind the artillery. Once the third rank of gunners had completed their firing, they had unleashed nearly 200 rounds, causing at least 60 or 70 casualties among the enemy, including those in the rear. Consequently, the Ryuzoji archers and gunners predictably collapsed. No one could withstand 3 consecutive volleys of cannon fire within a minute, especially not in this era and country. Moreover, the artillery and archers from both sides began to unleash their firepower upon one another, and the battlefield erupted with the sounds of cannon fire and the cries of the wounded. Following the completion of the third volley from Heisen's gunners, the original first rank had already reloaded and advanced with unprecedented speed for this era, raising their weapons to fire once more. This strike directly impacted the enemy's spear units, causing instant unrest within their once tight formation. Thanks to our rigorous training, the gunners had grown adept at rapid reloading, allowing them to maintain a remarkable firing frequency, with cannon fire echoing approximately every 10 seconds. With each cannon shot, a portion of the enemy would inevitably fall. As the distance closed, the bodies of fallen soldiers began to accumulate, rendering it impossible for their comrades on the flanks to fill the gaps. Facing the direction of Heisen's gunners, the corpses of the slain soldiers lay stacked upon one another, and at the very least, 300 to 400 had perished without even engaging in combat. The Ishigaru directly facing the artillery began to panic and crowd to the sides, attempting to evade the direct line of fire. The circular formation of Ryuzoji Takanabu had begun to falter, and morale appeared to be waning. The ratio of losses sustained was indeed terrifying for this era. Despite suffering such heavy losses, the enemy forces had yet to collapse, demonstrating the elite nature of the Ryuzoji forces, which historically triumphed over foes many times their size. What astonished me was that Ryuzoji Takanabu made no move to respond, allowing the artillery to continue their relentless bombardment. Did he possess such confidence in the morale of his troops that he feared not their potential collapse? The cannon fire persisted unabated. The faces of the various hostages among the mothercloth troops were marked with expressions of utter shock. One by one, they stood tall upon their steeds, straining to gaze towards the battlefield ahead. I found great satisfaction in this. Only by instilling a sense of awe within them would they refrain from harboring any insidious thoughts thereafter. At last, the gunners advanced to a distance of 5 spaces. Subsequently, the entire artillery unit came to a halt, condensing their formation into 5 ranks. They withdrew to shoot in place. Meanwhile, the infantry under Heisen's command continued to march forward with resolute steps. As they closed in on the last 2 spaces for the spear wielders to charge, the gunners unleashed a final volley before Heisen's forces finally engaged the enemy. At that moment, the circular formation of the Renozu army had been disrupted by the artillery, resembling a pie with a bite taken out of it. Due to the relentless firepower of the gunners, the battlefield was shrouded in smoke, rendering visibility increasingly poor. Through the haze, I could faintly discern the spear wielders raising their weapons diagonally. And at just 3 spaces away, they forcefully thrust their spears downward, never raising them again. The second rank of spearmen stepped forward, repeating the action in a relentless cycle. One after another, enemy foot soldiers were struck down. As the gunfire ceased, the battlefield erupted with the shouts of the spear wielders and the clashing of their weapons. The assault of the spear wielders was akin to a hot knife slicing through butter. They penetrated the formation of the Renozu family with effortless ease, akin to peeling an onion, layer by layer, as they toppled the enemy's foot soldiers to the ground. Whenever a foot soldier fell, the next in line swiftly took their place, ensuring the front rank maintained peak combat effectiveness. Before long, Heisen's forces had fully embedded themselves within the Renozu army's formation. The cavalry units on the left flank, led by Baba Kenju and Hozuki Chinj, had also engaged the enemy. At that moment, the long-awaited collapse of the Renozu forces had finally arrived. With each step forward that Heisen's troops took, the Renozu army retreated in kind. In the distance, a small squad of elite samurai burst forth from the main formation of the Renozu, rushing towards the spear wielders, their lines steadied. Witnessing this, I decisively commanded that the battle flag of the vassal samurai be tilted forward to its utmost limit. Signaling an attack, that I also sounded the war drum, conveying to the vassal samurai to press forward relentlessly, without looking back. After much anticipation, the vassals surged into the enemy ranks, wreaking havoc. With the arrival of the vassal forces, the previously stabilized line of Renozu Takakuni began to crumble once more. The spear wielders, bolstered by the vassals' coordinated offensive, advanced with unstoppable momentum. The front lines of the Renozu army began to fracture, with the vassal forces entering the fray. The situation for Renozu Takakuni had reached its direst state. Once again, they were breached from the front, and the surrounding lines began to waver. Unless Takakuni had any reserves left, my cavalry was prepared for this very moment. However, I surmised he had no further contingencies at this point. Not a single soul dared to engage with our front lines, that I then relayed orders through the battle flag, commanding Heisen's first and second teams to attack the left and right flanks, further tearing apart the breached last. The Renozu forces could withstand no longer. The vassal troops had pierced through their ranks and were advancing towards Takakuni's main formation, accompanied by the sound of Takakuni's retreat horn. The Renozu banners swiftly retreated towards Hozu Castle. The army withdrew under duress, their morale shattered instantaneously. In a heartbeat, the entire formation collapsed, fleeing en masse behind the banners of the Renozu. However, in the midst of battle, how many of these fleeing soldiers could truly escape? Thus, my second encounter with Renozu Takakuni concluded in an overwhelming victory. I then commanded Kamishiro Katsutoshi to lead the forces in pursuit. The engaged troops quickly wrapped up the battle and began to scour the field. Once all arrangements were complete, I sat astride my steed, a smirk gracing my lips. Renozu Takakuni, the bear of Hizen, was but a mere shadow of his reputation. The main formation of the Renozu had fled, their army in disarray. The foot soldiers, unable to withdraw from battle, found their will to resist crumbling. I could see the tide had turned, to conserve the strength of my forces and to minimize further bloodshed. I commanded a loud proclamation for their surrender. Those who remained were the foot soldiers positioned at the front during formation. Unable to retreat, they had no choice but to surrender if they wished to live and reunite with their families. Upon hearing the order to surrender, their resolve dissipated, and they discarded their long spears. Only a handful of samurai continued to resist, but they were swiftly dispatched by the spear wielders or felled by gunfire. Aside from Hizen's troops, the remaining forces had already bypassed the Renozu and surrendered, continuing to advance to support Kamishiro Katsutoshi's pursuit. Seeing victory within reach, I commanded all cavalry units, led by Shoni Motomori. To pursuit, we spared the few fleeing soldiers, focusing solely on the remaining organized forces in an effort to completely disrupt the retreating Renozu army, tearing their ranks further apart to amplify our gains. With a flick of the reins, I led the cavalry forward to the battlefield. At this juncture, under the command to surrender, the Renozu foot soldiers laid their long spears down, removing their helmets and placing them beside their weapons. Relinquishing their ties to the Renozu, I had no intention of restraining their departure. Holding on to them would only waste my provisions. It was better to let them disperse freely. Scanning the surroundings, I observed countless slain foot soldiers. And among those struck down by Hizen's artillery, there were layers upon layers of corpses, numbering in the hundreds. The majority had perished at the hands of the gunners, indicating their proficiency had reached maturity. Everywhere, samurai were scouring the battlefield, collecting heads and salvaging usable weapons. That I addressed Kawakubo Kayatomo, the commander of the artillery unit. After this battle, the prowess of our family's artillery will be renowned throughout the land. You, as the leader of the gunners, are deserving of commendation. Upon my return, I shall formally promote you to the rank of artillery general. Kawakubo Kayatomo, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with emotion, kneeling in gratitude. Thank you for the promotion. My lord, it is an honor for me, Kawakubo Kayatomo, to serve under your command. I laughed heartily upon hearing his words, and then awaited the arrival of the various pursuing forces on the small hill where Renozu Takakuni had established his main formation. Soon, the pursuing troops began to cease their chase and gathered around me. After the tally conducted by the military staff, it was reported that we had claimed over 1,200 enemy heads, the majority of which were acquired during the pursuit. The artillery unit alone was responsible for the deaths of over 400, accounting for a quarter of the total casualties, an indisputable achievement. Thus, I announced the promotion of Kawakubo Kayatomo to the position of artillery general. This individual had risen from the ranks of foot soldiers to general in less than half a year. An extraordinary ascent. Yet, the formidable strength of the artillery was evident, and thus no one harbored doubts. The second commendation went to Hizen, while the general Izumi Asaka and the second unit, led by Eguis Sadatane, were also to be rewarded. The third commendation was shared by Hozuki Chinj and Baba Kenju, while the fourth was awarded to the two vassal units collectively. The enemy had suffered over 1,200 fatalities, with countless more injured. The Renozu family had been severely crippled. However, our own casualties were not insignificant either. The artillery unit lost 37 men, with 21 injured. The spear wielders suffered 105 fatalities and 47 injuries. These losses were considerable, particularly as my Hizen troops were far more precious than the Renozu's foot soldiers. Each loss weighed heavily upon my heart. My lord, this battle has resulted in a great victory. From this day forth, no one in Hizen shall dare to underestimate our Shoni clan. The resurgence of the Shoni clan begins today. Shoni Motomori was the first to voice his thoughts. I built upon his sentiments, declaring, indeed, after this battle, our people shall no longer underestimate the Shoni clan. In Eastern Hizen, none shall stand against us. Congratulations, my lord. The day to vanquish the traitorous Renozu is imminent. The crowd echoed in unison that I glanced at the assembled generals, feeling an overwhelming surge of pride within me, and laughed heartily. Raising my katana above my head, I proclaimed loudly, "Hey! Hey!" The generals swiftly stood, each drawing their swords high above their heads. Echoing my call with a resounding "Oh!" The nearly 4,000 troops, inspired by the fervor, raised their weapons in jubilant unison, filling the battlefield with the exultant cries of "Hey! Hey!" Oh, that resonated across the Chiyoda plains. My heart swelled with excitement. I had once again defeated the historically renowned Renoza Takakoni, and with such an exaggerated exchange of force, from my journey through time to this moment, the tide had irrevocably turned. The vast world was now mine to traverse at will. Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, Tokugawa Ieyasu, who could say where the fate of this realm would ultimately lie, until the military council on the following morning. The generals unanimously proposed to strike decisively and annihilate the Ryuzoji clan. However, I rejected this notion, citing the fact that the clans of Tuafei had yet to declare their stance. Should we attack the Ryuzoji while their allies from Tuafei strike us from behind? It would indeed be a grave injustice, as for the clans of Tuafei. My intention is to subdue each of them individually, thereby alleviating any concerns from behind and rendering the Ryuzoji clan a mere barren branch. Ultimately, with the full strength of the Tuafei clans at my disposal, I shall seize the city of Sagaho in one vigorous assault and completely eradicate the Ryuzoji clan. Although the Ryuzoji suffered defeat in this battle, and I triumphed over Roshin in 2 skirmishes, their power still lingers that if they mobilized to their full extent, they could still muster 4,000 to 5,000 troops. Engaging them head-on would surely yield no favorable outcome, resulting in significant losses. My strategy is to gradually peel away the outer shell of the Ryuzoji clan, allowing for a siege that incurs minimal losses and diminishes their will to resist. Subsequently, I commanded the division of troops. The main forces, led by Shindai were to encircle H-Buj, while the likes of Ikuyukuk, Jiangshang, and Machiba were to proceed to besiege the city. Shindai was appointed as the supreme commander. Should Ryuzoji Roshin opt for open battle, we would withdraw. Should he remain within the city, we would lay siege. The principle was to besiege the city, avoiding open confrontation, and to await my main forces from Tuafei before taking further action. The choice of Shindai as the supreme commander was due to his historical valor. He had faced Roshin multiple times, demonstrating commendable tactical acumen. I led my forces to rendezvous with Inazuka Nagashige. I ordered a thorough sweep of the surrounding territories. Upon Shindai's departure with his troops, I too set forth to locate Inazuka Nagashige. Upon witnessing my advancing army, Inazuka Nagashige hastily approached and knelt before me, exclaiming, "Congratulations on your victory, my lord." Word of our success had evidently traveled swiftly. He then inquired whether I intended to subdue the neighboring clans. I responded with a simple, before directly asking, "How many troops does Kiguruma Castle possess?" realizing my intent to target Inazuka Tamanari first. Inazuka Nagashige replied, "Upon hearing of your mobilization, Inazuka Tamanari summoned his forces to fortify the castle. Currently, he commands approximately 500 troops. I reflected on this. While 500 is not an insignificant number, a siege would prove challenging. My forces from Tuafei primarily excel in open combat, and deploying them for a siege would be a considerable waste. However, having just returned from a resounding victory, morale was high. It was likely that, upon learning of Roshin's recent defeats in open battle, the resolve of the neighboring clans would not be particularly strong. I devised a plan. If I threatened with my family name, negotiations should prove fruitful. Thus, I gazed into his eyes and declared, "The Inazuka clan is not a major house, yet it has divided. It is time for the Inazuka to unite as one." Inazuka Nagashige's face lit up at my words, and he quickly responded, "Thank you, my lord. No one is foolish." With only him serving under my banner, it was clear that unity within the Inazuka family must come through him as the head of the household. As my forces reached the base of Kiguruma Castle, I was about to issue orders to display a siege formation to intimidate Inazuka Tamanari before sending envoys for negotiation. To my surprise, before I could make a move, Inazuka Tamanari swiftly dispatched envoys for negotiation. Recognizing the situation, I agreed to terms. The Kiguruma Inazuka clan and the Chidori Inazuka clan would merge, with Inazuka Nagashige as the head, while Inazuka Tominari would serve as the lord of Kiguruma Castle, surrendering half of his territory to me as punishment for years of opposition against my family, and sending hostages to at least Nishiyama Castle. Should he refuse, I would annihilate the Kiguruma Inazuka clan and obliterate their name. I had no desire to waste words on these minor nobles and laid out my conditions straightforwardly to this moment. News of Roshin's defeat at Chiyoda had already reached us, and I assumed he would not dare to refuse. If he acquiesced, he would become a vassal of the SHNI clan, and if he did not, annihilation was his only alternative. As anticipated, after the envoys returned, it was not long before Inazuka Tominari opened the castle gates and approached my army, signaling his submission that I did not enter the city. Instead, I commanded Inazuka Tominari to swiftly assemble his forces and lead them out to join my troops, thus uniting under Inazuka Nagashige and advancing with the main army. Following my plan, I proceeded to sweep through the territories formerly belonging to the Ryuzoji clan one by one. Each time I approached a city, I presented the same conditions: the surrender of half their territory and the provision of hostages. Otherwise, I would lay siege and erase their name. Remarkably, there was virtually no resistance. I encountered no opposition as I moved from one clan to the next. I had initially anticipated that one or two of the more defiant clans would reject my terms, yet the process unfolded smoothly. Consequently, Tuafi was entirely pacified and returned under the banner of the SHNI clan. After evaluating the clans of Tuafi, I made no further delays and led my forces, now numbering over 3,000, towards H-Buj. The entire sweep through Tuafi took less than 2 days, with no battle required. All clans had submitted. This filled my heart with elation, stirring within me a sense of grandeur. Achieving such dominance without a single shot fired over nearly the entirety of Tuafi elevated my spirits immensely. Soon, my army arrived at H-Buj, where the banner representing Ryuzoji Roshin fluttered atop the castle. The city was densely populated with a Shiguru, indicating that a significant number of routed soldiers had sought refuge within. This posed a dilemma for me. Although I had never intended to launch a full-scale assault on H-Buj, the prospect of an unattainable siege left me feeling somewhat disheartened. I subsequently commanded the establishment of a base at the western side of H-Buj, surrounding the city completely. The siege forces on the western side comprised the direct troops of the SHNI clan, led by Tuafi and Shindaizi, representing the strongest faction of my army. The eastern side was occupied by Yakuyukuk and Ayabi, while Jiangshang and Michiba held the southern flank, and the recently pacified inhabitants of Tuafi secured the northern side. I then ordered the troops to construct siege equipment on dash site, as was customary. We proceeded to pillage the lower town of H-Buj. The small town beneath the castle soon fell victim to our wrath. H-Buj, like many plain cities in Tuafi, boasted 2 moats and utilized stream water for defense. Between the moats lay a defensive earthen rampart. Within the moat was a raised platform, with various buildings arrayed upon it. The structure of the moats appeared formidable. I recalled reading in the past that plain cities were said to be easy to assault. At this moment, I found myself cursing such claims. This was hardly a simple task. Even with an army of 10,000, I was uncertain of my ability to breach their defenses. Nevertheless, preparations needed to be made. I promptly ordered the rapid construction of barricades along the moat and conscripted the townsfolk from the nearby lower town to gather earth, filling the moat bit by bit in hopes of establishing a passageway. As the defenders of the castle observed our efforts to fill the moat, they unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon us. Our gunners, shielded by the barricades, retaliated, and the air resonated with the sound of gunfire. At this distance, however, the effectiveness of our artillery was limited. Only a few townsfolk engaged in filling the moat were struck down or injured. Yet, this was ultimately not a sustainable approach, if this continued. Any eventual incursion into the city would surely result in considerable losses. After 2 days of grappling with frustration and a lack of solutions, news arrived that the defenders wished to negotiate. In the command tent, fully armored and seated at the head, I was surrounded by my retainers. The emissaries from the Ryuzoji clan entered slowly. 5 men approached, with a one in the center clearly designated as the lead negotiator. He exuded an imposing presence, sporting a full beard and a rather robust demeanor. As he stepped forward, Jiangshang and Shindaizai, along with the heads of the neighboring clans, stood abruptly. My own retainers, including Izumi Chokaku and Shni Motomori, hastily gathered around me. A tremor coursed through me as I recognized the visitor from my memories of the original lord. It was none other than Ryuzoji, Roshin himself. Roshin was a figure of remarkable capability, yet historical assessments of his character were predominantly negative. Betrayal, ingratitude, cold cruelty, and cunning malice were all labels affixed to him. He inherited the leadership of the Ryuzoji clan from a branch family, and, after enduring the rebellion of Shoni Masayuki, was exiled. However, he was taken in by the lord of Yanagawa, Kamachi Kayamori, who supported him in reclaiming control over his clan. He subsequently launched successful campaigns against Shni, defeating them at Fukuzuji and obliterating the Eastern Chiba clan. Roshin had repeatedly triumphed over the forces led by Tomo, and, capitalizing on their failure at the Ear River battle, expanded his influence into Chicago, eastern Tokuzen, BSH, and the northern regions of Higo. During the zenith of the Ryuzoji clan, their influence extended across the 5 nations of Kyushu, earning them the title of the 2 island governors, a testament to their remarkable prowess. However, their most criticized aspect was the subsequent indulgence of the clan leader, Ryuzoji Takanobu, in debauchery and brutality after bequeathing leadership to Ryuzoji Masayuki, which led to a gradual estrangement of the already subdued populace. Particularly notorious was his treachery in orchestrating the assassination of his son-in-law, Puchiko Saiterun, and the obliteration of the Puchiko clan, which had previously bestowed great favor upon him. Although this nefarious scheme was proposed by Gojima Naomasa, the ultimate decision and execution lay with Takanobu himself. From that moment on, his retainers began to lose their loyalty. Such cold-heartedness and acts of ingratitude caused even one of his erstwhile admirers, the 4 heavenly kings Baki Masakan, to waver in his fidelity. Figures like Kuroki Yashisuke, Puchiko Yashizane, and Tajiri Kajinari also turned against him due to the betrayal concerning Sage Ren's demise. Ultimately, Takanobu met his end at the hands of Kawakami Tadayoshi of the Shinzu clan during the Battle of Okinawa. His once loyal Gojima Naomasa callously abandoned his corpse on the battlefield, fleeing without regard. Following the battle, the Shinzu clan offered to return his head, yet the Ryuzoji clan deemed it inauspicious and declined. This illustrates the severity of the disloyalty bred by his brutal actions. Upon witnessing Ryuzoji Takanobu approach for negotiations, I silently commended his audacity. I gestured for those gathered around me to step back and smiled as I addressed him. I, Masakan, have long admired your martial prowess, Takanobu. Today, I see you are indeed bold to come in person. You were once a vassal of my clan, the Shni, and without us, the Ryuzoji would not exist as it does today. Moreover, the advantage lies with me now. Takanobu chuckled heartily upon hearing this. Lord Masakan, you flatter me. My forces have besieged the city of Yakawaka, and I have long wished to witness your esteemed presence. Today, indeed, you do not disappoint. Compared to your 2 elder brothers, you are truly formidable, and I have now experienced your prowess firsthand. His intention was clear, reminding me that both my elder brother, Fuyoshi, and my second brother, Tera, had fallen to his hands. However, he was unaware that I was no longer the same Masakan of old. His mention of Shni, Fuyoshi, and Chiba Tera stirred no emotional response within me. Brazen, I thought, as my cousin Masamori struggled to contain his anger at the mention of my brothers. I gestured for him to remain silent, arranging for Takanobu to be seated upon a stool. I then spoke. Let us set the past aside for now. What brings you here, Takanobu? Surely, it cannot be merely to reminisce with me. I have come, firstly, to witness your esteemed presence, and secondly, to discuss the peace between our 2 houses, earnestly requesting that you withdraw your forces. Let us shake hands in reconciliation, he stated, getting straight to the point upon sensing my reluctance to engage in idle chatter. Indeed, my army has entirely encircled this Yakawaka, taking it as merely a matter of time. Furthermore, I cannot place my trust in the Ryuzoji's integrity. Given your previous betrayal at the siege of Shifukuji Castle, followed by your audacious assault on the already surrendered Chidori Castle. How can I believe in your sincerity, Takanabu? I attempted to humiliate him by referencing his past treachery. Surprisingly, Takanabu appeared unfazed, avoiding mention of the Chidori Castle incident, and instead replied, "While it is true that you have surrounded Yakawaka, there remain over 4,000 defenders within. The Ryuzoji clan boasts nearly 1,000 valiant warriors, and our supplies can sustain our forces for over half a year. If you wish to capture this city, it is certainly possible, but it would lead to unnecessary casualties among your loyal soldiers. Would it not be wiser for us to reconcile? Where do you claim to have 4,000 men? After the Battle of Chiyoda, how many troops could have possibly joined you?" I retorted, thinking I was being generous to suggest a mere 2,000 defenders that I cursed inwardly. Unwilling to waste further words with him, I then boldly declared, "If you wish for me to withdraw, the Ryuzoji must yield to the SHNI, leave behind 1,000 koku of land, and surrender both Yakawaka and Saga castles. The Ryuzoji clan must relocate to the Izukawa castle, or else I shall lay siege without mercy." To my astonishment, he did not react with anger, but instead regarded me with a look of incredulity. Such a gaze ignited my irritation. How dare he look at me as if I were a fool for making such demands? He then spoke with a hint of amusement. "Your jest, Lord Masakan, is hardly amusing. The entirety of Higashifukusen now lies under your command. The balance of power between our clans has shifted. Should you claim Yakawaka, the SHNI could launch an immediate assault on Saga Castle. Although I, Takanabu, may have suffered defeat, my strength remains, and I shall not be easily manipulated by the Ryuzoji. Saga Castle is our ancestral seat. Surrendering it would be tantamount to our annihilation, which is simply unacceptable. That if you truly desire a cessation of hostilities, do not propose terms that are beyond my clan's capacity to accept. If you cannot accept, then return to your ranks and prepare for war. The SHNI and the Ryuzoji have always been at odds. We shall meet on the battlefield." Masamori's fury towards the Ryuzoji was palpable, revealing his deep-seated animosity. Takanabu, however, paid him no heed and simply awaited my decision. "Enough, Masamori," I interjected, turning to Takanabu and asking, "Yet if my clan were to march forth and gain nothing, it would be inappropriate. Would it not, Takanabu?" At that moment, a retainer standing behind Takanabu could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Is it not enough that the SHNI have gained all of Higashifukusen?" Seeing Takanabu remain silent while allowing his retainer to speak, I turned to him with keen interest as he continued, "Now that the SHNI army has advanced to Yakawaka's gates, your proposed terms seem to aim at destroying the Ryuzoji's reputation." Before he could finish, I hurled my prayer beads at him, shouting, "Silence, you insolent child." Once he was stunned into silence, I turned back to Takanabu and said, "When lords convene, is it customary for attendants to interject? Is this the manner of the Ryuzoji clan?" Takanabu responded softly, "There is no need for you to be angry, Lord Masakan. If he has angered you, let him take his own life." The moment he uttered these words, the retainer who had spoken fell to his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground, unable to utter a single word. "Hurry! Do not tarnish Lord Masakan's ranks," Takanabu commanded with an intensified tone. The retainer, understanding the gravity of the situation, reluctantly exited my encampment to commit seppuku. Shortly thereafter, one of my horsemen lifted the curtain of my tent and nodded in acknowledgement. It was evident that the retainer had indeed taken his own life. Takanabu then remarked, "I, Takanabu, have not managed my retainers well, and I apologize for the amusement it has caused you. I see I have now experienced the full extent of your notorious cruelty," I thought to myself. He continued, though he spoke out of turn, he did raise a valid point. Has Lord Masakan not gained enough with the entirety of Higashifukusen under his command? I remained silent, merely shaking my head. "What does Takanabu believe would be a reasonable offer from the Ryuzoji?" he inquired. "If you find my demands excessive, what would you propose in exchange for my withdrawal?" I returned the question to him. "Let us cease hostilities," Takanabu declared without hesitation. "Then please return to your castle, and we shall meet on the battlefield to determine the truth." I issued my dismissal. Thus, the negotiations concluded on an unsatisfactory note. Afterward, I began to ponder how best to besiege the city, the flat city like Yakawaka, as opposed to a mountain castle or a hilltop fortress, offers no natural defenses to exploit, yet its advantages are glaringly evident. The surrounding landscape provides a clear view, making it easy to discern the intentions of the attacking force. Furthermore, the moat and water-filled ditches that have been excavated around the city render tunneling tactics impractical. While it is said that flat cities are easier to conquer, the numerous moats create an almost marsh-like terrain, with only a few narrow paths leading to the city itself. Given the geographical situation in Higashifukuzen, with its myriad streams and rivers, the strategy of cutting off water supplies is hardly feasible. A prolonged siege might be possible, but Takanabu's forces were originally bound for Chidori Castle, and their supplies may be limited. However, the defenders within Yakawaka are well stocked with provisions, and while lack of confidence stems from uncertainty about the quantity of food available inside the city, with a total of 6,000 or 7,000 men in my encampment, the prospect of feeding them is daunting. This season, spring planting is just around the corner. The moment when provisions are scarce and the harvest is yet to come. Even if I have stored supplies, I cannot withstand the multitude of mouths to feed. The narrow paths winding between the moat of Yokobushi Castle make it imperative to breach the gates through these routes or resort to the most rudimentary method of filling the moat. A direct assault would incur casualties I cannot bear. Thus, my only options are a water attack or a fire attack. The requirements for a water assault are overly stringent, necessitating the castle to be situated in a low-lying area. While Yokobushi Castle rests on a small hill, the only viable option is fire. However, the presence of the moat and water ditch complicates this. Our archers cannot approach the castle walls. Currently, I've been coercing the townsfolk beneath the castle to fill the moat. Initially merely a FAAD to pressure Ryuzoji Takanabu into negotiations that I have been striving to avoid a siege, but it appears there is no alternative but to attempt a few direct assaults to bolster our bargaining position. On the 19th of February in the 5th year of Iroku, outside Yokobushi Castle, a thick morning fog envelopes the air, charged with the tension of impending battle. After deliberation, I have devised a preliminary plan for the siege. With the moat filled on all sides, a path leading directly to the castle gates has been established, and the siege hammer is prepared. We have besieged the castle for 3 days, and further delay is untenable. The troops below are fervently eager for combat. The primary assault will be launched from my position in the west, with the remaining forces poised to commence a general attack at the sound of our taiko drums. The overarching strategy involves the Feihan troops, armed with artillery, establishing a shield, advancing methodically. They will cover the archers as they move forward to unleash a barrage of fire arrows, sowing chaos within the castle. While the militia under my command initiates a direct assault, the samurai forces equipped with shields will trail behind the artillery and the militia, awaiting their moment to strike. The 2 Feihan units will remain on standby outside the moat. The reason for deploying the militia first is that assaults on fortifications often result in heavy losses for the attacking side. Ultimately, I am reluctant to squander my elite Feihan troops in a siege. Lacking any experience in commanding a siege, I must select someone with more expertise among my retainers. I consider Imezumi Chuka, a veteran of the Shogunate clan, who possesses some experience. Yet he is presently the general of the Feihan and of rather mediocre capability. Shoyuni Motomori is younger than I and lacks experience. Chikushi Aiman is merely a swordsman. While his martial prowess may be the finest in the army, his tactical acumen pales in comparison to Shoyuni Motomori. Most of my other retainers are newly promoted. Upon reflection, only Kamishiro Katsuki seems most suitable. With war imminent, all generals are assembled, awaiting orders that I address them. Our clan has besieged the forces of Ryuzoji Takanabu within Yokobushi Castle. Poised to extinguish the traitor, victory is within our grasp. Ryuzoji Takanabu no longer possesses the courage for open battle against us. I hereby declare that this siege will be commanded by Lord Kamishiro Katsuki. Commence the assault at once. What? Kamishiro Katsuki exclaims in astonishment, utterly unprepared for my declaration that he would lead this siege. It is no wonder he is taken aback. In this era, it is customary for most daimyo to lead their own forces into battle, and my decision to allow Kamishiro to command this siege defies convention. However, I consider my previous 2 engagements, which concluded in resounding victories, have garnered me considerable prestige among my peers, yet who could have anticipated that I, a mere amateur with a passing interest in military affairs, would be fit to command a field battle. My Feihan troops are indeed trained for field warfare, but to lead a siege battle with my limited skills would only result in the loss of my hard-won soldiers. Moreover, I believe this siege is destined for failure, which would tarnish my reputation that I can manage a few thousand troops in open combat, but orchestrating a siege of that magnitude is beyond me. I cannot possibly outmaneuver Kamishiro Katsuki. I recall that he has participated in several siege operations, likely possessing some level of skill, and there are no other available candidates nearby. He is the highest-rated individual in my current retinue, and his statistics in the game are impressive. Thus, Kamishiro Katsuki is the most fitting choice. Whether he succeeds or fails, the responsibility falls solely upon him that I can observe from a safe distance, adopting a learning stance. I, Kamishiro Katsuki, shall not betray the expectations of my lord. I will capture Yokobushi Castle. He appears genuinely moved and vows to succeed. Go forth. Show me how you will conquer this formidable stronghold. I think to myself. Though I voice, Lord Kamishiro, do not underestimate Takanabu. He is a renowned general of our time. Go forth and let Ryuzoji Takanabu witness the valor of the Shogunate warriors. Kamishiro Katsuki nods solemnly. Yes, my lord. He then steps out of the formation to organize the siege efforts. After he arranges everything at the front, with a resolute expression, he raises his sword and bellows, "Advance!" A resounding cheer echoes from the surrounding forces. Oh, are you a fool? Can we not approach quietly? Must we announce our arrival with a cacophony? I silently berate him, realizing that allowing Kamishiro Katsuki to command this siege may not have been the wisest decision. However, it is too late for regrets. He is already in command. With a resounding thud of the taiko drum, accompanied by the shouts and footsteps of the Ishigaru advancing, the assault begins. Due to the fog, I can see little of the battlefield, only watching as ranks of soldiers vanish into the mist, as if swallowed by a deep chasm. Anxiety grips me, my heart racing. Eventually, the sharp sounds of rifle fire signal the onset of combat. Followed by the thunderous cries of battle, as our siege commences, the air around Yokobushi Castle fills with the din of war cries and gunfire. After approximately an hour, the fog gradually dissipates, finally allowing me to observe the battle for the castle. I see rows of shields erected before the main gate, with artillerymen crouched behind, their barrels aimed at the gates and walls. Whenever a defender shows themselves, the artillery fires in unison, claiming 1 or 2 lives with each volley. Meanwhile, the archers behind ignite fire arrows and unleash a relentless barrage into the castle. The air is thick with smoke from the flames. The defenders retaliate fiercely, raining arrows and gunfire upon us. Yet the majority of their shots are repelled by our artillery's counterfired main assault force. The militia is divided into 3 groups. One group drags a makeshift battering ram, striking the gate with fervor. Another group attempts to scale the walls, only to be met with pikes thrusting down from the battlements. The third group stands ready, presumably as a reserve. Overall, Kamishiro Katsuki's command is sound, yet the defenders exhibit unwavering resolve. The open ground before the main gate is quite limited, accommodating only a few dozen attackers at a time. Regardless of our numbers, only a handful can directly engage as my troops pound against the gate. The defenders sense the urgency and unleash a torrent of gunfire and arrows. Our artillerymen respond with volleys against any exposed enemy. The Ishigaru, wielding simple siege hammers, chant as they strike the gate, their morale soaring as they hear the sounds of battle. Whenever one of their own falls, another swiftly takes their place. Yet a sudden turn of events unfolds. From the gate, a line of arms hurls black canisters outward, shattering upon impact. Then, as the archers withstand the artillery fire, they ignite the fallen canisters, and in an instant, a great fire erupts at the gate, consuming the Ishigaru who are battering at point one by one. They discarded all their implements, howling as they rolled on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames consuming them. Witnessing this scene, I could not help but swallow hard, glancing around at the pale faces of my loyal retainers nearby. Shindai Masakatsu waited for the fire to gradually subside before swiftly organizing dozens of men to continue their assault on the city gate. However, once again, several bottles were thrown from within the castle, shattering and reigniting the flames that had not yet been fully extinguished. As it stood, our progress was far from smooth. The Ryuzoji clan had inflicted significant casualties upon my forces at the city gate. Yet we remained unable to break through. Reports from the other three directions indicated similar stagnation. After much contemplation, I devised a plan that I addressed Tsukushi-aimen, stating, "This cannot continue. The Ryuzoji burns us while we burn as well. Relay the order to gather tung oil, informing Shindai Masakatsu to halt the assault and pour the oil onto the gate. Set the oatman ablaze." Tsukushi-aimen shook his head, replying, "My lord, if we set the oatman ablaze, the Ryuzoji forces inside can extinguish it with water. This plan is unfeasible. Send the order regardless. It is not merely to incinerate the oatman, but to make it easier to breach after it has burned." I insisted, my irritation rising. "Also, instruct Kakubo Kayatomo to suppress the defenders within the city with his artillery. Ensure that their forces do not reveal themselves." I exclaimed loudly. "Yes, my lord." Tsukushi-aimen promptly accepted the command. Sensing my imminent outburst at AS, he took a few steps away. I called him back, "Return." When he stopped, puzzled and looking my way, I calmed my agitation and said, "The one directing the siege is Lord Shindai. Our house cannot overstep its bounds. Simply inform him of my plan and allow him to make his own judgment." Tsukushi-aimen acknowledged my words and departed swiftly. The siege was progressing exceptionally poorly. I could ascertain the situation on my side, but the specifics from the other three directions remained unclear. Indeed, Shindai Masakatsu followed my strategy, organizing a group of men, each clutching an oil bottle, who quickly charged towards the oatman. Smashing the bottles against the wooden gate, in that instant, the oil splashed onto the door as the bottle shattered. Wave after wave followed, until the entire gate was thoroughly soaked in oil. He even improved the plan by having men toss additional oil bottles beneath the gate, stacking around several dozen, evidently aiming for the ignition of the oil bottles to trigger an explosion once the gate caught fire. The defenders within the castle became aware of our intentions, unleashing a frenzied barrage of artillery and arrows. However, their counterattack yielded little effect, as most were suppressed. The archers ignited fire arrows and aimed them at the oatman. As the arrows struck the wooden door, the tung oil ignited, and in an instant, a great fire erupted. The flames surged skyward, consuming the oatman in a ravenous inferno, while thick black smoke billowed into the heavens. Soldiers stationed atop the gate were forced to leap down from the ramparts, landing on the ground and wailing in agony. The oil bottles scattered on the ground ignited one by one, exploding in a chaotic display akin to celestial blossoms, sending flaming fragments flying in all directions, even striking soldiers awaiting the assault. Even the artillery squad, positioned over 20 meters from the oatman, was forced to retreat, scorched by the intense heat. Such was the ferocity of the flames that any attempt to extinguish them seemed utterly futile. The searing heat was unbearable. Before long, noticing the flames had diminished somewhat, I surmised that Shindai Masakatsu was likely preparing for another assault. I summoned a messenger to relay the order to him. "Those who are first to ascend shall be rewarded with 50 mon and promoted to samurai, while the first samurai shall receive 50 mon and 300 koku, as expected." Even before the flames had fully subsided, Shindai Masakatsu initiated a new wave of attack. The archers drew their bows and began hurling arrows into the castle. The defenders quickly retaliated. With the previously makeshift battering ram now rendered unusable by fire, we resorted to felling a large tree, which a group of men carried towards the still-burning oatman. Finally, after several rounds of battering, the nearly charred wooden gate collapsed inward with a resounding crash. The soldiers who had been ramming the gate discarded their tree stump and charged into the castle with wild cries. The oatman had finally been breached. From my distant vantage point, I could not discern the details of the battle within the castle, only witnessing waves of troops streaming inside. First came the direct farmers, followed by the Hatamoto, the artillery, and then Shindai Masakatsu's cavalry. I had initially intended to have Hizenbi join the fray, but seeing the forces congested at the oatman, I realized his involvement would not improve our situation. And I abandoned that thought. The clamor of battle echoed thunderously, the artillery firing with an incessant bang, bang. The fighting continued into the night, yet the inner citadel remained unbreached. Yes, I was munching on a rice ball. Savoring each bite, I was approached by Shuri Motomori, serving as the messenger for the Kodoro squad, bearing unwelcome news. Brother, the recent battle at Chiyoda and today's skirmishes have led to a staggering depletion of our artillery. Gunpowder and arrows, he said cautiously. This was an oversight I had not accounted for, as I had entrusted all procurement matters to him. During wartime, he also acted as the Kodoro squad's steward, managing supplies. How much do we have left? I asked, furrowing my brow. After a moment's consideration, he replied, at our current pace, if we continue to assault today, as we have been, we can sustain the artillery for no more than one more day. I lowered the rice ball I had been about to eat and turned to face him, but he hastily bowed, saying, Motomori has failed in his duties. Please punish me, brother. He dropped to his knees, not daring to raise his head. I held no intention of blaming him. The consumption of artillery supplies had indeed been alarmingly high. The recent battle at Chiyoda could be said to have entirely relied on our artillery to vanquish the Ryuzoji forces. Now, during the siege, our artillery had been firing continuously, depleting our resources at an unimaginable rate. We could not produce the ammunition ourselves, and were left with no choice but to procure it. In such circumstances, the reserves of each clan were unlikely to be substantial. Across all of Kyushu, apart from the Otomo clan, which could afford such a significant expenditure on artillery, only the Shizu clan and I, Shuri Motomori, as a time traveler, were willing to invest so heavily in firearms that I spoke to him gently. You may rise. The responsibility does not lie with you. I, too, did not foresee the rapid depletion of our artillery supplies. In the future, we must ensure to procure more when we acquire supplies. Should such a situation arise again, do not blame me for being uncompromising. He nodded in understanding, and I inquired further, what is the casualty report from the siege forces? Tsukushi Iman, acting as the temporary commander, promptly responded, My lord, the casualties among our house's direct forces exceed 270. The artillery squad has suffered over 30 losses, and the Hatamoto have lost around 20. The other troops have also sustained significant casualties. Particularly Lord Yokoyama's forces, which have lost at least 300. My lord, we cannot continue like this. Such a toll. I exclaimed, my precious artillery squad had not suffered such losses in the battle. Yet the siege had claimed a seventh of my forces in one fell swoop. My hand, resting on my knee, clenched tightly before I took a deep breath and slowly released it, that I asked, Does Lord Tsukushi also believe we should seek negotiation? Indeed, my lord, if our artillery and ammunition were sufficient, we could press on and annihilate the Ryuzoji clan within the castle. However, with our supplies lacking and casualties mounting, and the citadel remaining unbreached, our morale has faltered. It would be prudent to negotiate. Tsukushi Iman replied, glancing at Shuri Motomori, who was glaring at him, as his voice trailed off. Upon hearing this, Shuri Motomori shouted, Our forces have already breached the castle. The annihilation of the Ryuzoji clan is within our grasp. Brother, we cannot retreat. Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. Why must your tear ducts be so prolific? You weep the slightest provocation, and I had hoped you would stand strong on your own in the future. Who would heed you if you continue like this? I thought, feeling my irritation rise. The current situation was indeed favorable to our house. Retreating now would be a shame. Yet let us not forget that a cornered beast will fight fiercely. The Ryuzoji forces within the castle still numbered over 1,000, that our losses had been substantial. A renewed assault would only add to our casualties, making negotiation a viable option. That I gazed at Shuri Motomori, slowly reaching a conclusion. Upon seeing my resolve to negotiate, Shuri Motomori appeared disgruntled, but I disregarded his discontent and issued my orders. The entire army shall rest tonight. We shall continue the siege tomorrow, creating the illusion of an ongoing assault to compel the Ryuzoji clan to send envoys for negotiations. Even if we must negotiate, let it not be initiated by us as the advantageous party. Let the defenders propose peace, then I may demand a high price. After a night of rest, the morning brought the familiar sound of artillery fire from within the castle. Hearing the cannon fire made my heart ache. Each bang, bang echoed the sound of money being spent. In my heart, I fervently called out to Chuan Jubo Kayatomo, imploring you, as the commander of the artillery, to exercise restraint in your assaults. I seek to negotiate peace with your lord. Please leave me some room to maneuver. 18 midday. Shin Katsutoshi once again leveraged the military might within the city to launch a large-scale offensive, deploying nearly all his forces in a concerted assault on the castle. The magnitude of the operation startled even me, leading me to believe that he truly intended to seize on a recent occasion. I observed soldiers scaling the walls and breaching the inner sanctum, even severing two of the banners of the Ryuzoji clan that fluttered atop the battlements. Yet, ultimately, they were suppressed by the defending garrison. It seems the beleaguered forces of the Ryuzoji clan are not to be underestimated. Having resolved to pursue negotiations, I dispatched emissaries to instruct Shin Katsutoshi to cease further attacks and regroup his troops. Shin Katsutoshi personally approached my encampment to apologize that my lord, I, Shin Katsutoshi, have acted under your command to assault H. Yet I have faced repeated setbacks. The valiant warriors of the SHNI family have suffered in vain, and I am filled with immense shame. I beseech you to permit me to commit seppuku in atonement. Upon entering the encampment, he knelt and spoke earnestly. Alas, my lord, there is no need for such drastic measures, Lord Shin. The Ryuzoji clan still possesses considerable strength. Moreover, as the defeated, our clan has triumphed over the Ryuzoji forces in 2 previous engagements, perhaps underestimating their resolve in defending the castle. Thus, I ordered our army to launch a forceful assault on H. If any blame is to be assigned for the losses sustained by my SHNI warriors, it is I, Shoni Masayuki, who must bear the greatest burden. With that, I shifted into a mode of theatrical lamentation, shedding tears of remorse. My lord, the losses to our main forces are not catastrophic. If we were to disregard these losses and press on, we could surely eradicate the Ryuzoji clan entirely. Shoni Motomori proclaimed. I wept softly, then gradually composed myself, responding, very well, in this siege, our SHNI warriors have suffered significant losses. As the head of the family, I am overwhelmed with guilt. I long to exchange my life for that of my brave warriors. However, the Ryuzoji clan must be vanquished to fulfill the unfinished ambitions of my predecessors. My heart rebels against this fate. Yet, with the spring planting approaching, and our warriors yearning to return home, it is best to call an end to this conflict. I shall shoulder all blame myself. Upon hearing my declaration, my vassals urged me to reconsider, each insisting on sharing the responsibility. They unanimously agreed that negotiations could be pursued, albeit with the intent to weaken the Ryuzoji clan as much as possible. At this juncture, Ryuzoji Takakatsu could no longer sustain the pressure and sent envoys to negotiate. The envoy was a young man, seemingly just over 20 years of age, exuding confidence and an air of refinement, which made him quite approachable in my eyes. Esteemed Lord SHNI, I am Kozeman Nobunaga, here at the behest of my Lord Takakatsu, to seek harmony between our clans. What? Ko Nobunaga? Is he not the same as Ko Naomori? I exclaimed, suddenly rising in excitement, only to quickly regain my composure, feigning nonchalance as I paced. This H is within the grasp of my SHNI clan. Why would we seek peace with the Ryuzoji clan? Ko Nobunaga chuckled heartily. Why deceive ourselves, Lord SHNI? After 2 days of assaults, the losses among your warriors have been considerable, and you are at your wits' end. Although the Ryuzoji clan is besieged, we possess formidable fortifications. How many valiant lives are you prepared to sacrifice to breach our defenses? Indeed, he proved to be a formidable adversary. I regarded this initial Lord of Saga with keen interest. Historically, Ko Naomori was a figure of remarkable capability, so much so that Ryuzoji Takakatsu sought to cultivate an alliance with him and his father, Kokai Ohira, even going so far as to marry his mother at the age of 48 to solidify their bond. From that point onward, Nobunaga and Takakatsu referred to each other as sworn brothers, and Nobunaga remained fiercely loyal to Takakatsu. However, his reputation was marred due to his eventual usurpation of the Ryuzoji estate. A move that, while undoubtedly influenced by Toyotomi Hideyoshi and the Tokugawa shogunate, still raises questions about his motives. His exploits, from the resounding victory at the Battle of Koyama to the treacherous assassination of Komachi Ch-Rin, and even the disgraceful abandonment of Takakatsu's body at Okita, showcased his cunning and audacity. It is said that even Toyotomi Hideyoshi praised him upon their meeting and during the Bunroku and Keech campaigns. Kato Kiyomasa also lauded his capabilities that, in retrospect, his usurpation of the Ryuzoji estate was almost an inevitability, a fact that Toyotomi Hideyoshi tacitly acknowledged. Prior to Takakatsu's demise, he had engaged in correspondence with Hideyoshi, later receiving a fief and being appointed as the governor of Nagasaki, where he exhibited due diligence. However, following the conclusion of the Kyushu campaign, Hideyoshi granted Ko Naomori a fief, a strategic maneuver typical of Hideyoshi's modus operandi. Yet at this time, he was still ostensibly under the Ryuzoji banner. After the Battle of Sekigahara, as Ko Nobunaga garnered increasing support from the retainers of the Ryuzoji clan, it became evident that their power was waning. Since my arrival in this world, he remains one of the few renowned generals etched in my memory. Just wait. I shall one day claim you as my own, I thought to myself, determined to spare no effort in this pursuit. Looking into his eyes, I continued, the Ryuzoji clan seeks to overthrow my Shni lineage. Presently, my forces encircle the castle. With a united effort, we can extinguish the Ryuzoji clan. I, Masayuki, am prepared to bear any cost. Then, Lord Shni, by all means, let us test the waters and see what price will be required to take H. Furthermore, although our leader remains here, should you succeed in capturing the castle, the Ryuzoji clan still has Saka under the stewardship of Nobas and Takakatsu. As he sensed the negotiations faltering, he softened his tone, adding, moreover, with the spring planting imminent, I trust that you do not wish to delay the harvest in your territory. Ah, quite the spirited young man. If you are resolute, I too shall not falter, I replied. If the Ryuzoji clan is indeed of such a mind, then splendid. Nobunaga, please return, and let us see whether the warriors of the Ryuzoji or the Shni shall prevail. As for the harvest in my territory, you need not concern yourself, for our clan's spring planting has been delayed due to the conflict. Surely, the Ryuzoji clan has faced similar challenges. Worst case, I shall borrow grain from the Tomo clan. I am keen to see where the Ryuzoji clan will turn for assistance. With a sigh, Ko Nobunaga stated, the Ryuzoji clan sincerely desires to negotiate peace with the Shni clan. Should this conflict continue, it will yield no benefit to either side. I implore you to consider this. You think you can outmaneuver me? I smirked. The terms of negotiation were discussed with Takakatsu just a few days ago. Yet he did not acquiesce. I smiled, looking at him with a twinkle in my eye. To be frank, the conditions proposed by you, Lord Shni, are ones that the Ryuzoji clan will undoubtedly reject. If you are sincere in seeking peace, I urge you to present genuine terms, Ko Nobunaga replied, resigned. What conditions would the Ryuzoji clan wish me to accept? I countered that my army has been deployed for many days, and my soldiers have suffered losses. Shall we simply let this go unaddressed? The Ryuzoji clan will relinquish H. Ko Nobunaga began, speaking slowly that I shook my head, refusing to respond. You jest. H is a necessity for me, but I demand more than that. Seeing my refusal, he furrowed his brow, sweetening the deal. In addition, we shall provide 5,000 koku of military provisions. That I shook my head once more, in exasperation, he asked, does Lord Shni truly seek the complete annihilation of the Ryuzoji clan? Finally, I spoke, you shall cede H, along with all lands east of the Ishikawa River. 5,000 koku of provisions, all remaining artillery, gunpowder, and ammunition within the castle, including that in the hands of the soldiers. Additionally, I demand 1,000 kin in gold. The mother of Ryuzoji Takakatsu, K-Tanin, shall be delivered to my Shni clan as a pledge. The negotiation period shall extend until the end of the year, as previously agreed. Upon hearing my demands, Ko Nobunaga replied, Lord Shni, your conditions are excessively harsh. Might we consider this instead? The Ryuzoji clan will submit, relinquishing H and its surrounding lands, along with 5,000 koku of provisions and all necessary supplies from within the castle. I laughed heartily, My clan does not require the Ryuzoji clan submission. The submission of the Ryuzoji clan is something I, Masayuki, cannot trust. If negotiations are to proceed, the Ryuzoji clan must demonstrate sincerity, and I demand 1,000 cannon gold, 5,000 koku of provisions, H and its surrounding lands. All remaining supplies of provisions, artillery, gunpowder, and arrows, including those held by the soldiers. However, no destruction or hoarding is permitted. K-Tannen must come to my house as a pledge. Otherwise, I, Masayuki, shall be prepared to delay the spring planting and annihilate Ryuzoji Takakatsu here and now. I laid down my final terms. With a sigh, Nobunaga said, I can agree to the other terms, but the Ryuzoji clan cannot procure 1,000 can. Moreover, my lord's legitimate son is already in your possession. Why demand his mother as well? K-Tannen has remarried Nobunaga's father, Kaiohira, which is why he refers to her as his mother. I disregarded his words and shifted the conversation, asking, if my clan were to eradicate the Ryuzoji clan in the future, would you be willing to serve under my SH&I family? Caught off guard by my question, he hesitated for a moment before replying. I, Nobunaga, hold great respect for your martial prowess. Lord SH&I, as a vassal of the Ryuzoji clan, it is my duty to remain loyal to my lord. It suffices to say that your statement implies you are currently a retainer of the Longsji clan. Should I vanquish the Longsji in the future, you would then have the opportunity to serve as my vassal. Thus, I have resolved to extend a measure of courtesy to you. Let it be known that I hold a degree of trust in you and the Shinjin family over the Longsji clan. Given that the Longsji do not possess substantial wealth, I shall grant you a favor by reducing the demands, a mere 5,000 can in gold and 3,000 koku of military provisions, while the remaining conditions shall remain unchanged. How does that sound? I am grateful for your highness's recognition. Thus, the agreement between the Longsji and the SH&I family is hereby established. He expressed profound gratitude. By relinquishing a portion, I believe it is advantageous to cultivate a good rapport with this Kon Naomori, especially since I harbor intentions of accepting him as a retainer. One day later, the Grand Army cleared the way for the Longsji forces to exit the city. As they departed, the Longsji troops meticulously placed their iron cannons and assorted equipment at the city gates, while my forces entered to take control of the stronghold, standing atop the Tench Maru's arrow tower. I gazed upon the despondent Longsji forces retreating, my heart swelling with pride. At last, the wings of the Longsji clan have been clipped. The next step is to annihilate them entirely. I then turned to my soldiers and bellowed, "Victory! Hooray!" They thundered in response, their cheers echoing like a mighty wave. A celebratory feast was held within the confines of Yakabuki Castle, where I rewarded the valiant soldiers for their heroic deeds. Subsequently, I announced that from the war indemnity provided by the Longsji, I would retain a mere 500 can for rewarding my own troops, while the remaining 4,500 can would be distributed among the various clans based on their contributions, casualties, and merits. Naturally, I intended to keep the military provisions for myself at AS for the land rewards. What a jest! After all the effort I expended to acquire it, you expect me to relinquish it. How absurd! It is quite enough that there is gold to be had. Seeing your happiness at receiving money, none have dared to mention the matter of land, since the military authority has not brought it up. I shall consider it settled, as I had no intention of offering it anyway. After a 2-day wait, I ordered the minor clans to disband their forces and return home from Yakabuki Castle, leaving behind 500 troops to guard the castle, along with an appointed castle steward. The Grand Army then marched back triumphantly. Following 2 field battles and 1 siege, the Longsji clan's wings have been entirely severed, leaving only the Sakagaki Castle Longsji stronghold, along with the loyal Ko and Sikh Chiba clans. After the Battle of Yakabuki, it remains uncertain whether the Sikh Chiba and Ko clans will continue to stand united with the Longsji. After all, no one would gamble their family name and the lives of their kin on a vessel destined for ruin. This conflict, from a strategic perspective, has been a resounding triumph. That a few days later, the army arrived at SH&I Mountain Castle, whereupon the various lords were instructed to disband their forces on site. The troops from Heisen returned to camp for rest. At this juncture, me approached to report, "My lord, The two southern barbarian priests arriving from Hakata have been here for several days. They are currently being accommodated in Town, but they seem more interested in the construction of the southern barbarian temple. Visiting daily to inspect the progress. Two southern barbarian priests. That must be Father Gago and Father Torres. I hadn't anticipated their arrival would be so swift. Regardless, I was not inclined to meet them just yet. I had more pressing matters to attend to, namely, my wife. I casually replied, "Let them be. Inform them upon their return that I wish to see them." Once me had taken his leave, I hurried into the city. Upon learning of my victorious return, my devoted wife had already dressed in her finest and awaited me at the entrance of the Tench Maru. Perhaps it was the sweetness of our brief separation that rendered her even more enchanting. Her radiant smile illuminated her face. I had instructed her not to shave her eyebrows and instead adopt a natural look. Her brows had grown back, enhancing her beauty with her youthful appearance. She resembled a charming young girl from the neighborhood. Behind her stood a group of maids she had brought from her family. The Tomo clan. Why humble congratulations, Your Highness, on your triumphant return. She and her maids bowed in unison. I did not allow her to finish speaking, swiftly stepping forward to gently tease her by brushing my fingers against her nose, interrupting her words. While it is acceptable for others to offer congratulations, is it truly fitting for you, my wife, to do so in such a manner? Feeling the intimacy of the moment, she flushed with embarrassment, her cheeks turning a rosy hue. The maids stifled their laughter, each covering their mouths in amusement. I feigned a stern expression, pretending to be upset. Who is watching? Everyone turned their heads, but the smiles on their faces betrayed their amusement. In a sudden burst of affection, I scooped her up in a princess carry. The warmth of her delicate form in my arms stirred my emotions, and I strode purposefully towards the bedroom. Your Highness, it is still daytime. Let us wait until nightfall. She protested, struggling in my embrace. As she spoke, her voice grew softer until she shyly buried her head against my chest, her tone tinged with tears. Noticing the anxious glances of the maids, I became aware of the impropriety of my actions. Such behavior was indeed scandalous in this era. Laughing heartily to dispel the awkwardness, I gently set her down and said, I merely wish to tease you. Your husband knows how to conduct himself appropriately. I then affectionately ruffled her hair. She lightly punched my chest a few times, playfully admonishing, Your Highness, please do not act in such a manner. You nearly scared me to death. How can one engage in such frivolity in broad daylight? Her face was flushed as she stood there, flustered. All right, I was just having some fun. Now, please arrange for me to wash up and change. I still have matters to attend to, I instructed her. She sweetly agreed and began to busy herself. By evening, I received word that the two southern barbarian priests were awaiting my summons at the castle gates. Good evening, esteemed lord. Servants of God extend their sincere greetings to you. The two priests, clad in their distinctive black clerical robes, bowed before me. I graciously accept your greetings. This is your first visit to my domain. How are you finding it? I scrutinized the two priests closely. Father Gago may not be particularly renowned in history, but Father Torres, seated beside him, is well known as a missionary who left an indelible mark on history. He had once accompanied the illustrious St. Francis Xavier, who was canonized. Indeed, Father Torres was among the earliest missionaries to arrive in Japan. When Father Xavier departed Kyushu, Torres chose to remain in Hirado to continue his work, achieving notable success, as evidenced by the presence of a few thousand Christians in the vicinity of Hirado. However, Matsura Takanobu's ultimate goal in permitting them to preach within his domain was merely to capitalize on the substantial profits from the Portuguese merchants who accompanied the missionaries. Should conflicts arise with traditional Buddhism, expulsion would be inevitable. Their presence here serves as a testament to that reality. Thank you for your concern, esteemed Lord, Father Torres responded. I have been spreading the Lord's gospel in your land for 10 years and have found it quite suitable. Indeed, I nodded, then inquired further. I have heard that Father Torres has been preaching within the Matsura clan's territory for some time. I have long wished to meet you, yet I did not expect our encounter to unfold in this manner. I regret the conflicts that arose within the Matsura domain last year, but I did not anticipate that these events would lead to your expulsion. Could you elaborate on the circumstances? To my surprise, upon hearing my question, Father Gago, seated beside Torres, erupted with fervor. "Oh, that wretched lord of Hirado! His judgment in this matter is utterly unjust, a veritable blasphemy against the Lord. Father Gago, mind your language. You are a messenger of the gospel. How can you speak so?" Father Torres admonished him. He then turned to me, offering an apology. "I deeply regret this. Esteemed Lord, I apologize for Father Gago's words and actions." I chuckled softly, waving my hand dismissively. "No matter. Could you please share the specifics of what transpired?" After a moment of recollection, Father Torres organized his thoughts and explained. "Esteemed Lord, the situation unfolded as follows. A merchant vessel from Goa docked at Hirado port, and some sailors disembarked to relax. Due to potential language barriers or other reasons, a conflict arose with the locals. Consequently, one sailor was brutally killed. The captain of the vessel, unwilling to let the matter rest, led 13 sailors ashore to confront the locals. Unfortunately, the locals mistook their intentions as aggressive, leading to an escalation that resulted in the tragic deaths of the captain and his sailors," asked the local lord. Lord Matsura Takakatsu displayed a blatant bias towards his compatriots during the trial. He ultimately declared all local participants in the incident not guilty. This was a trial devoid of fairness. It was a flagrant affront to the servants of God. As the archbishop, I could not remain passive in such a situation. Thus, I lodged a protest against Lord Matsura, hoping for a fair re-examination of the case, ensuring that all the perpetrators would face justice. To my astonishment, however, the local lord, Matsura, brusquely announced the expulsion of all missionaries from his territory, forbidding any further preaching within his domain. This was a shameless betrayal of our mutual commitments. Little did he realize the wealth he had amassed from our nation's caravans over the years. As the conversation progressed, Father Torres could no longer contain his emotions, revealing a certain agitation. It seemed that he was indeed deeply incensed by Lord Matsura's actions. I recalled that this incident closely mirrored the accounts Father Torres had previously shared. It directly contributed to the decline of Hirado port and the rise of Nagasaki port. In an attempt to soothe his feelings, I remarked, "I'm not fully aware of the specifics, so I cannot hastily draw conclusions. Nonetheless, Lord Matsura's actions are indeed excessive. I assure you that such events will never transpire within my territory. However, Father Torres must agree to a few conditions." Surprised, Father Torres asked warily, "What conditions does the Lord wish to propose?" Amused by his reaction, I replied, "Father Torres, do not misunderstand. My requests are quite simple. First, you may preach, but you cannot coerce the inhabitants of my domain. It is entirely up to them whether they wish to embrace your faith." He responded affirmatively, stating, "There is no issue with that. We have always refrained from coercion. To force belief in God is a sacrilege." He even made the sign of the cross over his heart. How absurd! If it were akin to the indigenous peoples, would you preach in such a manner? I felt a surge of disdain for them. I nodded and continued. Secondly, you must not incite your flock to provoke conflicts with other faiths. Without hesitation, Father Torres affirmed, "Of course, we only seek to spread the gospel of the Lord and have no intention of undermining your rule. But what if other infidels attack the Lord's congregation? Rest assured, I will establish a religious tribunal. Should any conflict arise, I guarantee a fair judgment. Furthermore, I do not wish to hear the term infidels in the future. I am aware that it is a derogatory label for those of differing beliefs. That I hope Father Torres will be mindful of this moving forward." I offered him my assurance, while also issuing a warning. "I deeply apologize, esteemed Lord. We will certainly be more cautious in the future," Father Torres replied. "Thirdly, I grant you permission to preach within my territory. In return, I wish to engage in trade with your merchant society. I hope to acquire reasonably priced matchlock guns, gunpowder, saltpeter, lee balls, and various Western goods. This was my primary request. There is no problem with that. I can assure you that you'll have access to our most advanced matchlock firearms and weaponry, provided you fulfill your commitments," he said, looking at me with hopeful eyes. That I paused for a moment, then realized he was referring to a cathedral of bishopric rank. I laughed heartily and reassured him. "Father Torres, please rest assured, I, Shoni Masayuki, am a person who values promises. That I once again assure you, and I vow upon my faith, that should I vanquish my enemies, I will undoubtedly donate a cathedral of bishopric rank for your cause. Westerners place great emphasis on oaths, especially when sworn upon one's faith. Hence, upon hearing my words, Father Torres was filled with elation, and he immediately expressed his own vow, promising to provide the fairest prices in our future trade dealings. Just as I was about to discuss other topics, Father Torres suddenly inquired, "Esteemed Lord, might you be interested in learning about the God I serve?" Word of faith. Although I was aware of the fervor with which missionaries approach their cause, I did not expect him to turn his attention to me so quickly. This time, Catholicism was still a relatively novel and mysterious concept to me, referred to as Garishan. In contrast, Father Torres had been preaching in Japan for nearly a decade and had a substantial understanding of the country. He likely recognized that to expedite the spread of Catholicism in Japan, relying solely on grassroots efforts will be less than ideal. Did he wish to transform me into the first Catholic daimyo? I dared not entertain such an idea, knowing all too well that when Murasumitata became the first Catholic daimyo, the Buddhist populace and his own retainers harbored deep resentment, seeing that he had set his sights on me. I chuckled and said, "My family, the Shoni, has long adhered to Buddhism. You see my military banner. It bears the name of a Buddhist bodhisattva, a divine being. While I do not reject your Catholicism, I harbor some interest. However, that does not mean I shall embrace your faith." Noticing my stance, Father Torres opened his mouth as if to respond, but ultimately held his tongue. As a time traveler, I found it relatively comfortable to converse with this European. Particularly when we discussed maritime exploration, I mentioned the Aztec Empire, the Inca Empire, and the Maya civilization, leaving Father Torres utterly astonished at, "I cannot believe, esteemed Lord, that you are even aware of events in far-off America. But I am curious, how does one from your distant land come to know of such distant matters?" Father Torres suddenly asked. My heart sank. I had become so engrossed in our discussions that I had neglected to cover my tracks. What to do? What to do? My mind raced, and I suddenly thought of a plausible excuse. Well, I once encountered a few southern barbarians at Hakata Port and had a brief conversation with them. I learned about these matters from their lips. Furthermore, concerning America, it is not solely us. The neighboring Ming dynasty once reached those shores. The earth is round. After all, one can traverse eastward across the ocean to arrive in America. That I see. Father Torres exclaimed, "No wonder you, as a lord of the East, are aware of events in far-off America. I had no idea that your people had already discovered America. Indeed, I thought to myself, who cannot boast? I'm also privy to knowledge of Australia and New Zealand, which you are unaware of. By the way, I heard from those sailors at Hakata Port that there is something known as Earth P in that place called America. I wonder if Father Torres could procure some for me." I began to make my request. In this era, relying solely on rice cultivation makes it challenging to sustain a large population. Thus, to grow and prosper, one must secure a substantial food supply. Initially, I sought to have these missionaries acquire corn for me. However, recalling an article I had read in my previous life, which indicated that corn produced very few kernels in its early stages, I realized that the large ears of corn we see today are the result of extensive cultivation over many years. Hence, I had to settle for seeking alternative crops. Potatoes or sweet potatoes are not particularly demanding in terms of growing conditions and yield abundantly. I am astonished, esteemed Lord, that you are even aware of potatoes. Your knowledge is truly impressive, Father Torres remarked. I laughed heartily, humbly deflecting his praise, and Father Torres immediately expressed his willingness to assist me in seeking out some crops brought over from America through the Merchant Society. I then added, "There's one more matter I would like to ask of Father Torres. Esteemed Lord, what is your request?" "I will certainly do my utmost to fulfill it," Father Torres replied, becoming slightly apprehensive. I chuckled inwardly, for Father Torres seemed to think I sought something grand. I said, "I trust that Father Torres possesses a pocket watch, yes? Might you consider parting with one for me?" Taken aback by my request, Father Torres smiled slightly, reached into his pocket, and produced a silver, round object, which he handed to me. Yes, I accepted it. I felt its weight in my palm. The surface was remarkably smooth, and with a gentle press of my thumb, I opened the lid to reveal a circular dial adorned with 12 Roman numerals. Listening to the gears tick-tock, I noted that it was currently just past 6:40 p.m. I smiled slightly, closed the watch, and expressed my gratitude to Father Torres, saying, "Thank you very much for your generosity, Father. With this pocket watch, I will be able to tell time accurately that I am in accordance with Eastern customs, since you have given me something. I must also offer you a gift. Bring it forth." I resolved to reciprocate by presenting the items I had originally prepared. The platter contained the permit allowing them to preach within the territory. Along with a sum of 200 Rio, I sincerely apologize for my current financial constraints, which only permit me to provide such a modest amount for your activities. However, rest assured, I will not renege on my promise regarding the small chapel and the future Grand Cathedral. I feigned a tone of regret in my sermon. Jokingly, I mentioned that parting with 200 Rio pained me considerably. It was merely a token gesture. I am profoundly grateful for your support of our missionary endeavors. May God bless you. Unexpectedly, the outcome was quite favorable. Father Torres expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, he and Father Gago engaged in cheerful conversation with me for quite some time. That it was only late into the evening that Father Torres, accompanied by Father Gago, finally took their leave. Once they departed, I lamented that I should have asked them to procure a few telescopes for me. Although the telescopes of this era pale in comparison to those of later times, having them would be better than none at all. At least they would allow me to view distant objects, which would aid me in gaining a clearer understanding of the battlefield during combat. It seems I will have to delegate the procurement of telescopes to them next time. I sat there lost in thought. Suddenly, the hostage from the Ryuzoji family, Ryuzoji Chikushin, peeked in from outside. I smiled slightly. I hold this hostage from the Ryuzoji family in great affection. However, his status is somewhat awkward, being the child of Ryuzoji Takanabu. Apart from myself, few would extend any particular fondness towards him. As is typical with children, he favors those who treat him kindly, and thus he is often more affectionate toward me. I then deliberately adopted a stern expression and feigned a reprimanding tone, saying, "What are you doing lurking about? A true warrior should conduct themselves with dignity. What sort of decorum is this?" Upon hearing my words, Ryuzoji Chikushin slowly approached me with small, tentative steps. That I gazed at him and gently inquired, "At such a late hour, why are you not asleep? Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Ryuzoji Chikushin scratched his head and replied, "I heard others say you went to confront my father. Since you have returned, it stands to reason that you must have fought him, but I do not understand why you would want to fight him." Looking at him, I found it difficult to explain. "So I could only say, this is a matter for adults. It is beyond your understanding at present." To my surprise, he countered, "I am already an adult. Have you forgotten? I have undergone my coming-of-age ceremony. You can no longer regard me as a mere child." Unsure of how to respond, I simply provided him with a brief explanation, emphasizing, "It is because your father killed my father and brother." "But why did my father kill them?" he asked. "Because your Ryuzoji family serves as vassals to my family, yet your father sought to seize our possessions. We could not allow him to take what is ours. So he resorted to murder. I decided to impart some knowledge to him." "So, did you manage to reclaim what was taken?" he asked innocently. "Not yet. There is still much that remains in your family's possession that I have yet to retrieve," I replied while ruffling his hair. "Tell me, what else remains unclaimed? I shall assist you in retrieving it." I smiled gently and told him, "In the future, you will inherit the Ryuzoji family. If by that time I have not reclaimed what is mine, you may return it to me." He nodded in agreement, and I proceeded to share a few fairy tales with him. When he began to yawn, I instructed a maid to escort him back to bed. The following day, I summoned the leader of the ninjas, Hirasuke. Our main family will soon launch a full-scale assault on the Ryuzoji family. Preparations must be made. We can now infiltrate Saka Castle with our agents. I said to Hirasuke, who was kneeling before me. "Yes, my lord," he replied. "The efforts to persuade the Ryuzoji vassals can also be intensified. Inform them that this is their final opportunity. Our family has successfully cornered the Ryuzoji family within Saka Castle. Presently, the Ryuzoji family possesses little strength beyond the castle. The persuasion efforts should proceed much more smoothly now. By the way, how is the recruitment of craftsmen progressing?" I continued my inquiries. "My lord, we have already gathered over a dozen craftsmen from various regions. They are currently en route, and I have arranged for escorts," Hirasuke replied after a moment of thought. "Well done. The funding sufficient?" "Completely adequate." Hirosuke responded succinctly that a small portion of the ninja forces will begin infiltrating the territories of Omura. Arima, Hirai, and Matsura, I ask that your intent, my lord. Indeed, we must prepare for the future. After vanquishing the Ryuzoji, our next step will be the campaign against the West Heisen region. I then added, Hirosuke, the annihilation of the Ryuzoji family is imminent. Have you considered what surname you wish to adopt? Without hesitation, Hirosuke replied, I have not yet contemplated that matter, haha. I chuckled. Very well. We shall discuss it after the Ryuzoji are eradicated. It seems Hirosuke is quite aware of the appropriate course of action. His ninja contingent was merely a small force from Heisen, and I had already arranged for the main families of his subordinates to be settled on fertile lands within our territory, ensuring their loyalty remained exceptionally high. Hearing his words, I felt no concern. My power has solidified, and he has not betrayed me even during the most trying times. It is even less likely he would do so now. However, I sensed there was something amiss. What precisely the issue was, I could not articulate. I gazed into Hirosuke's eyes and asked, since you and your men joined our family, has there been any grievance from our side? Upon hearing my question, Hirosuke realized I had perceived something and quickly responded, My lord, your kindness towards Hirosuke and the others is immeasurable. I sat beside him and said, if that is the case, should you have any concerns, do not hesitate to voice them. Our family shall not hold it against you. After saying this, I fell silent. Hirosuke remained kneeling in stillness, not uttering a word, and soon beads of sweat began to form on his brow. After a considerable time, he finally mustered the courage to speak, My lord, I, Hirosuke, am but a lowly commoner. It is a fortunate turn of fate that you have taken me in, allowing me and my subordinates to enjoy a stable life. We are eternally grateful for your kindness. You have treated me with great consideration. However, some of my subordinates wish to lead a peaceful life. Over a dozen have expressed this desire to me, and I humbly request, my lord, that you allow them to return to the fields and become farmers. After stating this, he remained still in his kneeling position. Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of anger. But I quickly came to understand his subordinates, having endured a life of turmoil and bloodshed, now seek the tranquility of a stable existence, no longer wishing to risk their lives. After some contemplation, I realized that most of his current subordinates were relatively new. While the original members possessed more experience, it did not affect the overall situation, and they could serve as instructors. That I then asked, And what of you, Hirosuke? I am willing to dedicate my life to my lord. I hope you will consider my contributions and grant them their wish. If that is the case, let them return to the fields. However, will they be willing to train new ninjas? I inquired. Certainly, they will be willing. Very well. Let them return to the fields as farmers. You may arrange it as you see fit. I lazily allowed him to handle the matter. The persuasion efforts regarding the Ryuzoji vassals must also be expedited, especially concerning Takagi Morifusa and Oda Nobumitsu. Inform them that this is their final opportunity. Additionally, the Ishii faction may also be approached cautiously. However, be mindful, as the Ishii faction is fiercely loyal to the Ryuzoji family. I added as a caution, Understood, my lord. After Hirosuke departed, I summoned Imezumi Asaka and Shoni Motomori to begin devising a military expansion plan. I commanded Shoni Motomori to continue procuring iron cannons and related equipment. With Father Torres' introduction, the purchasing prices will be significantly more reasonable. I specifically instructed him to acquire an ample supply of gunpowder and ammunition to prevent a shortage during future battles. I also ordered Imezumi Asaka to recruit replacements for the losses in Heisen and to form an additional troop, led by Hachido Munenari, who returned to our family alongside Shoni Masayuki, to serve as a commander of the 3 regiments in Heisen. Following the same pattern, I would draw 1/3 of the veterans from both the 1st and 2nd regiments to train the new recruits. This process would continue iteratively, akin to Russian nesting dolls. Thus, my Heisen regiment would essentially possess the capability for independent field operations. The 3 regiments of pikemen and cannon teams would total nearly 2,700 regular troops, deployed in a checkerboard formation on the battlefield. They would be fully capable of standing alone. Moreover, my Heisen forces possess a significant advantage in discipline over the peasant soldiers of this era, particularly as I had increased the proportion of cannons to an astonishing 300. Should a battle ensue, one could effortlessly reduce the adversary to mere shreds. The sheer magnitude of artillery on the battlefield is indeed formidable. However, the corresponding cost is equally substantial. My resources in Heisen have already been nearly halved. If I continue to squander my wealth without devising a means to generate income, bankruptcy will soon follow. At that point, not only will the enemy pose a threat, but my very own forces could consume me. The urgency of finding a solution to my financial predicament is palpable. Naturally, I have made appropriate arrangements for the care of Ryuzoji Takakatsu's mother, Kiganin, ensuring she is well looked after. The only stipulation is that she must not encounter Ryuzoji Tenkatsu. This precaution stems primarily from my desire to maintain control over this young lad. I fear that Kiganin might impart notions detrimental to my interests. Given his disposition, he is more likely to trust his grandmother over outsiders. April has finally ushered in the season for spring planting, yet I am confronted with a grave dilemma. The official responsible for spring planting, Masaru SH, has reported that virtually every village under the jurisdiction of the various clans has uniformly declared a shortage of seed grain. Initially, he paid little heed to this, but as the reports poured in with such consistency and timing, it became evident that something was amiss, almost as if there was a coordinated effort to deceive. I suspect this is closely tied to their former lords. This talk of a grain shortage is merely a ruse. The village heads are simply exploiting the change in leadership, hoping to manipulate the new lord, who is still unfamiliar with local conditions, into yielding more grain. Masaru SH expressed his frustration vehemently. Although I do not possess extensive knowledge of the peasantry during Japan's Warring States period, I recall a film that depicted their plight with remarkable authenticity. In Seven Samurai, the character Kikuchiyo famously stated, "What do you think farmers are?" Bodhisattvas. Nonsense, they are cunning beasts. They bemoan their lack of rice and wheat, claiming they have nothing, yet they possess everything. Lift the floorboards. Search the granaries, and you shall find beans, salt, rice, and sake. Explore the hills, and hidden rice fields await you. They may appear meek, but they are all deceivers. When conflict arises, they seize the opportunity to rob the defeated. They are nothing but miserly, greedy, cowardly, treacherous, and cruel. They are a wretched lot, but who has transformed these farmers into beasts? The samurai. They burn their villages, they destroy their fields, they steal their food, they enslave them, they violate their women, and they kill them at the first sign of resistance. What can farmers do? What are they to do? Damn it. Indeed, the suffering of farmers in this era is the result of the daimyo's actions. With endless wars stretching over centuries, small skirmishes every 3 days, and larger conflicts every 10 days, forcing the farmers to become cunning and cruel. Yet to end this chaotic era, we must also rely on war. Kikuchiyo's earlier statement rings true. Farmers always have their own grain, as well as hidden fields. Not only do the farmers possess it, but so do the lords. Otherwise, how could Heisen's 320,000 koku yield more than 600,000 koku in the end? As the official overseeing spring planting, Masaru SH has managed reasonably well, but assigning him the responsibility for spring planting seems to exceed his capabilities. Ultimately, it boils down to a lack of talent. If there were sufficient personnel, we would not be forced to make do in this manner. They have effectively paralyzed the Lord's intent to expedite the spring planting. Although there is a shortage of seed grain, the Lord will not permit such a situation to persist. I remarked coolly, "My Lord." Upon reviewing past records, it is clear that such a shortage during spring planting has never occurred before. The sudden lack of seed grain can be confidently attributed to the machinations of the various clans. For several days, my advisor, here at Kubo, has been consulting with me regarding strategies concerning the Ryuzoji retainers. Having once been a ninja and a farmer, he undoubtedly possesses greater insight into these peasants. Thus, I inquired, "What do you propose we do?" It is evident that the villages must have their own seed grain. Dealing with them is straightforward. There are 2 approaches. First, the Lord could adopt a conciliatory approach and provide them with seed grain this year. If we do so, they will likely resort to the same tactics next year, necessitating a more forceful response. Second, we could dispatch troops to besiege the villages, conducting searches, should we uncover any grain beyond that required for sustenance. The village heads would be executed on the spot. This would resolve the issue that I was surprised by Hirakubo's ruthlessness. After considering his suggestions carefully, I finalized a strategy. First, I resolved to personally visit the villages that reported a lack of seed grain. Selecting 3 to inspect, I instructed Hirakubo to send ninjas ahead to monitor the situation, ensuring the villagers do not transfer their stored grain. Then, I spread the word that I would be arriving on a specific day to assess the situation firsthand. The exact course of action would be determined based on my observations. After a few days of waiting to facilitate the ninjas' reconnaissance, I promptly issued the order for the on-site inspection. This endeavor was quite the spectacle. In addition to bringing along my cavalry and retainer troops, I also included a contingent from Heisen and the entire artillery unit. My primary concern was the recent acquisition of these territories, as I wanted to guard against any potential threats, especially in light of the fact that Ryuzoji Takakatsu might dispatch forces to ambush me upon learning of my arrival, that I hold my life in high regard and cannot afford to be careless. Although the local populace is not particularly fierce, the surrounding noble clans are numerous. While I have managed to subdue them through force, I remain wary of their ulterior motives. My first destination is a village called Kinoko, located not far from Chidori Castle, near the Chikugo River. This village is sizable and has reported the highest incidence of grain shortages. Thus, it is the first village I have chosen to investigate. As I ride along the path through the fields, flanked by farmland, I observe farmers diligently working in their fields, as it is the season for spring planting. Nearby, along a tributary of the Chikugo River, stand a cluster of modest dwellings, and I can see 2 structures resembling watchtowers at the village entrance. In this era of Japan, such a village is considered quite large. The villagers, upon noticing the military forces advancing toward their village, become panicked, frantically shouting to one another as they rush into the safety of their homes. Upon entering the village, I took a closer look at the farmers' homes. The structures are predominantly low, with walls seemingly constructed from thatch, and it is unclear whether they are built from wood or stone inside. They all appear quite similar. Upon reaching the center of the village, I came across a purely wooden dwelling, presumably belonging to the village head. Something felt amiss. I quickly ordered a state of alert. Under normal circumstances as the Lord, I would have notified them in advance of my visit, and the village head should have been present to greet me. However, now, aside from the farmers who had rushed in from the fields, there was not a soul in sight. Only pairs of eyes peering out from behind doors. Suddenly, chaos erupted. From the headman's house emerged dozens of armed individuals, followed by villagers wielding various weapons and farming tools. What audacity! I narrowed my eyes. Just yesterday, my ninjas reported that upon learning of my impending visit, the villagers had hastily concealed their stored grain and seed, burying some in large pits in nearby fields, and even creating hidden cellars beneath the nearby bamboo groves. It seems the implementation of a sword hunt policy is indeed necessary. Although these farmers appeared ragged, they were armed with a surprising array of weapons: katana, tanto, bows, and even 2 pieces of artillery. They were indeed well equipped. Who claims that the farmers of Japan during the Warring States period were impoverished? The value of these weapons alone is substantial. Stand ready. Raise your arms, commanded General Imezumi Asaka and the artillery commander Kakubo Kaitomo, as the troops swiftly formed a defensive formation, encircling me and my cavalry. You insolent fools! I have informed you that your lord has come in person to investigate your village, and yet you not only fail to welcome me, but also dare to defy authority. Are you seeking death? As he berated them. The villagers stirred uneasily in this era. The Japanese have a profound sense of class hierarchy, upon realizing that the visitor is not merely a lord but the sovereign. They would be utterly terrified. They are well aware that a mere samurai could slaughter them at will, and the Lord's word could lead to their complete annihilation without difficulty that moment. From among the group of the best-equipped villagers, one shouted, "What are you afraid of? How do we know he is truly the Lord? The Lord would never come to our village in person. Even if they come, can they truly annihilate us all?" I abruptly turned my gaze in that direction, but saw no one who had spoken. After exchanging a glance, Jin Chao and Chuan suddenly looked back at me. I understood their intentions and nodded slightly. Immediately, Fei shifted his stance, and the first row of the artillery unit advanced, unleashing a volley of gunfire towards the group equipped with the finest weapons. With a resounding bang, 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 a significant number fell on the opposing side at such close range. The farmers screamed in terror and scattered chaotically. After the initial volley, the gunners withdrew, and the second row of gunners stepped forward. Chuan turned to me again that I knew that as long as I nodded, another barrage would ensue. However, I was reluctant to proceed in such a manner. These were my subjects, the very individuals who contributed value to my realm. Moreover, as a modern man, I could not bring myself to take lives so callously. Thus, I made a gesture to halt. Accompanied by Chuan's command to cease, the gunners lowered their weapons and stood firm. Jin Chao bellowed, "Put down your weapons. Crouch and do not move." It took a while for the farmers to regain their composure. Alas, I sighed, fully aware that the samurai could slay farmers at their whim. Why then must they test the boundaries of their own demise? I then shouted, "I am Fei, and your lord is Shoni Masayuki. Where is the village head? Step forward and speak." Among the group facing the gunfire, an elderly man clad in samurai armor and wielding a simple spear emerged, his hair grizzled, clearly not a youth. Yet, given the short lifespans of farmers in this era, he need not necessarily be an old man. It is an honor for our village to receive the Lord. However, we currently lack seeds for spring planting and are utterly unable to proceed. We have already reported this to the Lord, beseeching for seeds. Yet, we are at a loss as to why the Lord has personally come here. He spoke quite eloquent that I squinted at him and declared, "As my subjects, if you are indeed lacking seeds, rest assured that my house will provide them. However, should you harbor any thoughts of deceiving my house, we shall see what you intend to do." He stiffened, adopting a defiant demeanor. "My lord, when have we ever deceived you? Just days ago, during the battle with the Ryuzoji clan, our village was thoroughly plundered. Is it not reasonable that we lack seeds for spring planting? I believe that the military might have ravaged their village. Yet this was not the doing of my forces. However, why has my house learned that you possess ample seeds, even more than what lies in our granary?" I narrowed my eyes at him. He was taken aback, but quickly maintained his obstinacy. "My lord, what do you mean? Our village has no stored grain, that if we did, why would we dare to deceive you into providing us with seeds? And what if my house discovers otherwise?" My tone had turned unfriendly. "As the Lord sees fit," he replied, seemingly resigned to his fate. "Very well. My house shall search immediately if we find any grain beyond what is necessary for sustenance. You shall no longer serve as village head. My house will not hold the villagers accountable. You alone shall bear the consequences." I fixed him with a glare, hoping he would grasp the gravity of the situation, thus sparing me from resorting to extreme measures. "You have my lord's leave," he said with a hint of resignation. "Good." I promptly ordered the troops to search the village of Kokode. As the search unfolded, we uncovered a substantial amount of grain hidden beneath floors and within granaries. The village head appeared tense yet somewhat smug, likely believing I would not find any more grain that I addressed him. "This grain shall be considered the sustenance for your villagers. Speak the truth now, and I may overlook your deceit. You must only tell the truth. My house can forgive your transgressions, but if you remain silent and we discover the truth, you shall face grave consequences." The last part was directed towards the villagers, that I noticed a middle-aged man among them who seemed eager to speak, only to be restrained by a woman beside him. I pointed my whip at him and commanded, "You, come here." He trembled in fear, repeatedly bowing his head to the ground. Jin Chao seized him and brought him before me. "Oh, my lord," he stuttered, visibly shaken. Not fear. "Look at me, you know where the grain is hidden? Tell me, and I shall appoint you as the village head," I said gently, offering him an enticing prospect. His eyes briefly gleamed, perhaps with greed at the thought of becoming the village head. I know, he stammered, revealing the location of the hidden grain, aligning perfectly with my ninja's report. I then ordered the extraction of their stockpile, including a concealed cellar beneath the nearby bamboo grove. The village head, witnessing my troops rush towards their hiding place, fell silent, kneeling on the ground without uttering a word. Upon counting, we found that the village had hoarded grain far exceeding their needs for the upcoming harvest. Not to mention seeds, tenfold more. My blood boiled, and I felt a surge of rage. "What further words do you have?" I glared at the village head. He remained silent, kneeling without a sound. It seemed he had dared to deceive me. You shall no longer serve as village head. Sage, execute him. His family shall be enslaved. And you, what is your name? I inquired of the farmer who had pointed out the hiding place. That I am called Misabur. He replied, kneeling, from now on, you shall be the village head. I then commanded that the villagers be left with sufficient sustenance, while deducting the seeds and retaining 1/3 of their remaining grain. The rest would be confiscated. As for the 2 firearms, I took those as well, that I had not anticipated such a fruitful outcome from this inspection. At the very least, the grain seized from this village could sustain me and Faye for over 2 months. Subsequently, I visited another village, where the situation mirrored that of Koko, and I again uncovered a significant amount of grain on the spot. Only one village, situated near Buki Castle, genuinely lacked seeds. Ultimately, it traced back to my forces. When I attacked Buki Castle, as was customary, we plundered the surrounding towns, leading to this village being stripped of all its supplies. Thus, I left them with provisions and seeds, directly providing for them. An unconventional approach in this era. This act garnered immense gratitude from the villagers, with several young individuals tearfully begging to join my retinue. With the grain issue resolved satisfactorily, I remained in Buki Castle for a day before commencing my journey back to Shni Mountain Castle. Upon returning and resolving the grain issue, an unexpected guest arrived in the city, Gakshima Nobuaki. His arrival was truly unforeseen. Historically, while he usurped the Ryuzoji clan's estate, he remained relatively loyal to Ryuzoji Takanobu. I had even fantasized about the Ishii faction coming to ally with me, yet I never anticipated that Gakshima Nobuaki would be the one to visit. Thus, I was at a loss regarding his intentions. As I pondered, he was already being led to me by an attendant. Haha, Nobuaki, who would have thought we would meet again so soon after parting at Buki Castle? I greeted him without any formalities, addressing him by name. After performing a proper bow, he responded, Your Highness Shni remains as spirited as ever did a few days ago. I heard you were in the vicinity of Buki Castle. I intended to witness your grandeur once more, but it seems you have returned to Mountain Castle ahead of schedule. Regrettably, I could only follow to So, Nobuaki, you have come to discuss matters between our 2 houses? I was further perplexed by his meaning, that he shook his head, stating, I have come without my lord's knowledge. I am here to see your highness on my own accord. So, you are not sent by Ryuzoji Takanobu. What does Gakshima Naomasa intend? I mused internally, yet outwardly remarked, Nobuaki, our houses are now adversaries. Wouldn't it be somewhat inappropriate for you to come here without business? I feel ashamed as a vassal. I should not have come before your highness. However, regarding the survival of my family and our name, I find it unavoidable to meet you. It is evident to all that the balance of power has shifted between the Ryuzoji and Shni houses. As the end of the year approaches, it is certain that your highness will lead troops to Sk Castle. Nobuaki has come to request your highness's permission for the Ryuzoji house to submit. He spoke of feeling ashamed, yet I could not discern any trace of such sentiment in him. Does Lord Ryuzoji share this sentiment as well? I withdrew the folding fan from my waist and began to toy with it in my hands. The subjugation of the Ryuzoji clan? It is not beyond the realm of possibility, but as for Ryuzoji himself, I would not dare to accept such a vassal. With Ryuzoji Rinobu's moral standing, he might very well stab me in the back during my campaigns. I have no desire to be betrayed in such a manner that I could certainly discuss this matter with my lord, as it pertains to the survival of the Ryuzoji name, and I trust that he would treat it with the utmost seriousness. Kojima Nobunobu remarked that "Do not be absurd." I retorted, given Ryuzoji Rinobu's temperament, should he learn that you sought me out privately, I would not be surprised if he drew his blade and struck you down on the spot. Previously, when Ryuzoji Rinobu launched surprise attacks on Shifukuji and Gyeonji, resulting in the deaths of my 2 elder brothers, did he ever consider preserving the honor of the Ryuzoji clan? He sought to eradicate my family. Why should I, Seishin, have any reason to spare the name of the Ryuzoji? I feigned anger, daring to utter Ryuzoji Rinobu's name directly, an act that is typically considered exceedingly disrespectful. Your Highness, the times have changed. Kojima Nobunobu interjected. I observe that you, Lord Ryuzoji, are investing heavily in maintaining a standing army. Even if the Ryuzoji were to submit, it would not pose a threat to you, and I am certain that my lord will strive to support the Ryuzoji family as his ancestors did. Noticing my ire, Nobunobu hastily sought to justify himself. Nobunobu, what exactly are you thinking? How could you possibly expect me to accept the Ryuzoji clan? I voiced my doubts. Surely he could not have come here to share so much with me without reason. My father and I have already experienced the methods employed by your Ryuzoji. Not to mention, the martial prowess of Lord Ryuzoji's standing army is unrivaled throughout the entire Seiki-Edo. To be honest, has Lord Uzuji not begun deploying envoys to negotiate with the senior retainers of his own house? How do you know this? I wondered. I asked the wind carrying whispers. How careless of Haisuk, Kojima Nobunobu, as if reading my thoughts, spoke up. It is not that the subordinates of Lord Ryuzoji are negligent. Rather, I, Nobunobu, am aware that soon Lord Ryuzoji will march on Saga Castle. Thus, I have intensified my surveillance of the retainers within the city. A few days prior, we apprehended several ninjas disguised as foot soldiers within Saga Castle, as well as a few who had contacted my Ryuzoji retainers. However, I chose not to antagonize Lord Ryuzoji and ordered their discreet release. Lord Ryuzoji is skilled. His infiltration of Saga Castle is quite profound. Yet he may not realize that my Ryuzoji clan is as fortified as a stronghold, with loyal and valiant warriors, impervious to any upheaval. I hope that Lord Ryuzoji will refrain from sending his ninjas to suffer unnecessary sacrifices. Fortified as a stronghold, who would believe such a claim? If your Ryuzoji were truly so secure, how is it that my ninjas have informed me that Ryuzoji Rinobu's loyal retainer, Chiba Tayuki, did not attend the recent assessment at Saga Castle? Furthermore, there are divisions in the Ishii clan regarding their stance toward the Ryuzoji, leading to internal disputes that if both factions develop their own agendas, the Ryuzoji could find themselves isolated, relying on those minor clans with only a couple of hundred soldiers. They will switch allegiances faster than one can keep pace. This is indeed an oversight on the part of your clan, and I shall ensure it is rectified in the future. However, the matters you raise, Nobunobu, are not acceptable to my clan that I detest the Ryuzoji deeply. As long as the Ryuzoji name persists, my clan shall find no peace. I added vehemently, why must you be so extreme? Ultimately, it harkens back to the winter when Lord Fuyuki sought to annihilate the Ryuzoji. Thus, my lord holds such animosity toward your clan. There is no deep-seated hatred between us that warrants such a vicious cycle. Kojima Nobunobu appeared somewhat resigned, and deep-seated hatred. Surely you cannot claim ignorance of why my elder brothers acted against the Ryuzoji. The Ryuzoji, as vassals of my clan, sought to usurp the Ryuzoji name, aiming to inherit the Ryuzoji lineage and eradicate my family bloodline, all while colluding with the Dainichi clan, who attacked us. Is this how the Ryuzoji repay their lord? My elder brother's actions to cleanse the ranks were entirely justified. It is merely unfortunate that he was too merciful, having managed to subdue the Ryuzoji and exiled Ryonobu, only to have him return with vengeance, culminating in the tragic end of taking his own life at Shifukuji. Now that I, Seishin, have assumed the mantle of my clan, the Ryuzoji shall undoubtedly be eradicated. As for your Kojima clan, being a branch of the Ryuzoji, you ought to contemplate your future path. I erupted at his dismissive tone regarding the enmity between our clans. Caught off guard by my threat to his Kojima clan, he quickly replied, my father and I are well aware that you will not spare the Ryuzoji. That is precisely why I have risked my life to plead with you, Your Highness, to spare my lord's name. With that, he knelt down, weeping profusely. This was not the same Kojima Tadashige who historically stripped the Ryuzoji of their power. How could he now appear so devoted to their cause? I was utterly perplexed. Thus I inquired, Nobunobu, what can you offer me in exchange for preserving the Ryuzoji name? I began to negotiate. What would you have me do, Your Highness, if it is to betray my lord? I would never. Kojima Nobunobu assumed I was asking him to turn against Nobunobu. My clan asks nothing of you, but to allow events to unfold naturally, I request your assurance that Saga Castle will not be set ablaze by Ryonobu. I aim to extend a gesture of goodwill, proposing a modest request. Kojima Nobunobu appeared to deliberate intensely, and I allowed him the time, simply fanning the air with my fan as I waited. At last he spoke. I shall do my utmost. The surge of joy filled my heart. This was the attitude I desired. If he had remained obstinate, I would have found myself in a difficult position. I contemplated ultimately bringing him into my fold and offering him a measure of respect was not out of the question. Very well, my clan shall retain the Ryuzoji name. I granted him my assurance. With our haggling concluded, I invited him to my tea room for a cup of tea. I had worked diligently to cultivate a reputation for the tea ceremony, and it would be a shame to waste it. As expected, Kojima Nobunobu praised my tea ceremony profusely, and our conversation flowed pleasantly. If this were a game, I would imagine our relationship had increased by 10 points. Once he departed, I summoned Haisuke, instructing him to spread the word within the Ryuzoji territory that Kojima Nobunobu had clandestinely met with me. It was imperative that Ryuzoji became aware of this, as I aimed to sow seeds of distrust in him, leading to his eventual despair. As for Saga Castle, if Ryuzoji ultimately chose to set it ablaze, so be it. While I intended to use Saga Castle as a base of operations, I could rebuild. It was no great loss. Only by consuming the Ryuzoji clan could I, Seishin, solidify my position and break free from my constraints. Therefore, the Ryuzoji should not entertain thoughts of future glory. The future belongs to my Ryuzoji clan. With the spring planting concluded, I finally found the time to meticulously assess the state of my family's assets. Currently, Ryuzoji Motomori oversees the warehouses and procurement. Thus, the task of inventory fell squarely upon his shoulders. To be frank, the trait I find most irksome in my brother is his penchant for tears. He weeps at the slightest provocation that I cannot fathom his disposition. Despite receiving formal samurai training, he is quite competent in battle, though he is yet to be given the opportunity to lead troops. He has, however, handled the procurement tasks remarkably well. Recently, after Father Torres penned a letter in Portuguese, Ryuzoji Motomori personally led a delegation to Hakata port, engaging with the Portuguese Merchant Guild and nearly depleting their stock of Portuguese matchlocks, gunpowder, and saltpeter. Naturally, the prices were exceedingly reasonable and charming, resulting in a significant depletion of our treasury. The silver lining is that my arsenal of firearms and munitions can support a substantial military campaign. After the inventory, I discovered that I possess approximately 29,000 can. That is essentially all I have. I must devise a means to generate revenue, for relying solely on my assets will not sustain me for long. My greatest aspiration is to acquire a seaport, thus allowing me to engage in lucrative trade. Having completed the inventory, I then commanded Misa Shigezo to oversee the land tax within my territory. Currently, I control the districts of Kanzaki, Mikado, Yabu, and a portion of Saga within the Hizen province. Among them, my family governs 3 of the 4 villages in Kanzaki, comprising a total of 27 villages, while I dominate the entirety of Mikado, which encompasses 11 villages. The entire territory of Waifu County, encompassing 4 townships and 16 villages, is under my dominion, along with portions of Kishi and Saga counties, including the total rice yield from the subordinate lords. It amounts to an impressive 13,000 koku. Sustaining my standing forces with such a yield is indeed a considerable strain. Furthermore, there remains a multitude of tasks ahead, and relying solely on these resources is insufficient amidst the numerous expenditures that arise. This limited wealth cannot possibly sustain us for long. After much contemplation, I find myself at a loss for effective means to generate additional income, reluctantly resigning myself to inaction for the time being. Upon taking stock of my resources, I began to devise strategies to enhance the capabilities of my household. Fortunately, Hirabasu has successfully delivered the recruited craftsmen and their families to SH9 Mountain Castle some time ago. Initially, my plan was to establish a stable workshop for artisans in the town below Saga Castle. However, as I have yet to conquer Saga Castle, I shall first construct the facility at SH9 Mountain Castle, with plans to relocate it in the future. Considering the challenges of relocation, I refrained from making substantial investments and instead allocated 3,000 ken to establish several workshops, primarily 3. A gunsmith's workshop responsible for the production of firearms and the formulation of gunpowder. A smithy dedicated to the crafting of swords, spears, and armor, and a foundry for the smelting of iron and other metallic resources. Each workshop received 1,000 ken to establish its framework. Witnessing the gradual formation of these artisan workshops filled my heart with joy. With these accomplishments, I would no longer need to purchase firearms and other essential tools at exorbitant prices. Suddenly, an idea struck me. Why not utilize current technology to create some highly destructive devices, such as grenades, Grenades possess both offensive and defensive capabilities, being compact and lightweight, making them easy to carry and deploy. They can be ignited and thrown with ease during battle, and their simple construction allows for cost-effective production. Equipping the forces of Heizen or the gunsmith unit with grenades to unleash during a charge would surely create an exhilarating spectacle. In fact, Japan has a similar device known as barokadama. These are clay pots filled with gunpowder, which are ignited and hurled at the enemy. However, due to limitations in gunpowder technology and other factors, the historical use of barokadama by the Saika was primarily for arson rather than as a weapon of destruction, which explains their prevalent use among naval forces. The Saika's barokadama featured a cord that was swung to utilize centrifugal force for throwing. When the barokadama struck the ground and shattered, the contents ignited from the violent impact and contact with the embers of the fuse, effectively achieving its incendiary purpose. Now, with a dedicated gunsmith workshop for the production of firearms and gunpowder, I find myself with ample supplies of gunpowder, saltpeter, and other materials acquired by the extravagant purchases of SH9 Motomori. However, I do not intend to use iron for the grenade casings, as it would be costly and beyond my current technological capabilities, contradicting my intent to conserve resources. The inability to utilize metal casings does not preclude the use of alternative materials. Considering the advanced ceramics industry in Japan at this time, and the fact that nearly every household possesses pottery, it becomes evident that crafting a sealed grenade casing from clay is my most viable option. Moreover, the existence of the barokadama provides a suitable prototype that I merely need to refine the design to create a casing of appropriate thickness and reliable strength. Why filling the clay pot with gunpowder and incorporating some shrapnel? I can produce a rudimentary grenade. The technical challenges are minimal, with the only significant hurdle being the fuse mechanism. Therefore, I have instructed the master craftsman to focus on the development of the fuse, ensuring it is neither too long, risking detonation before the grenade is thrown, nor too short, which could lead to accidents. Simultaneously, I directed the artisans to design the exterior of the clay pots to resemble turtle shells, with grooves and indentations. This would reduce the resistance of the explosive force when the gunpowder ignites, and the resulting shattered ceramic shards would enhance lethality. I contemplated the grenade. My thoughts turned to rocket artillery. The recent siege of Ikakuwa Castle left me with a dismal impression due to its inefficiency. How advantageous it would be to possess cannons. However, where could I procure such artillery? The Portuguese have them, but they are primarily naval cannons unsuitable for land warfare. While field artillery is feasible, the timing is not yet right. Thus, I settled for the alternative of rockets. Rockets present minimal technical challenges. Essentially, they consist of a cylindrical casing made of bamboo or sturdy paper filled with gunpowder. The top end is sealed, while the bottom remains open. Upon ignition, the gunpowder burns, generating gas that propels the rocket forward. In essence, it is merely a large firework. Regarding accuracy, I shall leave that to fate. As long as the rockets can be aimed reasonably well, it suffices. My intention is to employ them for incendiary purposes during sieges. I am also considering the development of a two-stage rocket, which poses no significant technical hurdles. I recall that the Ming Dynasty had already developed such a device known as Hua Long Chu Shui. Fire dragon emerges from water. This rocket features a body made of thin bamboo, with a wooden dragon head at the front and a wooden tail at the rear, facilitating the launch of the rocket. The body contains 4 rocket tubes, and upon ignition, the lower tubes propel the dragon forward. Once airborne, the internal rockets ignite and launch from the dragon's mouth toward the target. My concept is somewhat simpler than Hua Long Chu Shui. I intend to forego the ornate dragon head and tail, opting instead for 2 bamboo tubes. The lower tube will be filled with propellant, with an exhaust port left open. Upon ignition, the gas will escape through this port, propelling the tube forward. The first stage bamboo tube will also be filled with gunpowder but will not have an exhaust port. The 2 tubes will be connected by a fuse. When the second stage ignites, it will launch into the air, and once it reaches a sufficient altitude, it will ignite the fuse of the first stage, resulting in an incendiary effect. Lastly, I aim to bring the Ditsutsu, large cannon, of the Edo period into reality ahead of its time. The Ditsutsu is an oversized cannon, classified as a medium cannon if it fires around 10 shako, Japanese measurement, of projectile, and a large cannon if it fires over 30 shaku. Although some Ditsutsu resemble smaller cannons in appearance, they function through a trigger mechanism akin to that of conventional firearms, despite their relatively smaller size compared to larger cannons. They deliver formidable firepower, especially when operated at close range, unleashing a devastating spread of projectiles. After thorough contemplation and confirming that nothing has been overlooked, I meticulously documented all my ideas and sketched their general forms, dispatching them to the workshops. Whether the craftsmen perceive these proposals as impractical or encounter any difficulties is of no concern to me. This marks the artisan's inaugural assignment. Their success in fulfilling the leadership's directives is crucial for leaving a positive impression. As a leader, my role is simply to conceive and articulate ideas. The execution is the responsibility of my subordinates. Since Kagoshima Nobunaga's return, I have instructed the ninja to spread rumors throughout the Ryuzoji domain, claiming he has disguised himself and come to H9 Mountain Castle to meet me, that he has since been placed under house arrest by Ryuzoji Takanobu, ostensibly for reflecting on his actions in isolation, a punishment for his clandestine visit to see me. This outcome is precisely what I desired. With Kagoshima Nobunaga out of the picture, I can only speculate what impulsive actions Takanobu, known for his fiery temperament, might take. This development is undoubtedly advantageous for my strategy against the Ryuzoji clan. As the days swiftly pass, autumn harvest season approaches. During this time, my craftsmen have astonished me with their progress. Research on the grenades has encountered no issues whatsoever. As for the fuses, after countless tests, they have achieved a stable ignition time of around 7 to 8 seconds. This duration is more than sufficient, allowing soldiers to ignite the fuse, throw the grenade, and achieve detonation upon landing. A perfect timing that effectively mitigates the risk of the enemy retrieving and throwing the grenades back. The explosive power is formidable. I selected several grenades for testing and was exceedingly pleased with the results. Covered with 2 layers of wooden boards, the overwhelming majority of the explosive fragments pierce through the first layer, rendering the second layer utterly shattered. The power is undeniable. I decided to augment each squad in Feijong with an additional 10-man grenade-throwing team. To satisfy my wicked whims, I named this unit the Grenade Team. The research on rockets is progressing quite smoothly. Achieving level 2 rocket technology is no great feat. The most challenging aspect lies in maintaining flight stability. Initially, we conducted unadorned test flights, which proved to be utterly aimless, with success relying solely on chance and on several occasions. The rockets veered off course, nearly obliterating my precious artisans. Later, we affixed wings to the bamboo tubes, mimicking the shape of a bird, which did provide some stability in flight. However, this also increased drag, resulting in many rockets detonating mid-air, failing to achieve the intended incendiary purpose. Conversely, reducing the wing area led to extreme instability in flight, leaving us with no choice but to abandon that approach. After countless tests, the final solution was to position the propellant nozzles on either side, angled appropriately. Thus, when the rocket is launched, it spirals into the air while maintaining stability. Ultimately, at my strong suggestion, the rocket's nose was shaped into a rounded form to reduce wind resistance. Fortunately, this was not overly difficult. It merely required rounding off the bamboo joint at the front end of the tube. Otherwise, I truly feared the artisans would secretly curse me to AS for the large tube. My shotgun progress has not been smooth. The primary issue lies in its size, as the fabricated barrel does not meet standards, and the loading of propellant and shot requires a significant amount, resulting in 3 prototypes bursting. I understand that this endeavor cannot be rushed. I must allow them to research it gradually. After the autumn harvest, just as I finished tallying my household's yield, a few unexpected guests arrived. Ishii Tadashu of the Ishii family. The Ishii clan, also known as the Ishii faction, has been a long-standing vassal of the Ryuzoji family. Since their inception, they have served the Mizukawa Ryuzoji house, and when Ryuzoji Takanobu succeeded the main house, they remained loyal to him. The Ishii clan traces its roots back to the Fujiwara clan, originating from the Ishii region in the Sayama district of Shimusa province. Following internal strife within the Chiba family, they migrated to Kyushu, aligning themselves with the Kyushu Chiba clan. As the Chiba family waned, They gradually drew closer to the rising Ryuzoji house. Particularly during the Battle of Tanatate, they, alongside the Koizumi clan, launched an assault on the Onu family, reversing the tide of battle. From that point onward, they became increasingly indispensable to the Ryuzoji family, even forming marital alliances. They later collaborated with the Koizumi clan to orchestrate the Ryuzoji family's resurgence, contributing to Takanobu's rise. One could argue that without the Ishii clan, the ascendance of the Ryuzoji family would have been significantly hampered. Currently, the Ishii family is divided into 5 branches. The eldest son, Tadakio, is Uzumamori branch. The second son, Tadatsu, Shikishima branch. The third son, Yoshimasa, Mikawa branch. The fourth son, Tadamoto, Suruga branch. And the fifth son, Kanekyo, Owari branch. Collectively, they are referred to as the 5 Ishii houses. Each of these brothers is a paragon of both intellect and martial prowess, leading a warrior band known as the Ishii faction, renowned for their valor on the battlefield. Their loyalty to the Ryuzoji family is unwavering, having participated in nearly all of Takanobu's military campaigns. However, during the battles of Kokubo and Chiyoda, they, as the mid-tier forces of the Ryuzoji army, suffered catastrophic losses, leaving them with little strength. Now, as the traditional vassals of the Ryuzoji family, their visit to my Shoni castle, accompanied by generous gifts and a new grain supply of 1,000 koku, is indeed intriguing. What could be the purpose of the Ishii clan's visit? I gazed at Ishii Tadashu and feigned ignorance, asking directly. Since they have come bearing gifts, they must be contemplating an allegiance. Ishii Tadashu bowed his head and said, "In this moment of life and death, I, Tadashu, have no choice but to come." Such directness? How does the Shikishima clan come to that conclusion? I continue to play the fool that in light of this, I shall be forthright. Tadashu persisted. The Ishii family has served the Ryuzoji family for 3 generations, earning their share of hardships and contributions. My lord, Tadakyo, my father, Tadatsu, and my uncle, Yoshimasa, all devoted themselves to our lord during the Battle of Chiyoda. Now, with the Ryuzoji family in decline, my uncle Kanekyo was merely advising our lord to yield to his highness. Yet he was insulted in the council, and subsequently ordered to commit seppuku. It is lamentable that my Ishii family, having served our lord with utmost dedication, is treated in such a manner. I, Tadashu, can hardly contain my indignation. Be candid. Most of my Ishii family's elite warriors have already pledged their loyalty to our lord. We are now merely clinging to survival. Recently, instability has plagued our household, and I, Tadashu, have been forced to employ extreme measures to suppress the turmoil within. However, following this upheaval, my Ishii family is no longer what it once was. To preserve our family name, I have no choice but to act unorthodoxly. Previously, we were adversaries, but I have long heard of your magnanimity, Lord Shoni, and I hope you will overlook past grievances and allow my Ishii family to continue its legacy. His voice grew increasingly impassioned, and after a prolonged moment of breath, he prostrated himself in earnest supplication. At long last, Ryuzoji Takanobu has erred. Ishii Kanekyo has been slain by Ryuzoji Takanobu. Who is Ishii Kanekyo? He was the one entrusted with overseeing Takanobu's coming-of-age ceremony. Following the rebellion at Dobashi, he welcomed Ryuzoji Takanobu back to his homeland and personally fought to reclaim Saga Castle for him. If Takanobu can kill him, who among the retainers is safe? Surely, fear must now grip every member of the retainer council, each calculating their own safety. It seems Takanobu is growing desperate. Why should the main house retain the Ishii clan? Or rather, what can the Ishii clan offer in return for refuge? Suppressing my excitement, I replied coolly, Saga Castle. Ishii Tadashu asserted with conviction. How could the Shikishima clan possibly offer me Saga Castle? Surrender it, perhaps? I suspect you, Ishii Tadashu, can no longer enter Saga Castle. Can you? Before I called upon him, I had already received word from the ninja leader, Haisuke. Ryuzoji Takanobu has grown wary of the Ishii clan, issuing orders that no one may approach Saga Castle without summons, let alone with an armed force. How did your highness come to know this? Sweat now beaded on his forehead. That is of no concern to you. What you must convey to the main house is what the Ishii clan can offer in return for refuge. I pressed on that I am jesting. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory answer, why should I keep you? Moreover, your elite warriors have already been rendered ineffective. Ishii Tadashi pondered for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, Haruki Castle, your highness surely intends to march against the Chiba family of Gion, seeking to unite with them. Why Ishii clan has deep ties with the Chiba family and can undoubtedly persuade Lord Inen to relinquish Haruki Castle. Astute. That is precisely the attitude I require. There must be terms before we can negotiate. The Ishii clan and the main house have engaged in warfare and submission for many years. That is acceptable. You will surrender half your territory and provide 2,000 ryo in gold as for the head of the Ishii clan. Let it be you, Tadashi. I have no patience for further discourse. The Ishii clan currently offers me little value. Keeping them around serves merely to cultivate a reputation for leniency. Surrendering half my territory is feasible, but my Ishii clan does not possess such wealth. He implored anxiously. If not, then gather it. Use mules, weapons, grain, gold, or treasures. I care not how you accomplish it. If you wish to submit, these are the terms. The main house's campaign to annihilate the Ryuzoji family is a foregone conclusion. It is not just the Ishii clan, but all subjects will share this fate. There will be no alteration to— I stood up, speaking with unyielding certainty. Understood. I, Tadashi, will see to it that the necessary resources are gathered, he conceded, recognizing the firmness in my voice. After sending Ishii Tadashi on his way, I felt an overwhelming sense of elation that on one hand, I had extorted a significant sum, and on the other, it was evident that the Ryuzoji retainers were beginning to fracture. Ryuzoji Takanabu, you have committed the very errors you ought to have avoided. Your retainers are being driven to desperation. 30 years of fortune and misfortune swing like the tides. It is now my Shoni family's turn to besiege your Saga castle. As time flows swiftly, we find ourselves in the year 1562, the 5th year of Iyakuta. In this year, numerous significant events transpired across the realm. In Kyushu, the Otomo family continues to dominate the landscape, although there were skirmishes with the Mori clan throughout the year, resulting in both victories and defeats. Overall, they faced no substantial issues. Due to my Shoni family's concentrated efforts in conquering the Ryuzoji family, Otomo S. Rin did not seek my assistance. Not only that, but after the Battle of Chiyoda, he kindly sent me a supply of military funds and provisions that in the south, the Shinu clan, like a long-dormant wolf, has quietly strengthened its wings and bared its fangs, exhibiting a formidable offensive momentum. Particularly, they have begun to encroach upon the Kanafa family in the Shikoku region. The Sake clan, led by Motoharu, engaged in a decisive battle against the Motoyama clan at Asakura Castle, decisively defeating them and solidifying their dominance over Tosa. This victory also serves as a preparation for future unification of Shikoku in the Goku region. The Mori clan, under the leadership of the god of strategy, Mori Motonari, has drawn perilously close to achieving their goal of unifying the western territories. Meanwhile, the once mighty Inakawa clan can only cling to survival in the face of the Mori clan's relentless onslaught. In recent times, Ise Sadataka, who had previously formed an alliance with Miyoshi Nagayoshi to monopolize the governance of the shogunate, has begun to turn against him, the shogun Ashika Yoshihide. I swiftly seized the opportunity to support Myo Chk, simultaneously removing Ise Sadataka from his official post as the chief administrator, appointing Setsu Haramoto in his stead. It was my hope that this maneuver would provoke Ise Sadataka and escalate the conflict with Myo Chk, thereby seeking an opportunity to restore the authority of the shogunate. The Miyoshi clan commanded the shogun to issue orders to the feudal lords. However, the once formidable Miyoshi clan, now at its zenith, began to show signs of decline following the deaths of Miyoshi Yashikatsu and Tokugawa Ikizumi in battle in the Kanto region. The Hojo clan, led by Ujiyasu and Yujitaru, considered the heavy snowfall that would soon envelop Ekigo in November, which would prevent timely support from Yasuji Kenshin. Thus, they led an army of 35,000 to besiege Matsuyama Castle. After a prolonged assault yielding no success, they were compelled to seek assistance from their ally, the Takeda clan. Unexpectedly, Yasuji Kenshin, undeterred by the treacherous weather, dispatched reinforcements, yet they ultimately arrived a day too late, as Matsuyama Castle had succumbed the day prior to their arrival. In the same year, Yusuji Kenshin received the character Hikari from Shogun Ashikaga Yoshihide, adopting the name Yusuji Hikaritora. Throughout the year, Yusuji Kenshin was not idle. In January, he besieged Kanetsu Castle, where the Lord, Tomioka Shigemasa, requested assistance. In February, he led a campaign against the Red Armor Clan's Terrakage, resulting in the fall of Kanetsu Castle on the 17th. In March, accompanied by the regent Kono Moditsu and former Kanto governor Yusuji Norimasa, he returned to his castle. In July, to rescue Matsukura Castle's Shiinaki Yasuaki, he ventured into Etch, defeating Jinbo Nagitsune, compelling him to submit to his military might. It seems Yusuji Kenshin is often burdened by the character Gi, consistently dousing fires wherever they arise. As for the matters concerning the Oda and Tokugawa clans, since Imagawa Yoshimoto's demise at the Battle of Okahazama, the Imagawa clan has faltered. Tokugawa Ieyasu, then still known as Matsudara Motoyasu, astutely gauging the situation, took advantage of the waning influence of the Imagawa clan in Mikawa, decisively recruiting the local populace around Okazaki into his ranks. He also grew increasingly close to the rapidly ascending Oda clan, ultimately forming the Kyosu alliance with Oda Nobunaga in the 5th year of Iroku. Matsudara Motoyasu exhibited remarkable ambition. Within the year, he captured the castle of his vassal, the It clan, at Ueno. The lord of Ueno, Inagachika, fell in battle, while his younger brothers were captured. In a bid to rescue his wife and children, Matsudara Motoyasu dispatched his retainer, Ishikawa Kazumasa, to negotiate with the Imagawa clan, exchanging the It brothers for his family. As for myself, I have begun to prepare for the campaign against the Ryuzoji clan. According to intelligence brought back by the ninja leader Hirosuke, the retainer faction of the Ryuzoji clan is in disarray. Since Koizumi Nobunari was placed under house arrest, Ryuzoji Takemitsu has made foolish decisions, first causing the death of Ishii Kanakiyo from the Ishii faction, then publicly executing the important retainer Inuzuka Tadamasa. In a moment, the retainer faction was gripped by fear. I directly ordered Hirosuke to suspend negotiations with the Ryuzoji retainers, focusing instead on planting spies within their ranks. In hindsight, this would prove to be one of the most foolish decisions I made during the campaign against the Ryuzoji clan. After the new year, a grand assessment was held. Everyone first congratulated me on the new year, followed by evaluations of the accomplishments of the retainers over the past year, where each lord reported their achievements. Rewards were given for merit, while penalties were imposed for shortcomings. Once everything was settled, I spoke slowly. Since the misfortunes that befell my father and elder brother of the SHI clan, we have been repeatedly suppressed by the Ryuzoji clan, suffering defeat time and again. It is due to your unwavering loyalty and support that we have been able to endure. Thanks to your efforts, we have achieved the brilliance of today. SHI Yoshimitsu will forever remember your contributions. After this, I bowed to the assembly. The retainers hurriedly returned the gesture, declaring, to be loyal and dedicated to our Lord is the essence of a warrior's spirit. I paid no heed to their formalities. Continuing, now, the traitorous Ryuzoji clan has been confined within Sakaguchi Castle by our house. Yet, as long as the Ryuzoji clan remains, my house shall feel as if a thorn is lodged in our backs. It is high time we annihilate the Ryuzoji clan. My brother, Motomori, eagerly interjected, is it finally beginning? I have awaited this day for so long. Indeed, it was SHI Motomori who was the first to leap forward. Though this time, he did not weep. His face merely flushed with excitement, which left me somewhat disappointed. Uncle, I implore you to raise an army to vanquish the Ryuzoji clan, to avenge our lord and my father. Chiba Taniki was equally fervent. We beseech you, my lord, to issue the command to eradicate the treacherous Ryuzoji. The retainers cried in unison. Each one knew well that striking a fallen foe was an easy task. When the Ryuzoji clan was at its peak, their desire for battle had never been this fervent that I silently scorned them. Thus, the campaign against the Ryuzoji clan was decided. I surveyed my retainers. The eradication of the Ryuzoji clan was certain. Yet regarding their subsequent disposition, I inquired, my lord, do you have any thoughts on this matter? At that moment, Tsukushi Iman, who had rarely spoken, broke his silence to, is it even worth discussing? We should simply erase their clan name and execute all members of the Ryuzoji clan. That is not appropriate. My lord is benevolent. He could not bear to commit such a ruthless act of annihilating a clan name. Moreover, the world would surely cast aspersions upon you. The Ryuzoji clan cannot be spared. The past serves as a warning. Twice our house has spared the Ryuzoji clan's name, only to face the consequences of their resurgence, nearly leading to our own destruction. The Ryuzoji clan must not be left intact. Those advocating for the complete eradication of the Ryuzoji clan were primarily individuals already aligned with us, or those who harbored deep-seated grievances against the Ryuzoji clan, such as Baba Kanesada and Kamishiro Katsutaka. Conversely, those suggesting the preservation of the Ryuzoji clan's name were newer vassals, or those with familial ties to them. As for myself, I lean toward the complete annihilation of the Ryuzoji clan. Although, as a modern individual, I found it difficult to accept psychologically, I could not afford to leave this unpredictable element that could stab me in the back in the future. Enough! Stop the clamor! I declared loudly. Once they quieted down, I surveyed the assembly that I then spoke. Though the Ryuzoji clan is now confined to Sakaguchi Castle, they're still cornered beasts and should not be underestimated. Moreover, we have yet to capture Sakaguchi Castle. Discussing this matter is premature. Let us first conquer Sakaguchi Castle, and then we shall deliberate on the treatment of the Ryuzoji clan afterward. The assembly, witnessing my anger, responded with a thunderous agreement. Next came the discussion regarding the fates of the Ryuzoji clan's heir and Kaden. The loyal retainers consistently believed they should be held captive to address any unexpected developments during the campaign against the Ryuzoji clan. However, after much consideration, I suppressed my retainers' opinions and resolved to return Ryuzoji Townsuk and Kate into the Ryuzoji clan. After all, we were about to attack Sakaguchi Castle, and they would not remain there long before returning to my grasp. Thus, I stood before my retainers and proclaimed, "My dream as SHNI Yoshimitsu is to eradicate the treacherous Ryuzoji clan. Now, with the Ryuzoji clan confined to Sakaguchi Castle and our agreement expired, the time to annihilate the Ryuzoji clan has arrived. Now, I command the assembly of forces to launch an offensive against the Ryuzoji clan." The assembly erupted in a resounding "Oh," with the order to attack the Ryuzoji clan issued. Each lord promptly summoned their forces. Kamishiro Katsutaka led the assembled peasant soldiers directly under my command as the vanguard, advancing ahead to Yakabuki Castle to await further orders. The Hizen region prepared 3 spear units, 1 artillery unit, and 2 small samurai squads, all in readiness for the arrival of Ayabe Townsuk, Baba Kanesada, Hayama Nobutaka, Kawai Bunkichi, Kamishiro Nagayoshi, and Chiba Taniki to Shichanga Mountain Castle to join me in the main force heading towards Yakabuki Castle. Of course, I did not forget to bring along my rocket artillery and grenade teams. As for the various local lords and noble clans, they all led their forces to gather at Yakabuki Castle. I issued the command that, aside from leaving a necessary garrison for the castle's defense, all other forces were to march forth. 3 days later, our grand army arrived at Yakabuki Castle. Kamishiro Katsutaka, as the vanguard, had already arrived and begun crafting numerous siege engines, especially bamboo ladders. According to my specifications, the various local lords and noble clans continued to arrive in succession. What is the situation? Has the Ryuzoji clan shown any unusual movements? I inquired of Kamishiro Katsutaka upon my arrival at Yakabuki Castle. Kamishiro Katsutaka pondered briefly before responding. "My lord, upon receiving news of our army's mobilization, the Ryuzoji clan immediately began gathering their forces and centralized all provisions at Sakaguchi Castle. It appears they are preparing for a siege." I acknowledged with a simple hum, then asked, "Do you know how many troops are currently stationed within Sakaguchi Castle?" "Approximately around 1,500, Kamishiro Katsutaka replied. I gazed at him in astonishment. So many. Could there be a misunderstanding? Before Kamishiro Katsutaka could respond, Hirosuke interjected, "My lord, the current troop count within Sakaguchi Castle exceeds 1,500, according to our ninja reports. It is likely closer to 2,000. This is primarily because Takemitsu ordered the Koizumi clan to abandon their stronghold and concentrate all forces at Sakaguchi Castle, even compelling the men of nearby villages to take up arms for the defense of the castle. Had it not been for Lord Kamashiro's early arrival at Yakabuki Castle, the number of troops within the castle would likely have been even greater. Not far away, within the walls of Jichuan Castle. There were also 200 troops stationed for defense. Conscripting soldiers? I exclaimed in astonishment. Although in this era battles were often fought by peasant soldiers, the efficacy of such forced conscription in guaranteeing combat strength was questionable. I feared that in the end, rather than providing assistance, we would be burdened with additional mouths to feed. And what are the neighboring clans? I inquired, glancing at Hirosuke. Currently, the Kayasumi Chiba clan is fortifying Chijo Castle, while Ryuzoji Takanabu has ordered his forces towards Sakagata Castle, which has been disregarded by Chiba Terra. Hirosuke continued, "As for the others, my lord, there is something that requires your attention." "What is it?" I asked. "The overwhelming majority of the neighboring clans have already taken to the field, yet the likes of Kagawa Nobuyasu, Yabata Terra, Uchida Kanetomo, Hirohashi Nobuhiro, and Tokushima Terra, according to the travel times, should have long since arrived at Yokote Castle. However, there has been no word from them, so I implore you to remain vigilant." Hirosuke looked at me earnestly, my brow furrowed. What could these clans be plotting? Chikushi Iman remarked, "My lord, the neighboring clans are known for their fickleness. I urge you to remain cautious." Did I need to be reminded? Was I not aware of their intentions? They were merely waiting to assess the tides of battle before choosing their allegiance. Enough of this. We shall rest for a day, and tomorrow we shall launch an assault on Jichuan Castle, I declared, casting my gaze towards the distant castle. Jichuan Castle itself was a flat fortress. Albeit smaller than Yokote Castle, it boasted a defensive moat, though it lacked a castle town. Historically, it served as an outer warning post for Sakagata Castle. Originally, Yokote Castle was a strategic stronghold for defending Sakagata Castle, serving not only as a defensive bastion, but also as a potential launch point for an offensive against Sakagata. It was this realization that compelled me to forcibly seize it from Ryuzoji. Presently, Ryuzoji Takanabu had dedicated all his efforts to Sakagata Castle, leaving only around 200 troops to defend Jichuan Castle, in accordance with custom. Before launching an assault, envoys were dispatched to attempt to persuade the defenders to surrender. However, as anticipated, the castle commander refused. Subsequently, I ordered the siege to commence. Recognizing the potential for significant casualties, I naturally allowed my direct peasant soldiers and the forces of various lords to lead the charge. However, this time I intended for Chiba Tairakage to command the siege at Jichuan Castle. Assigning him this task was meant to bolster his prestige within the Chiba clan and to pave the way for his eventual reward of Kayasumi Castle following the conquest of the Kayasumi Chiba clan. With the substantial stature of the Shni clan now firmly established, it was time for the branches of the family to flourish as well. Though Jichuan Castle was small, our numbers had swelled to over 11,000. Even without counting the absent troops from the neighboring clans, it promised to be a battle devoid of suspense, that I was unwilling to squander excessive time on this minor fortress. Thus, the strategy was to leverage our overwhelming numerical superiority to overwhelm the defenders. With only 200 defenders and even fewer samurai, my worst-case scenario, sustaining casualties at a 5-to-1 ratio, would still see us emerge victorious with at most 1,000 losses, unless Chiba Tairakage proved utterly incompetent. I was confident in our success. After receiving my orders, Chiba Tairakage swiftly organized the siege. Jichuan Castle had 3 primary assault directions, and thus Tairakage positioned the directly affiliated peasant soldiers and the Hatamoto troops led by Kamiyoshi Katsutoshi in the northeast, while he himself commanded the main assault force, comprising the Chiba clan's troops, the cavalry of Baba Kanji, the infantry of Yokoyama Tai's, and the warriors of Egami Takashi, focusing on the northwest. The Hirado troops formed 3 spear units, arranged in a triangular formation around my main unit. Once arrangements were complete, I offered a reward of 200 koku of land and 200 ryo to the first soldiers to scale the castle. To facilitate the siege further, I dispatched the Hirado gunner units to support Kamiyoshi Katsutoshi. As the taiko drums of the main assault echoed from the northwest, Kamiyoshi Katsutoshi raised his military baton, and the forces began their slow advance towards Jichuan Castle. From my position, I could not see the progress of the other directions. I could only observe Kamiyoshi Katsutoshi leading the affiliated peasant soldiers and the gunner units. We employed the same old tactics, with the gunner units advancing behind protective screens, followed closely by the archers. The peasant soldiers trailed behind, each carrying a bag of earth. Upon reaching the moat and the passage connecting to the main gate, they began tossing their earthen bags into the moat to widen the passage. By the time we reached the main gate, the passage was sufficiently widened to allow 10 men to pass side by side. At that moment, the defenders finally opened fire, the occasional gunfire punctuated by a few arrows. However, these attacks inflicted no significant damage. Observing the defenders fire, the gunner units, already aimed at the parapets, unleashed a volley that sent splinters flying from the gate. Simultaneously, gunfire and battle cries erupted from the other two directions. As our soldiers drew nearer to the gate, casualties began to mount, with some struck down by gunfire or arrows, their cries of anguish echoing across the battlefield. The medical teams promptly followed, dragging the mortally wounded away and tending to the injured. The foot soldiers launched logs against the flimsy main gate with relentless force. Once more, the defenders retaliated, but their fire was suppressed by the gunner units. It was then that the grenade teams swiftly advanced behind the gunners. That I knew well the destructive potential of the grenades. However, having not yet been tested in battle, I stood tensely, craning my neck to observe. The grenade teams, upon reaching the first row of shields, immediately crouched down, igniting the fuses of their grenades before darting forward to hurl them into the castle. In an instant, several dark ceramic jars sailed into the fortress, followed by a series of muffled explosions as the grenades burst, sending plumes of smoke and debris soaring over the walls. With each explosion, the screams of the defenders echoed within the castle. After the first round of detonations, a second wave was launched, seizing the opportunity presented by the chaos. Kamiyoshi Katsutoshi swiftly organized the soldiers to raise bamboo ladders against the walls, with the samurai eagerly scrambling to ascend. Before long, the main gate of the castle was flung open. Thus, the small Jichuan castle was decisively breached. With the castle taken, the commander was slain, just as I was reveling in our victory at Jichuan Castle. Hirosuk rushed over with alarming news. The previously absent clans, Kagawa Nobuyasu, Yabata Tera, Uchida Kanetomo, Hirohashi Nobuhiro, and Takushima Tera, had stealthily allied with Ishii Tadafumi and were now launching a fierce assault on Sufukuji Castle. What? I gasped, taken aback. Just as I had captured Jichuan Castle and prepared to advance on Sakagata Castle, the clans I had thought subdued had united with Ishii Tadafumi to threaten my rear. Scoundrel! I lashed out, striking Hirosuk with my riding whip, causing him to kneel in silence. Why had there been no intelligence on this? Where were your ninjas when you needed them? My anger swelled as I paced. Kicking Hirosuk to the ground, my fury stemmed primarily from being outmaneuvered by Ishii Tadafumi, a blow to my pride. This man had come to Sichinai Mountain Castle with gifts and promises of allegiance. Yet now he seized the opportunity of my assault on Sakagata Castle to threaten my rear, seeking to compel me to retreat or divide my forces. Such was the cunning of the Ishii faction. Truly, he was a staunch supporter of the Ryuzoji clan, audacious enough to align himself with Takanobu amidst the current turmoil, all to ensnare me into making a miscalculation. What of Gojima Nobunaga? I possessed no regal authority to command such formidable allies. Would Gojima Naramesa, a historical figure of considerable prowess, also conspire against me? A chill ran down my spine. Even more infuriating was the betrayal of the clans that had previously submitted to me, now joining forces with Ishii Tadafumi to threaten my rear. This was intolerable. My rage boiled over to a once promising situation had now turned precarious. My lord, the majority of our ninja forces have been focused on Sakagata Castle. I had not anticipated that the clans, having already pledged allegiance, would choose this moment to betray us. I acknowledge my failure, and I implore you to punish me. Hirosuk pleaded. Pingzu rose and said, I took a deep breath to calm my emotions and replied, Get up. Not only did you fail to anticipate that our compatriots would once again side with the Ryuzoji clan, but even I did not foresee it. What a masterful strategy to draw the tiger from its den. A brilliant scheme indeed. Ishii Tadao, I, Shoyuni Masakatsu, shall ensure that you and your Ishii faction are utterly dismantled. Your skulls shall serve as drinking vessels. I gritted my teeth and declared. Ishii Tadao, Koagashi Nobari, Adachi Tadafusa, Uchida Kanetomo, Hirohashi Nobuyoshi, and Tokushima Taniki Since you few compatriots are so loyal to the Ryuzoji clan, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Let us convene a military council immediately to discuss our strategy." Upon hearing this news, the generals returning victorious from the siege were taken aback. No one could have anticipated that despite my Shogunate family's overwhelming advantage, there would still be those who would betray us and choose to follow the Ryuzoji clan. Shoni Masayuki, filled with fury, exclaimed, "My lord, let us mobilize our forces and march on Shifukuji Castle, eliminating them one by one. Yet with Zaka Castle so near, should we retreat, Ryuzoji Takanabu might lead his forces out to flank us, or even seize Shizukawa Castle or Yakawaki Castle." It was Yokoyama Sakakiyo who spoke, "But our army is currently besieging Shifukuji Castle. There are merely 400 defenders within, and they cannot hold out for long." Filled with urgency, interjected, "After all, his entire family resided in Shifukuji Castle. What do you propose? Their forces are already attacking Shifukuji Castle. As it stands, the castle may have already fallen. If we retreat now, we will fall into their trap." Shogun Motomori was particularly invested in the eradication of the Ryuzoji clan and was unwilling to relinquish the assault on Zaka Castle at this critical juncture. Thus he countered Jiangshang Buzhong. Jiangshang Buzhong fell silent, casting a hopeful glance in my direction. As I listened to their bickering, my thoughts raced. What Ishii Tadao and his faction desired was clear: either to force me to divide my forces or compel me to return to aid them. Regardless of the method, their ultimate aim was to delay my assault on Zaka Castle. Granting the Ryuzoji clan a moment of respite, in this rapidly shifting situation, the final outcome remained uncertain. Realizing this, I found my answer. You wish for me to split my forces? Very well, I shall do just that. Burn down Shizukawa Castle, I declared, unwilling to listen to further disputes among my retainers. Upon receiving my command, the assembly fell silent. Shizukawa Castle cannot be left for the Ryuzoji clan. It must be set ablaze. Shoni Masayuki, you shall leave 1,000 defenders at Yakawaki Castle. Should Ryuzoji Takanabu come to attack, do not engage. Holding this castle is our victory. Keep a vigilant eye on Zaka Castle, I instructed Shoni Masayuki. Understood, he replied. Pingzu, lead the ninja to seal off Ishii Tadao as spies at once. They must not be privy to any information. Redeem yourself with this task, and should there be another misstep, you shall be left to your own devices, I commanded Pingzu. Yes, my lord, he affirmed before swiftly departing. Inazuka Naoshige, upon hearing his name, Inazuka Naoshige promptly rose from his seat. Awaiting my orders, return to Chitose Castle with your troops and secure the stronghold. Remain vigilant regarding movement from the direction of Rinchi Castle, I instructed Inazuka Naoshige. Yes, he replied. Chiba Taniki, as the supreme commander. Lead our forces to besiege Takata Castle, accompanied by Yokoyama Sadaki, Shindai Nagayoshi, and Ayabe Tsukuki. Engage if possible. If not, surround the castle and await my arrival. Understood, uncle, Chiba Taniki responded, rising to heed my command. Mababa Kinzu, Jiangshang Buzhong. Accompany our main force from Hizen to Shifukuji Castle. Our clan must ascertain whether Ishii Tadao can withstand my wrath. I issued my final command. The generals echoed their agreement. The next day, the army moved out. And 2 days later, we arrived at the true temple at the foot of Shoyuni Mountain, where Shoyuni Mountain Castle still stood, unbreached. However, the town of Kanzaki below had been pillaged and burned. Upon learning of my approach, Ishii Tadao and his forces quickly regrouped, planning to retreat to Kanzaki town. Observing their intent to flee, I promptly ordered our forces to move toward Hajuji, cutting off their escape route. Jiangshang Buzhong, ever proactive, took the lead, marching swiftly to block their path to the mountains at Kananzan Pass. If Ishii Tadao did not wish to retreat into the mountains only to be picked off one by one, he would have no choice but to face me in battle. Thus, as I watched Ishii Tadao's forces tumultuously retreat along their chaotic battle route, they had no pathway left and were compelled to array themselves in formation between Hinokama Mountain and Nibi Mountain. This location was merely a day's journey from the Kawakubo region, where I first clashed with Ryuzoji Takanabu. Such commendable bravery to confront my superior forces with inferior numbers. Shouldn't they be hastily retreating into the mountains? Lying in wait? Even if the mountain folk were valiant, they would hesitate to attack in a clustered formation. Since they dared to fight, I would gladly oblige, based on my knowledge of Heisen's troops. This battle held no suspense. Therefore, I issued a direct command. Arrange the arquebus squad in the front, with the samurai squad behind them, and position 3 Heisen squad in a triangular formation. Upon the commencement of battle, we shall launch a direct assault. Meanwhile, Mababa Kinzu would lead his forces onto Hinokuma Mountain, and upon joining the fray, would charge down to attack the enemy's flank. I led the cavalry on the far right, ever ready to charge forth. This arrangement was primarily to avoid wasting time. I intended to employ the simplest of Boer tactics, swiftly breaking their lines, and then returning to dismantle the strongholds of these traitorous compatriots one by one. The forward arquebus squad continued to withstand the enemy's gunfire and arrows, closing to a distance of merely 15 paces to maximize lethality. The sound of gunfire echoed across the battlefield. The arquebus squad's relentless volleys inciting chaos among the enemy ranks before any engagement had truly begun. Consequently, the enemy commander was left with no choice but to charge. The tides of battle shifted in an instant. Upon witnessing their advance, the arquebus squad promptly withdrew, allowing the grenadiers to take the forefront. As the enemy approached to within 10 paces, we swiftly ignited our fuses and hurled them into the midst of their ranks. The enemy's charging forces, still oblivious to the situation, observed our arquebus soldiers retreating, only to be met by a dozen grenadiers, each igniting their fuses and tossing the canisters at their feet. Boom, boom, boom. The hand grenades erupted, scattering debris through the throng. I even witnessed severed limbs soaring through the air, crashing down among the crowd. Each explosion cleared a space of 2 to 3 square meters, and those nearby were toppled by shrapnel. The enemy's advance faltered, and their momentum waned. The grenadiers swiftly retreated to either side, while 2 squads of samurai formed a triangular formation, charging forward with fervor. The spear squad also promptly leveled their long weapons. Advancing in a charge, I sought to ascertain the effectiveness of Heisen's assault formation. The enemy forces disintegrated with a resounding crash. I gazed in astonishment, scanning for the renowned Ishii faction of warriors from history. Had they truly crumbled so easily? Then I spotted the banner of Jiangshang Buzhong's plum blossom pattern appearing from the direction of Shifukuji Castle. The banner depicting the revered Hachiman Daibo Satsu, fluttering in the wind. Jiangshang Buzhong, filled with resentment over Ishii Tadao's surprise assault on Shifukuji Castle, seized the moment when Ishii Tadao chose to engage in battle. Swiftly advancing towards Shifukuji Castle to join forces with the defenders inside, threatening Ishii Tadao from the rear. Thus, the morale of the already unstable coalition of compatriots swiftly collapsed. Cavalry, charge, capture Ishii Tadao, Koigashi Nobori, Adachi Tadafusa, Uchida Kanetomo, Hirohashi no Byoshi, and Tokushima Taniki. If alive, bring them to me. If not, their heads will suffice. I commanded the cavalry. The cavalry, invigorated by my orders, surged forth with fervor. Before long, Ishii and Adachi Tadafusa were captured, while the others perished in battle. This filled me with a sense of regret, particularly for Koigashi Nobori M.Y. penchant for collecting renowned generals. I sat within our formation, observing the kneeling Ishii Tadao and Adachi Tadafusa, my heart swelling with satisfaction. You betrayed me. You deceived me, M.Y. Lord. In the ebb and flow of victory and defeat, I, Tadao, have served my lord with utmost loyalty, and I beseech you to allow me to take my own life. Ishii Tadao implored, gazing at me, that I paid him no mind, instead turning my attention to Adachi Tadafusa. Adachi Tadafusa, why betray after surrender? Lord Takanabu is kin to my Adachi clan. I cannot betray him. Yada Injong gazed at me and remarked, what a paragon of loyalty. I narrowed my eyes and threatened him. Has the esteemed Yada ever contemplated the fate of his family? Upon mentioning his kin, Yada Injong stirred, casting a glance my way, and replied, in these tumultuous times, my family is prepared for whatever fate may befall us. We shall leave our destiny in the hands of His Highness. I had not anticipated his stoic resolve. Since you are so resolute, Do not blame me for being uncivil. I retorted. Very well, since you have accepted your fate, you may depart in peace. However, should you allow the city to open its gates, I vow to spare the honor of the Yada name. I laid out my terms. Ultimately, I sought to avoid wasting excessive time over these minor lords' territories. Your Highness has calculated astutely. Yada, de Injong laughed heartily. I found no further need to intimidate him. He would soon understand the optimal course of action once he witnessed the emergence of the Ishikawa clan. Turning to Ishikawa Tadao, I declared, Ishikawa, you have deceived my administration most grievously. Ishikawa Tadao glanced at me and replied, We are adversaries by circumstance. It is merely a strategy. Your Highness, why take offense? Why take offense? I shot back, Have you considered the matter of my dignity? What a splendid sentiment. Indeed, just watch, for my next assault will be upon the Ishikawa domain. I shall hunt down every member of your faction, leaving no one unscathed. I will transform you, Ishikawa Tadao, into mere pulp and craft a drinking vessel from your skull. I spat through clenched teeth. Your Highness? He exclaimed, utterly astonished, clearly unprepared for my ire. There is no need for further discourse. Your lack of compassion leaves you vulnerable to my retribution. Take them away, and ensure they do not perish. With a swift gesture, my attendants hurried to drag the two away. Today, I shall release one chapter, and tomorrow, I will resume with two. I appreciate everyone's support. The reason is that the first phase of the Ryuzoji clan's downfall is imminent, and I must prepare material for the next phase of the campaign against Hizen. As for the handling of the Ryuzoji clan, any suggestion for the upcoming phase are welcome. Additionally, there are no gold mines in Hizen. I've been unable to locate any mineral resources for Hizen. If any esteemed individuals possess such information, I beg you to share. After having the two taken away, I proceeded to reward the valiant soldiers present, especially the Hatamoto unit, which had taken the brunt of the charge, suffering over 30 casualties. Marking the greatest loss since the unit's inception, it seems the Hatamoto, as a purely martial force, excels in combat, but is not ideally suited for the role of vanguard in the initial assault. Each of these warriors is invaluable. Who knows what remarkable achievements they may achieve in the future. Every loss weighs heavily upon my heart. As for the treatment of the enemy forces, I shall continue to uphold the brigands' ethos. Let the surrendered troops lay down their arms and remove their armor before departing. After interring the fallen warriors from both sides, I summoned esteemed monks from the Shinjoji and Fukuji temples to chant sutras and offer blessings for the deceased. Once the battlefield was cleared and all arrangements were made, the sun began to set. Thus, I had to abandon my original plan to advance swiftly towards Takata Castle and instead ordered my forces to camp nearby at Shinjoji. The warriors of the Keizu clan were eager to return to Shifukuji Castle for post-battle duties, as they had just endured a siege and had much to attend to. As for the four who had perished, Kawanobuaki, Uchida Kanetomo, Hirohashi Nobuhira, and Tada Imyen, I harbored deep resentment for their betrayal. Hence, I commanded that their corpses be exhumed, their heads severed and displayed upon bamboo poles. I intended to strip their bodies and hang them from a shaped scaffold before transporting them to their home city. However, upon further reflection, despite our enmity, such desecration would be inappropriate. Persuaded by the abbot of Shinjoji and guided by my modern sensibilities, I ultimately decided to bury their remains. I opted only to carry their severed heads, their headgear, and their battle banners to be cast beneath the walls of their city, surely leaving a profound impression on the defending forces. That evening, I resolved to lodge at Shinjoji. This decision was partly due to my elder brother, Shi Fuyoshi, being interred here, as this temple serves as the ancestral temple of the Shi clan. The abbot of Shinjoji warmly welcomed me and graciously showed me around the modest temple before assigning me to a meditation room. My retinue also took charge of the temple's defenses. Though the temple was not large, it was remarkably serene. After making some arrangements, I took a moment to rest. The following day, as the sun rose, I gathered my forces, leading my retainers and the lords of the castle. First, I bid farewell to the abbot and entrusted the care of the wounded to him. We then proceeded to the grave of Shi Fuyoshi. As I stood before my elder brother's tomb, my thoughts wandered deeply. Fuyoshi was indeed a capable lord, yet he was a victim of circumstance in the conflict between the SHI and the Uchi clans. He was attacked by Tiyama SH, who acted under the orders of Uchi Yoshitaka. After my father, SHI Yoshimoto, was defeated and took his own life, Fuyoshi sought refuge with the grandfather of Oda Masakazu at Rinchi Castle. Later, with the backing of Ryuzoji Takamasa and other retainers, SHI Fuyoshi managed to restore the SHI clan's fortunes at Shifukuji Castle. However, as Ryuzoji Takamasa grew increasingly reliant on the SHI clan following the Battle of Tanegashima, he became increasingly arrogant, even demanding that his son succeed to the SHI family. Due to Ryuzoji Takamasa's entanglement with the Uchi clan, he ultimately stood idly by as the SHI clan was besieged. SHI Fuyoshi, unable to bear this any longer, conspired with his retainers, including the Baba, Yokoyama, and Kamiyama families, to eliminate most of the Ryuzoji clan. However, Ryuzoji Takamasa managed to escape and, alongside loyalists from the Kumamoto and Ishikawa clans, returned to Sagara Castle. The mastermind behind this incident, Baba Yoshikazu, was loathed by Ryuzoji Takamasa, leading to the latter's ambush, resulting in the deaths of both father and Sonis, the head of the clan. SHI Fuyoshi found himself at odds with Ryuzoji Takamasa. Eventually, Fuyoshi clashed with Ryuzoji Takamasa's great-grandson, Ryuzoji Takahiro, and in alliance with the influential vassal Tsuji Masanobu, succeeded in exiling Ryuzoji Takaro. Yet the Ryuzoji clan boasted numerous supporters. And once again, with the backing of the Kumamoto clan and the loyalists of Hizen, they reclaimed Sagara Castle. Ultimately, in the second year of Iroku, 1559, SHI Fuyoshi was ambushed by Ryuzoji Takahiro and Chiba Taniki of the Chiba clan. And in despair, he took his own life at Shifukuji Castle. In truth, he had two opportunities to eradicate the Ryuzoji clan. The first was thwarted when Ryuzoji Takamasa sensed danger and fled, avoiding death, and overlooked the fact that, despite the massacre of his clan, one grandson had already taken vows as a monk. The second opportunity was even greater, as Ryuzoji Takahiro, known for his volatile temperament and having little support from Ryuzoji retainers, was merely exiled rather than annihilated, leading to eventual failure. I, however, shall never commit such a blunder. Standing before his tombstone, I murmured softly, barely audible, "The Ryuzoji clan is now constrained within Sagara Castle, and most of the minor lords have submitted. The aspirations you could not fulfill, I shall accomplish for you. The SHI clan shall not perish. Witness where I shall lead the SHI clan." I then turned to my retainers and the lords, declaring, "This is the final battle against the treacherous Ryuzoji clan. Though some unforeseen events have arisen, they do not alter the overall strategy. Those loyal to the Ryuzoji clan are merely clinging to life. Now, let us seize their stronghold. Afterwards, we shall march to Sagara Castle. To arms!" Oh! With my words, a chorus of voices erupted in fervent agreement, their spirits soaring. Just as we commenced our march, a messenger from our forces approached with splendid news. Chiba Taniki had successfully infiltrated Takata Castle through stratagem and captured the entirety of the Tada clan, transporting them to Yokote Castle. He was now leading his troops towards Harakiyama Castle, sending word that I need not proceed there, as he was confident in securing the victory himself. Upon hearing this, I was filled with exuberance. I had not anticipated Chiba Taniki's prowess. At last, we had a capable commander who could independently handle military affairs, sparing me considerable trouble. Please convey to your lord that we are aware of his triumph, and let him proceed to conquer Harakiyama Castle. We shall await his good news at Yokote Castle. Additionally, he may claim his reward." I expressed my heartfelt delight to the messenger, who gratefully took his leave that I did not arbitrarily change the direction of the march, even if it meant taking a slight detour. It would not affect the overall situation. My greatest fear was the possibility of further unforeseen events. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the ninjas relayed the news that Chiba Inshung had indeed captured Takata Castle, as the emissaries had reported, and had sent the entire Ito clan to Yakabuki Castle. Given this, there was no need for me to proceed to Kasayama Castle. I then turned to Ishii Tadafusa and offered him a slight smile. I promptly ordered the entire army to march towards Ishii's residence, Masamori Castle. This Masamori castle is not the one belonging to the Matsura clan. After 5 days of marching, we finally arrived at Ishii's residence as night fell. The reason for our slow progress was the unexpected ambush by farmers led by scattered samurai from the Ishii clan along our route. The warriors of the Ishii faction lived up to their reputation. Although the disciplined forces of Hizen suffered minimal casualties, the incessant harassment was tiresome. Reluctantly, I had to heed the advice of Egami Bushijin and refrain from splitting our forces to pursue these pesky marauders. Whenever we encountered disturbances, the army would swiftly sweep through the nearby villages. This not only forced the harassing forces to reveal themselves, but also allowed us to secure supplies and wealth from the villages. Upon reaching Ishii's residence, I summoned Ishii Tadafusa and said to him, "Lord Ishii, your castle is on the verge of falling. I, Saikyo, do not wish to cause unnecessary bloodshed. If you allow the gates to be opened, I shall spare the Ishii clan that I sought to resolve matters swiftly and then turn my attention to the siege of Saga Castle, hoping for a bloodless surrender of this stronghold." Unexpectedly, after a long silence, Ishii Tadafusa replied, "The Ishii clan has already resigned itself to its fate. There is no need for further words. Your Highness Shoni, I... Very well. It is commendable that the Ishii clan has this level of awareness." I was angered by his response. Clearly, the Ishii clan was on the brink of annihilation, yet he spoke as if he were granting me a favor. "Then let Lord Ishii witness how I, Saikyo, shall seize your castle." I shouted in fury that I immediately commanded the army to assault the castle, unveiling my long-prepared secret weapon, the explosive charges. Though referred to as explosive charges, they bore no resemblance to the explosive devices of later generations. Primarily due to a lack of proper materials that I could only utilize black powder, packed into a 1 cubic meter wooden box. The process was quite simple. I wrapped the black powder in oiled paper and placed it inside the wooden box. Initially, I encountered a mishap. When I ordered my men to compact the black powder and tightly wrap it in thick paper with ropes, it inadvertently affected the combustion of the powder, rendering it useless. Furthermore, the compacted powder was exceedingly heavy. Reluctantly, I reverted to the old method, wrapping the black powder directly in oiled paper, then covering it with thick paper and binding it with ropes, making it ready for use. It resembled a powder keg, e.g. AS for its power. It is difficult to articulate that I recall that during the American Civil War, powder kegs were often used to demolish fortifications, breaching wooden gates and walls. So I anticipated no significant issues. As per custom, I first plundered the town below the castle and then sent emissaries into the city to persuade them to surrender, only to be predictably rebuffed. Subsequently, I had no choice but to order an assault. Given the urgency to capture the castle swiftly, I resolved to utilize my fastest siege tactic. Upon receiving the attack order, the troops advanced with the arquebusier brigade shielded by barricades until within shooting range. Then commenced fire suppression against the defending forces. The grenade team launched several rounds of hand grenades into the castle to create chaos among the defenders. As for my rocket artillery, I had no intention of deploying it. I wished to reserve it for Saga Castle, deeming it unnecessary to waste it on this minor stronghold. After the grenade team created sufficient disorder, they proceeded to excavate at the gate and 2 other locations. I watched as the grenade team wielded their shovels with great speed, and soon they had dug a substantial pit. They then retreated a few steps and tossed another round of hand grenades into the castle to prevent the defenders from regrouping during this brief respite. My vassals observed that I had not prepared ladders or battering rams, and they were perplexed by my actions, leading to a flurry of discussions among them. I relished their bewildered expressions, but chose not to clarify my strategy. After the final round of hand grenades exploded, 6 men, with 2 carrying each explosive charge, rushed toward the pit they had just excavated at the gate and walls. They promptly tossed the explosive charges into the pit. Although the defenders were unaware of our intentions, they sensed that something significant was occurring and began shouting to assemble their forces in a desperate attempt to counter our assault. Once the explosive charges were placed in the pit, they ignited the fuses and swiftly turned to flee. The arquebusier brigade noticed the fuses were lit and likewise fled in a frenzy, causing my nearby vassals to mistakenly believe the arquebusier brigade had collapsed. Clamoring for punishment against the commander, Kawai Hisatomo, I waved my hand with a smile, signaling that all was under control, that I quickly dismounted, crouching down and covering my ears, which only added to the confusion of my vassals. In truth, the arquebusier brigade had no reason to flee in such a panic, as I had instructed that the fuses of the explosive charges burn for 20 seconds, a sufficient duration for them to reach a safe distance. The defenders inside the castle, witnessing the arquebusier brigade retreating, were still oblivious to what was unfolding, only seeing their commander shouting orders at that moment. A tremendous explosion erupted, shaking the very earth beneath us. Those around me were startled, creating a cacophony of chaos. Boom! Boom! The subsequent 2 explosive charges detonated in rapid succession. Accompanied by the explosions, the gates and walls, where the charges had been placed, were instantly obliterated. As if a colossal dragon had burst forth from the earth, sending soil, flames, splinters, and even human remains soaring into the air before crashing down. Even from my distance, I was nearly struck by the head of an unfortunate soul that landed nearby. In the aftermath of the explosion, a large pit appeared where the wooden gate had once stood, and 2 massive gaps had been blown open in the walls. Rising to my feet, I gestured forward with my arm and shouted, "Charge!" After a brief moment of disarray, the troops quickly recognized the opportunity for battle, and each unit leader ordered their men to surge into the castle, vying for the honor of being the first to enter. Witnessing my forces storming into the castle, the outcome of this battle was no longer in doubt. I then turned to Ishii Tadafusa, who was still in shock, staring at the direction of the castle, and said with a grin, "What say you, Lord Ishii?" It took him a moment to regain his composure. Looking at me, he remarked, "Your Highness Shoni, you truly possess remarkable tactics. Today I, Ishii Tadafusa, am utterly convinced." "Humph," I replied, "the utter destruction of the Ishii clan is solely due to you." Ishii Tadafusa. He closed his eyes in anguish and sighed deeply. Remaining silent, I ceased further conversation with him, merely instructing that he not be allowed to perish. For he still held value for my exploitation. I then turned to converse merrily with my vassals. The assault within the castle continued unabated, with fires igniting in various locations, likely as the defenders realized their situation was irretrievable and began to burn their own stronghold. The fall of the castle was merely a matter of time. By nightfall, the entire city had succumbed. Besides those who had already taken their own lives, over 20 members of the Ishii clan, young and old, were captured. After my forces salvaged all the valuables and provisions they could carry from the castle, I ordered that it be set ablaze, ensuring the complete destruction of the stronghold. Thus, the Ishii clan, once renowned for its elite samurai corps, met its demise. The army rested on the spot, and that evening, a celebratory feast was held. The following day, as mist enveloped the land, the army set forth, turning its sights on Ashikari Castle, held by Yabata Yinshu. Ashikari Castle was a formidable stronghold. Should a siege ensue, casualties would undoubtedly be considerable, and it certainly would not be easier than the siege of Ishii's residence. Considering that Ashikari Castle lay to the west of Saga Castle, my forces would have to cross Saga Castle to reach Ashikari. I resolved not to linger too long nor waste excessive time here. I promptly summoned Yabata Yinshu, hoping he would act wisely and surrender the castle. "Lord Yabata, the fate of your clan and your very lives hinge upon your choice," I threatened leisurely. Yabata Yinshu, having been deeply impressed by the explosive charges that had breached the Ishii clan's Masamori castle, now faced the grim reality of the Ishii clan's fate and found himself compelled to consider his options with caution. "Might I inquire how your Highness Shoni intends to handle the Ishii clan?" Yabata Yinshu asked tentatively. I offered a faint smile and replied, "Once we reach Saga Castle, before the siege, I shall have them executed en masse." Yabata Yinshu glanced at me, then inquired, "And what of the Ryuzoji clan?" I merely smiled in response, offering no answer. If the Ishii clan met such a fate, how much more so the Ryuzoji clan? He closed his eyes and sighed, asking, "Will your Highness truly spare the name of the Yabata clan?" I replied, "There is hope." A surge of joy filled my heart, and feigning calmness, I declared, "Of course, I swear by the great deity Hachiman that I will grant you a swift demise beneath the walls of Saga Castle. However, your family name shall remain intact, and I shall allocate 1,000 koku of land to your house, the Yada clan. Yada Yinshu hesitated for a moment, then replied, "Very well, thank you, Your Highness." Shortly thereafter, Yada Yinshu was escorted by the samurai retinue into the castle. Before long, the gates swung wide open, and the samurai swiftly surged into the castle, taking control of the defenses of the Nainamaru before advancing to the Tenshu. Half an hour later, all banners of the Yada clan were lowered. And Heisen's preparation team promptly entered the castle to assume control. In the Tenshu, Yada Yinshu and his family knelt before me. "I beseech you, Your Highness, to fulfill your promise." Yada Yinshu knelt for an extended period without rising. "Fear not, for my clan shall erect a castle upon the sacred Mount Nyabai, with a surrounding territory of 1,000 koku designated for your Yada clan. I shall not go back on my word. However, I must claim half of your family's wealth," I replied with a sense of satisfaction. Yada Yinshu appeared taken aback, then conceded, "I leave it to your Highness's discretion. Indeed, the situation favors me. Now your residence lies within my grasp, and the lives of all Yada clan members rest in my hands. Taking but half of your family's wealth is a generous offer," I remarked, after a night of rest, leaving behind 1,000 troops to guard the castle. The main army set forth toward Hori. Upon arrival, I discovered that Chiba Insho had returned to Hori a day earlier, accompanied by the families and all wealth of Yu, Hirohashi, and Tokushima Inshan. This news filled me with frustration. While I captured 2 castles, he had taken 4, and even managed to do so more swiftly than I did. Such capability demands my respect. He complied with my orders, binding all their families together with ropes, awaiting their fate. Uncle, I, Insho, have not shamed my mission. However, to expedite the opening of the castle, I propose a compromise. I shall retain the names of the Yu and Hirohashi families, and I hope you will consider this." Chiba Insho, fearful of displeasing me, added, "You have done well, adapting to the circumstances. Since you have made such a promise, these 3 families may retain 500 koku of land, but they shall not possess a castle." I graciously accepted their conditions. After 2 days of rest, observing that the army had regained its vigor, I commanded them to march immediately towards Saga Castle. Ryuzoji Kanai, Shoni Masayuki have arrived. Ryuzoji clan, the Shoni clan, am here. The journey from Hori to Saga Castle would take merely 2 days. The castle's fortifications are characterized by a contour of tiered walls and a flat layout, with a moat approximately 50 meters wide. The marks left by the townsfolk were compelled to fill it remained evident. The moat is an earthen embankment, yet due to the castle's flat terrain, in order to conceal the interior from prying eyes. A multitude of pine and camphor trees have been planted atop the embankment. From a distance, the castle appeared to be ensconced within the trees. However, during my last visit to Saga Castle, I had set fire to the outermost walls and trees, and reconstruction had yet to be fully completed. According to my ninja reports, numerous tunnels crisscrossed both beneath and within Saga Castle, intended for water supply. During sieges, it seems that a prolonged siege or tunneling approach is unfeasible. I must resort to conventional methods of assault. Upon my army's arrival, a cacophony of sounds emanated from within the castle, likely the samurai organizing the defense. Given my intention to seize Saga Castle and use it as my residence, I refrained from issuing orders for pillaging, considering the sentiments of the townsfolk below. Upon arrival, I immediately commanded my forces to encircle Saga Castle and commence fortification works, primarily erecting watchtowers, arrow slits, and other defensive structures while digging a small trench surrounding the encampment. I had not forgotten how, during the Battle of Amayama, Otomo Yoshinobu's cavalry had lost their heads to Kurajima Naramori's night raid. Once preparations were complete, I gazed upon Saga Castle, my mind awash with myriad thoughts. Since my arrival in this world, I have lived each day with trepidation, fearing the day when Ryuzoji Takunobu might launch an attack. Now, after my own maneuvers, I have managed to turn the tide. I can now bring about the downfall of Ryuzoji. Only by vanquishing the Ryuzoji clan can I truly claim my place among the great warlords of the Sengoku era, able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the neighboring daimyo and firmly establish my foundation. As for Yu, Hirohashi, Tokushima Inshan, and Ishii Dao, I promptly ordered their banners to be raised and marched them to the edge of the moat, where I had their heads and headgear displayed upon bamboo poles beneath their banners, as a demonstration of deterrence to those within the castle, signaling that they have no reinforcements. Subsequently, I had the Ishii clan lined up beneath the emblematic banner of the Ishii clan's three-tiered scales. The defenders within the castle, witnessing our actions, craned their necks in curiosity that I believe this would exert pressure on Ryuzoji Takunabu's retainers, undermining their morale. Yet, there is a risk. It may also incite a sense of unity against a common enemy, leading to unintended consequences. If Ryuzoji's retainers could withstand the obliteration of their family name and the execution of their kin, I would have nothing further to say. After all, in this era of warring states, the annihilation of one's family name and the execution of relatives is not uncommon. Currently, I have arranged numerous informants within the castle, including the foot soldiers guarding it, as many retainers have privately contacted me. It is clear to all that the current situation is transparent. Saga Castle is destined to fall, and the Ryuzoji clan will inevitably perish. The question of how long the walls of Saga Castle can protect the Ryuzoji clan is now moot. The Yada clan and others, having opened the castle under conditions, spared their families from the fate of execution. The most tragic fate befell the Ishii clan. Ishii Tadao was brought before me, and I regarded him, stating, "Ishidano, as a warrior, I have afforded you the opportunity to submit, yet you have not cherished it. Samurai, you should have long accepted your fate. Moreover, loyalty to your lord is the honor of a warrior." There is no need for further words. Your Highness, Hishigo replied passionately. Enough, I interrupted. Out of respect for your loyalty to your lord, I shall permit you to commit seppuku, but must be done by the moat of Saga Castle. Alongside your family. Please proceed, Ishino. I gestured toward where his family was located. I thank you, your highness. That he bowed to me and then approached his family point one by one. He bid them farewell, and the overseeing samurai did not intervene. He then removed his upper garments, sat in silence for a moment, and drew his dagger, plunging it into his abdomen. From a distance, his body trembled in agony. The Kaishakunin shouted, raising his katana, which swiftly descended, severing Ishii Tadao's head from his body. His head rolled to the ground. The executioners behind him proceeded to behead all members of the Ishii clan. Once the Ishii clan was entirely exterminated, the chief executioner swung his blade, toppling the banner representing the Ishii clan's three-tiered scales. The banner swayed momentarily before plunging into the moat of Saga Castle. Go. Retrieve Ishigao's head. I wish to fashion it into a drinking vessel. I commanded the horse attendant. He hesitated, perhaps thinking I was merely jesting, but now I truly desire to have Ishii Tadao's head made into a cup. What are you dawdling for? Hurry! I bellowed, prompting the attendant to swiftly retrieve Ishii Tadao's head. Now, it was Yada Yinshu's turn. I regarded him without uttering a word. He glanced back at me and said, I hope your highness will not forget your promise. That I looked at him and replied, Rest assured, I shall not forget my promise. Safe travels, Yadadano. He smiled and exclaimed, May your highness enjoy great fortune in martial endeavors. With that, he turned and walked toward his designated banner, with Yada Yinshu's head severed. The executions concluded. The banners symbolizing the various clans were all brought down. Preparations for the siege were now being executed with great urgency. I had crafted over 200 large sky rockets, all of which I had brought along. In the present day, a total of 20 rockets were prepared for trial launches towards the city. Each rocket measured approximately 1.5 meters in length. The artillery crew constructed a makeshift launch platform using several bamboo poles, which essentially resembled a small table with a groove to accommodate the rockets, angled precisely towards Saga Castle. The retainers, filled with curiosity, craned their necks to observe the artillery team's endeavors. The fuse ignited. Sparks erupted from the rear of the rockets, which whirled through the air with a piercing whistle, arcing gracefully towards the city, culminating in thunderous explosions. Boom! Boom! As the rockets descended into Saga Castle, flames erupted in every corner, engulfing the city in chaos and smoke. From a distance, Saga Castle was awash with panic and disorder, its streets teeming with shadowy figures frantically attempting to extinguish the fires. Some rockets detonated mid-air due to fuse malfunctions, resembling grand fireworks displays in order to intensify the pressure on the city, I promptly resolved to launch an additional 30 rockets, firing them in groups of 10 towards Saga Castle. Once the rockets were launched, the thick, acrid smoke enveloped the air, lingering like a dense fog. Observing the inferno within the city and the crowd engaged in firefighting efforts, it could be deemed a success, as only a few of the rockets failed to enter the city. The next course of action rested upon the choices made by Ryuzoji Takanobu and his retainers regarding their fate. As night fell, sporadic flames continued to burn within the city, indicating that the fires had not been completely extinguished. Just after I finished my evening meal, envoys arrived from the city. The messenger was neither the familiar Koshima Kyofusa nor Koshima Nobumesa, but rather Ryuzoji Takanobu's younger brother, Ryuzoji Nobujo, Takanobu's sibling. Nobuzu was a figure of considerable capability and had accompanied his brother in various campaigns since Takanobu ascended to the position of clan head. His notable performance during the assaults on the Hirai and Hirado Matsura clans earned him the title of Lord of Suku Castle, positioning him at the forefront against the Matsura and Arima clans. Later, he was appointed as the Minister of Affairs for Buzen Province at the zenith of the Ryuzoji clan's power. After Takanobu relinquished the clan headship to his son, Nobuzu emerged as a prominent figure among the family. I had always believed that the various games underestimated his abilities, which were undoubtedly above average for a commander. Nobuzu approached me with a calm demeanor and stated, "I have come at my brother's behest, requesting that your highness spare Saga Castle. It is the sole stronghold of the Ryuzoji clan at this time, and your highness has already secured the entirety of Higashifukuzen. Regardless of circumstances, generations of the Ryuzoji clan have fought for the benefit of your highness's clan. I beseech you to preserve the name of the Ryuzoji family." Upon hearing Nobuzu's plea, I couldn't help but laugh. He looked at me, perplexed. Awaiting my response, I stifled my laughter and replied, "How dare your Ryuzoji clan speak such words? Indeed, your ancestors contributed to my clan, and I acknowledge their efforts. However, the merits of the Ryuzoji clan pale in comparison to their treachery against my family. Moreover, the Ryuzoji clan has a blood debt against my house. My father and brothers perished at the hands of your elder brother Takanobu. What makes the Ryuzoji clan believe I would pardon you?" Nobuzu's expression shifted as he solemnly inquired, "Does your highness truly intend to eradicate the Ryuzoji clan?" I shook my head. "Spare the Ryuzoji clan? If it were your Ryuzoji clan's Saga Castle under siege today, would you have been able to defend against my house? The enmity of your clan is etched into my heart. What must your highness do to spare the Ryuzoji clan?" He pressed that it is simple. My house requires no vassalage from the Ryuzoji clan. Relinquish Saga Castle. I fixed my gaze intently upon Nobuzu. His countenance stiffened, for he likely understood that Saga Castle was the last bastion of the Ryuzoji clan. Surrendering it would equate to their obliteration. Furthermore, given my evident animosity towards the Ryuzoji clan, yielding Saga Castle would only render them vulnerable to my whims. Nobuzu gritted his teeth and declared, "Impossible. Saga Castle is the foundation of the Ryuzoji clan. It cannot be handed over." Observing his expression, I felt a surge of satisfaction. My gaze turned cold as I continued. "I will not forget your brother Takanobu's actions. I shall ensure he pays for his deeds, and your clan shall vanish from this world." My emotions were running high, and I failed to realize that I had effectively derailed the negotiations. "Your Highness!" Nobuzu exclaimed, his face a mask of shock, "that is it not the Ryuzoji clan that seeks to submit and yield? These are my conditions. If you refuse, you may take your leave," I stated bluntly. Nobuzu's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. After a moment, he inhaled deeply and said, "Your Highness's conditions are unacceptable to the Ryuzoji clan. Very well. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness if I eradicate your clan." I shot back, my eyes gleaming with icy intent. "Since your highness insists on this course, the Ryuzoji clan will have no choice but to fight to the bitter end." With that, Nobuzu took his leave. I remained in place, watching his retreating figure. Suddenly, Chibi Yasunori spoke up. "My lord, do you truly intend to extinguish the Ryuzoji name?" Still fuming, I merely nodded in response, "And my lord, I urge you to reconsider. The Ryuzoji clan is a prominent family in Fukuzen. Should you annihilate them, it would undoubtedly incite even greater resistance from those who oppose the SHNI clan. This would be detrimental to our efforts to unify Fujiwara. Yasunori's words struck a chord within me. I realized that I had let my emotions cloud my judgment during the earlier negotiations that he was correct. While the SHNI clan currently held the upper hand, we were far from an absolute advantage and could not afford to compare ourselves to the more formidable daimyos. Forcing the Ryuzoji clan into extinction could very well backfire, complicating our future campaigns in Fujiwara. Noticing my silence, he continued to counsel, "My lord, I believe that while we must indeed besiege Saga Castle, we should first initiate the attack, and once we have made some progress, they will inevitably send envoys to negotiate once more. To that point, we can present our demands." I regarded Chiba Yasunori with newfound appreciation, realizing I finally had someone capable of alleviating my burdens. "You are right. The Ryuzoji clan cannot be annihilated. However, we shall not allow them an easy path. Our strategy is already in place. Tomorrow, you will assume the role of the commander during the siege." "At your command," Yasunori replied respectfully. The following morning, as dawn broke, our troops were assembled and in perfect formation beneath Saga Castle. The castle's defenders had already detected our movements, their figures visible atop the walls. Weapons in hand, vigilant against our advance, I mounted my horse before the battle standard, refraining from delivering a rousing speech. With a wave of my hand, the army commenced its preparations for the siege in an orderly fashion. The rocket artillery team began to position their launchers, preparing to fire in groups of 10 towards the city. With a total of 200 rockets at my disposal, having already expended 20, I had prepared an additional 80 rockets for the day's assault to increase pressure on the city. Such firepower was unprecedented in this era. Whoosh, whoosh, accompanied by the piercing whistle of rocket artillery. One rocket after another descended upon the city of Saga, engulfing the area in a haze of smoke and chaos. In an instant, flames erupted, casting a fierce glow against the thick, black atmosphere that enveloped the city, rendering it reminiscent of a hellish inferno. Within Saga, the juxtaposition of flames and smoke rendered the castle tower an ominous and terrifying sight, while the defending troops began to descend into disarray amidst the confusion. As the fire sowed chaos among the defenders, the assaulting forces prepared to advance. Leading the first wave was the Iron Cannon Brigade commanded by Kakubo Kayatomo, followed by the grenade and archery units, who slowly pressed forward towards the grand gates. Trailing behind were the peasant soldiers under the command of Kamishiro Katsutoshi, ever ready to charge into the heart of the city. Next came two samurai contingents led by Kiritaguro and Shinji Yashitomo, followed by the Heisen army led by Saichiro Minasu. This strategic arrangement was due to the precious nature of the Heisen forces, deemed as divine instruments of warfare. However, for high-consumption siege battles, other military forces were better suited. All soldiers carried 2 earthen mounds, widening the moat as they advanced. The Heisen 1st and 2nd units served as reserves and protective forces, poised to join the fray at a moment's notice. As the cannon brigade neared the grand gates, they lowered their shields, prompting the defenders within to mount a counterattack. Arrows flew and cannons roared. The cannon brigade aimed their artillery at the castle walls and arrow towers, firing rapidly at any visible enemy. The wooden walls proved utterly incapable of withstanding the might of the cannon. Once struck, they splintered into fragments, even penetrating the boards to harm the defenders behind them. Yet the defenders, undeterred, braved tremendous casualties to retaliate against the cannon brigade's volleys. Members of the cannon brigade occasionally fell, struck down by the defenders. The grand gate, having been previously torched, was newly constructed and thus not robust. It trembled under the relentless assault of dozens of soldiers wielding a battering ram. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous sounds erupted as the grenade unit commenced launching grenades into the city, amidst the chaos. Several soldiers engaged in battering the gate were struck by shrapnel, collapsing with agonized cries as blood pooled beneath them. At that moment, the defenders inside hurled several jars towards the attacking foot soldiers. Toki oil? I silently cursed, realizing the impending disaster. Indeed, as the jar shattered, a volley of fire rained down, igniting the area around the gate. The foot soldiers, forced to abandon their battering rams, retreated. Those unfortunate enough to be struck by the jars or doused in oil were consumed by the flames. writhing in agony on the ground before ultimately turning to ash. Seizing the opportunity, Kawakubo Kayatomo commanded the grenade unit to launch another round of grenades into the city, inflicting further casualties upon the defenders. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued in rapid succession, momentarily stalling the defenders' counteroffensive. The battle at the Grand Gate was exceptionally fierce. In a brief span, over 150 soldiers had perished, with several more injured by friendly fire from their own grenades. My heart quaked at the sight of my soldiers, particularly my cannon brigade, who had undergone rigorous training. Unlike the peasant troops, as a modern individual, I found it difficult to remain indifferent like those of this era. Reluctantly, I issued another order to detonate explosives to obliterate the Grand Gate. Although the explosives had already been utilized once, the defenders of Saga were likely unaware of their existence. Soldiers carried the explosives and began digging beneath the gate, while the cannon and grenade units fiercely suppressed the defenders. This scene was all too familiar. Boom! After placing the explosives, the soldiers ignited the fuse, and with a tremendous explosion, the Grand Gate was left in disarray. However, it remained structurally intact, indicating that the defenses of Saga were indeed formidable. Subsequently, 2 soldiers rushed forward with explosives, igniting the fuses and retreating hastily. Boom! Another deafening blast resonated, and this time, the Grand Gate was utterly shattered. Debris flying through the air, the piece even struck the advancing Heisen soldiers, resulting in casualties among the spear-bearers, while the defenders of the Ryuzoji family behind the gate suffered severe losses. Upon witnessing the Grand Gate's destruction, the attacking forces surged forward with renewed vigor, charging into the city while roaring with enthusiasm, for the rewards for leading the charge were substantial. Hours later, the sounds of battle still echoed within, as Chiba Urinari reported that the third enclosure had been breached and the defenders were retreating to the second enclosure, where a new offensive had commenced. I was elated. With this momentum, capturing Saga seemed within reach. Yet just as I reveled in this triumph, a sudden, thunderous noise emanated from within the city. Confused, I gazed towards the tumult, where smoke billowed, followed by a series of violent explosions. The noise was deafening, causing my ears to ring. Only my explosives could produce such a ruckus. What was happening? Alarmed, I observed my soldiers retreating swiftly from the city, while those yet to enter were blocked at the gaping breach that a crisis had erupted within the city. I hastily dispatched scouts to ascertain the situation. Soon, several scouts returned with news that M.Y. Lord, as the forces were assaulting the second enclosure, they were ambushed by the troops of the Gojo clan emerging from a hidden passage. The grenade unit, leading the charge, was the first to be struck, and the Gojo forces seized their weapons, igniting them and triggering devastating explosions, resulting in catastrophic losses within the city. Upon hearing this, I was momentarily stunned. Having overlooked the threat posed by the Gojo clan, truly, they were formidable adversaries. M.Y. Lord, the morale of the troops is in disarray. Should we continue the assault? Asked Minamoto. I furrowed my brow at the chaos near the gate and shook my head gently. Cease the attack. But we must not lose the Grand Gate we have already captured. Upon hearing my words, Chiba Urinari replied, Understood. The assault on Saga is merely a means to leverage negotiations if we no longer have the opportunity to capture the city. We must consolidate our forces for the time, being that I contemplated the ongoing conflict within the city. The defenders of the Ryuzoji family were not to be underestimated, particularly with the presence of their loyal retainers. The very foundation that had propelled the Ryuzoji family to glory in history. I believed that if we offered suitable terms, seizing Saga would merely be a matter of time. That I was resolute. I would capture Saga. I repeated this mantra to myself. I ordered the entire army to rest for the night, resuming the assault on Saga the following day. I commanded Chiba Urinari to make arrangements for the troops to rest. Meanwhile, I sat in my tent, pondering how to seize Saga and how to win the loyalty of the Ryuzoji retainers. These individuals were all elites. If I could win them over, my power would undoubtedly grow. I silently calculated my strategies. As dawn broke the next day, I ordered the troops to continue their assault on the second enclosure. Lacking explosives, we could only employ conventional siege tactics, with the Grand Gate breached. Only the second enclosure and the main keep remained. The strategy was straightforward. The soldiers would swarm the walls like ants, applying pressure on Ryuzoji Takanabu. Once we captured the second enclosure, negotiations would become unnecessary. Saga would be mine. However, the situation did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Repeated assaults on the second enclosure were met with failure. Just as I found myself in a quandary, news arrived from the ninja contingent bearing ill tidings. Kamakura Keimori has crossed the Chikugo River with 3,000 troops and is advancing toward Saga, claiming to mediate between the Ryuzoji and Ishichinai clans. They are less than 3 days' march from Saga. Kamakura Keimori, I hissed through clenched teeth. The Kamakura family could be considered the most powerful lord in Chikugo, comprising both upper and lower branches. Kamakura Keimori was the head of the lower branch, currently serving the Otomo clan. The lower Kamakura family maintained close ties with the Ryuzoji clan. When the Ryuzoji family faced exile, they sought refuge within the domain of Kamakura Keimori, and later, when Ryuzoji Takanabu was banished. He fled there with his mother, wife, brother, and over 200 others. Puchi Jiansheng, witnessing the predicament of Ryu Shin, felt a profound sympathy for him. Ignoring the fact that his own lord, the Otomo clan, was in opposition to the Ryuzoji clan, he extended meticulous hospitality towards Ryu Shin and his entourage, providing them with shelter and provisions. Subsequently, when Ryuzoji Ryu Shin returned to Hizen to reclaim his territory, Puchi Jiansheng even dispatched a contingent of 300 soldiers to congratulate Ryuzoji Ryu Shin on his foray. It is noteworthy that at that time, Puchi Jiansheng was indeed allied with the Otomo clan, who were adversaries of the Ryuzoji clan. In the eyes of Puchi Jiansheng, his lord's campaign against Ryuzoji Ryu Shin was of little consequence. However, as a samurai, he adhered to the principles of Bushido and abhorred cowardly actions. The support he offered to the beleaguered Ryuzoji Ryu Shin, both morally and materially, could be interpreted as pivotal. Without Puchi Jiansheng, the rise of Ryuzoji Ryu Shin would have been unimaginable. Presently, as Puchi Jiansheng arrived with his armed forces to mediate, I could not help but perceive his actions as a bias towards the Ryuzoji clan, a notion that I found quite insulting. Furthermore, while mediation is expected, his silent entrance with an army into my territory, particularly at this critical moment of my siege, was decidedly discomforting. Thus, I promptly composed a letter to Otomo Surin, detailing Puchi Jiansheng's actions. As I gazed upon Saga Castle, now encircled by my forces in multiple layers, I surmised that the inhabitants within were likely unaware of the situation. I had to devise a means for negotiation. Consequently, I ordered my troops to intensify their assault, compelling the castle's occupants to send envoys for further discussions. Under my stern command to continue the siege, my forces pressed forward relentlessly against the Nijo Maru. The Nijo Maru had nearly succumbed to my onslaught several times, yet each attempt was thwarted by the elite samurai corps of the Ryuzoji clan, resulting in significant losses on my side. As night fell and we paused for rest, at long last, the castle sent forth another envoy for negotiations. The envoy was Koishima Nobu, who since his last return from my Shoyuni mountain castle had been confined by Ryu Shin and now appeared quite haggard. Upon his arrival, I ordered a chair be brought forth for him to sit. I then inquired, "Nobu, does Ryu Shin intend to accept the terms for surrendering the castle?" Koishima Nobu did not respond to my question, but lamented, "Your Highness, I have suffered greatly due to these circumstances." I recognized he was referring to my earlier decision to leak information upon his visit to Shoyuni Mountain Castle. However, I chose to disregard his comment and pressed on. "Is Ryu Shin contemplating surrender?" I emphasized my inquiry this time. Nobu's presence alone seemed to indicate a resolution. "Why must your Highness feign ignorance?" He retorted with a bitter smile. I continued, "What conditions has Ryu Shin proposed?" He glanced at me and replied, "My lord's conditions are that we surrender Saga Castle. The Ryuzoji clan will submit to your Highness, and in return, your Highness will find another place for the Ryuzoji clan, guaranteeing them a safe haven of 50,000 koku." Hearing this, I could not help but frown. At this juncture, Ryuzoji Ryu Shin still harbored the delusion that I would spare his life. To suggest I should find another domain for the Ryuzoji clan, while also guaranteeing them 50,000 koku was sheer folly. Little did he know that I would seek reasons to reduce the ranks of my current retainers, and the prospect of providing even 5,000 koku was utterly implausible. I burst into laughter, saying, if Ryuzoji Ryu Shin wishes to negotiate under such terms, then Nobu, you may take your leave. Must your highness be so ruthless as to annihilate the Ryuzoji clan completely? I, Nobu, have come sincerely to negotiate, he implored, somewhat agitated. Nobu, I would like to ask you, do you possess even the slightest sincerity in your current actions? With the circumstances reversed, would you not plead on behalf of Shogun Siku to Ryuzoji Ryu Shin? How would Ryuzoji Ryu Shin act if he were in my position? I retorted with a sardonic tone. He remained silent for a considerable time before finally sighing. My lord instructed me that the Ryuzoji clan must not be extinguished. The dignity of the Ryuzoji is not to be trampled upon. This is my lord's directive. Oh, so it is, I replied with a faint smile. Then, Nobu, do you still recall your promise at Shoyuni Mountain Castle to hand over Saga Castle to me? Of course, but does your highness also remember the promise to retain the name of the Ryuzoji clan? He responded without hesitation. Indeed, my family remembers, I affirmed. However, I did not promise that the clan head would be Ryu Shin. What? Koishima Nobu looked at me incredulously, unable to fathom my words. I merely agreed to preserve the name of the Ryuzoji clan. Nothing more. As for Ryu Shin, he must commit seppuku. Otherwise, I, Siku, have no qualms about eradicating the Ryuzoji clan. I narrowed my eyes, casting a menacing glare at him. His expression darkened considerably, his fists alternately clenching and relaxing, his gaze flickering. After a long pause, he finally inhaled deeply and asked, what further conditions does your highness have? I closed my eyes and replied, Ryuzoji Ryu Shin seppuku is the foremost condition, the preservation of the Ryuzoji name, and a transfer with no possessions from within the castle. No wealth whatsoever. Such conditions, I must candidly say, my lord would certainly not accept. Moreover, this is not a matter I, Nobu, can decide, he protested, somewhat irate. Ryuzoji Ryu Shin may consider it. However, I, Siku, shall not wait indefinitely. I require an answer by dawn tomorrow. Should the sun rise without a response, I shall initiate a full-scale assault, I stated matter-of-factly. He pondered for a moment before finally gritting his teeth and saying, then, I must take my leave, your highness. Upon this, he stood to depart. That moment, I called out to him, Nobu, would you be willing to serve as a retainer in my Shoyuni household? Your highness's kindness overwhelms me. I do not deserve it. He bowed in response that I waved my hand dismissively, saying, no need for modesty that I, Siku, am not Ryuzoji Ryu Shin. But for you and the Koishima clan, my domain is undoubtedly the most suitable place for you. The future is vast, and we can advance together. After a moment of contemplation, he finally nodded. Thank you for your generosity, your highness, that it is settled. I nodded in satisfaction, signaling him to return to Ryuzoji Ryu Shin with the message. The following day, before dawn, Koishima Nobu arrived at my main camp alongside Ryuzoji Nobu. Once seated, I yawned and asked, has Ryuzoji Ryu Shin accepted the terms proposed by my family, or is he merely stalling for time once again? Koishima Nobu sighed, saying, your highness, my lord has made a choice. He can commit seppuku or surrender Saga Castle. The wealth within can be relinquished without a single coin, but I am uncertain where your highness intends to relocate the Ryuzoji clan and how much security will be provided. Upon hearing his words, a cold smile crept across my face. That is for me, Siku, to manage it. I already have plans for the relocation. To my surprise, Ryuzoji Nobu interjected. I hope your highness will clarify. Jikawa Castle. 3,000 koku, I stated coldly. What? That is far too little, Ryuzoji Nobu exclaimed, standing abruptly. Too little? I inquired, maintaining a smile that I, Siku, have afforded the Ryuzoji clan the opportunity to retain their name if you are unwilling to part with Saga Castle. Then I shall simply take it myself. Ryuzoji Nobu recognized from my demeanor that I was resolute in my decision. However, Ryuzoji Nobu attempted to protest. Point 2, zero koku, I declared with an unyielding tone. Fixing him with a steely gaze, Ryuzoji Nobu opened his mouth. Visibly crestfallen, he exchanged glances with Koishima Nobu and finally said, in that case, the Ryuzoji clan is willing to accept these terms of submission. However, May I inquire who will be appointed as the head of our clan? Ryuzoji Tetsuken. I softly uttered the name. But my brother's head? I intend to take Ryuzoji Ryu Shin's head to pay respects at my brother's grave before returning it to the Ryuzoji clan. I replied calmly. Thus, the Ryuzoji clan agreed that Ryuzoji Ryu Shin would resign his position as head of the clan, committing seppuku, while the Ryuzoji clan would be relocated to Jikawa Castle with a provision of 2,000 koku, preserving their name and surrendering Saga Castle. I then boldly announced this arrangement, raising my military command high and exclaiming, "Hey! Hey!" The assembled commanders echoed loudly. Oh, the cheers resonated like thunder. Once Saga Castle was opened. As per my request, all military forces within were to exit the castle, with the Ishigaru forming a line outside, shedding their armor and helmets, laying down their weapons such as spears, firearms, and bows. They were then dismissed to return home. The samurai, too, surrendered all their weapons, discarding their armor, retaining only their fundoshi. Other possessions and weapons were to be packed, with a promise to retrieve them 10 days hence at Shogunate Mountain Castle. Originally, I had intended to embezzle these items. However, upon reflection, I realized that many of the great swords and tachi worn by the samurai were heirlooms passed down through generations. If I were to seize these treasures, it is true that I might uncover some renowned blades. Yet, the warriors of the Ryuzoji clan, many of whom are local lords, will inevitably serve my interests in the future. Forcibly confiscating their prized weapons would surely incite widespread resentment, and it is not beyond the realm of possibility that these samurai might conspire against me, or even resort to clandestine assassination. After much contemplation, I resolved to categorize and meticulously register their possessions, allowing them to reclaim them post-war. Subsequently, my forces swiftly entered the city to take control of the Senamaru and Inomaru. The Hanmaru would be secured after Ryuzoji Takanabu committed seppuku. I awaited the arrival of Takanabu's severed head outside the castle. Shortly thereafter, Shoni Motomori, overseeing Takanabu's seppuku, emerged alongside Tsukushiiman, carrying a tray draped in white cloth. They have arrived. I urged my steed forward, striving to maintain control of the reins while suppressing my inner excitement. As Shoni Motomori approached, I noticed tears streaming down his face. Brother, the traitor Ryuzoji Takanabu has indeed taken his own life. Fulfilling the unfinished business of our forebears, now concluded in your hands. He knelt before me, raising the tray. I looked at the tray, realizing that the white cloth was already stained crimson with blood. Leaping from my mount, I hurried toward him, gently uncovering the cloth. There lay the head of Ryuzoji Takanabu, quietly resting on the tray, the blood not yet dried. In that moment, his lifeless eyes stared defiantly at me. Ryuzoji Takanabu, the legendary governor of 5 provinces and 2 islands, had led the Ryuzoji clan to unprecedented heights, expanding their influence alongside the Tomo of Bungo and the Shizu of Satsuma, collectively known as the 3 heroes of Kyushu. I steadied my emotions. Nodding in acknowledgement, I instructed Shoni Masayuki to take the head for cleansing and proper handling, and to ensure it was presented at the tomb of the revered Shoni Masayuki for a solemn tribute. I then commanded Kamishiro Katsunari to lead the direct farmers and troops to establish a camp at the castle's base. Once all arrangements were set, I ordered everyone to enter the city and commence the reclamation of Saga Castle. Along with everything that belonged to the Ryuzoji clan, arms, provisions, and wealth, the aftermath of the siege had left Senu and Inomaru considerably damaged, particularly the latter, which bore the scars of relentless conflict, with wounded soldiers and fallen Ishigaru strewn about. The commander of my forces, Imezumi Asaka, was diligently organizing the troops to restore order within the castle and repair the ravaged walls. Meanwhile, the banners of Hachiman Daibusatsu, adorned with the emblem of the Yatsumian, flew boldly atop the main keep and the walls of Inomaru. A surge of pride welled within me. The defeat of the Ryuzoji clan had significantly bolstered my power, allowing me to consume their territory and elevate my standing among the warlords of the Sengoku period. I was no longer a minor power teetering on the brink of oblivion. Upon entering the main keep, I summoned all the retainers of the Ryuzoji clan, given that many samurai had followed Takanabu in seppuku. The assembly was not particularly large as they gathered in the grand hall of Saga Castle, They understood that this meeting would determine their fates. Ryuzoji Takanabu's mother, Kidoin, held Ryuzoji Toshikatsu in her arms. Kneeling at the forefront, accompanied by the trio of Gojo Kohara, Gojo Nabinari, and Gojo Nabu. Behind them stood Ryuzoji Nabuzumi, Ryuzoji Nagakatsu, and other members of the clan. Further back were the retainers, including the historically renowned four heavenly kings, Naramatsu Nabumori, Iguchi Nariyasu, and Injoji Nobuyasu, alongside Takagi Nabufusa, Oda Tamamitsu, and Naritomi Nobutaka. I surveyed them and spoke. Esteemed retainers, the promise of relocating the Ryuzoji clan to the 2000 koku territory of the Ikegawa Castle, while preserving your family name, remains intact. However, as Ikegawa Castle has been razed by our forces, rebuilding it will take time, and our clan does not intend to restore it. Therefore, the Ryuzoji clan shall be relocated to Higashiname Castle, retaining the same 2000 koku territory. I ask if anyone has any objections to this arrangement. Your Highness, we are immensely grateful for the preservation of our family name. They replied in unison, their voices resonant with sincerity. Then, without delay, let the members of the Ryuzoji clan prepare to journey to Higashiname Castle. I expect the clan head to attend the forthcoming grand assessment, where our clan will issue a document of safety to the Ryuzoji family. My final words were directed at Ryuzoji Toshikatsu and Kidoin. Throughout the proceedings, Ryuzoji Toshikatsu had sought to speak with me, but Kidoin had restrained him that I could see the youthful fury in his eyes directed at me. Yet I remained indifferent. The disparity in power between the Shoni clan and the Ryuzoji clan was akin to that of a giant and an ant, whether he bore a grudge or not. He could hardly stir significant trouble. With the fate of the Ryuzoji clan settled, I smiled faintly and turned to the retainers, saying, "Your dedication and valor in service to the clan have not gone unnoticed. My clan is currently in search of capable individuals. Would you consider serving the Shoni clan?" After a brief pause, the assembled retainers exchanged glances, none daring speak. My heart sank at their silence. Did I lack any semblance of authority? It was only when I caught sight of Ryuzoji Toshikatsu and Kidoin that I realized my oversight. Asking them to switch allegiances in front of their former clan would surely humiliate them. Thus, I instructed the Ryuzoji members to prepare for their journey to Higashiname Castle, allowing Gojo Kaiohira to withdraw alongside them. Once the Ryuzoji clan had departed, I reiterated my question, "Will any of you consider serving the Shoni clan?" At last, someone ventured to speak. Gojo Nabinari inquired, "Might I ask, Your Highness, how you intend to arrange our roles? Will we be discussing terms?" I replied with a slight smile. "Your father, Kaiohira, shall serve as the elder statesman of our clan, dispatched to the Ryuzoji clan as a vassal, overseeing all matters, great and small. You, Nabinari, will serve as my strategist and officer. Your brother, Nabaharu, will hold the position of chief retainer. Naramatsu Nabumori, Iguchi Nariyasu, Injoji Nobuyasu, and Naritomi Nobutaka will also serve as chief retainers. Takagi Nabufusa and Oda Tamamitsu will take on the roles of junior commanders. Specific duties will be assigned during the grand assessment. In that case, I, Nabinari, am willing to serve Your Highness, with Gojo Nabinari's example." The others soon followed suit. "We are willing to serve the Shoni clan. We are willing to serve the Shoni clan. We are willing to serve the Shoni clan." I could hardly contain my joy at having garnered such a formidable assembly of warriors, those who had historically expanded the Ryuzoji clan's domain. I laughed heartily, exclaiming, "With your support, my clan has gained wings. I implore you all to remain loyal and dedicated. We vow to serve our Lord until death," they chorused in unison. Beaming with satisfaction, I surveyed my newfound retainers. My spirits soaring, that I promptly commanded Kamishiro Katsunari to lead our direct farmers and the soldiers of various clans to mobilize in anticipation of the forces of Komachi Kayamori. Upon hearing my mention of Komachi Kayamori's deployment, the former retainers of the Ryuzoji clan were taken aback. Ha ha ha. Did you not expect it? Your reinforcements are but a stone's throw away. Their astonished expressions brought me immense delight. As Kamishiro Katsunari and his forces intercepted Komachi Kayamori's troops en route, no battle ensued. Upon learning of Ryuzoji Takanabu's demise and the capitulation of Saga Castle, Kamachi Kayamori wisely chose to withdraw to Chikugoda. I then ordered the troops to disband on the spot, leaving 2 units of my forces to garrison Saga Castle, while the rest returned to Shoni Mountain Castle. I decreed that a grand assessment would take place 10 days hence at Shoni Mountain Castle, extending an ultimatum to Chiba Tenaharu to appear and account for his actions. With the Ryuzoji clan now extinguished, I held firm in my belief that Chiba Tenaharu, a man of astute judgment, would recognize the gravity of preserving his family name and would not choose to abstain from this meeting. As I rode along the path, the silhouette of Shoni Mountain Castle emerged in the distance, evoking a sense of homecoming for the first time. The grand assessment loomed just 10 days away. All retainers and soldiers from within the domain had arrived at Shoni Mountain Castle. The purpose of this assessment was primarily to reward the valiant soldiers who had fought in this campaign, while also bestowing titles upon the castle lords as deemed necessary. My direct retainers took their places on the left, while the lords occupied the right. Chiba Tenaharu had arrived, kneeling at the center, awaiting his fate that I had not anticipated his boldness in presenting himself so openly, a posture that suggested he was ready for any outcome. Perhaps understanding that failure to attend would result in the obliteration of the Chiba name, I regarded him and then glanced at Chiba Tenaharu. A plan began to form in my mind that I addressed Chiba Tenaharu directly. Lord Chiba, as the ancestral stronghold of the Chiba clan, Seiki Castle has witnessed a relentless strife between the eastern and western branches of the family ever since their division. Observing the internecine conflicts within the Chiba clan has weighed heavily on the hearts of the main family. Now, shall we unify the Chiba clan once more? What is your opinion, Lord Chiba? Upon hearing my words, Chiba Takanori understood that I had meticulously orchestrated the affairs of the Seiki Chiba clan and replied, I shall defer to Prince Ni's arrangements. Chiba Takanori must have been acutely aware that with the Ryuzoji clan now vanquished, my reluctance to assault Seiki Castle stemmed solely from my desire to preserve a complete Seiki Castle for my nephew, Chiba Takanori, that if he wishes to avoid the extinction of the Seiki Chiba name, he must adhere to the path I have laid out for him. Thus, his decisive choice to submit is the most prudent option available to him. After all, he can hardly hope to retain the position of head of the Seiki Chiba clan. That role must go to Chiba Takanori. Regardless, the position will ultimately belong to someone from the Chiba family, and he has neither the reason nor the choice to oppose this reality. That I nodded in agreement. If that is the case, then from this moment forth, the Chiba clan shall unite as one. You, the vassals of the Seiki Chiba clan, must also support the head, Takanori. Chiba Takanori quickly nodded in affirmation and announced that he would cede the position of head to Chiba Takanori, subsequently declaring his intention to retire. Chiba Takanori, from this day forth, you shall be the head of the Chiba clan, and henceforth there shall be no division between the eastern and western branches of the Chiba clan. I shall serve the clan with my life. Chiba Takanori accepted the command. Indeed, I replied with satisfaction and turned to call out. Hirasuke, the leader of the ninja, Hirasuke, rose and knelt in the center, awaiting my command. I regarded him and said, Hirasuke, your ninja have repeatedly proven their worth in the conquest of the Ryuzoji clan. The main family had promised to grant you a name upon the defeat of the Ryuzoji. And now that they have surrendered, have you considered what name you wish to receive? Hirasuke paused briefly and responded, I shall follow your will, my lord. After contemplating for a moment, I said to him, since your ninja training ground is in Yoshino, your name shall be Yoshino. Henceforth, your ninja shall be known as the Yoshino ninja. You have rendered tremendous service in subjugating the Ryuzoji clan and fulfilling the wishes of my forebears. Therefore, I shall take a character from my father's name and one from my brother's name to bestow upon you. Yoshino Motofu. What does that sound? Thank you, my lord. I, Yoshino Motofu, shall serve the clan for generations. The newly appointed Yoshino Motofu knelt in gratitude. After bestowing rewards upon Yoshino Motofu, it was time for the distribution of further honors. Thus, the main family has finally completed the conquest of the Ryuzoji clan. I shall forever remember the loyalty and dedication you have shown to the main family. And now it is time for rewards. I gently addressed my vassals. Upon hearing this, everyone sat up straight, eagerly anticipating this moment. According to the statistics compiled by the military overseer, Tsukushi Iman, and the deliberations we had, I announced the rewards for each family in attendance. First, I called out the name of my directly subordinate vassal. Shni Motomori. Brother. Shni Motomori was the first to respond. Throughout our successive battles, you have served as the procurement officer and the commander of the small cavalry unit, achieving remarkable feats in the conquest of the Ryuzoji clan. As a member of the main family, you are hereby appointed as the head elder of the main family, continuing to oversee the procurement in the small cavalry unit during wartime as the foremost among the family officials. Yes, brother, Shni Motomori expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, I proceeded to reward each of my direct vassals according to their merits. First, I announced the expansion of the Heisen forces. Originally, the plan was to maintain the Heisen forces at approximately 3,000 men. However, considering the large-scale battles we will face in the future, I have decided to expand them. The Heisen forces will now include 2 additional squads, bringing the total to 5 squads, each comprising 800 men, for a total of 4,000 men, equipped with matchlock troops, aiming to operate as a fully independent military corps under the main family on the battlefield. The matchlock troops will remain under the Heisen forces, training together as one cohesive unit, as the main family's standing army. They will serve as a deterrent and will engage in battle as a unified force. After all, having acquired the entirety of the Ryuzoji clan's wealth and plundered several other families in Heisen, I find myself quite prosperous. After all, money is only useful when it is in motion. Stagnant wealth merely gathers dust in the warehouse. I appointed Izumi Asaka, a senior official of the main family, to continue as the commander of the Heisen forces. The adjustments for each squad are as follows. The first squad will be led by Kamishiro Taniyoshi, serving as the commander of foot soldiers. The second squad by Egami Sadatane, also as the commander of foot soldiers. The third squad by Yado Minasu, again as the commander of foot soldiers. The fourth squad by Kojo Nabufusa, as the commander of armored soldiers. And the fifth squad by Njoji Nobutaka, also as the commander of armored soldiers. All of these positions will receive salaries directly from the main family, without any territory, due to the recent affiliations of Kojo Nabufusa and Njoji Nobutaka. They will not receive any rewards. The remaining individuals will be granted monetary rewards and certificates of appreciation. The commander of the matchlock troops will continue to be Kawakubo Kayatomo. However, I do not intend to expand this unit further. I will merely replace any fallen matchlock foot soldiers, primarily because matchlocks are quite costly. Furthermore, the scale of my matchlock troops is already such that, aside from the Satsumashu and the Otomo clan, there are no other forces in Heisen capable of matching them. Kawakubo Kayatomo is officially promoted to the rank of matchlock commander and awarded a fief of 500 koku to be managed by the main family. Tsukushi Aiman will remain as the main family's swordsmanship instructor, holding the rank of elder and serving as the head coach of the flag-bearer unit. The flag-bearer unit will also undergo expansion, increasing from 50 members per team to a target of 75, totaling 150 members. The 2 flag-bearer units will have Shinji Yashitomo leading the first unit as the commander of foot soldiers, while Kuretani Goro will assume command of the second unit as the commander of foot soldiers. Among them, Kuretani Goro, having exhibited extraordinary bravery during the siege of Saga Castle, is to be granted the name Kuretani Masayuki, derived from my name and that of Tsukushi Aiman. Alongside Shinji Yashitomo, he will receive monetary rewards and certificates of appreciation. Mimasaka Tadaki is promoted to the rank of commander of foot soldiers, tasked with overseeing land management. Naritomi Nabinari, recognized for his exceptional administrative abilities, is appointed as the treasury officer responsible for economic affairs. Kamishiro Katsutaka, as a senior elder of the main family, continues to oversee the direct agricultural forces of the family, holding the position of military officer to AS for the others who have defected from the Ryuzoji clan. Aside from the arrangements already made for Kojo Nabufusa and Njoji Nobutaka, Kojo Nobushige is appointed as a military strategist and subordinate commander. At my request, he shall change his name to Naomori to signify a clear separation from the former Ryuzoji clan. This renaming to Kojo Naomori also serves my own amusement. Naritomi Nabimori, at my request, will discard the character given to him by Ryuzoji Takunabu and adopt the character Masaru for my name, thus becoming Naritomi Masamori. Along with Egami Tokisada and Naritomi Nabinari, they will serve as my loyal vassals, holding the rank of armored commander. Thus, with Shikanai Motomori, Kamishiro Katsutaka, Tsukushi Iman, and Izumi Asaka as the senior officials of the main family, Kojo Naomori as a military strategist, Mimasaka Tadaki and Naritomi Nobunari as officers, and Kamishiro Taniyoshi, Egami Sadatane, Yado Minasu, Kojo Nobufusa, and Joji Nobutaka, Kawakubo Kayatomo, Shinji Yashitomo, Kuretani Masayoshi, Naritomi Masamori, and Egami Tokisada as the core strength of the main family. The direct vassal corps is now taking shape, after finalizing the military expansion and the arrangements for the direct vassal corps. I turned my gaze toward the lords seated on the right side of the evaluation chamber. They were well aware that it was their turn for rewards, and thus each one sat in an unusually quiet manner, awaiting my decree. Chiba Takanori, as an elder of the main family, the Chiba clan shall cede Seiki Castle and be relocated to Ashikiri Castle, while Jianji Castle shall be rendered a ruin. Your Chiba clan shall be granted an additional 30,000 koku in Ashikiri Castle. Do you have any objections? I was the first to announce this reward that I shall serve the clan with my life. Chiba Takanori accepted the document of assurance that I responded with a hum, and then turned to Baba Kenzuk, saying, as a senior official of the main family, the Baba clan has served faithfully for generations and has rendered numerous services to the main family. Therefore, they shall be relocated to Seiki Castle and granted an increase to 25,000 koku. Do you have any objections? I shall serve the clan with my life. Baba Kenzuk accepted the document of assurance. Subsequently, I arranged reward for the other lords one by one. Hideyama Nobumasa shall be relocated to the small castle. He will receive an increase to 20,000 koku. Egami Takesada shall be relocated to Renge Castle. He will receive an increase to 15,000 koku. The Kamishiro clan, due to previous transgressions and inadequate support during the Kawakubo battle, shall incur penalties for their actions and receive no rewards, being relocated to Mutage with 10,000 koku. As the majority of the Kamishiro clan's troops were from the Yamauchi, I have stripped the Yamauchi of their jurisdiction. Sans Castle is currently managed by a deputy appointed by the main family. Ayabi Tadaki shall be relocated to Shifukuji Castle. He will receive an increase to 8,000 koku. Inazuka Naoshige shall be relocated to Kamamine Castle. He will receive an increase to 6,000 koku. Hami Yashikage shall be relocated to Nakano Castle. He will receive an increase to 3,000 koku. The Kojo clan, having opposed the main family while under the Ryuzoji, shall be relocated to Nishijima Castle and receive a reduction to 3,000 koku. The documents of the Koda family's land grant were accepted by Koda Naomasa. Being a direct vassal, autonomously arranged the management of his territory through a deputy. The Ryuzoji family retained their name and was granted a fief of 2,000 koku in the eastern region. Due to the youth of Ryuzoji Tamayoshi, Koda Kaiharu, as a representative of the family, attended the evaluation on behalf of Ryuzoji Tamayoshi and accepted the land grant.as for the Takagi and Oda families. I shall observe these two individuals closely. When I called their names, they understood that it was a judgment on their fates, and they dared not utter a word, prostrating themselves in fearful anticipation of their fate. The Takagi and Oda families were both senior retainers of my Shonai lineage, having rendered countless services to our clan in the past. However, treachery is treachery. Considering their ancestors' contributions to the Shonai clan, we have opted for leniency in their punishment. Takagi Moriharu, I called out with emphasis. The guilty shall be dealt with at the Lord's discretion. Takagi Moriharu responded. The Takagi family is to be relocated to Chidori Castle. Their territory, measuring 1,000 koku, will be managed by a deputy appointed by the main family. You are, after all, a direct vassal to me. I pledge my undying loyalty to the main family. Takagi Moriharu knelt and expressed his gratitude. Oda Tamamitsu, once an enemy, has now slain the ninja sent by our family to negotiate with him. I have noted this transgression. I glared at Oda Tamamitsu, who, upon hearing my words, recognized that I intended to settle accounts with him, and thus remained silent and prostrate. The Oda family is to be relocated to Ayabi Castle. Their territory, measuring 500 koku, will be managed by our family, and you two are a direct vassal. Do you have any objections? Oda Tomomitsu crawled a few steps forward, stepping out from among the other lords, and said, "I thank you, my lord, for considering the merits of my ancestors and preserving the name of the Oda family. I pledge my loyalty to the main family." Thus, our family, led by Chiba Yasunobu, Baba Kanchu, Yokoma Tamazane, Egami Takemian, and Kamishiro Nagayoshi, along with the vassals of Ayabe Tamayuki, Inazuka Naoshige, and the Koda and Ryuzoji families, began to take shape. The purpose of this large-scale relocation is to emulate the historical precedents set by Oda Nobunaga, who frequently relocated lords under the pretext of granting additional fiefs, preventing them from becoming entrenched in a single location, which could ultimately lead to uncontrollable power. That why relocation strategy is also driven by strategic intent. Now that the Ryuzoji family has been vanquished, the next step is to conquer the western region of Hizen. That I intend to grant the capable Chiba Yasunobu a fief of Ashikari Castle. Considering that Ashikari is now the forefront of the Shonai family's territories facing westward, facilitating our campaign in that direction, that my primary objective is to first subdue the Matsura faction in Hizen, thereby securing a coastal outlet or a harbor. At this juncture, Chiba Yasunobu stationed at Ashikari Castle can assist in guarding our gates. The Umura family's influence has already expanded to near Takeo Castle, while the Arima family has advanced close to Matsuoka Castle. Approaching Suku Castle, why placing Chiba Yasunobu here, we can also prepare for potential incursions by the Umura and Arima families and curb their advances. The Baba and Yokoyama families have been assigned to Haruki Castle and Shoko Castle, respectively, due to their strategic locations on the far western edge of my territory, facilitating future campaigns. After careful consideration, the total land granted in this division amounts to over 123,500 koku. What remains is the territory retained by my Shonai family, which is less than 80,000 koku. Fortunately, I do not rely on my territory to support my troops. Otherwise, I would be left in dire straits. Currently, Hizen is preparing for a large-scale conscription and expansion. Once it becomes an independent military force, it will no longer require these local noble families to provide troops. The lands captured in the future will rightfully belong to us. It is indeed painful, as I must grant fiefs. The lords who have served must be rewarded. However, I have retained prime lands situated between the Chikugo and Kei's rivers, which are fertile and easily manageable. Furthermore, with Hizen's reported yield of 320,000 koku, it is capable of producing over 600,000 koku. If I were to assess the land now, this yield could at least double, if not more. Otherwise, how could these noble families possibly contribute such numbers? However, the timing for a land assessment is not yet ripe. Once our family's strength surpasses that of the local nobles, we may proceed with the assessment. The local noble families have expressed no dissatisfaction with my relocation arrangements, all accepting them with subservience. Perhaps it is due to the overwhelming deterrent posed by our Hizen forces that they dare not voice any objections. After concluding the matters related to the relocation and additional grants, I announced another matter. Henceforth, the noble families must relocate to their new residences and territories. There are countless tasks to be undertaken, and thus, our family's strategy is temporarily set to establish order within the territories. After the noble families move into their new abodes, they shall focus on managing their affairs. For the time being, our family will not require any military engagements. I hope that all of you will remain loyal and devoted to our family. I surveyed my vassals, and upon seeing no dissent regarding my arrangements, I spoke in a casual tone that we pledge our loyal service to the main family. The vassals responded in unison. Subsequently, I announced another piece of news. Having completed our campaign, it is no longer appropriate for our family to remain hidden in the Shonai Mountain Castle as its guardians. Hence, we have decided to relocate our base to Saga Castle. Oh, the vassals replied. Therefore, our family's new base shall be Saga Castle. Shonai Motomori, as the chief retainer, you are entrusted with the comprehensive management of this relocation. The artisans will be the first to relocate. Additionally, initiate a request for labor to repair and rebuild the castle walls of Saga Castle, which were damaged during the war. We will relocate to Saga Castle on the 16th of next month. I issued the command. Motomori, at your service, Shonai Motomori replied. Furthermore, Arrange for communication with the Matsura family to have Matsura town come to Saga Castle directly. I turned to Kota Naomasa and said that my lord. Is this your intention? Kota Naomasa inquired tentatively to it is indeed a pleasure to converse with an astute individual. There is no need for explicitness. Merely a hint suffices for them to grasp the entirety. Indeed, I nodded. Thus, Naomasa understood. Kota Naomasa accepted the command on the 13th day of the second month in the 6th year of Iroka 1563. After all arrangements were in place, the artisans had already begun their relocation some time ago. The various lords had also returned to their respective castles to manage their relocation affairs, and several lords had already completed their relocations. The nearby Ayabe town, being under my watchful eye, demonstrated the most proactive relocation efforts, having already packed up and moved to Sufukuji Castle. Currently, Ayabe Castle is under the name of Oda Tamamitsu, but is managed by a deputy appointed by me. Ongyasaki Town, I also issued a reward for those willing to relocate, exempting them from taxes for 6 months. Many merchants expressed their willingness to relocate. Gazing at the castle I have inhabited since my arrival in this world, observing the dismantled training grounds below, and the soldiers of Hizen busily packing military supplies. While Shoni Motomori orchestrated the packing of grain and wealth within the castle, I heard the bustling voices of the maidens in the keep, listening to the familiar calls of those around me. A gentle pang of nostalgia washed over my heart. After all, Shoni Mountain Castle symbolizes my journey from uncertainty to resurgence. I could see this moment. A soft voice reached my ears. My lord, do you feel reluctant to part with Shoni Mountain Castle? I recognized the voice as that of Otomo Takako, my wife. Turning to her, I saw Takako, adorned in resplendent garments, standing beside me with a smile. Takako, can you truly discern my reluctance? I asked her that, of course. I can see it. This Shoni Mountain Castle was your residence during your most troubled times, and it is the foundation of your initial endeavors. Having lived with you for so long, I understand you to some extent. Takako replied with a smile. Dado. Is that so? Takako, do you merely have a slight understanding of me? I teased, emphasizing the word understanding, that my lord. She playfully smacked my arm, glancing around to ensure that no maidens were eavesdropping, and then burst into laughter. What is it? I feigned ignorance and asked, my lord, you are quite mischievous to jest with me in front of so many, she said, her cheeks flushed. Observing her radiant smile, my heart stirred, and I gently embraced her, whispering, Takako, it is time for us to consider having a child. To my surprise, she abruptly wriggled free from my embrace, her expression turning somber as she said, Is my lord displeased that I have not yet borne you a legitimate heir? I realized she had misunderstood my intentions and quickly reassured her. Takako, you have misinterpreted. My lord does not blame you. While I do wish for you to bear an heir soon, you are still young. Perhaps in a year or two, you will conceive. Moreover, there is a chance you might even be pregnant by next month. After saying this, I grinned at her. Dada. As the head of the household, my dear husband, you must not allow the maidservants to ridicule us. She shyly stamped her foot, laughing heartily. Oh dear, the dutiful child is embarrassed. Ha. Unable to contain my laughter at her bashful demeanor, I quipped, my husband, you are insufferable. If you continue like this, the dutiful child shall no longer accompany you. She pouted playfully. No, as the matriarch of the SH&I family, you are forbidden to leave my side, I teased. Adopting a mock-serious expression, with a huff of discontent, she lowered her gaze, embodying the innocence of a young girl, that I gently lifted her chin, playfully brushing her delicate nose. She averted her gaze, too shy to meet my eyes. And as I gazed upon her luscious lips, my heart fluttered. I resolved to impart another lesson. Leaning in swiftly, I planted a quick kiss on her soft mouth. Startled by my boldness, she jumped back, glancing around to ensure the maidservants were preoccupied before exhaling in relief. Your Highness, her voice quivered, laced with emotion, her cheeks aflame. Upon catching my unwavering gaze, she hastily lowered her head, too bashful to look at me. Her coyness stirred an overwhelming desire to kiss her again. However, recalling my previous actions, I feared I might frighten this lovely matriarch of the SH&I family. I suppressed my impulses and softly reassured her. All right, my dutiful child. Rest assured, Your husband will no longer tease you. Raising her chin, I beheld her endearing visage and pulled her into my embrace, whispering sweetly in her ear, "Your husband will always cherish you." Upon hearing my words, she ceased to struggle, murmuring softly, "I understand, my husband, that you are an exceptionally good man, but you are destined to take many concubines." Her tone was laden with grievance, acknowledging the truth in her words. I felt a pang of sympathy and replied, "Your husband needs only you." Lifting her gaze to meet mine, she then closed her eyes and nestled into my chest, softly stating, "I am not that kind of person. My husband, for the sake of the SH&I family's legacy, has married late. I'm married into the SH&I family. I have yet to bear a legitimate heir, which weighs heavily on my conscience. It is only natural for you to take many concubines to ensure stability within the domain, especially as the SH&I family is in decline. Welcoming more concubines could expand our household, bringing great benefit to the family. If I were to prevent you from taking concubines, the retainers would not spare me. As long as you hold me in your heart, I shall be content." Such understanding. I sighed inwardly. "Thank you, my dutiful child," I whispered softly in her ear, filled with gratitude, and why marriage to her was never my initial intention. I merely sought the support of the influential Tomo clan. However, having wed her, I discovered her gentle disposition, albeit with a hint of submissiveness. Yet her upbringing had equipped her to fulfill the role of a matriarch, managing the household with remarkable efficiency. Her virtuous and gentle nature is what I admire most, and I am genuinely fond of her kindness and docility. My husband, there is no need for thanks. Though you may take concubines in the future, I only wish for you to always have a place for me in your heart. Besides, with only me in the household, it does feel somewhat lonely," she murmured tenderly. "Rest assured, you are my rightful wife, the one and only in my heart," I replied, gently caressing her silky hair upon hearing my words. A sweet smile graced her lovely face, and my heart swelled with affection as I gazed at her and mused, if only she could remain this innocent forever. Yet, the inevitable conflict between my family and hers. The Tomo clan loomed on the horizon. As my wife, she would likely need to learn to adapt to reality. For being the daughter of a warrior clan, she would always be subject to the whims of fate. As these thoughts crossed my mind, a twinge of guilt arose within me. "Why do you gaze at me in such a manner, my husband?" Her unease was evident as she quickly averted her eyes. Sensing a misunderstanding, I found myself entranced by her radiant beauty, momentarily lost in thought. As for the future, we shall face it when it comes. She playfully wriggled free from my embrace, laughing as she scampered away. Unable to contain my laughter at her antics, I chuckled heartily. Once she had departed, I resumed my contemplation. In the current realm of Hizen, aside from the SH&I family, 3 formidable clans remained: the Matsuura, the Mura, and the Arima. Among them, the Matsuura clan situation was the most intricate, with vast power and numerous branches. The Arima and Mura clans shared a close relationship, where a single action could set off a chain reaction. My initial strategy must focus on the Matsuura faction. It would facilitate rapid territorial expansion and provide a vital maritime outlet for superior ports. Historically, I recalled that Matsuura Takanabu had conquered the Matsuura clan in this very year of 1563. However, as my family had already risen, it was highly likely that my ousted brother, Matsuura Tadamian, would be reinstated by the current head of the Matsuura clan to conquer the Matsuura faction. I must first engage with Matsuura Tadamian. Once all arrangements were in place, on the 15th day of the second month, I led the Hizen army and a multitude of retainers from SH&I Mountain Castle towards Saga Castle. The distance between SH&I Mountain Castle and Saga Castle was not great. Under normal circumstances, it would take 3 days to arrive. However, with the Hizen army's size, along with various supplies and baggage, our progress was considerably slowed. Fortunately, the morale of the troops remained high, and their spirits were buoyant, making the journey less arduous. After a brief respite at Sefukuji Castle, we arrived at the True Temple, the gravesite of SH&I Fuki. Our purpose for visiting was primarily to pay our respects, informing him that I had subdued the Ryuzoji clan and that our family was regaining its strength. I had brought with me the head of Ryuzoji Takanabu, preserved in lime for an extended period, to present as an offering at his grave. Thankfully, As it was spring, the weather remained quite chilly. Had it been summer, the head, despite being preserved, would have decayed long ago. Even so, after prolonged exposure, the head had begun to dehydrate and shrivel. Alongside Takanabu's head, I placed a wine vessel crafted from gold. Made from a skull of Ishii Tadafumi, as a token of retribution for his deception, this Shoni Masayuki had perished by his own hand during an ambush by Ryuzoji Takanabu. Now, as his brother, having subdued the Ryuzoji clan and brought forth Takanabu's head, I felt I had somewhat avenged his untimely demise. After the rites were completed, I instructed that Takanabu's head be placed in a brocade box and entrusted to Kurashima Naomori, directing him to return it to the Ryuzoji clan and to allow it to be buried alongside the remains at their ancestral temple. Kurashima Naomori expressed profound gratitude for my promise to return Takanabu's head to the Ryuzoji clan. Promptly arranging for his trusted retainers to deliver it, we resumed our journey, and thereafter, our pace quickened. By the 7th afternoon after our departure, we successfully arrived at Saga Castle. I was astonished by the progress of the castle's reconstruction, which had exceeded my expectations. That I had anticipated a longer duration for repairs. But the outer defensive system of the third enclosure was nearly complete, with only minor details remaining to be addressed. Nonetheless, this would not significantly impact our overarching plans that I prepared to settle everything and, following the spring planting, initiate a grand reconstruction of Saga Castle. I then arranged for the samurai units and the Heisen army to be stationed within the castle to take charge of its defenses, while the remaining forces settled into the training grounds that had already been constructed. The interior of Saga Castle was also nearing completion, though it would require some additional time to solidify its foundations. Presently, both inside and outside the castle, samurai were patrolling to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Once everything was arranged, I immediately summoned my retainers, particularly Kurashima Naomori, serving as my strategist, and the other officials, to discuss the planning of the castle town. Saga Castle was designed as a tiered fortress, taking on an irregular square shape, with the main keep located at the southeastern corner. Below it lay the second enclosure, while the third enclosure occupied the westernmost side. The town planning was divided into 4 sections. The first section, located to the east of the castle, served as the primary commercial district and residential area for townsfolk, backed by the Kyushu River, which could utilize the river for transportation links to the Chikugo River. The southern side of the castle was designated as the Samurai District, housing the training grounds for the Heisen army and the lower-ranking samurai who could not reside within the castle. Adjacent to the southern edge of the commercial district, near the Kyushu River, lay the artisan district, strategically positioned for potential water management opportunities. The northern part of the artisan district bordered the third enclosure, which also featured the castle's southern moat. Perched atop the celestial tower of the city, I possess a vantage point from which I can discern every aspect of the town below. After the spring planting, I shall excavate a modest moat to encircle the entire town. Subsequently, I will embark upon a road construction initiative, for it is said that to enrich oneself, one must first pave the roads. My ambition is to create a thoroughfare centered around Saga Castle, extending westward to connect with Ashikari Castle, and then onward to the adjacent Seiki Castle. To the east, it shall reach Yakubuki Castle and Shoni Mountain Castle, eventually leading to the charming town of Ayabe. This road is of paramount importance to my future plans, as it traverses nearly the entirety of my domain in eastern Heisen. Presently, I find myself in possession of the fertile lands of Heisen, and constructing this grand roadway will enhance my control over my territory. Furthermore, it will enable me to deplete the strength of the local lords through extensive taxation. The primary objective, given my lack of a port, is to stimulate the development of Saga Castle's town by transporting Heisen specialties, such as ginger, watermelon, abalone, soft-shelled turtle crafts, and Imari ceramics to Hakata Port. In turn, I shall facilitate the delivery of essential goods to Heisen via this road. At present, having acquired the assets of the Ryuzoji clan and plundered several smaller noble houses, my reserves are quite substantial. Nonetheless, I remain unsatisfied. I must recruit a cavalry and develop a naval force. For money flows like water. Without a means to generate income, no matter how vast the treasure, it will eventually be exhausted. Once I establish a suitable harbor, The town beneath Saga Castle will become the largest trade hub in Hizen and even all of northern Kyushu. After ensuring that all arrangements are in place, I began to seek ways to generate wealth from the meager knowledge I possess from my past life. After much contemplation, I found inspiration during a meal when the fish served by the maids was excessively salty, prompting the idea of salt production. Not far to the south of Saga Castle lies the alluvial plain of the Chikugo River, where the coastline is remarkably flat. Although it may not provide me with an excellent harbor, this geographical condition is ideal for creating salt flats. In the current era of Japan, most salt is still coarse, lacking the delicate snowflake salt. However, from my previous memories, I recall the method of producing fine salt. The production cost of sea salt is relatively low, typically employing the sun-drying method. This involves utilizing coastal marshes, constructing embankments to create salt flats, and using tidal flows to fill pools with seawater, which then evaporates under sunlight to yield brine. Once the concentration of brine reaches a critical threshold, sodium chloride crystallizes, resulting in raw salt. The prevalent lack of longevity among the populace in this era can be attributed to their consumption of coarse salt, which contains numerous impurities and toxic substances. Prolonged ingestion leads to ailments such as tooth loss, a condition for which dental technologies such as crowns and implants are non-existent. For the common folk, the loss of teeth equates to a death sentence. Japan at this time boasts a well-developed salt production technique. I merely need to refine it. My aim is not to produce ordinary coarse salt, but rather high-purity fine salt. The sun-drying method already has a mature process for filtering impurities, thus requiring no further modification. The critical steps lie in the subsequent grinding, washing, boiling, and drying of the salt. In essence, the coarse salt obtained must be ground into an increasingly finer powder using a stone mill. Next, I will prepare a wash solution, adding the ground fine salt to it while continuously stirring and kneading. The insoluble salt is then extracted and allowed to dry. This stage, the salt will contain only minimal amounts of other minerals, and the wash solution must be replaced after 3 uses. The grinding and washing process must be repeated multiple times to achieve exceptionally clean fine salt. As for the wash solution, all that is needed is a barrel of clean water, to which ground fine salt is added until saturated. Upon careful reflection, I temporarily abandoned this plan, as constructing a salt flat requires considerable space and financial resources. I have too many pressing matters at hand, and I would hate to squander every penny. However, I could purchase coarse salt for production. After all, fine salt is not intended for the common populace. Its target consumers are the affluent daimyos and merchants. As for the commoners, let them be. I shall consider mass distribution of fine salt only once the production process matures and costs decrease. I summoned several apprentices from the Artisans Guild, sharing with them the methods I knew for producing fine salt. And I procured 100 blocks of coarse salt from the warehouse, instructing them to deliver fine salt within half a month. During this research period, they shall remain at the Artisans Guild in the Sannomaru. The production department is located in the town below, but the research department is situated within the guild in Sannomaru, as these artisans are invaluable and cannot be risked. Half a month later, just as the spring planting was about to commence, my younger brother Matsura Cho, accompanied by the esteemed ministers from his household, arrived at Saga Castle. Upon hearing of Matsura Cho's arrival, Shoni Motomori personally led a retinue to greet him. Although we are brothers by blood, he has been adopted into the Matsura family of the Sakujin clan, and thus I must receive him with the formality befitting a visiting lord at this moment. He sits in the grand hall of Saga Castle, flanked by Shoni Motomori. Historically, the Matsura family of Sakujin is renowned for its distinctive family crest, derived from the Minamoto clan, and has a long-standing history. Having participated in the Genko War against the Mongol invasions, the family has also endured the turbulence of the Namboka Siege period, and during the Muromachi period, the Matsura clan became synonymous with pirates, boasting a formidable naval force. The Matsura clan's stronghold in Matsura County is exceedingly complex, with numerous branches such as the Sakujin Matsura family, Hirado Matsura family, Shiza family, Hate family, Yabuko family, Kami family, and many more. The Sakujin Matsura family, as the principal branch, was once subjugated by the Hirado Matsura family, but later regained its stature with the support of Shoni Motomori and others, to secure their territory and maintain their influence. The Matsura family adopted Shoni Motomori's fourth son as their heir, known as Matsura-cho. However, following the downfall of the Shoni family at the hands of the Ryuzoji clan, Matsura-cho was stripped of his title in favor of a child from the Arima family, known as Matsura-mori. Seeking alliances, the Sakujin Matsura family was unable to save itself, and by 1563, it was suppressed by Matsura Takakatsu of the Hirado Matsura family. Yet the current situation differs. The Shoni family has not met the same demise as in history. Instead, they have subdued the Ryuzoji clan, emerging as the greatest power in Heisen. I cannot help but wonder, Matsura Motomori, having recently stripped Matsura-cho of his title, how do you feel now that the Shoni family has suddenly risen to prominence? Gazing at my brother fills me with exhilaration. He presents an excellent pretext for my intervention in Matsura County. Historically, Matsura Takakatsu planned an assault on the Sakujin Matsura family this very year. What a splendid opportunity for interference. However, he must become the head of the Sakujin Matsura family first. After a long and arduous journey, I inquire about his well-being during his time in the Matsura family. How have you fared these years? I ask, feigning ignorance. Everything is well. Thank you for your concern, brother, he replies, adhering to decorum. Well, you have been stripped of your title. How could that be well? I think to myself, casting a discerning glance into his eyes. Oh, is everything truly well? I feign concern, if that is the case. I am relieved. Thank you for your care, brother. He maintains a stoic expression. In the past 2 years, your status as heir was revoked by the Matsura family. Now that the family has risen again, do you not have anything to say? I smile, probing for a reaction. Family matters are decided by my father. I dare not speak out of turn, he responds meekly. Ha ha, in the past, when the family was in peril, you may have refrained from voicing your thoughts. Now that the family has regained strength, you should claim what is rightfully yours. I narrow my eyes at him. Seeing his silence angers me greatly. I had hoped to elevate him to the head of the Sakujin Matsura family to gain control over Matsura County. Yet here he is, submissive and lacking ambition. I silently chastise him for being so disappointing. Observing my expression, he lowers his head and says, Brother, please forgive my offense. Since my arrival at the Matsura household, I have yet to properly cultivate my strength. The Shoni family has fallen, and my father, seeking to preserve our family's name, sought assistance from the Arima family. Adopting Matsura-mori as the heir and stripping me of my title, I have felt like walking on thin ice within the Matsura family, fearing that any display of ambition would lead to my demise. Brother, it is not that I do not wish to contend for my rightful place. It is simply beyond my means, and now that the family has risen again. What then? I inquire, scrutinizing him. Last year, I received a letter from Brother Motomori, expressing a desire to visit you and brother, but my father forbade it, upon hearing of your suppression of the Ryuzoji clan. My father began to neglect Matsura-mori and took a closer interest in me. Now that you have summoned me again, I have finally been allowed to set forth. He sighed helplessly that I too find myself in a predicament. That Matsura is truly fickle as a reed in the wind does so. What do you plan to do moving forward? I inquired directly. All depends on my elder brother, he replied. Allow me to present you with a choice. First, I can inform Matsura that the heir Matsura-mori should be dismissed, and he must relinquish his position as head of the family to you. Second, you may return to your original clan and revert to the Isich-and-I surname. I laid out 2 options for him. Matsura was taken aback. Both choices were exceedingly favorable for him, and he had never anticipated such happiness would come so swiftly if you were unable to make a decision right away. There is no rush. Remain in Saga Castle for a few more days. Currently, only you, I, and our elder brother remain of this H&I clan, alongside our late brother's son, Chiba Waisei. Our elder brother is concerned for your well-being. If you find it unbearable in the Matsura household, you are always welcome to return. However, should you feel aggrieved, do not hesitate to speak to our elder brother. The circumstances of our clan are no longer what they once were. Motomori, I turned away, gazing at the construction underway in the castle town. Remaining silent, I hope you carefully consider your response. Although you are currently a member of the Matsura clan, you are also one of us, a brother to Sishinai and Masanobu. Should you wish to continue in the Matsura household, then the position of clan head must be yours alone. If you do not desire that, you may return to your original clan. However, you must understand that our clan's future endeavors will focus on the Matsura region. Should you become the head of the Matsura clan, Matsura Mori will undoubtedly attempt to reclaim his position, and you will become a thorn in his side, a target for his schemes. Think this through thoroughly. There is no hurry. I turned to Matsura and spoke that he lowered his head, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he raised his gaze, resolutely declaring, "Elder brother, I am determined to contend for the position of head of the Matsura clan." His steadfastness shone through his words. "Excellent." I laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. "Truly, you are a worthy member of the SHNI clan. You must remember your identity. You are my brother, SHNI Masanobu. Regardless of what the future holds, you will always be one of us. Though you presently bear the Matsura name, you must claim the position of head of the Matsura clan as your own. From now on, you shall exist as a powerful branch of our family. Therefore, pursue your ambitions without hesitation. I shall ensure our clan's ninja will fully support your ascent to the head of the Matsura clan. I shall heed your teachings, not daring to be remiss." He replied with a bow. "What is Matsura's current attitude toward you? Or, how confident are you in contending for the position of head of the Matsura clan?" I probed further. "Elder brother, presently, the head of the Matsura clan is Matsura Mori. However, given the growing influence of our clan, my father has begun to waver regarding Matsura Mori's position. I have come here to extend my utmost courtesy, hoping to garner greater support for our household." He answered respectfully that I nodded, responding, "You appear to be quite perceptive. Upon your return, be sure to cultivate relationships with influential retainers. But take great care. Wait for the opportune moment. If you have any strategies, please share your wisdom." He eagerly requested, "I have no strategies, merely the notion of applying pressure," I stated solemnly. "Yet there are certain preparations you must undertake. Please instruct me." He responded with utmost respect. "You must have your brother Matsura Mori seek assistance from the Arima clan. Once he does so, as a scion of the Arima, they will not stand idly by." I looked at him intently. His brow furrowed in confusion as he asked, "Why must Matsura town seek aid from the Arima clan? Wouldn't their involvement complicate the power struggle within the Matsura clan?" "Foolishness," I chastised him inwardly. "Our clan's future objective is to suppress the region of Hizen." Though I held disdain for his ignorance, I merely responded calmly. His expression shifted to one of realization as he remarked, "Ah, now I understand." I shook my head, saying, "You must never disclose our ultimate goal. I will not restrict your actions, but it is imperative that the Arima clan becomes involved. I will instruct our clan's ninja to provide you with all necessary support." "Understood." After discussing Matsura town, I engaged him in further details and summoned the ninja commander, Yoshinomoto Fu, to whom I specifically instructed that a portion of our ninja forces be dedicated to assisting Matsura town in seizing the position of clan head, with the potential deployment of our long-trained assassination unit if necessary. Subsequently, I accompanied Shichinai Motomori to converse about his experiences within the Matsura clan over the years. I kept him in Saga Castle for nearly half a month before allowing him to return. This was to ensure that our ninja could infiltrate the Matsura territory ahead of time. Following the conclusion of the spring planting, I began contemplating the matter of my retainer faction. Presently, my household lacked notable retainers. Only Kojo Naomori and a few individuals from the former Ryuzoji clan could be considered. While they were capable in battle, there was a glaring deficiency in administrative talent. Aside from Naratake Nabimesa, I had almost no capable administrative personnel, which would be detrimental to my future plans. Thus, the recruitment of talent had become an urgent priority. As someone who had traversed time, how could I not gather esteemed retainers? I rummaged through my memories, searching for prominent figures of this era. For instance, Masuda Nagamori and Maeda Genki of the 5 commissioners of Toyotomi. Presently, Maeda Genki should be training at high mountains in Ryokuji and has yet to be recruited by Nabinaga. Masuda Nagamori, too, excelled at land surveys. Additionally, there was Okubo Nagayasu, known as the Grand Minister of the Realm, who should currently be serving the Takeda clan. Then there was Ina Tadafumi. The Mikawa Ikowiki will soon commence in the latter half of the year. And once it begins, Ina Tadafumi will flee, providing me with an opportunity. The need for talent is pressing. In the end, I provided the ninja commander Yoshino Motofu with a list of names and instructed him to dispatch individuals to the general areas where these figures might be found, employing every means possible to recruit them. That if I could gather all these individuals, it would be an extraordinary assembly, a veritable dream team. However, this remained a mere fantasy. This is not a game, but a harsh reality, where each person can be considered a child of the warring states. If they could be easily recruited, many of them would not have waited until much later to serve. The essence of this endeavor lies in one's character. After all, I understand the adage of casting a wide net to catch more fish. After some time, those I had instructed to produce fine salt began to make progress. Gazing at the container before me filled with finely granulated salt, I felt a surge of emotion. This is wealth. In this era, salt is primarily coarse and laden with impurities, failing to meet the standard of pure white. Yet the salt they presented to me was remarkably pristine. Grasping a handful, I watched as the snow-like grains slipped through my fingers, my heart racing with excitement. After rewarding them, I promptly allocated funds to procure salt, ensuring they could commence mass production of fine salt. Observing the castle town, I meticulously calculated how to generate more revenue. The castle town had already begun to take shape, with merchant districts, artisan quarters, and military facilities all repaired and operational. It was beginning to resemble a bustling town, with throngs of people populating the streets. Currently, the population of the castle town had reached over 5,000, a figure bolstered by my previous rates. This number is substantial by the standards of the time. The average population of a castle town seldom exceeds 2,000. While towns with populations over 10,000 do exist, they are primarily concentrated in certain regions, with Hakata, in northern Kyushu, being one such notable example. Saga Town's current population of over 5,000 necessitates adequate provisions for their sustenance. Beyond the essentials of rice, oil, and salt, various supporting businesses have largely established themselves, and my artisans can directly provide for the needs of metalworking and similar trades. Thus, this presents a significant business opportunity. Watching my castle town evolve day by day, burgeoning with vitality, I feel a sense of anticipation. This is still without a port, if a port were to be established in the future. Along with the arrival of foreign merchants, how much more vibrant might it become? As the population of the castle town grows, so too will the commercial prosperity, allowing me to collect more taxes. Of course, I am not in a rush. The current growth momentum of Saga Town is very promising, and I shall allow it to develop gradually. Since Saga Town has only just been rebuilt, it requires ample time to assimilate. Therefore, I cannot push for rapid development. Everything must unfold at a measured pace to avoid taking overly ambitious strides that may lead to unforeseen repercussions. I have devised alternative methods to generate revenue from the town below. My strategy centers on monopolization in any sector. Achieving a monopoly guarantees substantial and swift profits. My vision entails monopolizing essential resources such as salt, iron, and grain within my domain, permitting trade exclusively in Saga Town. Once the roads are constructed, this monopoly will undoubtedly yield considerable profits. History recalls the actions of Oda Nobunaga, who, following the completion of Azuchi Castle, enforced a strict regulation mandating that all equine transactions within his territory occur solely in Azuchi Town. While such a law imposed stringent restrictions on local farmers and merchants, causing certain inconveniences, it also presented me with lucrative opportunities. The essence of monopolization lies in its ability to amass wealth. And initiating a monopoly on salt, iron, and rice is merely the beginning. In due course, I shall extend this strategy to other commodities. The timing is simply not yet ripe. After all, monopolization promises bountiful returns. Moreover, a crucial aspect of this endeavor is that, once I establish a monopoly, I can accumulate further wealth to invest in weaponry and other resources to sustain my insatiable beast, the Heisen Army. In this era, only those with formidable military power can ensure lasting peace and stability. The Heisen Army is my foundation and my steadfast assurance. This contemplation spurred another idea. Why not establish a money exchange? Setting up a money exchange could resolve the monetary chaos within my territory and yield significant profits. When Japan dispatched envoys to Tang, the art of coin minting remained a closely guarded secret under imperial control. Consequently, the Japanese envoys only learned forging techniques but could not acquire minting methods. The copper coins produced by the court were of such poor quality that they were widely unacknowledged, and imperial decrees failed to rectify this situation. Ultimately, Japan abandoned its own minting efforts and resorted to importing coins from the Celestial Empire, a practice that persisted until the Ming Dynasty. The Yongle Tongbao was minted specifically by Emperor Yongle for rewards and foreign trade. Considering the disputes arising from monetary disarray that hinder commercial development, I resolved to establish a money exchange directly operated by my family, specializing in currency conversion and issuing a currency selection order. After finalizing my plans, I summoned the economic officer, Zhang Fengxing, who unexpectedly expressed strong support for my idea and assisted in its refinement. Consequently, on the following day, I issued the currency selection order in the town, stipulating that both Yongle coins and bad coins were valid currency within the domain of the SH&I family, and all townsfolk and subjects must accept either form. The exchange rate was established at 1 Yongle coin for 4 bad coins. Should anyone refuse to accept either type of currency within the territory, any individual could report this to the local lord or town officer, and my family would impose penalties in accordance with the law. Simultaneously, I arranged for SH&I Motomori to establish the money exchange. Aptly named Ginzadat, I allocated a reserve of 500 Ryo in gold, 5,000 Yongle coins, and 10,000 bad coins for currency reserves. The exchange service was offered at a ratio of 1 Ryo to 1 Yongle coin to 1,000 Yongle coins to 4,000 bad coins. Naturally, a fee of 3 rin would be charged for conversions. Ginza was strategically located on the busiest street of the merchant district adjacent to the town office, ensuring security. After a period of time, due to Ginza being directly managed by the Lord's SH&I family, the merchants within the territory and those returning for trade in Zaka Town were eager to exchange for the preferred currency. As a result, Ginza transformed from a desolate establishment at its inception to a bustling hub of activity. In just a quarter of a year, by the autumn harvest season, it had already generated a net profit exceeding 3,000 Ryo, a remarkably substantial figure. Furthermore, my premium salt, having been disseminated by the merchants during this period, gained acclaim throughout the western regions. Even reaching distant locales, IT was well received by numerous daimyo and affluent individuals, with Otomo Soren personally writing to request a supply. Just as everything was flourishing, creditors arrived that on a day following a heavy rain, with the weather having cooled slightly, I was practicing martial arts alongside Chikushiaiman when a retainer announced the arrival of Father Torres. Accompanied by a foreigner seeking an audience, my heart sank. Trouble was at hand. When Father Torres first arrived, I had promised him that, in exchange for fine artillery and gunpowder, I would facilitate the docking of merchant ships at my port once it was established. And upon vanquishing the Ryuzoji clan, I would donate a cathedral of bishopric status. Since suppressing the Ryuzoji clan and moving to Zaka Castle, I had been preoccupied, and Father Torres had not sought me out, likely due to his missionary duties. Now, he was here. After freshening up, I met with him in the Grand Hall. "Good afternoon, esteemed Lord I, God's servant Torres, extend to you my highest respect," Father Torres said, leading the newcomer in a bow. I nodded and turned my gaze to the individual accompanying him. He had a mane of red hair, a full beard, and was clad in a black clerical robe. Noticing my scrutiny, Father Torres hastily introduced him. "My lord, this is the newly appointed head missionary for my homeland, Luis Froys, that he arrived in your territory last year and has been engrossed in missionary work. So please forgive his failure to pay his respects sooner." Luis Froys? I pondered for a moment, and then it dawned on me who he was. The renowned Froys, whose writings on Japanese history have become invaluable resources for understanding the culture, customs, and conflicts of the Sengoku era. Historically, Froys was born in 1532 in Lisbon, Portugal. At the age of 9, he entered the Portuguese court and served as a secretary in the Royal Secretariat, gaining considerable experience in document handling. That he joined the Society of Jesus at 16 and traveled to Goa, a Portuguese colony in India, for his formation. There he met St. Francis Xavier, who was determined to spread the gospel in the Far East, as well as a Japanese translator named Yujiro. In 1561, Froys was ordained in Goa and excelled in language and writing. managing communications with various missionary sites that he landed in Hirado in 1562, beginning his missionary work locally. After mastering Japanese, he traveled from Hirado to Kyoto in 1564, arriving on January 31, 1565. However, he was deeply disappointed by the decline of the Ashikaga shogunate's authority. Yet, a turning point soon arrived in 1569. The new power in the region, Oda Nobunaga, summoned Froys to Nijo Castle, amidst the turmoil of the burning of Hai and the extensive encirclement by Nobunaga's forces. Nobunaga, who held a strong aversion to established Buddhism, especially the Ikko sect, exhibited a keen interest in novel foreign elements. Their exchange was fruitful, and Froys earned Nobunaga's trust, gaining permission to conduct missionary work in the Kinai region. In 1570, he collaborated with Italian missionaries who arrived in Japan, conducting missionary activities in Kyoto and attracting numerous followers. Froys documented that although Nobunaga was an infidel, he maintained a tolerant attitude towards Christianity. His writings contain many accounts not found in the records of Nobunaga, making them crucial for the study of Japanese history. In 1577, Froys relinquished his position as the head of the Kyoto mission and subsequently assumed responsibility in Bungo, where he became close friends with Otomo Sorin and his son Yoshido Omo. In 1580, he accompanied missionary Giovanni Battista della Torre as a translator during a visit to Azuchi Castle to pay respects to Nobunaga. However, in 1583, he was instructed to leave frontline missionary work and began documenting the activities of the Jesuits in Japan, penning the annual reports of the Jesuit mission. He later devoted his efforts to chronicling his observations across Japan, marking the commencement of his historical compilation. Following Nobunaga's assassination in the Hinoji incident, Toyotomi Hideyoshi initially continued the tolerant policy towards the Jesuits that Nobunaga had upheld. However, as the number of Christian converts grew and their influence expanded, Hideyoshi began to feel uneasy. Thus, on June 19, 1587, he issued an edict expelling the Jesuits, ordering them to cease their missionary activities and leave Japanese soil within 20 days. Ultimately, the churches in Kyoto and other places were demolished. Helplessly, Froys could only settle in Nagasaki. In 1590, Froys, along with the returning Tensho mission envoy in Valignano, met Toyotomi Hideyoshi at Jurikata. In 1592, he crossed the seas to Macau with Valignano, returning to Nagasaki in 1595. After leaving the final report of the martyrdom of the 26 saints on July 8, he passed away at the age of 65. Overall, as a first-hand witness and chronicler of Japanese history, the credibility of Froys' records is assured. However, as a Western missionary, it is undeniable that subjective biases exist. Froys, as one of the Western missionaries in Japan at the time, witnessed and experienced many events and figures firsthand. Therefore, while there may be embellishments regarding the Christian daimyos, the overall reliability of his accounts remains exceptionally high. The history of Japan, as a record of contemporary events, has always garnered considerable attention from scholars of the Warring States period. Numerous books reference Froys' accounts of Japanese history and his documented works, including evaluations of Akechi Mitsuhide and Oda Nobunaga's intentions to compile a fleet to invade Ming China, as someone who directly met Nobunaga. The credibility of his records cannot be overlooked. Consequently, Froys' writings on Japanese history are regarded as invaluable and reliable resources. However, despite the fact that nearly all contemporaries were aware of Froys' compilation of Japanese history, the original manuscript had remained undiscovered until 1894 or 1895, when historian Clovis, studying the history of the Jesuits, stumbled upon the first manuscript of Japanese history, consisting of 424 pages, in a library of the Ajuda Palace in the western suburbs of Lisbon, Portugal. Subsequently, various copies were discovered. The contents of this book largely consist of Froys' personal experiences. From 1562 to 1597, during his 35 years in Japan, he witnessed numerous significant events of the Warring States period, including the incident at Hinoji, the death of Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and the martyrdom of the 26 saints, as well as conducting extensive observations and studies of Japanese customs and habits. From this perspective, Froys' credibility is relatively high. Thus, upon learning that the missionary seated before me was Louis Froys, I was genuinely astonished that a figure of such stature Can someone who has etched their name in history and accomplished significant feats be an ordinary person? According to Father Torres's description, after Freud's landed at Yakusura, he remained in the domain of the Omura family to preach. After learning Japanese, he soon heard that Shoni Masayuki, was a more powerful lord than Omura Sumitada and was relatively tolerant of Catholicism. Especially upon hearing rumors of my willingness to donate a bishop-level church, he set forth to my domain. After establishing contact with Father Torres, he initially intended to meet me promptly. However, as I had just suppressed the Ryuzoji clan and was engaged in relocating my base, at Father Torres' suggestion, he waited a while longer. Once he felt that everything in my domain was on the right track, he finally came to meet me under Father Torres' guidance. Esteemed Lord, first and foremost, I thank you for the kindness you have shown to us servants spreading the gospel of our Lord, and I congratulate you on your military achievements over the past 2 years, successfully driving your treacherous enemies from this place. Freud said respectfully that I chuckled softly and replied, I accept your goodwill, Father Freud. Esteemed Lord, during these past 2 years, you have been tirelessly engaged in governance and military endeavors, making remarkable contributions to this country and its people, and assisting numerous commoners. I sincerely admire you, Freud remarked. Hearing Freud's praise, I inwardly scoffed, thinking, if I were truly so great, would I still need to go to such lengths to achieve things? Though I thought this, I maintained a smiling facade and said, Father Freud, I am merely the guardian of this land, and all the people here are my subjects. This is my duty, esteemed Lord, in the words of my homeland. You truly exemplify the spirit of chivalry. Freud appeared quite moved that I understood that he was engaging in mutual flattery. Chuckling softly, I said, protecting my subjects is a responsibility of a lord. It is nothing extraordinary. As a guardian, my duty is to safeguard the lives and properties of my people. Are you not here to engage in mutual flattery? Are you not here to collect debts? Very well, I shall play the fool while you flatter me, and we shall see who can hold out longer. Freud, sensing that this insincere flattery had no end, turned and brought a box in front of me, saying, Esteemed Lord, I have brought some gifts from the distant west. Oh, what is it? I feigned curiosity that I was merely pretending, as I had a rough idea of what was inside the box. Sure enough, Freud opened the box to reveal a cylindrical object, a monocular telescope. This is indeed a fine gift. I took it in hand, effortlessly pulled out the telescope, and went to the lookout tower to gaze down at the town below that time, due to technological limitations regarding lenses. The clarity of the telescope only extended beyond a few hundred meters. Its primary function was reconnaissance, enabling one to observe the conditions on the battlefield from a distance, facilitating the assessment of the situation. I had long desired such an item. I was genuinely pleased that Freud had presented me with a telescope. Seeing me skillfully use the telescope, Freud remarked, Esteemed Lord, you truly astonish me. You can even operate our latest telescope. I chuckled and decided to put on an air of superiority, saying, This item is nothing remarkable. I once had one, but its clarity was not very good, so I no longer know where it went. Hearing this, Freud smiled slightly and said, The telescope I brought for you is the latest model from the Goa region. Its clarity is exceptionally high, and I hope it will assist you in your future military endeavors. I nodded and replied, Yes, thank you, Father Freud, I really appreciate it. Esteemed Lord, this is merely a small gift, Freud said that I chuckled inwardly, thinking, you dare to present me with such a trivial gift. A cannon from your Portuguese merchant ship will be far more welcome. Esteemed Lord, when Father Torres introduced me, he mentioned that as the local lord, you have granted us permission to preach and have provided us with countless support that on behalf of the Jesuits, I extend my highest respect to you. However, regarding your promise to donate a bishop-level church, I wonder when you plan to commence construction. Freud began with flattery and then inquired tentatively. The moment had come. He could no longer suppress the topic. I thought to myself, here it comes. I smiled slightly and said, Well, Father Freud, I promised that after conquering this castle, I would donate a bishop-level church to you. That promise still stands. However, Freud's expression brightened to my willingness to fulfill my promise, only to tense up as I continued. But he hastily interjected, Esteemed Lord, but what? I laughed and waved my hand, saying, No need to be anxious. I'm a man of my word and have no intention of breaking my promise. The situation is such that since I captured this castle, there are numerous matters to attend to, such as recruiting and training soldiers, developing the economy, and constructing the basic defenses of the castle and territory. Father Torres is well aware of this, right? I glanced at Father Torres, who nodded and affirmed, "Indeed, esteemed lord, you have been busy with the development of your territory recently." With Father Torres's confirmation, I turned back to Froys and said, "It is not that I do not wish to fulfill my promise. However, at this moment, I truly lack the surplus funds to build a church for you. Although we have just harvested food in the territory, I need to address the deficits in the town's construction and train the army." That I pointed toward the nearby town and training ground and continued, "Therefore, I sincerely apologize, but my financial situation is quite strained at present. The donation of the church will have to be postponed for some time." Upon hearing this, Froys's expression instantly revealed profound disappointment as he said, "Esteemed lord, I am aware of your sincerity in fulfilling your promise. But the news of your donation of a bishop-level church has already reached the Jesuit East Asia province, that we take this matter very seriously, and there are reports that personnel have already set out from India to your territory to participate in the design and construction of the church. If you delay now, all plans will be disrupted, and the Jesuits may view you as someone who does not keep promises. Are you threatening me?" A surge of indignation ignited within me, causing my eyes to narrow slightly. I quickly endeavored to regain my composure. With a gesture of exasperation, I feigned a demeanor of helplessness, declaring, "Allow me to reiterate, I am exceedingly willing to fulfill my promise. However, my current financial circumstances do not permit it." At this juncture, I added, "When I initially pledged to contribute to your church, I was profoundly moved by your fervor and determination in spreading the faith. Yet, as far as I am aware, the number of your congregants has not reached a level necessitating a bishopric church. Therefore, would it not be reasonable to await a more opportune moment?" Upon hearing this, Froys remained silent for a few seconds before responding, "Indeed, while our congregants have yet to reach the threshold for a bishopric church, that is not the crux of the issue. The present concern is that the Diocese of the Far East places significant importance on the church you are poised to donate, should there be a postponement. I fear the diocese may not acquiesce. What then do you propose?" "I currently lack the funds, and it is unlikely you would extend a loan to me," I replied with a sense of resignation. Revealing my ulterior motives, it was true. I intended to seek financial assistance from the Jesuits or the Portuguese Chamber of Commerce. Although I possessed considerable assets, they were my personal reserves, earmarked for other purposes. Moreover, no one would ever turn down an abundance of wealth. If I could retain my funds while securing a reasonable interest rate, binding the Portuguese Chamber to my endeavors, I would gladly embrace such an arrangement. As for their evangelism and whether they would demand my conversion to Catholicism, that was a matter for another day. Do you inquire if I believe in Catholicism? Would I dare? The moment I profess such faith, I would be ensnared. I mused. Froys appeared taken aback by my words, and, after exchanging a glance with Father Torres, gently inquired, "Your Grace, are you suggesting you wish to borrow from the Spanish Chamber of Commerce?" I smiled faintly and confirmed, "Indeed, that is correct. Father Froys, I find myself in a dire financial situation and require your assistance in securing a loan from the Portuguese Chamber of Commerce, should the chamber provide the funds. The expenses for your bishopric church could be covered from this amount." "Your Grace, that is beyond my authority," Froys shrugged, acknowledging the limits of his power. "I understand this is not within your purview. But the Jesuits wield unparalleled influence within the chamber. Furthermore, the substantial profits generated by the Portuguese Chamber in the Far East ensure its financial robustness." I elaborated, articulating my comprehensive understanding of the Portuguese Chamber's dynamics. Upon hearing my insights, Froys recognized my depth of knowledge and candidly remarked, "Your Grace, you are correct. Our fleet spans the globe, indeed possessing formidable strength. However, what you may not realize is that all the wealth of the chamber ultimately belongs to His Majesty the King, and we do not possess the authority to allocate it at will. My role is merely to submit your loan request for consideration by the Lisbon headquarters." I patiently listened to him conclude, then smiled and stated, "Father Froys, that is not the case. While you may be the Jesuits, you maintain a close advisory relationship with the merchants. The chamber possesses considerable autonomy, and regarding my loan request, it need not escalate to Lisbon. Decisions can be made by the governor's office in Goa, or even by the chamber in Macau, or the branch in Hakata. Pausing for a moment, I continued, I am intent on fulfilling my commitment, yet I currently lack excess funds. Your church is eagerly seeking a bishopric church. Therein lies the crux of the matter. Moreover, I do not require an exorbitant sum. I merely seek a loan to honor my promise of donating a bishopric church to you. Upon hearing this, Froys furrowed his brow slightly and slowly replied, Your Grace, the bishopric church holds immense significance for our church. You cannot leverage this to compel us into providing a loan. That I responded with a smile. I do not intend any coercion. My thoughts are quite open. You have come to my territory to spread the gospel, and I have extended my unwavering support. I hold great respect for those who venture forth from their homeland to propagate the word of the Lord, correct? Indeed, spreading the Lord's gospel, Father Torres interjected. I continued, I pledge to donate a church to you, yet I find myself in a financial bind. Thus, you cannot use my promise as a means of coercion. By this point, my tone had grown decidedly unyielding. Upon hearing my words, Froys and Father Torres exchanged glances, a flicker of uncertainty passing between them, as though contemplating their next steps. That I refrained from pressing them. I trusted that any astute individual would arrive at a thoughtful conclusion. After all, for their missionaries, establishing a bishopric church in their designated mission territory would be an immense honor, a testament to their success, and potentially lead to canonization by the Pope. Such a prospect was irresistible to any missionary, and no priest would disregard the significance of a church. Furthermore, my loan request was not particularly substantial. Froys regarded me thoughtfully and inquired, Might I ask how much you intend to borrow, and what collateral you would offer? At his question, I chuckled, replying, Father Torres has been preaching in my domain and is likely more acquainted with the situation. That my territory is gradually expanding and my power is steadily increasing. Everything is progressing favorably. I believe I can offer the tax revenues from my lands as collateral. I then looked at Froys and added, I require a sum of 100,000 coins or an equivalent in gold. Moreover, I can assure you that in the future, the tax revenues from my territory will be more than sufficient to cover the loan and interest payments. Your chamber would also receive a handsome return. We could forge a friendship that would yield immense benefits for both your church and the chamber. That I can provide shelter for all the Namban people. After all, not every lord in Japan is as enlightened as I. I trust you are aware of this. Upon hearing my proposal, Froys fell into a brief reverie, seemingly weighing my words. After a moment, he and Father Torres conferred quietly before looking up to say, Your Grace, the sum you seek is excessive, and constructing a bishopric church would require at most 10,000 coins. Therefore, I cannot acquiesce to your request for 100,000 coins, nor would the Hakata chamber agree. Goodness, Froys holds quite a high position, capable of making such decisions for the chamber. I nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, constructing a bishopric church does not necessitate such a vast sum. However, I am currently facing a financial crisis and require additional funds to equip my military and develop my territory. Froys shook his head in response, stating, As far as I know, you are not experiencing a financial crisis, thus you do not require such a large amount. Furrowing my brow, I retorted, What you perceive is merely the surface. Since relocating to Saga Castle, I have been fortifying the defenses, developing the town below the castle, constructing roads, and rewarding my valiant warriors. Most significantly, I have been recruiting and training soldiers, which incurs substantial expenses. Froys nodded in understanding, conceding, You are correct. However, our chamber does not possess such funds. Recently, a ship departed from Macau, and we cannot allocate such a sum at this point. Froys paused, then continued, We could provide you with a maximum of 20,000 coins. He glanced at me with a hint of uncertainty. 20,000 coins? Is that a jest? I shook my head. I am offering my territory's tax revenues as collateral for a loan of 100,000 coins from your chamber or church, of which you may provide me with 50,000 coins or an equivalent in gold. The remaining 50,000 coins I require for cannon, horses, artillery, and skilled craftsmen, as well as experienced miners. With each condition I articulated, Froys's brow furrowed deeper. When I mentioned the need for miners, he inquired with surprise, You have discovered gold mines in your territory, have you not? I smiled and shook my head. Not at this time. However, I do possess other mineral resources, though it is presently inconvenient to disclose them to you." Froys expressed disappointment, saying, "What a pity, your grace. I wish to assist you. Yet your demands are simply too great." After a protracted negotiation, I ultimately secured a loan of 60,000 Yongle coins, or an equivalent in gold from the Portuguese Chamber of Commerce. Of this sum, 30,000 coins would be disbursed in cash, while the remaining 30,000 coins would consist of cannon, gunpowder, and saltpeter, with prices calculated based on the day the loan agreement was signed. 3 ship cannons will be converted into field artillery, equipped with a sufficient quantity of gunpowder and projectiles, and the chamber would dispatch instructors for training. Additionally, they would assist in recruiting willing craftsmen and miners from India and Macau. That a confidential cooperation agreement would be signed. Without mutual consent, disclosure is strictly prohibited. A designated area within the castle town shall be established as Namban Town to facilitate the entry of the Portuguese commercial consortium in the future. Upon the establishment of a port, another area will be allocated to accommodate the Spanish commercial consortium. Furthermore, the tax levied upon them shall be reduced by 1/10 compared to other merchants in the northwestern direction of Saga Castle. 5 acres of land will be set aside for the construction of a church. Naturally, a bishopric does not require such an extensive area. The ample land will be utilized for building a church school and a church hospital. Additionally, upon securing the loan, a sum of 10,000 Rio will be allocated to Froys for the church's construction, with no refunds for excess and a self-reliance approach for any shortfall. The total sum of 60,000 Rio will be repaid over 6 years, with an annual payment of 10,000 Rio principal plus 2,000 Rio in interest each August. Thus, after 6 years, I will owe a total of 72,000 Rio. I am uncertain whether this agreement constitutes an unequal treaty. However, it is worth noting that Froys' insistence on my conversion to Catholicism was met with unwavering resistance. I must admit, the interest rates are indeed exorbitant. As October dawned, the funds and supplies from the Portuguese consortium finally arrived in Saga Castle, after what felt like an eternity of eager anticipation. Observing the mountains of gold, Yongle coins, and other currencies piled high in the warehouses, along with the armaments, cannons, gunpowder, and saltpeter stored in the armory, I felt a significant weight lift from my heart. Most eagerly awaited were the 3 cannons, which had been modified by the Portuguese consortium. Now mounted on wheels with shock-absorbing components at the rear, a cannon instructor had also been dispatched, enabling me to finally engage in prosperous warfare. In the distance, the territory of Debussy had been delineated, with many foreigners measuring the land. The design for the church had already been determined, and I had issued employment contracts to recruit laborers for its construction. A wave of joy swept through the community. However, just half a month later, a shocking announcement reverberated worldwide. The head of the Omura clan, Omura Sakinabu, had been baptized and converted to Catholicism. History had shifted once more. Historically, Omura Sakinabu was indeed an anomaly during Japan's Warring States period. On one hand, as a devout Catholic, he became the first Catholic daimyo in Japan, advocating for the opening of the Nagasaki port and sending the Tensho mission to Europe. Each of these actions was pioneering, marking him as a titan of his era. On the other hand, his performance as a Warring States daimyo was far from stellar. He not only failed to achieve territorial expansion, but was frequently oppressed by surrounding powers, struggling to survive under immense pressure. Originally, Omura Sakinabu was a child of the Arima family, which thrived on a policy of adopting heirs to annex and subdue neighboring forces, due to his mother being the daughter of Omura Sakinabu. He was adopted by the Omura family in the 19th year of Tenbun, 1550. However, the former Omura Sakinabu did have a biological son named Yuakiro, who, under the direction of the Arima clan, had to be given to go to Saniki of Takeo Castle as an adopted heir, while his nephew Sakinabu was adopted to better control the Omura and Goto clans. This led to later resentment, resulting in Goto Takaki harboring animosity toward his cousin Sakinabu. Omura Sakinabu's baptism into Catholicism historically occurred between March and June of the 6th year of Iroku, 1563, when he, alongside 25 retainers, received baptism from Father Torres at Yakasura, officially converting to Catholicism and taking the baptismal name Bartolomeo. He was the first Catholic daimyo in Japanese history, baptized 16 years before Otomo Soren and 18 years before Arima Harunobu. My presence has caused a deviation in history, shifting the timeline of Sakenobu's baptism from the historical window of March to September to the current October, and the officiant of his baptism is no longer Father Torres. Upon learning of Omura Sakenobu's conversion to Catholicism, the repercussions in Hizen were immense. Initially, I did not concern myself with this matter, as Sakenobu's faith did not directly affect me. However, the unfolding events compelled me to take this incident seriously. The entire religious community in Hizen jointly petitioned Saga Castle, demanding immediate military action against the Omura clan. After a period of silence on my part, the heads of Seiji Temple and Ion Temple, accompanied by over 10 monks, committed ritual suicide in the bustling commercial district of my castle town, declaring their unyielding opposition to Omura Sakenobu's Catholicism, which they viewed as a threat to the very foundation of the nation, and attempted to pressure me into immediate military action against him. Ultimately, some of my more radical retainers insisted I mobilize forces against the Omura clan, including Chiba Taniki, Lord of Ashikura Castle, and Baba Kinzu, Lord of Harasaki Castle, among 5 other lords. The situation escalated to this extent. I, as the protector of Hizen, could no longer remain silent and had to make a declaration. Moreover, Kono Naomori repeatedly warned me that the Arima clan would undoubtedly come to the aid of the Omura clan. This presented an opportune moment for my family to intervene in the territories of Kinoshima, Fujitsu, Takaki, and Hiki. As I contemplated whether to risk offending the Portuguese consortium, Omura Sakenobu made a foolish decision by destroying 3 temples near his castle and confiscating the land to gift it to the Catholic Church. This blunder incited immediate unrest within his domain, prompting the neighboring Arima Yashizane to mobilize forces to assist his brother Sakenobu in suppressing the rebellion. The church under construction in Debushi was also affected, leading to a halt in work, forcing all personnel to seek refuge in Saga Castle. Even the temples had gathered armed monks to support the rebellion against the Omura clan. Should this continue, the prospects for Catholic evangelism would become increasingly challenging. That I did not wish to antagonize the Portuguese consortium at this moment, yet I needed to provide an explanation to the religious factions and my retainers within my territory. Reluctantly, in the name of the protector of Hizen, I issued an order to Omura Sakenobu, demanding he come to Saga Castle by November 10th to explain his Catholic faith. Otherwise, he would bear the consequences. However, by November 15, Sakenobu had not appeared in Saga Castle. With matters having escalated to this point, I was compelled to take action. Otherwise, future troubles would multiply. Upon learning of this development, the religious factions prepared a military fund of 10,000 ryo and 20,000 koku of provisions, stockpiling them at the gates of Saga Castle, urging me daily to mobilize against Omura Sakenobu. Kono Naomori also urged me thrice daily. Reluctantly, I decided to mobilize forces and attack the Omura clan. The announcement of my military action prompted mixed reactions. Those rejoicing were the religious factions within my territory, who had long awaited my mobilization and, upon hearing the news, readily offered the prepared military funds and provisions. After I issued the order to attack the Omura clan, they even gathered nearly 500 armed monks, rallying at Saga Castle. Conversely, those who were dismayed included Father Torres and Froys, along with their fellow foreign merchants. After years of effort, they finally had a Japanese daimyo willing to convert to Catholicism, a development that should have been celebrated. Yet the situation had spiraled out of control. They approached me, requesting that I acknowledge Omura Sakenobu's conversion as a fact. I had no objections to this notion. However, the shifting circumstances had surpassed anyone's control if I remained indifferent to this matter. The local religious factions, who had previously been opposed to the spread of Catholicism in my territory, might very well incite rebellion within the Omura domain and direct it toward mine, a scenario I wish to avoid. As the protector of Hizen, a daimyo abandoning Buddhism in favor of Catholicism was an act of treason, akin to undermining the very foundation of the nation. Every aspect of this situation made my decision increasingly complex. On one hand, I did not want to alienate the foreign merchants, while on the other, failing to act against the Omura clan would destabilize my territory and risk the loyalty of my retainers. Hence, An attack on the Omura clan became an unavoidable course of action on the day following my declaration of war against Omura Sakinabu. Froys and Father Torres immediately sought an audience with me. I did not evade them. Instead, I welcomed them in the main hall, accompanied by Kono. As soon as Father Froys entered and took a seat, he struggled to contain his anger and addressed me. My lord, I have taken note of your announcement to attack Bartolomeo. Please provide a reasonable explanation for your actions towards our church. Bartolomeo was the baptismal name of Omura Sakinabu. I glanced at Father Froys with indifference and replied, Father Froys, be mindful of your words. I owe you no explanations if I do not attack Omura Sakinabu. As you can see, the local religious forces have pushed me to a dead end. Indeed, I recognize the predicament in which you find yourselves. However, the unfortunate Bartolomeo has already been embraced by the Almighty. Your audacious attacks against him represent a blatant provocation to our Catholic Church. I voice my protest, Father Froys exclaimed with indignation. Before I could respond, the coldly amused Koido Naomori interjected, saying, Father Froys, I believe you are well aware of our Lord's sentiments towards you. I must express my dissent. Not only I, but many of the vassals do not support our Lord's actions. Nevertheless, our Lord holds no animosity towards your Christian faith, nor does he wish to be at odds with you. However, this does not grant you the liberty to meddle in our decisions. Buddhism is the foundation of our nation. Presently, Omura Sumitomo has forsaken this foundation. And should we refrain from taking action, our Lord's authority will be utterly diminished, rendering him powerless within his domain. Koido Naomori spoke these words with an air of righteous resolve. You are betraying us. Father Froys, infuriated, struggled to contain his rage as he addressed Koido Naomori. Unyielding, Koido Naomori retorted, We permit you to propagate Christianity, yet we have never claimed we would not expel you. Our Lord has exhibited remarkable forbearance, to the extent of being overly magnanimous. While I do not endorse this as a vassal, I am bound to comply. However, that does not imply I will exhibit the same level of patience towards you as our Lord does. Seeing the conversation on the verge of collapse, I gently gestured for Koido Naomori to cease. Then, addressing Father Froys, I said, Father Froys, I respect your faith, but that does not mean I will indefinitely tolerate your presence. Omura Sumitomo's actions are exceedingly grave, and the situation has escalated to a point I did not wish to witness. However, I implore you to grasp this truth. Omura Sumitomo's conduct bears severe consequences, and perhaps my words do not convey the gravity of the matter. Allow me to offer an analogy. Omura Sumitomo's actions are akin to your king of Portugal, or any monarch in Europe, renouncing your Catholic faith in favor of another religion. The repercussions would be remarkably similar. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing my words, Father Froys paused, murmuring, Is it truly that dire? I nodded, affirming, It is only more severe. While the kings of Europe might be exiled and replaced by a cousin or relative, here, the entire Omura family would face annihilation. That I shall serve as the executor of this judgment. Hearing this, Father Froys's complexion drained of color, and after a moment he asked, Such dire consequences exist. My lord, is there truly no room for negotiation? I shook my head, replying, It is nearly impossible to guarantee that moment. Father Torres also spoke up. My lord, our collaboration has always been amicable, and I appreciate the goodwill you have expressed. Yet, we beseech you, do not obliterate the Bartolomeo family. I shook my head once more, asserting, This matter is no longer within my purview. Had Omura Sumitomo not destroyed the temple, the situation might have been different. However, now that it has escalated within my jurisdiction, it surpasses the scope of consequences I can manage. But you are the ultimate decision-maker. I observe that everyone awaited your command for attack. All are ready to heed your orders. All the troops are under your banner. Father Froys pleaded earnestly. I sighed softly, stating, I have made it clear, I am merely responsible for military operations, and the consequences of this matter are beyond my control, my lord. Father Froys attempted to persuade me further, yet Father Torres restrained him, shaking his head. Then he bowed deeply to me, saying, My lord, I have spent many years in Japan. I understand that your will could determine the fate of the Bartolomeo family, if you require certain conditions. Our church is willing to pay a price to provide you with a satisfactory answer. You are quite astute. Though I felt a surge of satisfaction at this pivotal moment, I concealed it. Mindful of preserving Father Torres's dignity, I stood, smiling as I patted Father Torres on the shoulder, saying, "Father Torres, I believe you have misunderstood. In truth, I hold great admiration for Omura Sumitomo's courage. He dares to embrace your faith despite the world's scorn. However, this matter cannot be dictated by my own will alone. There are many factors to consider. Should I fail to make the correct decision, the situation will spiral out of control. Even I cannot lightly assure you of anything." "But, my lord," Father Froys attempted to interject, yet I waved my hand to silence him. "However, the essence of Buddhism is compassion. Its purpose is solely to protect." I glanced at Father Torres and continued, "Given the gravity of the situation, I must mobilize troops against Omura Sumitomo. Ultimately, the results of the military action will dictate our course of action. Do you understand?" "I comprehend. However, you must assure us that the Bartolomeo family will not be harmed." Father Torres quickly insisted. I shook my head, stating, "I cannot guarantee anything, for you have witnessed the potential consequences. Yet, I shall exert my utmost efforts." With that, I gestured towards the assembled monks and the farmers who had gathered upon hearing of the impending campaign against the Omura clan. Father Torres and Father Froys followed my gaze, their brows furrowing in concern, clearly realizing the seriousness of the situation. At this juncture, the fate of the Bartolomeo family is not within any individual's control. It lies in their hands. That I can only exert influence. Do you understand? I emphasized my point by gesturing once more towards the gathered crowd. "Then, everything rests upon you, my lord." Both men bowed to me in acknowledgement. I nodded slightly and assured them, "After this matter has concluded, I guarantee that your missionary efforts and the construction of churches within my domain will remain unaffected. However, for the time being, it would be prudent for you to stay in Saga Castle, where I shall ensure your protection and arrange for your safety." "Thank you immensely, esteemed lord," I nodded in response as they departed. Once they were gone, Koido Naomori inquired, perplexed, "My lord, why treat them with such courtesy?" I smiled faintly, explaining, "The reason for my civility lies in the merchant associations that support them. They can bring me wealth and unexpected advantages. You shall come to understand this in due time." Koido Naomori nodded, then said, "I trust your judgment, my lord. Yet do you truly intend to spare the Omura family name? This is an opportune moment for their complete annihilation." I gazed into his eyes and smiled, replying after a moment, "Unless absolutely necessary, do not lightly speak of the eradication of another's family name. Issue the orders. The army will set forth in 5 days. Furthermore, relay to all citizens of Hizen, in my name as their protector, that we shall campaign against Omura Sumitomo." "Understood," Koido Naomori replied, that on December 1 ST, the day of departure, given that we were to confront the Christian Omura Sumitomo. Nearly all the temple leaders of Hizen gathered at Saga Castle to conduct a blessing ceremony for the expedition. I remained non-committal on this matter, yet I allowed it to proceed as it could bolster morale. As for the minor unrest among the Catholics within my territory, I dispatched Father Torres along with a portion of the military to negotiate, while those who resisted would be dealt with decisively. Fortune smiled upon us with clear skies, and after delivering an impassioned speech at Saga Castle, I announced the army's departure. Of course, the speech was penned by Koido Naomori, and I recited it in full during the address on the battlefield. As this campaign did not necessitate an overwhelming military force, I refrained from conscripting peasant soldiers. The forces assembled for the expedition were as follows. The first contingent comprised 5 small squads from my Hizen reserve, alongside a squad of artillery, rockets, and cannons. The second contingent was formed by the various citizens of the land, led by Shoni Motonari as the commander of the cavalry, with Shikuzen Aiman serving as the military officer. We set forth, a grand procession heading towards our first destination, Ashikari Castle. 2 days later, upon reaching Ashikari Castle, nearly all troops had gathered. In total, approximately 9,000 soldiers were assembled, not including the monks who accompanied us. Among the citizens of Kyushu, Godo Takanabu was the first to respond to my call, already assembling forces at Takeo Castle, while the Hirado Matsura clan dispatched 500 troops en route to Takeo Castle. As for the Pado clan, they made no indication of involvement. The Omura clan was preoccupied with quelling uprisings, while the Arima clan had mobilized their entire domain. Moreover, emissaries arrived daily to beseech the withdrawal of troops. In contrast to the unwavering loyalty of Murakami, his elder brother, Arima Yashisada, appears decidedly more rational. The lord of Sugokyo Castle, Hirai Keiji, who resides in close proximity, has already submitted to the Arima clan, mobilizing his domain and preparing to gather forces within Sugokyo Castle. Awaiting reinforcement from Arima Yashisada, I too have dispatched envoys to Hirai Keiji, hoping to persuade him, thereby avoiding the need to squander time in this modest stronghold. However, my envoys have returned empty-handed thrice, as Hirai Keiji has disregarded the olive branch I extended. Consequently, I have no choice but to abandon the prospect of persuading Hirai Keiji. Historically, the Hirai family of Hizen is a branch of the Shoni clan. Originally assigned as vassals to the Chiba clan to defend Sugokyo Castle against the Arima clan, that'd be why the time of Hirai Keiji, he had wed the daughter of Arima Haramyan, aligning himself with Arima Haramyan, who subsequently stationed him in Sugokyo Castle to serve the Arima clan. Hirai Keiji had once triumphed over the incursions of Ryuzoji to Kanabu against Sugokyo Castle on 3 occasions, in February of the 7th year of Iroku, 1564. When Takanabu attacked Sugokyo Castle once more, a truce was reached on the condition that Hirai Keiji's brother, Hirai Naohide, wed Takanabu's adopted daughter, the daughter of Ryuzoji Nabimyun, and that the moat and earthen embankments of Sugokyo Castle be filled. However, in the 2nd year of Tensho, 1574, Ryuzoji Takanabu launched another campaign against Hirai Keiji, citing his disloyalty as the reason. This time, fortune did not favor him, as he retreated into Sugokyo Castle under the relentless assault of Ryuzoji. Koizumi Nariyoshi captured Hirai Naohide and all of Hirai's retainers, exiling them. Nevertheless, Hirai Keiji, alongside his uncle, retaliated against Naohide, reclaiming Sugokyo Castle. Upon receiving the news, Ryuzoji Takanabu once again besieged Sugokyo Castle in November, and after a month of fierce combat, Sugokyo Castle fell. Subsequently, Hirai Keiji fled to the territory of Got Takamasa seeking refuge. Hirai Keiji was acclaimed as a formidable warrior by the evaluation of the Northern Hizen warriors, yet in later games, his statistics are lamentable, particularly in Taiko Rishiden. All his attributes, leadership, martial prowess, governance, intelligence, and charisma, are uniformly rated at 55, earning him the nickname of a barrel, symbolizing his uniformity in both stature and girth. Now, with my emergence, history has taken a few turns, returning once more to the siege of Sugokyo Castle, though this time the assailant is not Ryuzoji Takanabu, but myself, Shoni Masayuki. I did not anticipate his refusal to negotiate. Perhaps emboldened by the stronghold's formidable defenses, after a military council, I resolved to divide my forces into 2 contingents. One led by myself as the supreme commander, with Hizenzuke, Chiba Tansuk, Baba, Shunshu, and Yokoyama Tashizane as aides, totaling over 6,000 men to assault Sugokyo Castle. The other contingent, under the command of Koizumi Kairu, comprised the army of Kamiyama Nagayoshi, the force of Ijima Takazumi, and the troops of Ayabi Shunyu, amounting to over 3,000 soldiers, destined to rendezvous with the forces of Got Takamasa and the Matsura clan at Takeo Castle before advancing southward to assault Utsumi Castle. Upon the completion of the military council, the following day we set forth, one army advancing towards Takeo Castle and the other towards Sugokyo Castle on December 17th. Our forces crossed the Rokakukawa River, officially entering the territory of the Arima clan. We established camp in Shiraishi town, not far from the outpost of Namishima Castle, which is a subordinate castle of Sugokyo. Of course, as per tradition, Shiraishi town was to be plundered. My army had devised a meticulous plan for the pillaging of the town. After surrounding Shiraishi town, we conducted thorough searches house by house, ensuring not a single coin went unseized. However, I issued strict orders against the slaughter of the townsfolk, mandating that every household must retain provisions. As for the extent to which my army adhered to these commands, that was beyond my concern. The orders merely stipulated a prohibition against the massacre of the townsfolk, without specifying any penalties for transgression. Thus, my troops did not strictly enforce my directives. This was evident from the cries echoing within the camp and the sporadic outbreaks of fire in Shiraishi Town. Shiraishi Town is a modest settlement, home to only a few hundred residents. Regardless of their previous lives, their fates are now sealed that if blame is to be assigned, it rests squarely upon their lord, Hirai Keiji, by the following morning, after pillaging Shiraishi Town. I amassed a considerable fortune. In addition to gold, I acquired vast quantities of timber, grain, salt, and other supplies. Naturally, these resources would merely embellish my already burgeoning coffers. After a brief respite, my forces promptly set forth towards Sagokyo Castle. The distance from Shiraishi Town to Sagokyo Castle is not great, roughly a day's journey. By evening, we reached Namashima Castle, a mere fort constructed upon a small hillock, boasting a garrison of only 200 men. Nonetheless, it obstructed the essential route to Sagokyo Castle, situated merely a kilometer away. Historically, Ryuzoji Takanobu had encountered setbacks at this very Namashima Castle while attempting to besiege Sagokyo. After encamping, I surveyed the distant Sagokyo Castle and promptly ordered our encampment. Surrounding Namashima Castle, with Heisenzuke positioned to face Sagokyo Castle, to thwart any nighttime assaults by Hirai Keiji. As expected, in the latter half of the night, Hirai Keiji dispatched forces to raid our camp. But I was well prepared. The nighttime assault was easily repelled by Heisenzuke. Enraged, I commanded the launch of 10 fire rockets towards Namashima Castle. Boom! 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 The resounding blasts ignited fierce flames throughout Namashima Castle, engulfing it in a fiery haze. Amidst the roaring inferno, the silhouettes of some structures within Namashima Castle could be discerned as they succumbed to the flames before I could return to sleep. News arrived that the castle's commander had surrendered. At this moment, I felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Merely 10 fire rockets had compelled the bastion of Sagokyo Castle to capitulate. The next step was to concentrate our efforts on the assault of Sagokyo Castle itself. How long the stronghold that had previously thwarted Ryuzoji Takanobu would endure against my might remained uncertain. The following day, I ordered the complete incineration of Namashima Castle before proceeding towards Sagokyo Castle, which was not far away. By noon, we arrived at Sagokyo Castle and encircled it. Sagokyo Castle is a flatland castle, perched upon a modest hill. Its scale is quite small, to be honest, less than a third of the size of Saka Castle. The castle does not even encompass the entire hillside. From a distance, it bears little distinction from Namashima Castle. I cannot fathom how Ryuzoji Takanobu suffered so many defeats at this Sagokyo Castle throughout history. The architecture of Sagokyo Castle is exceedingly rudimentary. Its wooden walls barely reach 3 meters in height. There is but one gate, and the structures within the castle are predominantly wooden as well. A narrow moat encircles it, complemented by an earthen embankment lined with sharpened wooden stakes. The banner of the Hirai family flutters in the frigid winter winds. Under such circumstances, a direct assault would inevitably incur significant casualties. My customary approach to siege warfare is to diligently avoid direct assaults, favoring negotiation or employing some secret weapon to exert pressure on the castle, or utilizing explosives to breach the walls at minimal cost. When I first traversed into this era, I had contemplated utilizing Hirai Keiji to my advantage. However, at that time, I lacked an understanding of the mindset of the Sengoku warriors. That I naively assumed that since the Hirai family descended from the Shoni clan, they would naturally gravitate towards the Shoni clan. Yet, as my time here lengthened, such notions appeared increasingly juvenile and absurd. In this era, while samurai espouse loyalty, their true allegiance lies in the preservation of their family name and personal gain. Principles are often cast aside. Every individual and family harbors their own ambitions. In this age, only through personal strength can one ensure their clan's survival and amass greater wealth and power. Otherwise, they are doomed to a dead end. Thus, it is not uncommon for individuals to betray even their own kin if it serves their family's interests. Madness prevails among all. Lost in contemplation of Sagokyo Castle, I was suddenly roused by the voice of Koizumi Nariyoshi. My lord. Nariyoshi requests permission to negotiate with Hirai Keiji of Sagokyo Castle. I humbly seek your approval. I regarded him, recalling that it was he who had successfully negotiated with the Hirai family for Ryuzoji Takanabu, securing Sagokyo Castle for him. However, that occurred long after numerous sieges. Now, with Hirai Naohide having wed Takanabu's adopted daughter, I suspect that persuading him will not be a simple task. Thus, I replied, Nariyoshi, Hirai Keiji is a remarkably resilient warrior. Although our forces have overthrown Namishima Castle last night, persuading Hirai Keiji to submit will not be an easy endeavor. I fear. Kojima no Mesa nodded and said, Indeed, my lord, Hirai Kyoji is an exceedingly obstinate and stubborn individual. He will not easily yield. However, there are not without alternatives that I inquired. Are you suggesting that the other alternative is Hirai Naohide? Kojima Naomesa looked at me in surprise and nodded, saying, Correct that we can take action regarding Hirai Naohide. Upon hearing this, I could not help but shake my head and remarked, Hirai Naohide is the younger brother of Hirai Kyoji, and without certainty of his loyalty, persuading him to join our cause may prove to be quite challenging. Kojima Omesa pondered for a moment and replied, My lord, there is indeed some difficulty, but if I am not mistaken, Hirai Kyoji is currently holding the fortress in anticipation of reinforcements from the Arima clan. Moreover, according to intelligence from our clan's ninjas, the Arima forces have already set out, and it is expected they will arrive within 3 to 4 days. However, our clan has just successfully captured Nanjima Castle last night, and it is certain that the news has reached the ancient castle. Thus, they cannot be unaware of our swift conquest. Therefore, the members of the Hirai family should also realize that they may not have the opportunity to await the Arima reinforcements. I am convinced that, as long as the family name endures,